Transcending into the realm of a mortal's journey to immortality, I possess a rare ice-type spiritual root. Joining a sect? Without a moment's hesitation, it must be the moon-concealing sect, an invasion from the demonic path. Is it not my aspiration that mirrors the daily occurrences of the moon-concealing sect? Chapter 1. Fellow Taoist Han, Trade with Pill. The Tai Nan small meet, held once every 5 years, fortuitously coincides with the Ascension Conference, which occurs every decade. Consequently, the number of cultivators attending is vast, comprising not only wandering practitioners, but also numerous disciples from prominent immortal families. Even the largest immortal clan in the Yu Kingdom, the Yin family fortress, has sent several disciples. Before a modest stall, a youth clad in black brocade shakes a minuscule cloth that is imperceptible to the naked eye. Lin Mo brandishes a fragment of a magical artifact, calling out, "Fragments of magical artifacts for sale." On the dilapidated wooden table lies not only the artifact fragments, but also several foundational cultivation manuals, with one titled Changchun Gong prominently displayed atop the pile. At that moment, a gentle call echoed from afar. A rather ordinary-looking young man emerged from beyond the mystical barrier surrounding the Tai Nan small meet. Clearly bewildered by this low-level restriction, he is caught in a disorienting haze. Hanli, Lin Mo stroked his chin, directing his gaze toward the youth in a white robe. After 3 days here, I have finally awaited your arrival. It has been 4 years since I traversed into this world of a mortal's journey to immortality. With a family heirloom cultivation method, cold jade art, and a modest fortune of 5 low-grade spirit stones, I have diligently cultivated to the 8th level of chi refinement amidst scarce resources. Had I the fortune of consuming pills like Hanli, I might have already attained the pinnacle of chi refinement. Host, Lin Mo strength. 8th level of chi refinement spiritual root. Ice root cultivation method. Cold jade art 8th layer spells. Ice spike technique. Object control technique. Ice shield technique. Great evolution technique, 1st layer. Initial puppet technique, divine ability, none. Gazing at my attributes, a smile graced Lin Mo's lips. The acquisition of the great evolution technique was indeed a stroke of serendipity. Born in the far western lands, I encountered a disciple of the 1000 Bamboo Sect who practiced puppet techniques just as I was preparing to embark on my journey to find a master in the Yu Kingdom upon reaching the 7th level of chi refinement. After a challenging battle, I managed to defeat him and obtain the first 3 layers of the Great Evolution technique along with the puppet technique. Logically, this technique should only be cultivated during the foundation establishment stage, yet due to my unique circumstances, I successfully entered its 1st layer. However, advancing to the 2nd layer would be exceedingly difficult, necessitating at least foundation establishment cultivation to hope for a breakthrough. Brother Han, over here. At that moment, a round-faced youth pulled Han Li into the Tai Nan small meet. Observing the dazzling array of cultivation items before him, Han Li's eyes widened in astonishment. It is no wonder he is taken aback. He has always been associated with mundane sects and has never witnessed such wonders. This is the esteemed Qing Yinzhenren from Tai Nan Valley, a close friend of my father. This Tai Nan small meet is organized by him and several elders. Qing Yinzhenren, tall and slender with a few blemishes on his face, gestured toward Han Li, saying, "This is my companion, Han Li. Young friend Han possesses remarkable wood-type cultivation." Qing Yinzhenren glanced at Han Li and smiled. "You have already reached the 8th level of chi refinement." As he spoke, Qing Yinzhenren turned to Wan Xiaoshan. "Your family members have arrived. They are quite worried about you. You should return with me quickly." Upon hearing this, Wan Xiaoshan's face turned sheepish. "I find their incessant nagging quite bothersome." Despite his protests, he followed Qing Yinzhenren away. "Brother Xiaoshan, go on, I shall wander about." Han Li smiled gently, cupping his hands in farewell. Watching this scene, Lin Mo grinned widely and picked up the Changchun Gong, calling out, "Foundational wood-type cultivation method, Changchun Gong. Who is interested?" Indeed, upon hearing the words Changchun Gong, Han Li's eyes narrowed, and he turned his head. Without hesitation, Han Li accepted the manual and skimmed through it. "Do you possess spirit stones?" Lin Mo inquired with a slight smile. Han Li frowned slightly, retorting, "Spirit stones? By your appearance, it seems you lack spirit stones." Lin Mo's lips curled upwards as he chuckled. "If you have some foundational enhancement pills, I would be open to negotiation." Pills. The mere mention piqued Han Li's interest as he hastily retrieved a vial from his robe. "This is a Huanglong pill, take a look." With his small green vial, Han Li certainly possessed a bountiful supply of pills. Lin Mo opened the porcelain vial and inhaled deeply, a rich medicinal aroma wafting forth. It must be noted that the pills crafted by the old demon Han are exceptional in both quality and efficacy. This is undoubtedly linked to the age of the spiritual herbs he employs while others use materials aged a mere decade. He utilizes those aged over a century. The difference in effectiveness is stark. One vial contains 10 Huanglong pills, with a market value of 20 low-grade spirit stones, though based on quality, there are those willing to part with 30 low-grade spirit stones for them. That suffices. That suffices. Lin Mo closed his eyes, fabricating a lie, and promptly stowed the vial into his storage bag. Ah, esteemed guest, might you find this treasure appealing? Lin Mo's smile broadened as he presented a silk handkerchief. The fragment of the silk handkerchief was quite arcane when placed beneath the book. It melded seamlessly with the environment. Even when probed with divine sense, it revealed no anomalies. What is this? Witnessing this spectacle, Han Li's eyes widened in shock, silently contemplating. If I were to wrap my small green vial with this artifact fragment, it would surely enhance its security. What price do you propose? Han Li regarded Lin Mo with a composed demeanor, revealing no significant change in expression. It must be said, Han Li's cautious mind is admirable. This artifact is indeed precious to him, yet he remains remarkably calm. How many vials of such pills do you possess? Lin Mo inquired, casting a glance at Han Li. Pills? Han Li frowned slightly. I only have a few vials left, and they are for my own cultivation. If you are willing to part with them, I am prepared to offer 5 additional vials. What do you think? Upon hearing Han Li's words, Lin Mo's smile deepened. 5 vials are too few. Should you be willing to part with 10, this shall be yours. With that, Lin Mo produced a palm-sized wolf-shaped puppet. This is a puppet I crafted. Once infused with spiritual power, it will explode. The explosive power is sufficient to rival a full-force strike from a practitioner at the late stage of Qi refinement. Chapter 2. The Fundamentals of Talismans. With a nod, Han Li placed several golden marrow pills and Huanglong pills onto the wooden table. Here, Lin Mo said, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he handed over the fragment of a magical artifact to Han Li. Farewell. Han Li respectfully cupped his hands together before turning to leave. Observing Han Li's retreating figure, Lin Mo's lips curled upwards as he flicked his wrist, causing the pills to swiftly enter his storage bag. The fragment of the artifact had been purchased by Lin Mo just a few days prior, costing him his entire fortune of 20 low-grade spirit stones, in addition to acquiring the golden bamboo brush and the foundational methods of talisman crafting. With these pills, he was more than equipped to break through to the 10th level of Qi refining. After collecting a few basic cultivation manuals, worth merely a handful of spirit stones, into his storage bag, Lin Mo made his way down a dimly lit alley to a dilapidated wooden cabin. A puppet wolf, nearly the size of a person, lay in front of the door. Puppet. Cultivation level. 8th layer of Qi refining. Spells. Fireball. Gale. Do not let anyone approach. Lin Mo said as he patted the puppet wolf's head and entered the cabin. Inside, there was a simple wooden bed and table, sparsely furnished. The table held the golden bamboo brush and several blank talisman papers, while the floor was strewn with failed talismans. Talismans are categorized into primary, intermediate, advanced, and top-tier levels, with primary talismans further divided into lower, middle, and upper tiers. The lower-tier primary talismans unleash power comparable to a full-force strike from cultivators in the first 4 layers of Qi refining. The upper-tier primary talismans possess strength equivalent to a full-force strike from a 9th-layer Qi refining expert, or even at their peak. Intermediate talismans correspond to the full power of foundation-building cultivators, while advanced talismans reflect the full might of core formation practitioners, also known as true talismans. Though the art of talisman crafting is arduous, Lin Mo picked up his brush and began to sketch on a piece of talisman paper. Talisman Crafting Experience 1. Talisman Crafting Experience 1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the basics of talisman crafting. Joy lit up Lin Mo's face as he heard the system notification. After wasting more than 100 talismans, I have finally grasped it. With that, he retrieved a pale yellow talisman paper. A gentle, pale white glow enveloped the paper as the golden bamboo brush danced across it. Moments later, a lower-tier ice spike talisman manifested before Lin Mo. Finally succeeded. He beamed, quickly storing the talisman in his bag. His gaze shifted to the remaining stack of talisman papers. With renewed vigor, he crafted all of them into talismans. Despite only having mastered the basics of talisman crafting, Lin Mo's success rate was remarkably low, at about 10%. He ended up creating 6 ice spike talismans, with one achieving a middle-tier primary status, meaning its power rivaled a full-force strike from a mid-tier Qi refining expert. Not bad. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. I could sell these talismans for a profit. Yet, before that, he resolved to focus on his cultivation breakthrough first. A surge of determination coursed through him as he sat cross-legged on the wooden bed, focusing his mind. Ding. Gained 1 point of spiritual energy from breathing. Ding. Gained 1 point of spiritual energy from breathing. Lin Mo's system was rather peculiar. In essence, it simplified the path of cultivation. While others required meditation to cultivate, Lin Mo simply needed to breathe. When it came to crafting talismans, others had to infuse spiritual energy into the talismans to enhance proficiency, while Lin Mo merely needed to doodle with the golden bamboo brush on the talisman paper to gain experience. This was why he could master both talisman crafting and puppet techniques in such a short span of time. Even the protagonist Han Li had expended a great deal of effort during the foundation building stage to master puppet techniques. He retrieved a golden marrow pill. Ding! As a pale yellow pill landed in his hand, a rich fragrance wafted towards him. The quality was beyond reproach. Lin Mo promptly swallowed the golden marrow pill. It dissolved instantly in his mouth, unleashing a wave of warmth that coursed through his meridians and finally converged in his dantian. Ding! Cultivation gained 100 points of spiritual energy. Ding! Cultivation gained 100 points of spiritual energy. The golden marrow pill drastically accelerated Lin Mo's cultivation speed, nearly 100-fold. Days passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a month had elapsed. With a deep exhale, Lin Mo expelled a cloud of murky air from his mouth. The effects of the golden marrow pills and huanglong pills were truly remarkable, propelling him to break through to the 10th layer of qi refining. Host: Lin Mo. Cultivation level: 10th layer of qi refining. Spiritual root: Ice spiritual root. Cultivation method: Cold jade technique. 10th layer. Spells: Ice spike. Object control: Ice shield. Great change technique. 1st layer. Basic puppet technique. Basic talisman crafting. Divine abilities. None. Gazing at his attributes, Lin Mo nodded slightly, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Though I still have some pills left, I have reached the 10th layer of qi refining. The efficacy of those pills has significantly diminished. Bring me 1,000 sheets of talisman paper. Lin Mo approached a shop specializing in talisman crafting supplies. Compared to the humble stall where he had previously conned Han Li, this shop was far more upscale. The left side was adorned with talisman brushes, while the right displayed various styles of talismans, organized by tier. The lower-tier primary talismans were priced at 2 low-grade spirit stones, while the intermediate primary talismans were considerably more expensive, costing 5 low-grade spirit stones. The upper-tier primary talismans were priced even higher, requiring 40 to 50 low-grade spirit stones. 100 sheets of talisman paper for 5 low-grade spirit stones. In total, 50 low-grade spirit stones. The shopkeeper, a middle-aged man with a pair of goat-like whiskers, squinted at Lin Mo with a smile. You seem to be a novice in the art of talismans. A fine talisman brush is essential. Before he could finish, Lin Mo waved his hand, interrupting. I already have a brush. Just throw in a box of vermilion powder. Sure. The shopkeeper readily agreed. I'm short on spirit stones. How about these 2 bottles of huanglong pills? Lin Mo presented the remaining 2 bottles of huanglong pills to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper, shrewd as he was, sniffed the pills lightly, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes before he nodded in approval. After acquiring the talisman paper and vermilion powder, Lin Mo hurried back to his cabin. He meticulously ground the crimson powder, allowing the golden bamboo brush to absorb its red hue. Spreading the talisman papers across the table, he began crafting talismans. Based on Lin Mo's success rate, out of 1,000 sheets, he ultimately succeeded in crafting 105 talismans, 5 of which were classified as intermediate primary talismans. Chapter 3. Acquiring Iron Essence. The once-in-a-decade Ascension Conference was in full swing, and Han Li, possessing the Ascension token, was evidently somewhere chuckling to himself. With the Ascension token from Huangfeng Valley, Han Li had no need to compete in the arena like others, allowing him direct access to Huangfeng Valley and the opportunity to obtain a foundation-building pill coveted by qi refining practitioners. Lin Mo donned a black robe today, and after adjusting his attire, he pushed open the door to his room. Come back. With a flick of his right hand, the puppet wolf lying before the door was swiftly absorbed into his storage pouch. The crafting of puppets is considerably more intricate than the creation of talismans. In addition to requiring spiritual wood for the puppet's body, one must also forge an energy core for it. Generally, a low-grade spirit stone can sustain a qi-refining 8th-layer puppet wolf in battle for about the duration of a tea break. Moreover, to enable the puppet wolf to cast spells, one must impose restrictions upon it. The disciple from the Thousand Bamboo Sect possessed only a few books, limited to a single restriction for the fireball technique. Consequently, the puppet beast he created could only unleash fireballs. Previously, the explosive puppet sold to Han Li was developed by Lin Mo himself and was a one-time use puppet. Its core restriction was unstable. Once infused with spiritual energy, it would explode after 5 breaths. It was indeed a formidable weapon. Whoosh! In the dark night, a sharp sound of breaking air suddenly echoed from afar, swiftly retreating into the distance. Lin Mo murmured softly, intrigued by the commotion. He had chosen to rent a small house near the back mountain, an area seldom frequented by others. Let us go take a look. Driven by curiosity, Lin Mo leapt into the night, vanishing from sight. Little mountain, don't try to escape. Just wait for us to claim your life. As Lin Mo approached, he noticed the guide, Han Li, exhibiting signs of black energy on his face. His steps were unsteady, clearly affected by some form of poison. Following Wan Xiaoshan were a man and a woman, both of considerable cultivation, around the 8th layer of qi refining. The man emitted a faint green aura from his right hand, evidently the source of the potent poison afflicting Wan Xiaoshan. Observing this scene, Lin Mo furrowed his brow. There remained a mastermind, the Qingwen Taoist, who had yet to reveal himself. Lin Mo gently reached into his storage pouch, grasping 2 intermediate-level ice spike talismans. First, I must deal with these 2. Among the trio, the Qingwen Taoist was the strongest at the 9th layer of qi refining. Despite his usual demeanor of righteousness, he often deceived fledgling cultivators like Wan Xiaoshan into joining him under the pretense of a weak, scattered cultivator needing a group for protection, only to ambush them later and seize their magical artifacts and spirit stones. Such behavior was indeed more despicable than that of so-called demonic cultivators. With a surge of spiritual energy, 2 pale yellow talismans erupted into a chilling mist. Under the veil of this icy fog, they transformed into arm-length ice spikes. Whoosh! Whoosh! Accompanied by ear-piercing sounds of air splitting, the ice spikes swiftly materialized behind the man and woman. Not good. Hu Pinggu reacted quickly, hastily sidestepping. The barrage of ice spikes pierced through Wu Jiuzhi, leaving him cold and lifeless. Although Hu Pinggu managed to retreat first, several ice spikes still embedded themselves into her body. You! Turning her face away, Hu Pinggu pointed at Lin Mo, her eyes filled with disbelief. After committing so many acts of murder and theft, do you not fear the consequences? Lin Mo scoffed coldly, retreating a step. Hu Pinggu's injuries were grievous, leaving her no chance of survival. Why waste spiritual energy on her? As blood continued to flow, Hu Pinggu's complexion turned pale, and after struggling, she collapsed to the ground. Lin Mo smirked slightly, advancing to collect the storage pouches from the 2 fallen cultivators. It was no wonder these scattered cultivators were fond of killing and plundering. Their gains were substantial in mere moments. Buzzing. Lin Mo's keen senses detected an unusual sound behind him, prompting him to pat his waist pouch. Whoosh! Whoosh! 3 red lights flared, and 3 puppet wolves landed before him. These 3 puppet wolves, each at the 8th layer of qi refining, were crafted with significant effort and resources by Lin Mo. He had even been left without a suitable magical artifact. It's you. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Lin Mo's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Han Li. The person approaching was none other than Han Li, whom he had previously outwitted. Little mountain, Han Li exclaimed, noticing Wan Xiaoshan at Lin Mo's feet. Brother Han, I was ambushed by the Qingwen Taoist. Wan Xiaoshan, barely clinging to life, weakly pointed towards Lin Mo. Thanks to this senior brother's timely intervention. Hearing this, Han Li felt a wave of relief and hurriedly approached Wan Xiaoshan. Here, he placed a deep green pill directly into Wan Xiaoshan's mouth. This is the Qingling powder. You'll be fine after taking it. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, glancing at the verdant pill. That's merely a common pill. It might be effective against ordinary toxins. As he spoke, Lin Mo opened the storage pouch of the poison cultivator. With a whoosh, a white porcelain vial appeared in his hand. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the antidote. He handed it to Han Li, who quickly opened the cap, took a careful sniff, and upon detecting no anomalies, retrieved a white pill from within and placed it in Wan Xiaoshan's mouth. Remarkably, as soon as it entered his system, the dark aura clouding Wan Xiaoshan's face dissipated significantly, allowing him to shakily rise to his feet. Thank you, kind brother, for your timely rescue. Wan Xiaoshan, being new to the world of cultivation, was quite innocent and promptly bowed in gratitude to Lin Mo. I am forever indebted for this life-saving grace. As he spoke, Wan Xiaoshan patted his waist pouch, and several red lights flared, falling to the ground. These are all my possessions. I offer them as a token of gratitude for your life-saving kindness. Hearing Wan Xiaoshan's sincere words, even Lin Mo felt a twinge of embarrassment. No need. Just as he was about to wave it off, an object caught his attention. It was a piece of pitch-black fine iron, seemingly an ordinary item. However, even Lin Mo, who practiced the Great Yin decision, could not see through it. This item? Lin Mo pointed to the iron-like object. This is an iron mother I stumbled upon. It can. But I don't even know your name. Lin Mo smiled slightly. Lin Mo? Aswan Xiaoshan placed the iron mother in Lin Mo's hand. A clear system notification chimed. Ding. You have acquired one piece of iron essence. Iron essence. Refined by core formation stage alchemists, it can enhance the power and hardness of magical artifacts. Chapter 4. Seeking apprenticeship at the Shiyue sect. What a splendid treasure. Lin Mo felt a surge of joy within, promptly stowing the iron essence into his storage pouch. I truly appreciate this iron mother. However, time is of the essence. Farewell. With that, Lin Mo's figure flickered as he walked away into the distance. Watching Lin Mo's departing silhouette, Han Li's eyes glimmered, momentarily lost in thought. The Ascension Conference is nearing its conclusion. Lin Mo smirked, gazing ahead as he made his way towards the arena. The 7 great sects of the Yu Kingdom are Yin Yu Sect, Huangfeng Valley, Spirit Beast Mountain, Qingsu Gate, Huadao Workshop, Tian Ke Fortress, and Giant Sword Sect. Among them, Yin Yu Sect possesses the greatest strength, followed closely by Spirit Beast Mountain. During each Ascension Conference, the 7 sects collectively allocate 70 slots. However, these slots are fixed, while the talents are very much alive. Should a candidate possess a heavenly spirit root or an extraordinary spirit root, even if the quota of 10 has already been filled, outstanding individuals will still be welcomed into the sect. Most importantly, disciples with heavenly spirit roots or extraordinary spirit roots are exempt from participating in the arena battles and may join the sect directly. Lin Mo, who possesses an ice spirit root, also bypasses the need for combat and can join the sect outright. Although the protagonist Han Li is affiliated with Huangfeng Valley, Lin Mo deems it the most secure option based on his understanding of the plot. However, having finally arrived in this world of mortal cultivation, the dual cultivation expertise of Yin Yu Sect clearly appeals more to Lin Mo. Did you know? The female cultivators of Yin Yu Sect are not only evaluated on their aptitude, but also on their beauty. It is rumored that the sect holds a dual cultivation ceremony every month. What is this dual cultivation ceremony, you ask? It is an event designed to foster dual cultivation between male and female cultivators. As Lin Mo approached the arena for disciple recruitment at Yin Yu Sect, he heard a series of soft exclamations. Water Fire Earth Spirit Root, Qi Refining Level 8, Bone Age 40, eliminated. Water Fire Spirit Root, Qi Refining Level 9, Bone Age 28, eligible for the arena competition. Water Spirit Heavenly Root, Qi Refining Level 10, Bone Age 16, may join the sect directly. Upon hearing the term Heavenly Spirit Root, the crowd erupted in excitement. A Heavenly Spirit Root. You might not know this, but this individual is Yin Ruyan, the daughter of the foundation-building period master of Yin Family Fortress. Including Yin Ruyan, this marks the 5th disciple selected for Yin Yu Sect at this year's Ascension Conference. Listening to the murmurs around him, Lin Mo turned his gaze toward Yin Ruyan, who wore a pink dress, embodying youthful charm and playfulness. Alas, in the original story, this flower ends up marrying that scoundrel Wang Chan. Lin Mo shook his head slightly, unable to suppress a sigh. Since I am here, I must witness it all. With great confidence, Lin Mo stepped forward, gripping the stone used for testing spirit roots. With a resounding hum, frost instantly began to coalesce. This is an ice spirit root. The foundation-building cultivator conducting the test was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing the ice spirit root. After all, encountering a heavenly spirit root followed so swiftly by an ice spirit root was quite astonishing. Ice spirit root, Qi Refining Level 10, Bone Age 15, may join our Yin Yu Sect directly. Observing this scene, Yin Ruyan cast a glance at Lin Mo. While the extraordinary spirit root is not as prestigious as the heavenly spirit root, it is still notably exceptional. Given the right cultivation methods, the speed of advancement could rival that of the heavenly spirit root. Follow me. In the presence of the two possessing heavenly and extraordinary spirit roots, Feng Yuan was exceedingly cordial. I am Feng Yuan. You may call me Uncle Feng. In the realm of cultivation sects, status and strength are intertwined. As Feng Yuan is a foundation-building period cultivator, both Lin Mo and Yin Ruyan must address him as Uncle. Uncle Feng, when can we head to the sect? Yin Ruyan blinked her large eyes, looking up at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan glanced at Yin Ruyan and smiled slightly. According to the rules, you two should wait for the selection of the other 4 before returning to the sect. However, coincidentally, I need to return to the sect, so I shall escort all 6 of you back. While speaking, Feng Yuan led Lin Mo and Yin Ruyan to a courtyard. In the courtyard, There were one man and 3 women engaged in conversation. The 3 young women, aged around 16 or 17, had complexions that glowed with health, and a faint fragrance wafted through the air. Observing this scene, Lin Mo couldn't help but smile. Joining Yin Yu sect was indeed a wise choice. Feng Yuan addressed the 4. You all should prepare. We are departing immediately. Upon hearing this, a girl in a white dress stepped forward, her brows slightly furrowed. But there are still some people missing. Why are we leaving now? Yes, yes. A girl resembling her chimed in. Oh, could they be twins? Lin Mo mused quietly. Stroking his chin, the 2 girls dared to speak to a foundation-building Feng Yuan in such a manner, indicating their significant background. Could they be the famed Yin Yu twins? Lin Mo's eyes flickered with realization. The treasured girl who perished at Han Li's hands was indeed one of the Yin Yu twins. Ahem. Hearing the 2 girls, Feng Yuan cleared his throat. If you 2 wish to remain here, I will not insist. The urgency with which Feng Yuan was returning to the sect was undoubtedly due to the presence of Yen Rian and Lin Mo, both of whom were highly coveted talents at the Ascension Conference. To avoid any unforeseen complications, it was prudent to return to the sect sooner rather than later. Seeing that Uncle Feng had spoken, the 2 girls exchanged glances, deciding not to press the matter further. With a whoosh, a light blue flying ship emerged from Feng Yuan's storage bag. The palm-sized vessel expanded rapidly with the infusion of spiritual energy, quickly growing to a length of 5 zhang. Come aboard. Feng Yuan waved his hand, and a gentle breeze enveloped Lin Mo, lifting him onto the flying ship. A flying artifact. Lin Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. It was at least of mid-tier quality, likely high-tier. With a flick of his wrist, Feng Yuan sent forth a flurry of red lights. 6 storage bags, 6 green leaf-shaped flying artifacts, and 6 long swords appeared before them. Feng Yuan gestured toward the items on the ground, explaining, each person will receive 1 storage bag, 1 slender leaf-shaped flying artifact, and 1 low-tier offensive artifact. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo wasted no time. He swiftly picked up a green bamboo leaf. The leaf was long and slender, resembling a delicate green flying sword, and it quickly grew to half his height. Ding dong. Low-tier flying artifact, flying leaf. Lin Mo flicked his wrist, and the flying leaf was instantly stored in his storage bag, after which he retrieved the long sword-like artifact. In comparison to the flying leaf, this artifact appeared rather mundane and failed to capture Lin Mo's interest. Chapter 5. The Swift Cultivation Method of De Yanju. With a whoosh, the flying ship transformed into a blue shadow, vanishing from sight. Holding the Huangfeng Valley Ascension token, Han Li gazed at the departing vessel, a smile gracing his lips. The ship traveled swiftly, reaching a misty mountain peak within mere hours. As the foremost sect of the Yu Kingdom, Yin Yu sect's location is indeed exceptional. The 3 tallest peaks in the Yu Kingdom are owned by Yin Yu sect. The pavilions and towers atop the mountains are intricately carved, with stone bridges and flowing waters, while waterfalls cascade as if descending from the heavens. The concealed protective array envelopes the spiritual energy within the mountains, not allowing even a trace to escape, condensing into pure white spiritual mist. Just 1 breath of this air rivals half a tea's worth of arduous cultivation in the outside world. Each breath grants 5 units of spiritual energy. Listening to the system's notification, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. The spiritual energy here is 5 times that of the outside world. Greetings, senior brother. I am Yen Rian. May I inquire about your esteemed name and origins? As she spoke, Yen Rian gracefully approached Lin Mo, her smile radiant. You are quite young, yet have already achieved the remarkable cultivation level of the 10th layer of Qi refinement. I am truly in awe. I am Lin Mo. He replied, momentarily taken aback. He couldn't help but think how astonishingly mature the women in this world were. At merely 16, Yen Rian's every smile and frown was irresistibly captivating. To share a connection with her would indeed be a delightful distraction. Ding. The Da Yin Decision Cultivation. Spiritual Awareness Level 1. Ding. The Da Yin Decision Cultivation. Spiritual Awareness Level 1. Lin Mo had always practiced the Da Yin Decision through daydreaming. Yet now, the mere thought of that matter made his mind exceptionally lucid. If he were to truly enact it, what might ensue? Ding. The Da Yin Decision Cultivation. Spiritual Awareness Level 2. Ding. The Da Yin Decision Cultivation. Spiritual Awareness Level 2. Hearing the system's notifications, Lin Mo's expression darkened. This technique was indeed quite unorthodox. Ellen, senior brother, what are you doing? Yen Rian stepped back in fright, gazing at Lin Mo, who was staring at her intently. Coughing, Lin Mo snapped back to reality. I was merely lost in thought, my apologies. He awkwardly rubbed his nose. I hail from the far western lands and am but a wandering cultivator. Senior brother. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Yin Ruyan, who had initially wished to cultivate a friendship with Lin Mo, now sought to distance herself. After all, Lin Mo was a disciple of the ice spirit root, destined for foundational success, and perhaps even breakthroughs to the core formation stage if fortune favored him. As the future leader of the Yin family fortress, Yin Ruyan would not overlook this opportunity. However, Lin Mo's earlier demeanor had genuinely startled her. Oh, ahead lies the Hidden Moon Sect. Just then, a voice from ahead broke the moment. Feng Yuan waved his right hand, accelerating the flying vessel beneath them. It transformed into a blue shadow, descending upon a vast stone plaza. Upon landing, Lin Mo immediately sensed an overwhelming pressure. Were these two figures before him core formation cultivators? His pupils narrowed, and his gaze flickered. As a cultivator in the late stages of chi refinement, the foundational cultivators could not possibly exert such intense pressure on him. Feng Yuan, a female cultivator in palace attire, raised an eyebrow, glancing at Feng Yuan. Why have only 6 disciples been admitted to this year's Ascension Conference? Is the quality truly so poor? Perceiving the reproach in her words, Feng Yuan quickly bowed. Mistress, this year's disciples are of notably higher quality. We have admitted one with a heavenly spirit root and another with an ice spirit root. At this, the elder in a blue robe, who had kept his eyes closed, immediately opened them and fixed his gaze upon Feng Yuan. Lin Mo, Yin Ruyan, come forth. Seeing this, Feng Yuan beckoned to Lin Mo and Yin Ruyan. They exchanged glances but did not hesitate, swiftly stepping forward. The moment they approached, Lin Mo felt as though he was being thoroughly assessed. Very good. The elder nodded approvingly. To reach the 10th layer of chi refinement at such a young age is indeed commendable. With a swift motion of his right hand, the elder conjured 2 pale green lights that landed steadily before them. These foundation establishment pills are my personal gift to you both. I hope to see you successfully establish your foundations by our next meeting. Lin Mo's face lit up with joy upon seeing the foundation establishment pills, and he quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, elder. The ever-composed Yin Ruyan, being of a heavenly spirit root, remained unfazed, knowing that her path to the nascent soul stage would be relatively smooth. The foundation establishment pills that others required were unnecessary for her. The palace-attired matron waved her hand dismissively. Feng Yuan, please see to their accommodations. Feng Yuan nodded, then addressed the 6 newcomers. You are all newly initiated disciples and will be residing on the Mingyue Peak. The individuals you just encountered are the core formation elders overseeing the entire Mingyue Peak. As they followed Feng Yuan, he continued to explain the various rules and regulations of the Hidden Moon Sect, granting them a general understanding of the sect. The Hidden Moon Sect boasted over 30,000 disciples, the majority of whom were in the chi refinement stage. In contrast, there were likely fewer than 500 foundation establishment cultivators. For the Hidden Moon Sect, only those at the foundation establishment stage were considered the mainstay of the sect. In terms of sheer strength, a single foundation establishment cultivator could rival dozens of chi refinement cultivators. Regarding core formation cultivators, Feng Yuan provided only vague numbers, over 30. He said nothing further about those at the nascent soul stage. However, based on Lin Mo's deductions, the Hidden Moon Sect was the strongest among the 7 sects of the Yu Kingdom, with the presence of a certain ancestor Linghu in Huangfeng Valley. It was reasonable to assume that the Hidden Moon Sect had at least 2 nascent soul cultivators. Otherwise, how could they claim the title of the foremost sect in the Yu Kingdom? Soon, Feng Yuan broached a topic that piqued Lin Mo's interest. Our Hidden Moon Sect promotes dual cultivation, and our sect's techniques include numerous teachings on this subject. There is no need for discretion within the sect. Chapter 6. The completion of chi refinement. As he had yet to enter the foundation establishment stage, Lin Mo could not open his own cave dwelling. Feng Yuan led the 6 to a courtyard adorned with bellflower-like blossoms, their white sepals gleaming with a translucent luster, and the petal tips exhibiting varying shades of pale purple, resembling both dye and divine creation. This is the welcome hall, where chi refinement cultivators reside. Feng Yuan pointed to the courtyard and addressed the 6. The sect can provide you with protection and techniques, but how far you advance depends entirely on your own efforts. With that, Feng Yuan indicated a wooden railing behind him, which bore several white papers. These listed various sect tasks, such as slaying demon beasts or gathering spirit herbs. Completing these tasks could yield rewards in the form of spirit stones, elixirs, magical tools, and even techniques. The implication was clear: to excel in the path of cultivation, one must be willing to exert greater effort than others. There are dozens of houses in the eastern courtyard. You may choose freely. Feng Yuan gestured toward the palace ahead, then turned to the 6 newcomers. If you have any questions, feel free to consult the elders in the Mingyue Hall. With that, Feng Yuan swiftly ascended onto a flying sword, vanishing with a whoosh. The speed of the flying sword far surpassed that of the vessel. Lin Mo turned to survey the houses behind him. After a cursory glance, he ultimately chose a secluded dwelling by the stream. This one will do. Lin Mo murmured to himself, his gaze falling upon a piece of golden wood affixed to the door. This is, with a wave of his right hand. The golden wood was instantly drawn into Lin Mo's grasp, inscribed with the characters for the door's restrictions. As the spiritual energy surged within Lin Mo, a faint white light curtain instantly enveloped the door before him, resembling a defensive barrier. Lin Mo smiled lightly, observing that the barrier's power might be insufficient even to deter a first-layer Qi refinement cultivator. It seemed to serve merely as a rudimentary alarm, which was better than nothing. Upon entering, he found the interior to be quite simplistic. First, he pondered the rewards of his journey. He patted his storage bag, and a puppet wolf materialized before him. With a surge of spiritual energy, the puppet wolf expanded to a meter in height, transforming into a shadow that deftly landed at the entrance. He then retrieved 2 storage bags from his robe. Wu Jiao and Aunt Hu Ping had aimed to harm him, but ended up perishing by their own hands. How laughable. With a whoosh, several items shot forth from the storage bags, accompanied by a series of piercing sounds. Among them were 3 magical artifacts, 12 low-tier spirit stones, 2 foundational cultivation techniques, and various miscellaneous pills and herbs. The pills and herbs were quite common and held no interest for Lin Mo. Of the magical artifacts, the 2 low-tier ones seemed only fit for sale. However, the remaining mixed element pearl from Aunt Hu Ping was a decent find, being a mid-tier offensive artifact with considerable power. With a flick of his wrist, he stored the mixed element pearl in his storage bag and turned his gaze toward the 2 foundational techniques, the flame technique and the eternal spring technique. Neither was suitable for Lin Mo, despite his ice spiritual root. He could also cultivate water and earth techniques, as ice was a fusion of both. After placing the spirit stones and mixed element pearl into his storage bag, he stored the remaining items in the other 2 bags for future sale. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo sat cross-legged, his gaze resolute. The blood-red trial was 3 years away, and he must hasten his cultivation. Ding. Spiritual energy 30. Ding. Spiritual energy 30. Ding. Spiritual energy 30. With each crisp system notification, waves of surging spiritual energy flooded into his dantian, constantly boosting Lin Mo's cultivation. Time is of the essence. 2 foundation establishment cultivators from the Mingyue Peak exchanged glances. Should they take in the disciple with the heavenly spiritual root and the one with the unusual spiritual root? The disciple with the heavenly root hailed from the Yin family fortress and was still under observation. As for the one with the unusual root, it was discovered that he was from the far west. They would wait until he reached the foundation establishment stage to decide. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. A torrent of chilling light suddenly enveloped Lin Mo, a fierce cold mist seemingly freezing the space around him. Lin Mo abruptly opened his eyes, a surge of icy mist pouring forth from his mouth. Host. Lin Mo, strength, 13 layers of Qi refinement, spiritual root, ice spiritual root, cultivation technique, 13th layer of the cold jade formula, spells, ice spike technique, object control technique, ice shield technique, ice manipulation technique, 2nd layer of the great transformation technique, beginner puppet technique, intermediate talisman technique, divine powers, none, indeed, during this period. Lin Mo not only advanced the cold jade formula to the 13th layer, but also utilized visualization techniques to elevate the great transformation technique to the 2nd layer. Glancing at the beautiful images strewn across his bed, Lin Mo waved his right hand, instantly storing them in his bag. Who should he visualize this time? He hadn't team met Nangong Wan, so perhaps he would visualize Yen Ruyan instead. Muttering to himself, Lin Mo took out several blank talisman papers and a golden brush, beginning to sketch Yen Ruyan. Ding. Talisman Technique Experience 1. Ding. Great Transformation Technique Training, Consciousness 1. Ding. Talisman Technique Experience 1. Ding. Great Transformation Technique Training, Consciousness 1. Senior Brother Lin. Ruyan seeks an audience. At that moment, a soft voice echoed in his ears. Yen Ruyan had arrived? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, and the system prompt chimed again. Ding. Great Transformation Technique Training, Consciousness 10. How exhilarating. Lin Mo rubbed his nose and stored the image of Ruyan in his storage bag. With a creak, he opened the door to find Yen Ruyan standing before him in a pink lawn dress. After 2 years, she had grown even more enchanting, her fair complexion exuding a subtle fragrance. 12th layer of Qi refinement. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened, and he murmured, Junior Sister Ruyan has reached the 12th layer, just a step away from foundation establishment. As a heavenly spiritual root, Ruyin required no foundation establishment pills. She merely needed to cultivate to the 13th layer to break through. Full circle of chi refinement. A glimmer flashed in Ruyin's eyes as her cherry-red lips parted in surprise. Fortuitous. Lin Mo smiled softly, looking at Ruyin, and asked, "What brings you here, junior sister?" Initially hesitant to disturb senior brother Lin, Ruyin felt compelled to speak upon witnessing his impressive cultivation. Chapter 7, Level 2, Demonic Beast. The sect had issued a task, promising a blue water stone as a reward. Ruyin smiled radiantly. "I need to forge a top-tier magical artifact, and the blue water stone is the most crucial material." Listening to her words, Lin Mo stroked his chin, remaining silent as he regarded Ruyin. "Of course, I shall not ask for your assistance without recompense." Her fair skin glowed with a hint of blush. Not even tofu could match that whiteness, Lin Mo thought. Raising an eyebrow. Ding. Great transformation technique training, consciousness 5. Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback, unexpectedly unable to resist training the great transformation technique again. Ruyin was willing to offer a foundation establishment pill as payment. How does senior brother Lin feel about that? Upon hearing Ruyin's words, Lin Mo was momentarily stunned. Unable to refrain from asking, "You'll give me a foundation establishment pill?" Although the pill was of no use to Ruyin, it held immense value for ordinary second or third spiritual root cultivators. For instance, Hanli had consumed 8 foundation establishment pills before successfully establishing his foundation. For cultivators of lesser aptitude, achieving foundation establishment was no simple feat with just one pill. Thus, the price of foundation establishment pills had skyrocketed. One could hardly acquire one for less than several thousand spirit stones, comparable to a talisman treasure. It seemed that Ruyin's request was far from simple. With this in mind, Lin Mo did not respond directly, but instead inquired, "May I first know the details of the sect mission?" "Of course." Ruyin nodded, her gaze steady upon Lin Mo. In the spirit beast forest of Mingyue Mountain, a level 2 demonic beast, the snow-patterned cold serpent, has escaped. To prevent inter-sect chi refinement disciples from being harmed, the task has been issued. Consequently, many foundation establishment seniors are eager to participate. After listening to Ruyin's explanation, Lin Mo stroked his chin. Does this task entail capturing the snow-patterned cold serpent or slaying it? Both are acceptable. Ruyin smiled sweetly, regarding Lin Mo. "What are your thoughts, senior brother Lin?" Lin Mo decisively replied, "When do we depart?" Having reached the full circle of chi refinement, he was eager to gauge the distance to the foundation establishment stage. "Tomorrow morning." Ruyin gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and remarked, "There will be a senior brother from my Yin family fortress accompanying us. Having an extra person would indeed enhance our safety. As long as I am provided with a sufficient quantity of foundation establishment pills, the number of companions is of little concern to me." Gazing at Ruyin's departing figure, Lin Mo's eyes flickered with contemplation. It is time to procure some magical artifacts at the market. It is rather embarrassing that despite reaching the pinnacle of chi training, Lin Mo possesses only a mid-tier magical artifact, the primordial pearl. Thus, it is high time to acquire a high-tier offensive magical artifact. The market of the Shadow Moon Sect resembles an ordinary human town, featuring a lengthy bluestone street. Alongside the street are houses of varying heights, with vermilion plaques inscribed with names like 100 Crafts Workshop, Du Pavilion, and 10,000 Treasures Loft. Upon spotting the 10,000 Treasures Loft, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and a smile crept across his lips. The business of 10,000 Treasures Loft is indeed thriving, as it has established a presence in nearly every cultivation sect throughout the entire Yu Kingdom. Observing the bustling crowd, Lin Mo retrieved a wooden mask from his storage bag. This mask, crafted using puppet techniques and embedded with his spiritual consciousness, ensures that only those at the mid to late stages of foundation establishment can discern his visage. Though still in the chi training phase, his spiritual strength, thanks to the second layer of the great transformation technique, rivals that of a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. As evening descended, the market was relatively quiet, allowing no one to take notice of Lin Mo's actions. After completing his preparations, Lin Mo stepped into the 10,000 Treasures Loft. Upon entering, he discovered a magnificent hall, brilliantly illuminated and lavishly adorned. As soon as a customer entered, a maid clad in a green blouse swiftly approached. "Esteemed guest, how may I assist you?" Perhaps due to the influence of the Shadow Moon Sect, although the attendants possessed average cultivation, they were exceptionally attractive. "I have some materials I wish to sell," Lin Mo replied, a faint smile gracing his lips as he produced a storage bag from within his robe. "Please follow me," the green-clad maid responded promptly, leading Lin Mo to the second floor. There, an elderly man with white hair sat with his eyes closed, dozing. Lin Mo's eyes gleamed with a hint of white light as he muttered softly. Chi training at the 9th level. Elder Su, this guest wishes to sell some items. Upon hearing the maid's words, the elderly man opened his eyes, turned to Lin Mo, and asked, "What treasures do you have? Let me have a look." With a flick of his wrist, Lin Mo placed a storage bag on the table. Streams of red light began to pour forth from the bag. Inside were 2 low-tier magical artifacts, a collection of vials, and over 100 low-tier talismans. Is this all? Elder Su raised an eyebrow, picked up a low-tier talisman, and remarked, "Ice Spike Talisman, 2 spirit stones each. A total of 200 low-tier spirit stones. As for the low-tier magical artifacts, they are 10 spirit stones each. Regarding these." Elder Su lifted the remaining vials and stated, 5 spirit stones. That makes a total of 225 spirit stones. Elder Su turned to Lin Mo and inquired, "How do you find this price?" "It seems reasonable." Lin Mo nodded and then addressed the maid. "You need not provide the spirit stones just yet. I still wish to procure some items. Then I shall take you to the treasure chamber on the 2nd floor." The maid quickly responded, leading Lin Mo to the lounge, where a scholarly middle-aged man stood with arms crossed. The maid quietly whispered to him. After listening, the middle-aged man approached with a courteous bow and a smile, saying, "I am Wang Yu, the manager of the 10,000 Treasures branch of the Shadow Moon Sect. May I inquire your name?" "Muhei." Lin Mo replied with a faint smile, revealing his alias. Wang Yu regarded Lin Mo and asked, "What can I assist you with, Brother Mo?" "Magical artifacts, elixirs, or talismans." 1,000 blank talismans. A high-tier offensive magical artifact. A piece of black shin wood. Upon hearing Lin Mo's requests, Wang Yu nodded and replied, "For the talismans, 80 spirit stones should suffice. The black shin wood will be 20 spirit stones." Continuing, Wang Yu added, "As for the high-tier offensive magical artifacts, there are 2 options available for over 100 spirit stones. Please wait a moment." With a respectful bow, Wang Yu turned and entered the inner room. Having attained the intermediate level of talisman crafting, Lin Mo was now capable of inscribing mid-tier talismans. The 1,000 blank talismans might even yield high-tier talismans. The black Xian wood is essential for crafting puppets in the late Qi training stage. Chapter 8. The Acquisition of Talismans. Wang Yu did not keep Lin Mo waiting long, and soon returned with 2 magical artifacts in hand. One was a pale yellow longsword, and the other a small red dagger. This is the Yellow Dragon Sword, a high-tier magical artifact and a flying sword. Forged from yellow dragon steel by a master craftsman over 6 months, its power is extraordinary. As for this one, Wang Yu held up the red dagger, saying, "This is the Blazing Blade, crafted from a century-old blazing stone, and it carries the fire attribute flame technique, making it quite formidable." Both magical artifacts were impressive, but regrettably, Lin Mo's finances were limited, allowing for the purchase of only one. "Do you accept foundation establishment pills here?" Lin Mo asked directly, surveying Wang Yu. As an extraordinary spiritual root, consuming but 1 foundation establishment pill suffices for him to successfully establish his foundation, including the one in Brother Lu's possession. He had 3 in total, making it feasible to sell one. Wang Yu's expression brightened at Lin Mo's words. "You are willing to sell foundation establishment pills? The price is certainly negotiable." Lin Mo did not respond, but instead tapped his waist storage bag. A foundation establishment pill, radiating a faint blue glow, floated into his palm. Might this foundation establishment pill be exchanged for 2 talismans? Hearing Lin Mo's inquiry, Wang Yu stroked his chin, falling into contemplation. The price of the foundation establishment pill is high, yet talismans are not inexpensive either. Talismans are consumable items crafted using magical artifacts, activated through incantations, possessing about 1/10 to 1/12 the power of the original artifact. Typically, they are created by cultivators nearing the end of their lifespan, who wish to leave protective means for their descendants. Exchanging 1 foundation establishment pill for a single talisman is more than sufficient, but 2 talismans falls short. Realizing this, Wang Yu hastily exited the room. Watching Wang Yu depart, Lin Mo maintained a calm demeanor as he patiently awaited his return. Before long, Wang Yu reappeared, holding 2 exquisite boxes. Carefully, he opened them to reveal 2 deep purple orbs suspended within. Crackling sounds erupted from the orbs, reminiscent of thunder. These are thunder seeds, cultivated centuries ago by a mysterious cultivator who captured and condensed the essence of heaven and earth's lightning. Even foundation establishment cultivators would struggle to withstand a single strike from them. Originally, there were over 70, but now only a handful remain. I assure you, you will find no more thunder seeds available for purchase outside. Hearing this, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Wasn't there a thunder seed that had fallen into Han Li's possession at the 10,000 Treasures loft in Huangfeng Valley? With a snap, Wang Yu opened another exquisite box. A dazzling golden light began to emanate from within. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he stepped forward to peer inside. This is the Spirit Spring Sword, a talisman of great renown. I have acquired this from a small family of cultivators, yet it remains pristine and utterly unused. The talisman is indeed a consumable. With each successive use, its potency diminishes. Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully and gestured towards the distant yellow dragon sword, declaring that the deal would be complete once he received that sword. As he spoke, Lin Mo weighed the Foundation Establishment pill in his hand. The original text does not explicitly describe the value of the Foundation Establishment pill. However, it is known that during an auction held by the Great Gene, such a pill was presented. Thus, Lin Mo surmised that its price lies between 2,000 and 3,000 spirit stones. In contrast, the value of the Millennium Spirit Herb hovers around 1,500. Hence, Lin Mo concluded that the Foundation Establishment pill he possessed would suffice for acquiring these items. Although the iron essence he unexpectedly obtained should also fetch 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones, such treasures are rarely encountered. As for the Foundation Establishment pill, it is adequate for him. Should fortune favor him, he might even slay a few cultivators and acquire more. With a slight smile, the shopkeeper Wang remarked, "As this is your first visit to our Wanbao building, I shall grant you a favor." As he spoke, Wang clasped his hands and presented 2 elegant boxes to Lin Mo. Seeing the shopkeeper's decisiveness, Lin Mo promptly tossed the Foundation Establishment pill to him. With a flick of his wrist, the magical artifacts in the 2 boxes vanished into his storage pouch. Without lingering further, Lin Mo turned and departed. Observing Lin Mo's retreating figure, Wang Yu stroked his chin, murmuring softly, "This lad is indeed shrewd." As a living emblem of the cultivation trade in the state of Yu, Wanbao Building naturally would not engage in any nefarious dealings. After departing from Wanbao Building, Lin Mo did not tarry. Whoosh! A green flying leaf swiftly emerged from his storage pouch. Lin Mo leapt gracefully onto the flying leaf artifact, transforming into a fleeting shadow that vanished from sight. Upon returning to the Welcome Glory Hall, evening had descended, and the twilight cast a gentle glow upon the white clouds, tinged with hues of dusk. Riding the flying leaf, Lin Mo, clad in a flowing white robe, resembled a celestial swordsman. Is this what it means to be in a world of immortals? Standing atop the soft green leaf artifact, he felt a moment of daze. It had been over 6 years since he arrived in this world, and he could scarcely believe that he had risen above the clouds to become the cultivator he had long aspired to be. The following day, before the Welcome Glory Hall, Lin Mo stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing at the white clouds in the sky, murmuring, "That cloud bears a resemblance to yesterday's mate." Ding dong. As he practiced the great transformation technique, his consciousness soared to level 1. The mountain peak appeared as a mature woman bathing, truly a sight to behold. Ding dong. Practicing the great transformation technique, his consciousness reached level 5. Lin Shixiao, what are you murmuring about? Just as Lin Mo reveled in his increasing consciousness, he heard Yan Ruyan's gentle voice from behind. Turning around, he saw Yan Ruyan, dressed in a white gown, standing behind him. "Nothing much," Lin Mo replied awkwardly, waving his hand before inquiring, "Where is your senior brother?" "He should be arriving shortly," Yan Ruyan remarked, glancing to her right, where a faint yellow apparition flickered. A young man, riding a flying sword, approached at great speed and landed before them in an instant. 13th layer of Qi refinement. Sensing the powerful aura emanating from the young man, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Unexpectedly, this young man had also attained the pinnacle of Qi refinement. "This is Yan Qing, my cousin," Yan Ruyan continued, gesturing towards Lin Mo and quietly introducing him. "This is Lin Mo, who entered the sect with me, possessing a rare spiritual root." "Oh." Yan Qing raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Lin Mo from head to toe. With a smile and a bow, he remarked, "It seems Lin Shidi is the disciple with the ice spiritual root. Who would have thought your progress would be so swift, already reaching the pinnacle of Qi refinement? Your praise is unwarranted. It is merely good fortune." Lin Mo waved his hand and chuckled. Chapter 9, A Test. The 3 of them exchanged little pleasantries and immediately released their flying artifacts, soaring into the air. Although Lin Mo had acquired the yellow dragon sword, he was acutely aware of the dangers within the cultivation world. Despite the cheerful demeanor of the 2, he knew they could turn hostile at any moment. Thus, he stepped onto the flying leaf artifact gifted by the sect, leisurely trailing behind them. Among the 2, Yan Ruyan's artifact was the finest. She stood upon a light blue flying sword, shimmering with radiant hues, definitely a high-tier flying sword. In contrast, Yan Qing's sword emitted a duller glow, likely a mid-tier flying sword. From the grades of their artifacts, Lin Mo discerned that Yin Ruyan held a treasured status within the Yin family fortress. Following closely behind, they soon arrived at a stream. I have received word that a snow-patterned cold serpent was spotted in this area. Yin Ruyan pointed towards the stream below, her flying sword flashing with a glimmer of cold light. With a whoosh, she descended onto the surface of the stream. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened as he observed the stream below, feeling a faint chill rising from its depths. Be careful, Yin. That beast is a second-tier low-level demon beast. Yin Qing exclaimed with enthusiasm, positioning himself protectively in front of Yin Ruyan. Though they were cousins, in this era, they could marry. Moreover, Yin Qing harbored his own thoughts. With the dual cultivation conference approaching in 5 years, a male and female cultivator would compete, with the victors receiving substantial rewards. Naturally, Yin Qing wished to invite Yin Ruyan to participate alongside him. With his full confidence in himself, he believed that his accomplishment at the pinnacle of qi refinement, combined with their familiarity as cousins, made him the ideal candidate. However, with Lin Mo's appearance, Yin Qing felt an unsettling sense of rivalry. Lin Mo's looks and abilities were comparable to his own, and with his exceptional spiritual root, he surpassed Yin Qing in aptitude. This expedition to encounter the snow-patterned cold serpent would require him to demonstrate his worth. With a silent resolution, Yin Qing leaped towards the water's edge. Observing Yin Qing's figure, Lin Mo's lips curled into a smile as he shook his head. This was a second-tier demon beast, in terms of human cultivation levels. It equated to the early stage of foundation establishment. Although Yin Qing was formidable at the pinnacle of qi refinement, he would have little chance against such a creature. Lin Mo remained suspended in the air, his eyes gently closed. The immense power granted by the second layer of the Great Transformation technique afforded him a consciousness comparable to that of a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Lin Mo exclaimed softly as he noticed something unusual beneath the stream. Using his consciousness, he discerned that the stream's depths were unfathomable and the temperature exceedingly low. Several meters beneath the surface, frost had already begun to form. This location, situated on the mountainside, despite its low temperature, should not have been capable of producing such frost. Contemplating this, Lin Mo furrowed his brow and instinctively retreated a few steps. He grasped a basic intermediate ice spike talisman. Having spent the greater part of the previous night crafting 10 ice spike talismans, one of which boasted the power of a basic high-tier ice spike talisman, Yin Qing surveyed the surroundings by the stream before directing his gaze towards the water. Yinner, the cold mist here is thick. Perhaps that beast is not far from this location. As Yin Qing's voice faded, a colossal, snow-white python surged from the stream, leaping skyward. A serpent, adorned with pristine scales, appeared before Lin Mo. It resembled a snake, yet was distinctly more formidable, stretching approximately 5 zhang in length, enshrouded in a veil of white mist. Its mouth slightly agape. A chilling radiance coalesced within. Brother Yin. Upon sighting the enormous serpent, Yin Ruyan's complexion turned ashen, and she hurriedly called out. With a swift motion, the serpent's sharp fangs sank into Yin Qing's right thigh. The searing pain caused Yin Qing's face to pale, nearly rendering him unconscious. Yet, instinct for survival propelled him to thrust his flying sword toward the serpent's eye. Despite being a level 2 beast, its body was impervious. Yet the eyes remained its weak point. The sharp blade pierced through the serpent's eye, crimson blood trickling down. With a thunderous roar, the serpent writhed in agony, its grip on Yin Qing unyielding, tearing him asunder. He was flung to the ground, eyes shut, teetering between life and death. Blood dripped from the serpent's maw, exuding a gruesome aura. In shock, Yin Ruyan widened her eyes and waved her right hand. A blue jade hairpin shot forth from her storage bag, enveloped in mist, revealing its status as a top-tier water attribute artifact. Lin Mo, with a flick of his wrist, infused a talisman with spiritual energy, releasing a potent surge of power. Sharp icicles erupted from the ground, piercing toward the serpent. With rapid succession, the icy spikes struck the serpent's body, yet they shattered upon contact, leaving no trace on its immaculate scales. Damn it! Lin Mo cursed inwardly, recalling the Thunderchild talisman in his storage bag. To vanquish the level 2 snow-patterned cold serpent, it seemed the only recourse lay in that talisman. Suddenly, Lin Mo's keen perception detected a sweeping sensation above, prompting a slight smile. The yellow dragon sword. He gently tapped his storage bag, and a yellow longsword darted toward the serpent. The serpent's commotion surely hadn't gone unnoticed by the cultivators on the mountain, yet, curiously, not a single foundation establishment cultivator appeared. This led Lin Mo to suspect that the 2 Golden Core ancestors were deliberately allowing the situation to unfold. On Minghua Peak, the elder in blue remarked, Xionyang, These two possess considerable talent, and Lin Mo, with his rare spiritual root, reached the peak of qi refinement at merely 17. Xiaonyang glanced at El Qing, smiling gently. Brother El, I propose taking Yin Rian as my disciple. Her loyalty is commendable. El Qing shook his head slightly, murmuring, in my view, she is first and foremost a member of the Yin family. Her allegiance lies primarily with them, not with our Inua sect. Xiaonyang nodded, then inquired, what of Lin Mo? This one harbors profound thoughts. El Qing frowned, shaking his head. Though merely 17, his intellect surpasses even my eldest disciples. Chapter 10. Why does this serpent lack an aphrodisiac pill? Xiaonyang called out, Feng Yuan, descend and assist. Following her command, Feng Yuan nodded and hurried off. Meanwhile, the snow-patterned cold serpent opened its mouth, unleashing a frigid mist that instantly encased Yin Rian's sword in ice, causing it to plummet heavily from the air. Witnessing her top-tier artifact rendered ineffective, Yin Rian's expression shifted. She turned to Lin Mo, urging, hold it at bay for a moment. Clutching a talisman radiating a faint golden glow, Lin Mo's eyes narrowed, recognizing the significance of her artifact. With a low hum, the talisman vibrated, releasing a torrent of energy. The snow-patterned cold serpent, sensing the impending threat, lunged forward as a blue shadow. Lin Mo grasped a pale blue talisman, leaping forward. Having recently joined the sect, he hesitated to employ the Qian bamboo sect's techniques, fearing suspicion. With swift gestures, he summoned several ice spike talismans from his storage bag. Regrettably, he lacked fireball talismans, otherwise, they would have been more effective against the ice adept serpent. Go. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Mo infused energy into the talismans, conjuring a barrage of razor-sharp ice blades aimed at the serpent. Though the blades failed to inflict harm, they impeded the serpent's movement. Blazing blade. Lin Mo summoned a palm-sized dagger, infusing it with fiery energy, transforming it into a red streak aimed at the serpent's vital spot. In a swift reaction, Lin Mo pointed to the yellow dragon sword, which followed closely behind the blazing dagger. Two advanced artifacts, one after the other, approached the serpent. With a furious roar, the serpent expelled a torrent of icy mist from its maw, attempting to encase the artifacts in ice. Withdraw, Lin Mo commanded, swiftly directing the artifacts to evade the bone-chilling fog. Fortunately, his quick thinking allowed them to narrowly escape the frigid onslaught. At that moment, Lin Mo juggled the talismans in his hand while maneuvering the artifacts, precariously managing the situation. Verdant water pen. Just then, Yin Rian's voice rang out from behind. A flash of emerald light surged forth, moving with such speed that Lin Mo barely had time to react before it pierced the serpent's head. With a heavy thud, the snow-patterned cold serpent crashed to the ground, lifeless and limp. Breathless, Yin Rian took a deep inhalation, stumbling slightly. Lin Mo swiftly steadied her, inquiring, are you all right? Feeling a gentle warmth, Yin Rian's cheeks flushed slightly as she smiled. It's nothing, just that the talisman consumed too much of my spiritual power. With a flick of her right hand, the ethereal blue jade hairpin swiftly returned to her grasp. As the spiritual energy dissipated, the jade hairpin lost its verdant hue and transformed back into a golden talisman. However, compared to its previous brilliance, the talisman now appeared considerably dimmer. According to Lin Mo's estimation, it might only be usable 2 or 3 more times before it vanishes entirely. While its power was substantial, the time required to recharge was excessively long. Lin Mo shook his head slightly and turned his gaze towards the distant snow-patterned cold serpent, a smile gracing his lips. A second-tier beast, its entire being was a treasure trove. Lin Mo wasted no time, approaching it swiftly to examine it closely. Its robust body could be used to forge defensive artifacts, while its fangs, tempered by the cold mist of a second-tier beast, could easily yield ice attribute offensive artifacts. The serpent's bones could be fashioned into flying swords or ships. Lin Mo promptly brandished the yellow dragon sword and drove it down forcefully. Curiously, the scales, once impenetrable in life, were not nearly as resilient in death and were easily severed. Once the sect confirmed that the snow-patterned cold serpent was dead, the matter would be settled, and they would not pursue the treasures upon it. While Lin Mo was engaged in the dissection, Yin Rian had moved to Yin Qing's side. Despite the grievous injury to his right leg, which had been bitten off, Yin Qing was still alive, albeit barely, with faint breaths. Yin Rian quickly retrieved a jade green pill and placed it in Yin Qing's mouth. Brother Yin, are you all right? The pill dissolved instantly, and Yin Qing's consciousness began to return. Upon opening his eyes, he exclaimed, My leg. My leg. I'm sorry, Brother Yin, Yin Rian said, her face filled with sorrow. That beast has torn your leg apart beyond repair. Her words struck Yin Qing like a thunderclap, and he fainted once more, his vision darkening. Yin Ruyan, unfamiliar with such scenes, looked around anxiously. Her gaze fell upon Lin Mo, who was reaching into the belly of the snow-patterned cold serpent. Brother Lin, this is a second-tier beast. It must not have a demon core. Yin Ruyan hurriedly reminded him. I am well aware that there is no demon core. Lin Mo replied, his right hand grasping a round, hard object, a smile spreading across his face. I found it. With a swift yank, a blood-soaked sphere appeared before them. Take a look. Lin Mo handed it to Yin Ruyan. Confused, she held the snow-white sphere and murmured, this appears to be a cold pattern jade? It is said that after 100 years, the snow-pattern cold serpent generates a special cold pattern jade within its body. Joy lit up Yin Ruyan's face. This is excellent material for both cultivation and artifact crafting. Hearing her words, Lin Mo felt a flicker of disappointment. Ding. Cultivating the Great Yin Formula, Spiritual Awareness 10. In that case, how shall we divide these materials? Lin Mo inquired, gesturing towards the scales and fangs strewn about the ground, including the cold pattern jade. We can forge 4 artifacts in total, perfectly 2 for each of us. Here, take the cold pattern jade. You possess an ice spiritual root, making it perfectly suited for your artifact crafting. Yin Ruyan offered the jade to Lin Mo and continued, I require a defensive artifact, so you may keep the serpent bones and scales. Lin Mo had no objections to this arrangement, deeming it quite fair. Additionally, a faintly glowing blue-purple foundational elixir appeared in Yin Ruyan's hand. This is what I promised you. She smiled sweetly at Lin Mo as she handed him the elixir. Thank you. Lin Mo accepted it graciously, placing it into his storage pouch. Just then, Feng Yuan arrived late to the scene. Observing the snow-patterned cold serpent below, he furrowed his brow and asked in a low voice, did you all take down this snow-patterned cold serpent? Yin Ruyan slightly bowed. I possess a family heirloom talisman, which allowed me to slay it by chance. Upon hearing the term talisman, Feng Yuan appeared enlightened. Though it held only 1/10 of a true artifact's power, it was more than sufficient to deal with a second-tier beast. Uncle Feng, can you save Brother Yin? Yin Ruyan pointed to the unconscious Yin Qing, pleading earnestly. Such severe injuries. Feng Yuan's expression shifted as he examined Yin Qing, who had lost half of his leg. Even if I manage to save his life, restoring his body will be a different matter altogether. Achieving a breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage will be out of the question. Saving his life is certainly feasible. Feng Yuan's gaze flickered as he turned to Yin Qing. However, regrowing a severed limb will be quite difficult. With a soft sigh, Yin Ruyan shook her head. If we can save his life, that would be a success in itself. With abundant rewards in hand, Lin Mo was eager to depart. Uncle Feng, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. He bowed slightly to Feng Yuan before turning to exit. Returning to his quarters, it was already evening. Lin Mo flicked his wrist, and the cold pattern jade along with the serpent's fangs landed on the table. All were ice attribute items. If only he could forge a top-tier offensive artifact from them. Lin Mo stroked his chin, murmuring to himself. This battle with the second-tier beast had revealed one of Lin Mo's shortcomings, the absence of top-tier artifacts. The only talismans and heavenly thunder talismans capable of annihilating foes were consumable items. Each use depleted their availability. 2 high-tier artifacts might suffice against late-stage chi refinement enemies, but against peak-stage practitioners, they would be insufficient. Unfortunately, crafting artifacts also required considerable funds. To procure talismans and heavenly thunder talismans, Lin Mo had exhausted his savings. Was he to sell a foundational elixir? Lin Mo furrowed his brow, unable to suppress his thoughts. It seems rather unwise to sell one just to forge a top-tier artifact. He resolved to create some mid-tier talismans for profit instead. Holding the golden bamboo brush, he channeled his spiritual energy into the brush's tip. A gentle blue light flowed onto the talisman paper. This was Lin Mo's only means of making money at present. The cost of 1,000 talisman papers was roughly over 90 spiritual stones, and including the talisman sand, it amounted to no more than 200 spiritual stones. A basic mid-tier talisman fetched about 600 spiritual stones. As for a basic high-tier talisman, its price soared to between 4,000 and 5,000 spiritual stones. Now, with Lin Mo's mid-tier talisman technique, his success rate in crafting talismans was 1 in 10, meaning he could produce 100 mid-tier talismans at a minimum, guaranteeing 600 spiritual stones. There was also a 3,000th chance of producing a basic high-tier talisman, potentially netting an additional 500 spiritual stones. Though this prospect appeared enticing, the time consumed was substantial. On average, he could produce only 10 talismans in a single night. Calculating the time spent, he would earn merely 50 spiritual stones in a day. If other chi refinement disciples were to learn of Lin Mo's situation, they would undoubtedly wish to see him silenced. A typical chi cultivating disciple completes some basic, non-hazardous tasks, earning a modest reward of 5 spirit stones per month. For now, I shall focus on producing this batch of talismans. Lin Mo gently shook his head, immersing himself in the crafting of talismans. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 9 days had passed. Lin Mo gazed at the 93 intermediate talismans and 2 advanced talismans laid out on the table, a faint smile gracing his lips. It was time to visit the market again, to sell these and acquire more talisman paper. Lin Mo gathered the talismans and pushed open the door. To his surprise, he encountered a familiar figure before him. Was it the treasure girl? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow slightly, observing a young woman clad in a pale yellow dress leading her sister toward the entrance of the Ing Huang Hall. After spending some time together, Lin Mo had learned a bit about the affairs of the Yin sect. This treasure girl was named Zhao Ningyan, and her sister was Zhao Shuangyan. Although they were sisters, they were not born of the same mother, being separated by a year. Their names were quite charming. But their tempers. Lin Mo shook his head slightly, unable to suppress a sigh. Their grandmother was a senior sister of Nangong Wan, a foundational stage ancestor. Even though Lin Mo was a disciple with an extraordinary spiritual root, he could not afford to offend them. Regrettably, they possessed numerous treasures. Lin Mo found himself quite envious. This was a boon for Han Li, Lin Shixiao. At that moment, a soft voice called out from a distance. It was Yin Ruyan, who had just arrived. Dressed in a light green gown, with a delicate pale purple jade hairpin adorning her head, her fair skin glowed under the sunlight, making her particularly striking. Yin Ruyan approached and performed a courteous bow towards Lin Mo, smiling brightly. Are you heading to receive the sect's cultivation methods, Lin Shixiao? The sect's cultivation methods? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Will the elder be imparting the methods today? Yes. Yin Ruyan nodded enthusiastically. Perhaps you have been too engrossed in your cultivation to be aware of this. Would you like to accompany me? That sounds wonderful. Lin Mo did not decline. In an instant, a green light emerged from his storage bag. Whoosh. Lin Mo leaped gracefully onto a small flying leaf. Yin Ruyan stood upon a high-level green flying sword. Glancing at Lin Mo as he rode a lower-grade flying artifact, her curiosity piqued. Your previous yellow flying sword was a fine model. Why not fly with it? Cough. Hearing Yin Ruyan's inquiry, Lin Mo cleared his throat. After all, I come from a background as a loose cultivator. I must exercise caution. Yin Ruyan shot a sidelong glance at Lin Mo, muttering, isn't that being overly cautious? What if someone tries to bully you? Then I would simply eliminate them. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. There is no need to entangle oneself in karma. The two of them arrived at the transmission hall on Mingyue Peak, where an elderly man with flowing white hair sat cross-legged on a jade platform. The elder spoke continuously. This is the technique of yin and yang complementarity, a dual cultivation method suitable for the qi refining stage. Lin Mo's pupils constricted. At last, he would practice the harmony dual cultivation technique. He despised hypocrites and pretenders. After all, how could one enter the world of cultivation and neglect the company of women? Was this normal? Was this what a true man was? From what Lin Mo understood, aside from potentially diminishing the chances of foundation establishment, dual cultivation between men and women bore no other adverse effects. As for the so-called heart demons, they were merely manifestations of the cultivator's deepest obsessions. Such obsessions were the most genuine and significant knots in a cultivator's heart. In the original text, Sister Chun and Dong Xianin developed obsessions with Han Li, leading to deeply rooted heart demons. Therefore, Lin Mo held dual cultivation in high regard. It could bring both physical pleasure and enhance cultivation. For Lin Mo, who bore no burdens or entanglements of the heart, it was exceptionally fitting. Sitting upright and cross-legged on a mat, Lin Mo focused intently. Wow! Yin Ruyan's eyes widened in surprise. It was the first time she had seen Lin Shixiang so earnest. He is so diligent, she whispered to herself, then sat down next to him. As the transmission elder recited the teachings, a hint of disdain crossed Lin Mo's face. He muttered, isn't this yin and yang complementarity technique merely a matter of passing spiritual energy back and forth? It doesn't even require physical contact? Yin Ruyan looked puzzled. Why would physical contact be necessary? Lin Mo paused for a moment, contemplating, and then waved his hand with a smile. It is said that the effects of dual cultivation are enhanced with physical contact. Truly, you possess profound insights, Shixiao. Yin Ruyan nodded in agreement. Her gaze fixed on Lin Mo. The dual cultivation conference is approaching. Do you plan to participate? Me? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, stroking his chin as he fell into thought. If it were a dual cultivation method of a more intimate nature, he would certainly have to engage earnestly. Unfortunately, it merely involved two individuals sitting opposite each other, circulating energy to enhance their cultivation speed. Moreover, Lin Mo had already reached the pinnacle of qi refining. Attending the dual cultivation conference would yield minimal gains. Hence, it held little allure for him. I have heard that the prize for first place is a foundation establishment pill. Yin Ruyan gazed deeply at Lin Mo, her smile bright. If Lin Shixiang accompanies me in the competition, the foundation establishment pill will belong to you. What do you stand to gain from this? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, glancing at Yin Ruyan. Despite their increased closeness after the snow pattern cold serpent incident, they had not yet reached a point where she would help him without reservation. I have been stuck at the 12th level of qi refining for quite some time. Yin Ruyan looked intently at Lin Mo, her smile alluring. Perhaps I could break through to the 13th level at this dual cultivation conference. As a cultivator with a heavenly spiritual root, Yin Ruyan did not need a foundation establishment pill. Once she reached the peak of qi refining, she could successfully establish her foundation simply by condensing her spiritual energy. I will consider it. Lin Mo did not respond directly, but chose to ponder for a moment. Meanwhile, the elder on the stone platform opened his eyes. The teaching for today has concluded. If there are any further questions, you may refer to the Method Pavilion. The Method Pavilion? Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Since joining the Yin Yu sect, he had yet to learn any sect cultivation methods. The Yellow Maple Valley had such extraordinary techniques as the Qing Yuan sword technique. Perhaps he could find something valuable within the Yin Yu sect as well. With that thought, Lin Mo clasped his hands toward Yin Ruyan. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Very well. Yin Ruyan smiled brightly, bowing to Lin Mo whoosh. The green flying leaf artifact descended before him. He leaped gracefully and landed steadily upon it. The Method Pavilion was situated halfway up the mountain, and he glided down with the mountain breeze. Soon, he beheld a finely crafted ancient tower. A faint white light enveloped the tower, indicating that it was protected by a formation. Lin Mo's heart stirred, murmuring to himself, indeed, this is the place of the sect's cultivation inheritance. It is only natural to have an additional layer of protective formations. As Lin Mo landed, he noticed a young girl in a white garment standing guard outside the protective barrier. Her skin was fair and smooth, and she appeared to be only 16 or 17 years old. However, Lin Mo dared not underestimate her. As he drew near, a powerful sense of consciousness swept over him. The presence of such formidable consciousness indicated that the girl before him was at least a foundation establishment cultivator. Lin Mo relied on the Great Yin decision to condense his consciousness in advance. However, there were far too many individuals within the sect stronger than himself. Thus, he dared not recklessly employ his spiritual awareness for fear of attracting disaster. Master Uncle, I am a newly admitted disciple and wish to retrieve some techniques for cultivation from the pavilion. Lin Mo stepped forward, clasping his hands in a gesture of utmost respect. Hearing Lin Mo's words, the young woman raised an eyebrow slightly, casting a glance at him before softly saying, "You are quite young, yet possess impressive cultivation, having achieved the great perfection of qi refinement. Your praise is unwarranted, esteemed elder." Lin Mo smiled awkwardly, lowering his head repeatedly. He had heard that 2 years prior, the sect had accepted a disciple with a heavenly spirit root and an ice spirit root. The young woman looked at Lin Mo and continued, "From the faint chill emanating from you, it is evident that you possess profound ice techniques. You must be that ice spirit root disciple." After hearing her words, Lin Mo swallowed hard. The difference in their realms allowed her to see through him so effortlessly. Truly, a cultivator of the foundation establishment realm was extraordinary. Lin Mo silently acknowledged this, then addressed the young woman. "What you say is indeed true. According to the sect's regulations." The young woman glanced at the ancient tower behind her and continued, "Disciples are permitted to transcribe one technique each year. Since you have been in the sect for 2 years, you may transcribe 2 techniques." As she spoke, the young woman waved her sleeve, causing the protective formation surrounding the ancient tower to ripple. A passage, wide enough for a single person, appeared before Lin Mo. Lin Mo bowed to the young woman. "Thank you, Master Uncle." Without hesitation, he stepped inside. The ancient tower consisted of 9 levels, the upper 6 shrouded in dense fog, revealing a faint barrier upon closer inspection. It was clear that he could only seek techniques within the first 3 levels. Lin Mo's gaze flickered as he pushed open the door to the ancient tower and entered. The first floor was quite spacious, lined with rows of wooden shelves holding numerous tomes. With a casual flick, he took a book and lightly tapped it. After perusing several dozen tomes, Lin Mo discovered they contained only rudimentary techniques, suitable for mid-level qi refinement cultivators. It appeared that the higher the level of the tower, the more advanced the techniques. Given his great perfection of qi refinement, the first 2 floors evidently held no suitable techniques for him. With this thought, Lin Mo ascended directly to the third level. In comparison to the first floor, the selection of techniques on the third was noticeably diminished. A cursory glance revealed only 3 shelves, with scattered tomes numbering around 2 to 300. He hoped to find a suitable technique. As Lin Mo continued to browse, a tattered tome suddenly caught his attention. Body refinement techniques. What a treasure! Gazing at the technique in his hands, Lin Mo couldn't help but swallow. The body is fundamental. Men are prone to bodily weakness. Therefore, this technique is designed to enhance physical capabilities. Closing the book, Lin Mo stroked his chin, unable to restrain his praise. This technique indeed takes a unique approach, utilizing the spiritual energy consumed during cultivation to strengthen the body. It is quite a remarkable technique. Lin Mo tucked the tome away and resumed his search. After all, he was permitted to select 2 techniques. There was no need to leave just yet. Suddenly, Lin Mo noticed a white jade slip tucked beneath a wooden table. What is this jade slip doing here? Lin Mo furrowed his brow, perplexed. With a firm tug, he pulled the jade slip into his grasp. Unlike ordinary tomes, a jade slip required spiritual awareness to access its hidden techniques. Thus, to find one on the third level was quite unexpected for Lin Mo. As soon as his right hand touched the jade slip, a technique flooded into his mind. 9 Transformations Reincarnation Technique. What a profound technique. Lin Mo's pupils contracted as he felt the knowledge seep into his consciousness, momentarily lost in thought. This technique bore a striking resemblance to Nan Gongwan's pure maiden reincarnation art. While the latter could preserve youth, it possessed a unique trait. The technique would reincarnate every few decades, with power reverting to the Qi refinement stage. Conversely, the 9 Transformations Reincarnation Technique also had a reincarnation effect, allowing for 9 cycles within each realm. With each reincarnation, the intensity of spiritual energy would increase by 10%. Thus, after 9 reincarnations, one's spiritual energy would be double that of peers of equal cultivation. Upon reaching the peak of the foundation establishment stage, one would need to reincarnate another 9 times to return to the initial foundation establishment stage, at which point their spiritual energy would be quadrupled compared to others of equal strength. This method would eliminate bottlenecks in cultivation breakthroughs, truly wondrous. Moreover, the technique did not require one to reincarnate 9 times. Each reincarnation would yield a 10% increase in strength. With ample resources, one could reincarnate multiple times. With scant resources, one could limit the reincarnations. It was remarkably user-friendly. Lin Mo mused that 9 reincarnations at the Qi refinement stage were quite feasible, but he would leave the golden core and nascent soul stages for later. Having double the spiritual energy of an average person would suffice. Lin Mo silently reflected. Compared to the pure maiden reincarnation art, this technique had the advantage of not requiring a return to the Qi refinement stage. This meant there would be no glaring weaknesses. After all, the transition from the peak of foundation establishment to the initial stage still allowed for the exertion of one's abilities. However, if one were to fall to the Qi refinement stage as Nan Gongwan did, they could easily be bullied by a second-tier demon beast. With a sudden crack, the jade slip crumbled into fine shards as if it had fulfilled its purpose, dissipating into nothingness. Lin Mo's expression darkened. He hastily grabbed another technique and made his way down the stairs. Thankfully, the jade slip was inconspicuous. Otherwise, explaining its presence would be quite troublesome. Just these 2 techniques? The young woman observed the 2 tomes in Lin Mo's hands, a hint of crimson flashing across her cheeks as she scolded. Is it that men who join my Shadow Moon sect are only interested in matters of the opposite sex? Lin Mo glanced down to find the body refinement techniques prominently displayed. Clearing his throat, he quickly stowed it in his storage bag, hastening to explain. I've been feeling somewhat unsteady lately, and thought perhaps this technique could aid in my cultivation. Humph. The young woman's demeanor turned icy, her earlier amiable attitude toward Lin Mo vanishing in an instant. Lin Mo chuckled awkwardly and, without further hesitation, transformed into a fleeting shadow, departing swiftly. What a lecher! The young woman huffed. If I discover you causing trouble for the sect's disciples, I shall not let you off easily. Lin Mo moved with great speed and soon returned to the Welcome Radiance Hall. Breathing deeply, he opened the second tome he had acquired, Sword Control Technique. Interesting. Lin Mo exclaimed softly, pleasantly surprised to have obtained a technique for sword control. He quickly skimmed through the contents. The technique was indeed remarkable, enhancing the speed of sword flight, while also enabling the execution of 5 elemental sword attacks. Unfortunately, time was too tight. Lin Mo pondered. With half a year remaining until the trial in the blood-colored Forbidden Zone, he must begin preparations without delay. First, Let us forge the snow-patterned jade and the snake fangs into a magical artifact. Lin Mo contemplated for a moment and remarked, crafting a premier flying sword should suffice to deal with that ink flood dragon. Unlike others who merely sought to gather spirit herbs and escape the secret realm, Lin Mo's primary purpose for entering was to prepare for Nangong Wan. I must be well prepared. Lin Mo patted his storage bag, and a pale yellow wooden mask materialized before settling onto his face. The 7 major sects impose little restriction on their disciples venturing out, as training in the field is considered a valuable means of enhancing their prowess. Whoosh! A pale green flying leaf artifact wobbled away from the moonlit peak. Once departing from the mountainous region, Lin Mo shook his storage bag. A pale yellow Huanglong sword instantly soared forth. Lin Mo's figure shimmered as he landed steadily atop the Huanglong sword, its speed significantly augmented. The velocity of a high-tier flying artifact is nearly 30% greater than that of a basic one. Whoosh! Accompanied by a yellow phantom flickering past, he vanished into the horizon. In the market of the moon concealing sect, this is Lin Mo's second visit. Compared to the uneven quality of the small stalls, he opted for the Wanbao Tower. How may I assist you, esteemed customer? A smiling maid approached Lin Mo upon his arrival. Can your Wanbao Tower forge artifacts? Lin Mo gazed deeply at the maid and replied with a slight smile, I possess the materials. Naturally, we can, but... The maid hesitated, glancing at Lin Mo as she continued. Master Wu, the artifact master, has gone to the Huangfeng Valley Market. Huangfeng Valley Market? Lin Mo furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his eyes as he inquired further. Do you know when he will return? I estimate it will take at least half a year. Upon hearing the word half a year, Lin Mo stroked his chin, falling into contemplation. It seems I must make a trip to Huangfeng Valley Market. This premier artifact is of great significance to Lin Mo. Without it, his means of defeating top-tier Qi refinement cultivators and the ink flood dragon would be limited to heavenly thunder talismans and talismanic treasures. The talismans are tremendously consumptive, losing potency with each use, while the heavenly thunder talismans are exceedingly rare, with only 2 in total. With this in mind, Lin Mo, unwilling to give up, asked, Are there any other artifact masters in the moon concealing sect market? The maid nodded. There are, but it depends on the level of artifact you wish to forge. A premier artifact. Listening to Lin Mo, the maid shook her head. In the entire moon concealing sect market, only our Wanbao Tower is capable of crafting such an item. Chapter 14. Customizing a premier artifact. Although the Huangfeng Valley Market bears its name, it is actually several miles from the Huangfeng Valley sect. This proximity is why Lin Mo feels it approachable. Were this market located within the Huangfeng Valley itself, he would dare not approach. Despite the current semblance of harmony among the 7 sects, the underlying competition for interests is immense. If they were to discover an anomalous spirit root disciple entering their domain, they would surely eliminate him first. Lin Mo concealed his aura, and the mask on his face obscured him from the perception of mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. Whoosh! With a sound of air splitting, Lin Mo landed outside the market. Changing into a simple set of clothing, he stepped into the marketplace. Wanbao Tower. Lin Mo raised his gaze, scanning the distance. Soon, he beheld his destination at the end of the path. Wanbao Tower. Lin Mo licked his lips and strode directly to the entrance. Esteemed guest, how may I assist you? A maid dressed in a pale yellow uniform approached with a smile. Looking warmly at Lin Mo, I wish to forge an artifact. Lin Mo stated plainly, a premier artifact. Upon hearing this, the maid was momentarily taken aback, then stepped aside. Coincidentally, Master Wu is in Wanbao Tower. I will take you to him. Very well. Lin Mo nodded and followed behind the maid. They soon arrived at the underground floor, where a wave of intense heat enveloped them. Both alchemy and artifact forging require the use of ground fire. Clearly, this area is where Master Wu conducts his forges. The underground level is vast and intricate. Without the maid's guidance, Lin Mo might have struggled to find Master Wu. Before long, they halted at the entrance of a stone chamber. Master Wu, rumble. As the maid's voice fell, the stone door before them descended with a thunderous sound, revealing a robust black-clad cultivator. Judging by his aura, his cultivation level was not high, likely at the peak of Qi refinement. So, you seek to forge an artifact? Master Wu cast a glance at Lin Mo, snorting softly. Bring out the materials. Yes. Lin Mo nodded, and with a flick of his wrist, a piece of snow-patterned jade and several snake fangs appeared before him. These are materials from a second-tier demon beast. Upon seeing the snow-patterned jade, Master Wu's eyes glimmered with excitement. This jade is exceedingly rare. As for these fangs from the snow-patterned cold snake, they are imbued with potent ice power. Excellent. As an adept artifact craftsman, he greatly appreciates high-quality materials. What type of artifact do you wish to create? Master Wu inquired. These materials are best suited for crafting an offensive artifact. A purely offensive artifact? Lin Mo echoed. Yes. Master Wu nodded. It should not possess flying capabilities, as that would ensure its full power is unleashed. At this point, Master Wu sighed. It is a pity you did not bring any snake bones. What do you mean by that? Lin Mo felt a stir in his heart and quickly asked, is it impossible to forge a premier artifact without snake bones? Not exactly. Master Wu chuckled heartily, waving his hand. It merely means that while the artifact will be powerful, it may lack the durability needed. If it encounters a sturdier defensive artifact, it would be quite easy to break. Hearing this, Lin Mo thought of the iron essence he possessed. Iron essence is crafted from the Dan stage cultivator's elixir fire and can enhance the hardness of artifacts. Although it is a material for treasures, if left unused, it would be wasteful. Indulgence it is then. Lin Mo shook his head slightly, taking out a palm-sized piece of iron essence. What if I add this iron essence? This. Upon seeing the iron essence, Master Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. In all my years of forging artifacts, this is the first time I have encountered a treasure material. Grasping the iron essence, Master Wu remarked, although adding iron essence is somewhat extravagant. If you manage to reach the Dan stage in the future, you could refine it using true fire. After all, the melting point of iron essence is far higher than that of the other two materials, and under intense flame, the snow-patterned jade and snake fangs would melt first, leaving only the iron essence behind. What this old man said does make sense. Lin Mo nodded, quietly contemplating. As long as I can refine it later, it will be fine. With this thought, Lin Mo turned to Master Wu and asked, how many spirit stones are required to forge such an artifact? If we do not include the iron essence, 500 spirit stones will suffice. As he spoke, Elder Wu's expression grew slightly solemn as he gazed at the iron essence in his hand. The refinement of this iron essence demands considerable effort, requiring at least 1,000 spirit stones. You may pay a deposit of 500 spirit stones for now, and the artifact will be ready for collection in 10 days. Lin Mo stroked his chin, casting a glance at Elder Wu. That sounds splendid. After handing over the materials to Elder Wu, Lin Mo followed the maid to the second floor. A beaming manager Tian approached them. May I inquire how you wish to sell these spirit stones? Here. Lin Mo replied indifferently, tossing out 80 primary mid-tier talismans. Please count them. Each primary mid-tier talisman was valued at 610 spirit stones. With his skills on the rise, the total value of the 80 talismans was indeed 500 spirit stones, if not slightly more. That's more than enough. Manager Tian exclaimed, clutching the talismans and unable to suppress his laughter. I did not expect our guest to be a talisman master. Perhaps we can collaborate sincerely in the future. As he spoke, Manager Tian produced a jade token from his robe and presented it. This is the esteemed guest token of Wanbao Tower. In the future, you will receive a 10% discount on all purchases within the Wanbao Tower of Yu Kingdom. Lin Mo accepted the jade token with a slight nod. Thank you. To be frank, Wanbao Tower's business sprawled throughout Yu Kingdom. This token would indeed be advantageous. Just as Lin Mo intended to sell some items to accumulate the remaining 500 spirit stones, a familiar aura suddenly emanated from behind him. Whoosh! The divine sense cultivated from the great Yin decision instantly locked onto the newcomer. Han Li. A smile played at the corners of Lin Mo's mouth, clearly indicating that Han Li was also here for the blood-soaked trial set to occur in 6 months. He instinctively reached for the storage pouch at his waist, producing a blue-purple foundation establishment pill. The moment the pill appeared, Lin Mo noticed Han Li freeze in place, as he too had a foundation establishment pill in hand, only to have it snatched away by another. Foundation establishment pill. Manager Tian gasped upon seeing the pill and hurriedly asked, would you be willing to sell it? I have a dear friend who is gravely ill and requires a millennium spirit herb. Lin Mo raised his gaze to Manager Tian and inquired, might you possess a millennium spirit herb, Manager Tian? Chapter 15. Han Li, I shall trade you the foundation establishment pill for a millennium spirit herb. Hearing the mention of the millennium spirit herb, Manager Tian's expression faltered, and he quickly shook his head. Such herbs are exceedingly rare. I have never come across one. In that case, let it be, Lin Mo replied with a slight shake of his head, turning to depart. At the entrance, Han Li watched Lin Mo's retreating figure, lost in contemplation. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately decided to follow. Han Li was typically cautious by nature and would not ordinarily engage in such risky ventures. However, the value of the foundation establishment pill was too great to ignore, and he just happened to have prepared millennium spirit herbs at hand. Should Elder Yi be a foundation establishment cultivator, Han Li would have no means to resist. Yet to Han Li, Lin Mo's strength appeared to merely be at the chi refinement stage. The risk was indeed worth it for that foundation establishment pill. With this thought, Han Li called out, "Brother." Hee. Lin Mo smirked subtly, a knowing smile gracing his lips. The fish has taken the bait. With that thought, Lin Mo turned to face the cloaked Han Li and asked, "What is it that you seek from me?" "I have what you desire," Han Li replied, gesturing toward a nearby spirit tea house. Given the number of cultivators in the area, he felt safe from any potential threats. Lin Mo nodded slightly and followed Han Li to the second floor of the tea house. "Esteemed guests, what can I get for you?" The waiter approached, radiating a faint aura of spiritual energy. Lin Mo used his heavenly eye technique and noted the waiter possessed the cultivation of the second layer of chi refinement. However, the waiter's age indicated that his spiritual roots were rather poor, confining him to lowly work within this marketplace. "Bring us a pot of spirit tea," Han Li commanded, placing a shimmering spirit stone on the table. "Certainly." The waiter beamed at the sight of the spirit stone, hastily pocketing it before heading downstairs. "Are you interested in this item?" Lin Mo cut to the chase, producing a pale purple pill. "You overheard my conversation with Wanbao Tower, did you not?" "Indeed." Han Li nodded, producing a wooden box that he placed before Lin Mo. "Within is a Millennium Huangjingzi." Lin Mo gently opened the box, a rich fragrance wafting out. "Not enough," Lin Mo declared, his expression obscured by the black puppet mask that concealed any trace of emotion. "The price of a foundation establishment pill is 3,000 spirit stones. This Millennium Huangjingzi falls short." Lin Mo was merely testing Han Li, who seemed unaware of the true value of the Millennium Spirit Herb. Furthermore, Lin Mo was aware that Han Li possessed the Celestial Bottle, allowing him to cultivate the Millennium Spirit Herb with relative ease over time. Han Li hesitated, casting a glance at Lin Mo. "I possess only 2 Millennium Spirit Herbs. Would you be willing to part with your foundation establishment pill? If there are no additional spirit herbs, then..." Lin Mo stroked his chin, feigning contemplation. "Do you have any other herbs of 100 years or more?" "I have 3 Huangjingzi of 500 years. Han Li produced 3 boxes once more. "This is all that I possess. If you are unwilling to trade, then I can only treat you to a cup of spirit tea." "Ah, this crafty fellow." Lin Mo shot a glance at Han Li, fully aware that he was attempting to negotiate from a position of weakness. Lin Mo estimated that Han Li's storage pouch likely contained at least 4 or 5 items of 500-year-old herbs. Were it not for the urgency of saving a life, he would never part with the foundation establishment pill. As he contemplated, Lin Mo held the foundation establishment pill in his hand, a hint of reluctance glimmering in his eyes. This pill could enable a chi refinement cultivator to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Han Li's gaze remained fixed on the pill, his mind racing with thoughts of safety. "Just give it to me. Holding it openly feels too insecure." "Here." Lin Mo tossed the foundation establishment pill to Han Li with a flick of his wrist, then waved his hand. The 5 wooden boxes were swiftly stored in his storage pouch. "Thus, we are square." Han Li accepted the foundation establishment pill, clasping his hands in gratitude before hastily departing the tea house. Watching Han Li change his attire in the twilight, Lin Mo couldn't help but smile. Truly, Han Li is swift on his feet. The acquisition of these 2 Millennium Spirit Herbs was not solely for the sake of spirit stones. It was primarily to procure life-saving herbs for Xian Ruyan. As long as he possessed Millennium Spirit Herbs, he could obtain a formation capable of ensnaring and killing foundation establishment cultivators. Securing such a formation would provide a significant safeguard before attaining the foundation establishment stage. A single 500-year spirit herb could fetch 500 spirit stones. Lin Mo pondered. The remaining 2 500-year spirit herbs could also be exchanged for more chi refinement pills. However, before that, he would need to remain here for 10 more days. Lin Mo rubbed his chin, unable to suppress a shake of his head. "It seems there is little left to occupy my time." Suddenly, he recalled, Sister Chun is likely to be administered the Hehuan powder by Brother Liu in 3 days. Lin Mo's eyes glimmered as he remembered Chun Xiaoqian. She too was a tragic figure, deeply entangled in affection, yet ultimately unable to attain the foundation establishment stage, leading to her life being extinguished. Upon arriving at Huangfeng Valley's marketplace, a transformation was in order. "Sir, your spirit tea." At that moment, the waiter presented a fragrant cup of spirit tea to Lin Mo, its rich aroma wafting through the air. A sip invigorated him, prompting a subtle nod of approval. "Not bad at all," Lin Mo remarked, praising the tea. "Waiter, I intend to stay in the vicinity for a while. Do you have any recommendations for accommodations?" The waiter, smiling, gestured towards a nearby flower tower. That place is quite a lovely choice. Clearly, the flower tower held a special allure for him. Clearing his throat, Lin Mo chuckled softly. While he appreciated beauty, he wasn't desperate. Just a simple place to rest will suffice. Upon hearing this, the waiter pointed to the third floor. If you don't mind, there are private rooms upstairs. It's 1 low-grade spirit stone for 2 days. The price was not insignificant. Lin Mo casually placed 5 spirit stones on the table and retired to his room. Seated cross-legged on the wooden bed, Lin Mo began to contemplate the 9 turns rebirth technique. With his cultivation at the peak of chi refinement, he was indeed prepared for its practice. His eyes gleamed as he murmured, however, if I start now, I will instantly revert to a chi refinement novice. Even with ample spirit pills, regaining my former peak will take no less than 6 months. Resolute, he declared, I must venture into that blood-soaked realm. With that thought, Lin Mo retrieved his body refining technique from the room. Let me first cultivate this technique. The strength of a man was of utmost importance. Otherwise, after dealing with the Mo Jiao, he might find himself at a disadvantage. Chapter 16, Absurdity. Lin Mo's fist struck relentlessly against a humanoid puppet. His face scrunched in concentration as he practiced his technique. Ding. Body refining technique cultivated, body refining level 1. Ding. Body refining technique cultivated, body refining level 1. Imagining the puppet as Yin Ruyan might make it easier. Gazing at the puppet's round head, Lin Mo mused, perhaps I should have it don a different guise. It might just suffice for practicing the Great Transformation Technique. Ding. Cultivating the Great Transformation Technique, Spiritual Sense, Level 1. Host. Lin Mo, Strength. Peak of Chi Refinement Level 13. Spiritual Root. Ice Spiritual Root. Technique. Cold Jade Art Level 13 Spells. Ice Spike Technique. Object Manipulation Technique. Ice Shield Technique. Ice Control Technique. Great Transformation Technique Level 2. Beginner Puppet Technique. Intermediate Talismans Technique. Body Refining Technique. Yin-Yang Complementation Technique. Divine Ability. 9 turns Rebirth Technique. Pleased with his attributes, Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. While the Yin-Yang Complementation Technique seemed of little use, considering the power loss from the 9 turns Rebirth Technique, his strength would drop to the first level of Chi refinement. To swiftly regain his prowess, he resolved to utilize all his techniques. 3 days passed swiftly. Observing the nightfall outside his window, Lin Mo donned a black cloak and a black puppet mask. In a flicker, he transformed into a shadow and vanished from the tea house. Beneath the cover of darkness, Lin Mo soared on his yellow dragon sword to the mountains outside Huangfeng Valley. Recalling his previous life's memories, he knew that Sister Chun had taken the He Huan sand in a cave. His arrival would ensure that Han Li obtained the Foundation Establishment pill. It was evident he would return home early, avoiding flight near the mountains. Han Li would likely not appear here. However, his arduous journey was not solely for Sister Chun. He had another objective, the Foundation Establishment pill. That fellow Lu was a Wind Spiritual Root disciple and possessed a Foundation Establishment pill. Slaying a Chi Refinement practitioner would yield a Foundation Establishment pill without effort, a most advantageous deal. Guiding the yellow dragon sword, Lin Mo finally discovered a hidden cave beneath a dark rocky outcrop. Brother Lu, why must we discuss the blood-soaked forbidden land in such a remote place? Junior sister, Huangfeng Valley is teeming with people. If news leaks, it would be disastrous. A male and female voice conversed within the cave. Crackling. Before a flickering fire sat a man and woman. The man was dashing and charismatic, while the woman, around 17 or 18, was youthful and lovely, with willow-like brows and cherry lips. Come, drink. I brought this exquisite wine just for you. With a flick of his wrist, Brother Lu presented a cup of murky wine to Qin Xiaoqian. The familial arrangement of Brother Lu did not raise her suspicions. She accepted the cup and drank deeply. Ah, the warm wine coursing through me makes me feel flushed, she remarked, a rosy hue coloring her cheeks. Brother, haven't you already obtained the Foundation Establishment pill? Why venture to the blood-soaked forbidden land? There's no need for that anymore. With the protection of our ancestral master Hong Fu, establishing a foundation will be effortless. Brother Lu waved his hand dismissively, yet his gaze lingered on Qin Xiaoqian. To keep our relationship from junior sister Dong's knowledge, I must impose upon you. After all, our master Hong Fu despises ungrateful men. Brother Lu, you put something in this wine. At that moment, the effects of He Huan San began to take hold, causing Qin Xiaoqian's eyes to glaze over, clearly under the influence of the drug. Junior sister, why look at me with such eyes? You've never experienced this, have you? Hee. Now your brother will cherish you properly, so that your life as a woman is not in vain. Otherwise, you might soon perish, and it would be a waste of such beauty. Hearing Brother Lu's lewd words and witnessing his impending advances on Chen Xiaoqian, Lin Mo furrowed his brow and slowly stepped out from behind the rocky outcrop. Who is it? Brother Lu, a mid-level Qi refinement practitioner, possessed considerable strength. With his wind spiritual root aptitude, if he trained diligently, he could even reach the core formation stage. It was a pity he chose to tread the path of debauchery and murder instead of the righteous way. With a flick of his right hand, Lin Mo conjured chilling mists that coalesced before him. Swish, swish. Countless razor-sharp ice spikes surged toward Brother Lu. However, almost simultaneously, Brother Lu did not remain idle. He brandished a long azure flag, approximately 10 feet in length, adorned with a fierce dragon. Swish. With vigorous swings of the azure flag, the illusory dragon became more solidified, and with a surge of spiritual energy, a dragon shot forth, charging fiercely at the densely packed ice spikes. Boom. The dragon's immense power devoured the numerous ice spikes in one swift motion. Unrelenting, it barreled toward Lin Mo. Begone. Lin Mo remained unfazed, swiftly producing a crimson, blazing blade from his storage pouch, engulfed in flames, shattering the dragon before him. Damn it! Brother Lu cursed under his breath, fiercely waving his azure flag, unleashing a flurry of wind blades that sped directly toward the blazing blade. The wind blade collided with the blazing blade, resulting in an instantaneous explosion that sent a cascade of dust falling from the ceiling, completely shrouding the two figures. However, Lin Mo, possessing a foundation establishment level of spiritual awareness, was far more perceptive than Brother Lu and swiftly detected his form. He promptly drew a junior high-level ice spike talisman. Buzzing. A surge of spiritual energy rapidly coalesced upon it, and several ice spikes, shimmering with an ethereal blue radiance, were unleashed. With a piercing sound, the spikes pierced through flesh, accompanied by a thick scent of blood that tainted the surrounding dust with a crimson hue. As the dust settled, it revealed Brother Lu, who was impaled by 3 ice blades the thickness of human arms, blood pouring from his mouth as he was nailed to the rocky wall behind him. Observing this scene, Lin Mo's lips curled into a slight smile as he stepped forward, his gaze fixated on the azure dragon banner, a top-tier magical artifact. One could not help but admire Brother Lu's abundant resources. Having just joined the sect, he had already acquired such a rare artifact. If Lin Mo recalled correctly, this was a gift from his master, a Foundation establishment cultivator with the surname Yi. With a swift motion of his right hand, Lin Mo drew the storage bag to his grasp. A blue-purple Foundation establishment pill was firmly held in his palm. Chapter 17. The 9 Turns Reincarnation Technique. The first reincarnation. Having just sold one to Hanli, he found another so quickly. A look of delight graced Lin Mo's expression as he clutched the Foundation establishment pill, casually tucking it into his robe. Just as he was about to deal with Brother Lu's corpse, a fragrant breeze suddenly wafted behind him. Lin Mo paused, turning to see Chen Xiaoqian rising before him. Was the effect of the Hahuan powder truly this remarkable? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress a murmur. Wouldn't combining it with the worry-free pill render one invincible? Ding. Spiritual energy 1000. Ding. Spiritual energy 1000. Chen Xiaoqian's cultivation was steadily diminishing, having fallen from the 10th level of Qi refinement to the 9th level. Cultivating the 9 Turns Reincarnation Technique. A glint of coldness flashed in Lin Mo's eyes as he dispersed his energy. The surging spiritual energy immediately flowed out from within him, washing over his body as it dissipated. Chen Xiaoqian's cultivation rapidly ascended, reaching the 13th level of Qi refinement in the blink of an eye. Unfortunately, Lin Mo's spiritual energy was exceedingly abundant, and once her cultivation reached the 13th level, the spiritual energy permeating the air was substantial. At this moment, Lin Mo's cultivation had already dropped to the 1st level of Qi refinement, his dantian feeling empty, save for a single wisp of spiritual energy. Nevertheless, the meridians in his dantian had significantly benefited from this cycle of power. Chen Xiaoqian. Lin Mo glanced at her, straightened his posture, and spoke softly. My spiritual energy is not so easily obtained. The surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be drawn in, continuously surging into Lin Mo's body. Ding. Spiritual energy 1000. Ding. Spiritual energy 1000. Ding. Body refinement 100. The following day, fortunately, most of the dispersed spiritual energy was absorbed by Chen Xiaoqian. Lin Mo looked at her sprawled on the ground and remarked, were it not for this, my strength would not have recovered so much. Host. Lin Mo. Cultivation, 13th level of Qi refinement. Spiritual root. Ice spiritual root. Technique. Cold jade art. 13th layer. Spells. Ice spike technique. Object manipulation technique. Ice shield technique. Ice Control Technique, Great Transformation Technique, Second Layer, Junior Puppet Technique, Intermediate Talismans Technique, Body Refinement Technique in the room. Yin-Yang Complement Technique, Divine Ability, 9 turns Reincarnation Technique, first turn. The technique remained at the 13th layer of Cold Jade Art. Yet his cultivation was only at the 12th layer. Although his cultivation had diminished, the spiritual energy within him was significantly denser, far surpassing that of the 13th level of Qi refinement. Additionally, recovering would be considerably simpler with sufficient pills than breaking through cultivation. If he wished to reincarnate 9 times, it would depend on Nangong Wan. Lin Mo stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. As for Qin Xiaoqian, who had originally broken through to the 13th level, she had, under the influence of the yin-yang complement technique, returned much of her cultivation to him. Now, she was left with only the 11th level of Qi refinement. However, overall, her cultivation had indeed seen some improvement. After some more training, she could consume a foundation establishment pill to elevate her cultivation. Lin Mo observed Qin Xiaoqian, whose delicate brows were tightly knit, and shook his head slightly. Go. A fireball talisman landed on Brother Lu's corpse. The intense flames enveloped it in an instant. Whoosh. As a pale yellow phantom flickered, the Huanglong sword fell before Lin Mo. In a swift motion, he transformed into a fleeting shadow and vanished from the spot. At that moment, as Lin Mo departed, Qin Xiaoqian gradually opened her eyes. Struggling to prop herself up, she gazed at the body being consumed by flames, then turned to watch the retreating yellow figure, a hint of crimson flashing across her face. Damn it, my cultivation has decreased. Lin Mo, feeling the weight of his diminished cultivation at the 12th level, could not help but exclaim, I must hasten to elevate my strength. After all, there was less than half a year remaining until the blood trial. With 2 remaining 500-year medicinal herbs, he should exchange them for a top-tier defensive artifact. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled as he stroked his chin. Now that my cultivation has decreased, if I cannot reach the peak of Qi refinement before entering the blood-forbidden land, I must procure some self-defense artifacts. In a few days, I will retrieve my customized artifact and purchase it alongside. With this thought, Lin Mo could not help but clench his fist. Bang, bang. His hands lightly clapped together, producing a series of muffled sounds. A powerful force surged from within him, significantly enhancing his physical strength. With this in mind, Lin Mo opened his right hand, and a silver-white dagger flew out from his storage bag. Slice. The dagger grazed his skin, leaving only a faint white mark, untouched otherwise. His physical body was already robust enough to withstand mundane artifacts. A smirk played on Lin Mo's lips as he took out a low-level magical artifact. Slice. The moment his right hand touched the artifact, a shallow cut appeared on his fingertip, crimson droplets trickling from the artifact. Huh. Observing the blood dripping down, Lin Mo chuckled and shook his head. Indeed, although the body refinement technique improved significantly this time, it is still not a true body refinement method. After stowing the artifact away, Lin Mo sat cross-legged, allowing wisps of faint cold mist to escape from his mouth as he practiced. Time flowed by. The 10-day period had come to an end. Lin Mo's figure flickered, vanishing from the wooden bed like a wisp of green smoke. Wanjin Building. Gazing at the brightly lit Wanjin Building, Lin Mo tightened the dark wooden mask on his face and stepped inside. Hello, are you here to collect your artifact? The maid at the entrance was the same one who had attended to Lin Mo last time. Upon seeing him, her eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly approached. Yes. Lin Mo nodded and continued. I would also like to purchase a suitable defensive magical artifact. Then allow me to take you to the display case. The maid, exceedingly attentive, led Lin Mo to the grand hall on the 2nd floor. Chapter 18. The Cold Jade Sword, comparable to flawed treasures. Ah, esteemed guest. Upon the arrival of Lin Mo, the shopkeeper Tian displayed immense joy, clapping his hands and approaching Lin Mo with a beaming smile. I heard from my maid that you are interested in acquiring another defensive magical artifact, a top-tier defensive artifact. Lin Mo nodded slightly, directly inquiring. Do you have it in stock? Shopkeeper Tian chuckled heartily, nodding vigorously. If my Wanbao Pavilion does not possess it, I dare say there is no other establishment in this marketplace that can present top-tier defensive artifacts. With a flourish of his right hand, 2 shimmering shadows appeared. The defensive artifacts consisted of a shield and a bronze cauldron. The shopkeeper first presented the shield, saying, This is the Xian Iron Flying Shield, a rare defensive artifact crafted from the refined Xian iron of the cold and shadowy lands. Not only is it remarkably sturdy and indestructible, but once activated, it automatically defends the surroundings. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. According to the original narrative, This Xian Iron Flying Shield was one of the top-tier artifacts exchanged by Han Li using spirit herbs. And this one? Lin Mo did not make an immediate decision but turned to point at the bronze cauldron. This artifact is remarkable. Shopkeeper Tian chuckled. This is the Sun Shield Cauldron, infused with the precious copper essence, making it indestructible. It excels in both defense and trapping enemies. How much copper essence has been added? Lin Mo inquired, eyeing the shopkeeper. Well, Tian rubbed his hands together, revealing a small pinky finger, mumbling, just this much. Lin Mo's expression darkened. Indeed, had he not probed further, the unscrupulous merchant might have inflated the price. However, with the addition of the copper essence, the defensive capabilities of this Sun Shield Cauldron were certainly superior to those of the Xian Iron Flying Shield. What is the price? Lin Mo cut straight to the chase, uninterested in further pleasantries. Well, Tian rubbed his hands again, pointing to the Xian Iron Flying Shield. This shield is priced at 800 spirit stones. As for the Sun Shield Cauldron, given the addition of copper essence, it is naturally priced higher, at 1,200 spirit stones. Upon hearing the prices, Lin Mo flicked his right hand, and a verdant wooden box landed on the table. Tian, seeing this, cautiously opened the box, and a rich fragrance of herbs wafted forth. 500-year-old spirit herbs? Tian's expression shifted, exclaiming in surprise. What if I were to exchange these for the Sun Shield Cauldron? Well, Tian hesitated, glancing at Lin Mo. While these 500-year-old spirit herbs are rare, they are valued at around 500 spirit stones. If I were to exchange 2 spirit herbs, I would incur a significant loss. Listening to Tian's words, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and flicked his hand again, producing another box of 500-year-old spirit herbs before Tian. 3 spirit herbs for this artifact, plus the remaining balance. Lin Mo stated, gesturing to his Wanbao Pavilion guest token, smiling. Just the other day, you mentioned offering me a discount. Why now the insistence on such trifling spirit stones? Oh dear. Tian displayed a look of grievance, letting out a deep sigh. If that is the case, I shall take this loss. As he spoke, Tian leaned closer to the maid, whispering softly. Lin Mo, perceiving Tian's feigned grievance, remained skeptical that a merchant would truly incur losses. Though the spirit herbs were said to be worth 500 spirit stones, they could easily be sold for at least 600 spirit stones. Exchanging 2 spirit herbs for an artifact was indeed not profitable. However, if 2 spirit herbs were exchanged for the artifact along with the 500 spirit stone balance, there would certainly be a profit to be made. Esteemed guest, please follow me. Meanwhile, the maid stepped forward, addressing Lin Mo. I will lead you to retrieve your artifact. Very well. Lin Mo nodded, following the maid with a sense of excitement. After all, this would be his first true artifact. Creak. As if anticipating his arrival, the enormous stone door swung open as Lin Mo approached. The dark-clad figure of Elder Wu emerged from within. Elder, I have come to collect my artifact. Lin Mo approached slowly, cupping his hands in respect. Here. Elder Wu waved his right hand, and a flash of white light appeared. A 7-foot cold sword hovered before Lin Mo. As soon as the sword materialized, frost instantly formed in the air around it. It is worth noting that this was the forging ground, with blazing earth beneath their feet. Without any infusion of spiritual energy, the artifact was capable of such feats, truly a rarity. This is the pinnacle of my forging expertise, and in terms of power, it can rival some flawed treasures. Elder Wu remarked, gazing at the cold sword. If the snow-patterned cold serpent possessed 4th-tier strength, perhaps it could forge a half-step treasure. What a pity. As he spoke, Elder Wu shook his head, turning to Lin Mo. Since this artifact is yours, you may bestow it with a name. With its entire body radiating cold light, pure as jade, let us name it the Cold Jade Sword. Lin Mo extended his right hand, gently resting it on the hilt. In an instant, a chilling frost enveloped his hand. The cold jade art swiftly circulated within him, merging with the sword's icy aura in a fleeting moment. Oh, Elder Wu exclaimed. You possess ice spiritual roots. What a fortunate opportunity. Wielding this cold jade sword will enhance your power by an additional 30%. The cold jade sword's brilliance surged as it transformed into a streak of white light and entered Lin Mo's storage bag. Thank you, Elder. Lin Mo bowed respectfully, a smile gracing his lips. I am quite fond of this artifact. For us forgers, being able to create an artifact that pleases our clients is a true joy. Elder Wu sighed. It also provides an extra layer of security in this long and arduous path of cultivation. The journey of cultivation is fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness can result in death. It is no wonder Elder Wu expressed such sentiments. After acquiring the cold jade sword, Lin Mo did not depart immediately. Instead, he purchased additional alchemy pills suitable for his chi refinement stage and one 000 talismans. I must undergo 9 more cycles. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, unable to suppress his thoughts. At this rate, my cultivation speed may not even match Han Li's. Though his cultivation had diminished, Lin Mo realized that his current 12th layer of Qi refinement was entirely comparable to the 13th layer. He estimated that after 9 cycles, the spiritual energy within him would be double that of an equally ranked opponent. Even Han Li, practicing the triple transformation technique, would find himself outmatched. Having been away for quite some time, it was time to return. Lin Mo's figure flickered, landing upon the Huanglong's sword, vanishing into the night. Chapter 19. The Art of Yin-Yang Attraction. I wonder how Brother Lin has been deliberating? Upon returning to the Yinghuang Hall, Lin Mo had not yet settled into a meditative posture when he heard Yin Rian's voice from outside. At this cultivation conference, I may swiftly elevate my strength. Initially, Lin Mo had little interest in attending, as he had already achieved the perfect realm of Qi refinement. Participating in this conference seemed a waste of time, offering him no advantage. Alas, now that he had cultivated the 9 transformations reincarnation technique, the cycle of power was upon him. Currently, I possess only the 12th level of Qi training. Lin Mo silently thought. I can only rely on Nangong Wan to assist me in completing the remaining 8 cycles. With a soft creak, he pushed the door open and looked at Yin Rian standing outside. Lin Mo smiled gently. However, given my diminished cultivation, I fear I may not be able to help you break through to the 13th level of Qi training. After all, Yin Rian's purpose for participating in the cultivation competition was to leverage the 13th level of Qi training. With Lin Mo's reduced abilities, it would be challenging to achieve that breakthrough, even though he could still enhance Yin Rian's strength. Yin Rian frowned slightly, sensing Lin Mo's decline in cultivation. She expressed her surprise. How could your cultivation drop so much in just a few days? Lin Mo waved his hand and chuckled. I encountered a mishap while practicing a secret technique. Upon hearing this, Yin Rian pondered for a moment and then looked at Lin Mo. It's all right if you take your time. I'm not fond of those men in the sect anyway. That is splendid. I have no reason to refuse the opportunity to enhance my own cultivation speed. Lin Mo inquired. When does this cultivation competition commence? Yin Rian smiled brightly. Tomorrow. We will compete at the Sunset Hall on Yunhe Peak. She continued with curiosity. I wonder how the winner will be determined in this cultivation competition. Lin Mo stroked his chin, intrigued. Cultivation is not merely about brute strength. How then is the victor decided? It seems each year as competition varies. Yin Rian shook her head. Perhaps we will find out tomorrow. Lin Mo decided. In that case, I shall go and register with Uncle Feng. Yin Rian smiled at him and then turned to leave. Lin Mo gazed at her for a moment before retreating into his room to meditate. Cultivation is a process of gradual accumulation. Not a moment should be wasted. The following day, outside the Radiant Hall, groups of cultivators emerged from their respective quarters. Participation was voluntary, and only 38 disciples from Mingyue Peak were competing. Lin Mo's Heavenly Eye technique revealed that these disciples were of average strength, with the highest being the twin beauties, who had reached the 12th level of Qi training. However, both had lower-level training targets, only at the 9th level of Qi training. Aside from them, the highest cultivation among other disciples was merely at the 10th level. In terms of strength, Lin Mo and Yin Rian were undoubtedly superior. At that moment, 2 men approached from a distance. The foremost was Uncle Feng Yuan, followed by a handsome young man clad in white. Xian Shidi. Feng Yuan pointed at Lin Mo and remarked with a smile. This disciple shares your ice spirit root. Oh, an ice spirit root disciple. Xian Lu raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and began to assess Lin Mo with a critical eye. He nodded. At the 10th level of Qi training, not bad. If you can break through to the foundation establishment stage, you might even become our junior brother. Feng Yuan laughed heartily and patted Xian Lu on the shoulder. Lin Mo's heart stirred as he recognized the name Xian Lu, the disciple from the Yin family who plotted the ancient teleportation array. Xian Lu possessed considerable strength, with profound ice techniques and a powerful artifact, the sky-peering bell. However, his meticulous and selfish nature had led to the demise of many disciples from the 7 sects for the sake of that ancient array. Lin Mo decided to keep his distance and respectfully clasped his hands. Thank you for the praise, uncle. However, my cultivation has yet to break through the foundation establishment stage, and my strength is still lacking. Let us board the ship. Feng Yuan waved his right hand, and a flash of red light appeared. A Tianzhonglong flying vessel descended before them. Whoosh! The crowd transformed into shadows, landing steadily on the ship as it slowly ascended. After a brief moment, the ship arrived at the Sunset Hall on Yunhe Peak. Ah! Lin Mo exclaimed softly as he gazed at the grand hall below. Besides their group, Two teams had already arrived, forming a dense crowd of nearly 100 people. The disciples from the three peaks of the Yin family totaled approximately 150. In front of the hall sat a young girl dressed in white, her face veiled. Behind her stood several disciples at the Qi training stage, holding cloud fans. They gently waved them, creating a refreshing breeze that caressed the girl. As the wind fluttered her veil, glimpses of her stunning beauty and graceful demeanor were revealed. Could it be Nangongwan? Lin Mo's heart raced. He hadn't anticipated the presence of such beauty within the Yin family. As the crowd gathered, the girl rose slowly, her gaze sweeping across the pairs of cultivators below. Go. With a flick of her right hand, books of blue and red appeared before the disciples. This is the yin-yang convergence technique. It merges the spiritual energy of male and female cultivators, and the victory will be determined by the combined power of each pair's techniques. Lin Mo reached for the book before him and began to study its contents. The yin-yang convergence technique was concise, qualifying as a secret technique. With this technique, two peak Qi training partners could unleash power equivalent to that of the foundation establishment stage. Lin Mo mused. It seems Nangongwan is preparing for the treasure box in the blood-forbidden zone. Following the cultivation method outlined in the technique, Lin Mo began to channel the spiritual energy from his dantian, causing a soft red glow to appear on his right hand. This was the transformation of his internal energy into yang attributes, which would later combine with yin rian's yin attributes during their attack. However, to successfully merge their yin and yang powers, they would need a prerequisite technique, the yin-yang complementation technique. After all, the two energies were different in nature, and without proper coordination, their fusion would be impossible. Host: Lin Mo. Cultivation, 12th level of Qi training, Spirit Root, Ice Spirit Root. Cultivation technique, Cold Jade Formula. 13th layer, Spells, Ice Spike Technique, Object Control Technique, Ice Shield Technique, Ice Manipulation Technique, Great Evolution Technique. 2nd layer, Basic Puppet Technique, Intermediate Talisman Technique, Body Refinement Technique in Room, Yin-Yang Complementation Technique, Secret Technique, Yin-Yang Convergence Technique, Divine Ability, 9 Turns Reincarnation Technique, First Turn. Surely, if Han Li can possess the 3 turns of the Heavy Yuan Technique, the protagonist should also have a technique of similar caliber. Chapter 20, Level 3 Monster. Snow Moon Frog. Lin Mo and Yin Ruyan sat on their cushions, continuously practicing the Yin-Yang Complementation Technique. Their spiritual energies intertwined, filling the air with a rich fragrance. Lin Mo felt a warmth enveloping his body, recalling a similar scent from his time with Chen Xiaoqian. Could it be the fragrance of the maiden? Ding Dong. Yin-Yang Complementation Technique. Spiritual Energy 100 Ding Dong. Practicing the Great Evolution Technique. Consciousness 5. As the system notifications chimed in his ears, Lin Mo's heart swelled with joy. The pace of cultivation is indeed astonishingly swift, far surpassing the solitary practice one might undertake. Should this method of utilizing the complementary forces of yin and yang persist, it is likely that within less than a year, one could achieve a breakthrough to the 13th level of Qi refinement. Nangongwan sat gracefully upon a wooden chair, her gaze frequently drifting towards the delicacies beside her. Were it not for the disciples surrounding her, she might have indulged herself. Although she is a revered grandmaster, she possesses the heart of a young girl, harboring a fondness for these little snacks. Nangongwan glanced at the congregation of around 100 cultivators below. Her attention was suddenly drawn to Yin Ruyan. Surely, she must be one of the gifted disciples with a heavenly spiritual root recruited 2 years prior. Beside her, Feng Yuan promptly clasped his hands in acknowledgement, stating, "Indeed, this girl hails from the Yin family fortress." Oh, Nangongwan raised an eyebrow, her gaze shifting to Lin Mo. Is that the disciple with the ice spirit root beside him? Feng Yuan nodded affirmatively, indeed. Yet, why is his cultivation only at the 12th level of Qi refinement? Nangongwan pinched her exquisitely soft chin and murmured, with such aptitude, he appears somewhat lacking. Upon hearing this, Feng Yuan recalled that Lin Mo had displayed the prowess of a perfected Qi refinement practitioner during the recent extermination of a second-tier demonic beast, the Frosted Serpent. The last time I saw him, he had reached the 13th level of Qi refinement. Feng Yuan remarked with furrowed brows. How is it that his cultivation has regressed during this period? That child. Nangongwan's divine sense swept through Lin Mo's being, discovering an abundance of spiritual energy within, which caused her lips to curl into a slight smile. She waved her hand dismissively. Everyone has their little secrets. At this juncture, she turned to Feng Yuan and continued, for the expedition to the blood-colored Forbidden Land in 3 months, I intend for him to accompany me. Is his current cultivation level not a bit low? Feng Yuan could not help but interject. Uncle Zhao mentioned that it would be best to have disciples at the 13th level of qi refinement. Furthermore, Yin Ruyan, being a disciple with a heavenly spiritual root, cannot join us. In comparison to a disciple with an extraordinary spiritual root, one with a heavenly root is seen as a potential cultivator on the path to forming the golden core. Their cultivation journey is typically unimpeded, free from any shackles. Thus, once the sect identifies a disciple with a heavenly root, they will undoubtedly ensure their protection and prevent them from venturing into perilous locations like the blood-colored Forbidden Land. Hee. Nangong Wan smiled radiantly. I only require him. When have I ever mentioned Yin Ruyan? However, relying solely on him may not suffice to assist Uncle. Beside them, Xian Lu smiled slightly and clasped his hands. Nangong Wan waved her sleeve dismissively, coldly scoffing. I do not require your reports on my actions. Upon hearing this, Xian Lu felt a jolt of realization. Had he known of Nangong Wan's unpredictable temperament, he would not have been so foolish as to provoke her. Feng Yuan immediately clasped his hands, affirming, Uncle possesses a discerning eye. This young man recently vanquished a second-tier demonic beast, the Frosted Serpent. I believe he will surely aid you in this endeavor. Oh, upon hearing this, Nangong Wan raised an eyebrow slightly and murmured, now that is intriguing. I am weary. I shall leave this assessment to you. With that, Nangong Wan waved her sleeve, and her figure flickered, vanishing from sight. As Nangong Wan departed, Feng Yuan could not help but take a deep breath, glancing at Xian Lu beside him. Xian Lu offered a sheepish smile, aware that his earlier comments had been somewhat inappropriate. This assessment was merely to seek out the remaining 5 disciples to enter the blood-colored Forbidden Land. Feng Yuan looked at Xian Lu and said, in that case, let us select 4 from the higher-ranking disciples. Indeed, Xian Lu nodded in agreement. After all, the efficacy of the combined technique is inherently linked to the cultivators' levels. With that, the two exchanged a smile and took their seats on the adjacent wooden chairs, patiently awaiting the disciples below as they practiced their combined techniques. The secret technique of combined attacks is not particularly difficult to learn. Lin Mo merely spent half an hour mastering it. However, merging the energies of yin and yang into a cohesive force poses a far greater challenge. After all, the practitioners employ differing cultivation methods. Without the complementary technique, absorbing each other's spiritual energy would be nigh impossible. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Meanwhile, in a nearby corner, 2 partners executed the yin and yang attraction technique, weaving together vibrant blue and red lights. The energy fluctuations were tumultuous, drawing the attention of onlookers. Boom. Suddenly, the energy erupted violently, and the formidable attraction technique bore down upon the 2 practitioners. Bang. Bang. The couple was sent flying like ragdolls, crashing heavily onto the ground, unconscious. Lin Mo's expression darkened. How could such a technique fail? Feng Yuan surveyed the nearby disciples, who quickly rushed to attend to the fallen cultivators. Xian Lu scoffed lightly and admonished, you must concentrate fully while practicing. Otherwise, you may suffer a backlash like these 2. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo cast a deep glance at Yin Ruyan. Yin Ruyan smiled radiantly. Do not worry, senior brother Lin. We will certainly succeed. As she spoke, Yin Ruyan closed her eyes tightly, her crimson lips slightly parted, releasing a faint scent of jasmine. Yin Ruyan let out a soft sigh, and the ethereal blue energy within her surged forth. Lin Mo's eyes flickered as he too released all of his spiritual energy. The energies converged before them, and in an instant, a luminous orb, rivaling the full power of a Foundation establishment stage attack, coalesced in front of them. Excellent. Excellent. Witnessing the success of Lin Mo and Yin Ruyan's yin and yang attraction technique, Feng Yuan waved his right hand, summoning a massive toad onto the square. The toad was pure white, its mouth agape, croaking loudly as it prepared to unleash a combined attack on the 3rd-tier snow moon toad. Lin Mo had been at a loss regarding where to direct this combined technique, but with the appearance of this 3rd-tier beast, he saw no reason to hold back. Go. With a soft call from Lin Mo, the beam of light surged forward, swiftly reaching the snow moon toad. Croak. The snow moon toad leisurely opened its mouth, swallowing the red and blue light in an instant. The brilliant energies surged within its body, dissipating in mere moments, revealing flickers of red and blue light through its white belly. Croak. The snow moon toad slightly parted its mouth, expelling a basketball-sized ice ball. Inside the ice ball swirled streams of blue and red light, unmistakably the result of the yin and yang attraction technique executed by Yin Ruyan and Lin Mo. Chapter 21. Snow Moon Toad Indeed. Feng Yuan gazed at the ice block on the ground, commenting, this strike possesses the power equivalent to an initial stage foundation establishment attack. The snow moon toad, being a third-tier demonic beast, harbors immense frost energy within its belly. Its defensive tactic is to consume incoming attacks, encasing them in ice. The more potent the attack, the greater the consumption of frost energy required, resulting in a larger ice ball. This serves as a fair measure of the combined attack's power. Now, you may take a moment to rest and observe the tests of others. Feng Yuan directed his gaze towards Lin Mo and Yin Rian, signaling them to refrain from further executing the yin and yang attraction technique. After all, Master Nangong had instructed that Lin Mo would directly enter the secret realm, while Yin Rian would be unable to participate in the trial of the blood-red forbidden land. Thus, in her heart, there was little significance in further training Lin Mo and Yin Rian in the yin-yang attraction technique. A flicker of disappointment crossed Yin Rian's eyes. Her cultivation had reached a critical juncture, with only a thin veil separating her from the 13th level of Qi training. Yet, they were to cease their practice of the yin-yang attraction technique. Lin Mo glanced at Yin Rian and smiled. It's not as if we can't cultivate the yin-yang complementation technique. As he spoke, Lin Mo sat before Yin Rian, a torrent of spiritual energy surging forth from within him. Observing Lin Mo's cultivation, Yin Rian nodded and smiled. Their spiritual energies began to intertwine, merging like a colossal beast voraciously absorbing the surrounding ethereal essence. Ding. Yin-yang complementation technique. Spiritual energy 200. Ding. Yin-yang complementation technique. Spiritual energy 200. With each notification from the system, Lin Mo felt a continuous influx of powerful spiritual energy flowing into his dantian. The surge of energy was truly exhilarating. Meanwhile, the cultivators in the square also began to execute the yin-yang attraction technique. Learning from past experiences, there were no further incidents of explosive energy fluctuations. Besides Lin Mo and Yin Rian, two teams of cultivators successfully unleashed a combined attack comparable to the initial stages of foundation establishment. Excellent. Excellent. Feng Yuan observed the basketball-sized ice sphere and remarked, however, Lin Mo and Yin Rian's ice sphere appears to be larger. The first place would undoubtedly be claimed by Lin Mo and Yin Rian. Hearing Feng Yuan's voice from afar, Yin Rian gently moved her crimson lips, exhaling a breath of turbid air. Slowly, she opened her eyes, gazing at Lin Mo with a radiant smile. Aren't you going to retrieve your foundation establishment pill? Lin Mo paused momentarily, glanced at Yin Rian, and nodded. With a swift motion, he appeared before Feng Yuan. Excellent. Excellent. Feng Yuan continuously nodded, then raised his right hand. A blue-purple foundation establishment pill slowly floated before Lin Mo, wishing you a swift breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage. Feng Yuan flicked his wrist, and the pill landed in Lin Mo's hand. Elated with the foundation establishment pill, Lin Mo clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Master Feng. You may withdraw now. Feng Yuan nodded, lightly shaking his sleeves. He addressed the group of disciples below. In 3 months, the blood-red forbidden land will open. Although you are merely inner disciples for 2 years, you must be somewhat aware of this blood-red forbidden land. At the mention of the blood-red forbidden land, the disciples below gasped in astonishment, exchanging glances of surprise. Though the blood-red forbidden land is replete with spiritual herbs and abundant opportunities, Lin Mo stroked his chin, silently contemplating. Yet, the mortality rate is far from negligible. According to descriptions in the original text, the survival rate for this trial was merely 1 in 4. Thus, despite the bountiful rewards offered by the sect, few disciples were willing to participate. While the foundation establishment pill was precious, one must have a life to use it. However, this time was different from the last. Feng Yuan waved his hand. You need not gather spiritual flowers or herbs. You only need to retrieve a treasure from the blood-red secret realm. Moreover, any disciple who registers to participate will receive a mid-tier spiritual stone and a high-grade magical artifact as an incentive. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo stroked his chin, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. How generous to offer a mid-tier spiritual stone and a high-grade magical artifact. A mid-tier spiritual stone is worth 100 low-tier spiritual stones, while a high-grade magical artifact is valued at several hundred low-tier spiritual stones. This could indeed be an unexpected windfall. A faint smile curled at the corners of Lin Mo's lips. Do you wish to participate? Yin Rian, observing closely, turned to Lin Mo and cautioned, since we are to retrieve an item, it is certainly more challenging than gathering the Yusue mushroom. Lin Mo nodded. Indeed, otherwise, such generous rewards would not be offered. Seeing that Yin Rian wanted to continue advising him, Lin Mo waved his hand. Rest assured, if it were a matter of uncertainty, I would not take the risk. What a jest. He was determined to enter the blood-red forbidden land regardless. Otherwise, all the efforts spent preparing magical artifacts, thunder talismans, and other items would be for naught. Yin Ruyan sighed softly, gazing deeply at Lin Mo. Since you are so resolute, I shall not press further. However, my cultivation has yet to reach the pinnacle of qi training. Continuing, Yin Ruyan added, I may still need your assistance. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Her words implied a desire to cultivate alongside him, which was precisely what he wished for. If all went well, they might elevate their strength to the 13th level of qi training before entering the secret realm, thus enhancing their chances of defeating the Mo Jiao. Meanwhile, after a round of motivation, several disciples were eager to participate, including the enchanting twin sisters, Yin Yu and Yin Jiao. During these 2 years, they had reached the 12th level of qi training and had attracted numerous suitors within the sect. After all, forming a partnership with them could lead to the backing of their ancestor, a golden core cultivator, which was a golden opportunity for those without a background. In contrast, Yin Ruyan had remarkably few admirers, which was rather peculiar. Once a decision was made, registration could be completed within a month. As Feng Yuan concluded his speech, a beam of light shot forth from his sleeve, materializing into a flying ship that descended upon the square. Disciples of Mingyue Peak board the ship. With that, Feng Yuan was the first to step onto the flying vessel. The other disciples of Mingyue Peak exchanged glances and followed suit. This cultivation conference is truly dull. A male disciple lamented, shaking his head. I expected something special. Several male disciples nearby nodded in agreement. For many male disciples, entering Yinyue sect was primarily to find a partner. Not everyone was like Han Li, fervently pursuing longevity and cultivation. Most preferred to indulge in leisure and joy throughout their lives. Chapter 22. Attraction Technique. This dual cultivation conference was indeed more compact than the previous one. At this moment, Feng Yuan on the flying ship nodded and smiled slightly. This is primarily due to the significance of the upcoming journey to the blood-red forbidden land, which necessitates your practice of the yin-yang attraction technique. Oh, Duo Bao Nu exclaimed in surprise. So? Does that mean this journey to the blood-red forbidden land requires partners to enter together? Indeed. Feng Yuan nodded. Only by practicing the yin-yang attraction technique can it serve its purpose within the secret realm. At this, Feng Yuan turned to Yin Ruyan and cautioned, you need not participate. Yin Ruyan furrowed her brows slightly. Though puzzled, she still bowed respectfully. Understood, Master Feng. And what about me? Lin Mo's expression darkened. There were compelling reasons to enter the blood-red forbidden land. Surely, he could not be barred from entry simply because he could not perform the yin-yang attraction technique. Why was this the case? Feng Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Lin Mo and whispered, Master Nangong has permitted only you to enter. Master Nangong. Lin Mo's heart stirred. Why would Nangong want specifically name him for entry? Perhaps noticing the change in Lin Mo's expression, Feng Yuan chuckled, there's no need to be anxious. It is merely to inform you that your previous collaboration with Yin Ruyan in slaying a demon beast has garnered Master S admiration. Lin Mo understood. Recalling that demon beast in the blood-colored secret realm was merely a peak-level first-tier creature in Nangong Wan's eyes. If he were to enter the secret realm, he could certainly be of assistance. The flying vessel hastened, traveling for the duration of half a cup of tea before finally arriving at the Mingyue Peak before the. Feng Yuan waved his right hand to stow the vessel into his storage bag and addressed the crowd. You all should return and diligently practice the yin-yang guiding technique. With Feng Yuan's words, the crowd dispersed in a rush. Lin Mo walked alongside Yin Ruyan. With less than 3 months remaining, perhaps we can successfully break through. Lin Mo glanced at Yin Ruyan and smiled faintly. That would be the best outcome. Yin Ruyan replied with a bright smile, though her gaze drifted off into the distance. Her expression suddenly sobering. Yin Qing. He walked with a pronounced limp, evidently having sustained injuries from another's body. Yin Qing looked unusually grave as he regarded Yin Ruyan and spoke softly. Ruyan. Senior brother Yin. Yin Ruyan clasped her hands in greeting, her demeanor forlorn. Your injury is due to your sacrifice in slaying the cold snake. You were bitten because of me. It is entirely my fault. Yin Qing sighed, looking down at his right leg, shaking his head. I heard that you attended the dual cultivation conference today. If Yin Qing were to deny any romantic feelings for his exceptionally gifted cousin, it would surely be a disservice to the truth. Alas, he was now a mere shell of his former self. How could he possibly be worthy of such a brilliant talent as Yin Ruyan? Yes, Yin Ruyan nodded. Today, Master Nangong came to impart the yin-yang guiding technique. Upon hearing this, Yin Qing could only manage an awkward smile. That is truly wonderful. As he spoke, he limped away into the distance. What a pity. Lin Mo's eyes flickered, shaking his head slightly. Yin Qing possessed commendable talent. having reached the perfected stage of chi refinement at the age of 25. With just one foundation establishment pill, he could break through the foundation establishment stage. It was unfortunate that he had suffered an unexpected calamity, having been torn apart by that snow-patterned cold snake. For cultivators, the integrity of their bodies is paramount. To be missing even one limb makes advancing to the foundation establishment stage exceedingly difficult. Of course, there are ways to remedy such a situation, such as through top-tier techniques for regrowing limbs or exceptional medicinal herbs. However, these options are not within Yin Qing's reach at present. The path of cultivation is indeed brutal. Lin Mo stroked his chin, resolutely reminding himself. Although he was aware of the plot within the blood-colored forbidden land, he must remain vigilant. To suffer injuries like Yin Qing and be deprived of his path to immortality would be a grave loss. Following behind Yin Ruyan, they arrived at a house near a bamboo grove. Unknown herbs were planted in front of the door, exuding a fragrant aroma. You have quite the refined taste. Junior sister Yin. Lin Mo smiled gently, looking at Yin Ruyan. Yin Ruyan returned the smile. I merely planted them out of boredom. With a creak, she opened the door, and a rich sandalwood fragrance wafted out. Compared to Lin Mo's room, Yin Ruyan's was significantly more exquisite. A snow-white mat was placed on the bed, and several pale blue books adorned the table. Shall we begin now? Yin Ruyan pointed to the table and smiled at Lin Mo. The two sat cross-legged, a torrent of spiritual energy surging forth from within them. Their energies converged, and their auras grew increasingly potent. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth coalesced, making the room's atmosphere far denser than in other places. Time flowed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Congratulations, junior sister Yin, on breaking through to the perfected stage of chi refinement. Lin Mo clasped his hands before Yin Ruyan, who radiated a powerful aura, exuding a formidable presence. This was the essence of a perfected chi refinement practitioner, each movement suggesting an imminent breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. Yin Ruyan, surprised at her breakthrough, remarked, I hadn't expected your cultivation to be so profound. Without you, I wouldn't have achieved this success so smoothly. She looked at Lin Mo with delight. However, senior brother Lin, your cultivation has also improved significantly. I imagine you are not far from the 13th layer of chi refinement. Host, Lin Mo, strength, peak of the 12th layer of chi refinement, spiritual root, ice spiritual root, cultivation method, 13th layer of cold jade art, spells, ice spike technique, object control technique, ice shield technique, ice manipulation technique, 2nd layer of great transformation technique, basic puppet technique, intermediate talismans technique, body refinement technique, in-room, yin-yang complementation technique, secret technique, yin-yang guiding technique, divine ability, 9-turn reincarnation technique, 1st turn. Looking at his attributes, Lin Mo felt quite satisfied and smiled. It is all thanks to your assistance, junior sister. I wish you all the best in the upcoming expedition to the blood-colored secret realm. Yin Ruyan performed a bow to Lin Mo and smiled brightly. Time is getting late. I must take my leave. With only a few days remaining before the blood-colored secret realm expedition, Lin Mo had to make his final preparations. At the Merit Hall of Mingyue Peak, several disciples clad in white garments emerged, their faces alight with joy as they exited the hall. They weighed the storage bags in their hands, clearly elated. This is your subsidy for the journey to the blood-colored forbidden land. Upon seeing Lin Mo, a middle-aged beautiful woman handed over a storage bag, saying, the high-tier magical artifacts inside are random. Selection is not permitted. Implicitly, she meant that having any magical artifacts was favorable, and there was no room for picky choices. Thank you, Elder. Lin Mo assessed the storage bag, smiled slightly, and turned to leave. There was no need to be choosy about the magical artifacts. With the storage bag in hand, Lin Mo returned to the. As spiritual energy surged into it, 2 beams of red light shot forth from the storage bag. One was a pale green spirit stone, and the other a spherical magical artifact. This must be a mid-tier wood spirit stone, Lin Mo mused, observing the faintly glowing green stone with a smile. Vajra Pearl. Upon grasping the round bead inscribed with the words Vajra Pearl, Lin Mo couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. So heavy. As spiritual energy flowed into it, he quickly understood the function of this magical artifact. It relied on its weight, somewhat akin to the Vajra transformation talisman. However, this Vajra ball was merely a high-tier magical artifact, incomparable in strength. Better than nothing, I suppose. Lin Mo smiled faintly and stowed both items into his own storage bag. With the cold jade sword and the Qing Jiao flag for offense, and the sun-blocking cauldron for defense, along with the formidable talisman and Thunder Child, he had ample trump cards. With a wave of his right hand, He scattered several talisman papers across the table. In the coming days, he would refine some talismans and puppets. 3 days later, Lin Mo stood atop the verdant flying leaf magical artifact, swaying gently as he ascended to the main peak. Upon arriving at the square, one could see dozens of individuals already gathered there. The disciples from the Moon Concealment Sect participating in the expedition to the Forbidden Land were indeed formidable in their cultivation. With no fewer than 15 or 16 reaching the peak of the 13th layer, the majority of the remaining disciples were also at the pinnacle of the 12th layer. Among them were the twin beauties of moon concealment, though their previous male partners for practicing the yin-yang attraction technique had been replaced by brothers of the 13th layer. It seemed to be the handiwork of their esteemed ancestor. Had it not been for the momentary lapse with Chun Xiaoqian, they would not have drawn such attention from the others. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, reflecting on whether he regretted his actions. Certainly not. To withdraw at such a crucial moment would be the mark of a coward. Despite only possessing the strength of the 12th layer, his training in the 9-turn reincarnation technique rendered him superior to ordinary 13th layer disciples. Observing the 20 or so disciples below, Lin Mo's brow furrowed slightly in confusion. According to past conventions, the lower-tier disciples from the 7 major sects allowed into the Forbidden Land could not exceed 25 in number, only fewer, never more. In previous instances, they had struggled to gather even a dozen participants for the blood trial, given its extreme dangers. Yet now, Lin Mo counted a total of 24 Qi refinement cultivators. Including himself, they totaled precisely 25. It appeared that the sect had made a considerable investment to acquire that precious artifact for Nangong Wan. Lin Mo's eyes flickered as he contemplated this. It seemed they had assembled the strongest cohort of disciples from the sect. The recent dual cultivation conference must have been aimed at identifying sufficiently skilled candidates. Just then, a voice cut through the air with a whoosh, revealing a disheveled, yet spirited elder appearing on the square, clad in a patched blue robe, with a messy head of hair and a weathered cloth bag at his waist. He gave the impression of being a cleanliness enthusiast, despite the greasy countenance that obscured his true appearance. Master Qiong? Lin Mo recognized the figure before him as the Golden Core cultivator accompanying them to the Blood Secret Realm. Although he was not the leader, but rather concealed in the shadows, his formidable cultivation was rumored to be at the threshold of the nascent soul stage. Specializing in the art of formless evasion, renowned throughout the cultivation world. Unfortunately, his inability to break through to the nascent soul stage had rendered him eccentric. This time, he followed Master Enai Chong, leading the expedition to the blood-forbidden land. Simultaneously, a magnificent vessel carved entirely from jade appeared atop the main peak. Adorned with intricate dragon and phoenix engravings and embedded with numerous formations, it radiated a faint white light, enveloping the entire ship. A beautiful woman in palace attire stood upon the vessel, raising an eyebrow as she surveyed the disciples below. "Prepare yourselves, let us embark." Her lips barely moved, yet her voice resonated enchanting and captivating. Truly, every smile and frown was bewitching. The Moon Concealment Sect undoubtedly hailed from the Harmony Sect. Lin Mo steadied the restless energy within him, silently acknowledging the potency of such a mesmerizing technique. In the crowd, Lin Mo soon spotted Nangong Wan. Though she appeared different from 3 months ago, now at the 13th layer of Qi refinement, her appearance had transformed from that of a dignified woman to that of a youthful maiden. This was the mysterious nature of Nangong Wan's reincarnation maiden technique. As her cultivation diminished, her beauty regressed to her younger self. At this moment, she was strikingly beautiful, captivating enough to be unforgettable after just a glance. As the disciples boarded the ship one by one, Master Enai Chong turned to the 25 disciples, stating, "Your mission is to assist Master Nangong in obtaining an item from the secret realm. However, upon entering, you will be scattered throughout the realm." She surveyed the group, instructing, "Thus, your primary task is to regroup." With a wave of her hand, a map materialized before them. "You must convene at a designated location once inside the secret realm. Do not squander your lives." Listening to Master Enai Chang's words, the disciples all cupped their hands in acknowledgement. "Do not be overly disheartened." A smile graced Master Enai Chang's lips, enchanting the disciples further. Had Lin Mo not been exceptionally strong, he might have found himself entranced by her every expression. Clearing her throat, noticing the dazed expressions of the male disciples, she added, "Should you assist Master Nangong in completing her task, each of you will receive a Foundation Establishment Pill as a reward." "Yes, Master." Upon hearing about the Foundation Establishment Pill, excitement lit up the faces of the 25 disciples. Now, with Master Enai Chang's command, the moonlight divine vessel sprang to life beneath them, enveloping them in a swirling white light as it vanished from sight. Such speed surely surpassed that of any top-tier magical artifact. Lin Mo swallowed hard, intrigued by the divine vessel beneath him. If ever given the chance, he would certainly acquire a flying craft for himself, whether for pursuing enemies, engaging in combat, or making a hasty retreat. It would be immensely convenient. Chapter 24. The Grievance of Chun Xiaoqian. The speed of the Moonlight Divine Vessel was astonishing, far beyond that of Feng Yuan's small flying ship. It soared through the air like a streak of light, while those aboard experienced remarkable stability. Amidst the crowd, Lin Mo felt a subtle gaze sweeping over him. It was unmistakably the spiritual sense of Nangongwan. Although she had regressed to the peak of qi refinement, her spiritual awareness had not diminished. A golden core cultivator could effortlessly perceive him, compelling Lin Mo to conceal his own spiritual presence. If detected, it would spell trouble. Fortunately, Nangongwan's spiritual sense lingered only briefly before drifting away. Lin Mo exhaled a breath of relief, shaking his head slightly. Meanwhile, the ragged Elder Qiong mingled within the crowd. Elder Qiong glanced at Lin Mo and muttered, "Aren't you a disciple with an ice spirit root? Why aren't you diligently cultivating your foundation establishment within the sect?" Despite his advanced age, Elder Qiong behaved like a mischievous old child, bouncing forward. Lin Mo's heart raced, yet his expression remained unchanged as he cupped his hands. Though the blood-forbidden land is perilous, it offers numerous opportunities, and I wish to try my luck. That spirit is commendable. Elder Qiong nodded. However, many with unusual spirit roots have perished within. Lin Mo's expression shifted slightly as he expressed gratitude. "Thank you for your concern, Elder." After that, Elder Qiong lost interest in Lin Mo and vanished in a flash. The divine vessel traveled swiftly, reaching an unnamed desolate mountain in less than 2 days. This location had been agreed upon by the other 6 major sects for their assembly. Only when all 7 sects were gathered would they set forth to unlock the Forbidden Land. The appointed time is tomorrow morning. However, given that the Forbidden Area lies within the territory of the Jianzhou, and Huangfeng Valley can be considered a half-host, I arrived early to await the arrival. When the moon god ship descended, I had already spotted the disciples of Huangfeng Valley below, dressed in pale yellow garments. Their cultivation was remarkable. Among the crowd, I recognized the unremarkable figure of Han Li. The blood-colored secret realm must not allow you to gain an advantage, I silently admonished. Other matters could be negotiated, but not with Nangongwan. At that moment, I suddenly noticed that the previously relaxed Qiong Laozu, who had been reclining on the ship, had vanished without a trace. When he reappeared, he was already among the elders of Huangfeng Valley and Qingshu sect, gathering with the Golden Core elders from both sections. Shaking my head slightly, I understood the unfolding narrative. This was a wager among the disciples of the sections. Though this bet seemed rather merciless to these Golden Core cultivators, practitioners of the Qi refinement stage were no different from ants. Soon after, the remaining 4 sects arrived one after another. Notably, the disciples from the Great Sword sect were all male, not a single female among them, clad in black robes and bearing massive swords. Their appearance alone made their identity unmistakable. As for the Spirit Beast Mountain, it was easily distinguishable by its colorful attire, with multiple pouches at their waists. They possessed one more Spirit Beast pouch compared to disciples from other sections. In contrast to storage bags, Spirit Beast pouches were significantly more advanced, capable of holding living creatures, which also made them considerably more expensive. As for the Blade Workshop and the Heavenly Watchtower, they were indistinguishable from Huangfeng Valley, lacking any particularly striking characteristics. Suddenly, I spotted Chen Xiaoqian among the crowd. I had not taken her foundation-building pill. Why was she here, risking herself in the blood-colored forbidden area? My brow furrowed, an expression of confusion crossing my face. Moreover, due to my dual cultivation technique, my cultivation had reached the 11th layer of qi refinement. With a steady intake of foundation-building pills, I could successfully establish my foundation without such peril. While observing Chen Xiaoqian, my gaze shifted towards the Yinhua sect, my eyes scanning the crowd as if searching for someone. A wave of unease washed over me, compelling me to shrink back into the confines of the divine vessel. Although I had not taken her foundation-building pill, I had acquired another precious item from her, and due to my diminished cultivation at that time, I had not treated her with the respect she deserved. The thought of this caused me a headache. Indeed, the thrill of the moment was fleeting, yet dealing with the aftermath proved challenging. Sister 7, ever since that incident, you have become quite extreme, a middle-aged man remarked. Observing Chen Xiaoqian's incessant glances at the Yinhua sect's ship, that surnamed Lu has perished, and he did not take your foundation-building pill. Let this matter rest. Chen Xiaoqian's mouth parted slightly, a hint of helplessness flashing in her eyes. Her innocent form had been violated by the disciples of the Yin Mo sect. Yet, she could not voice this grievance, only letting out a long sigh. Seeing that all the disciples from the various sects had gathered, we then flew towards the border of Yuanwu Kingdom. After a brief flight of several hours, we landed before a vast expanse of barren earth, where not a trace of greenery could be found. The existence of spirit flowers and herbs in such a desolate place was indeed miraculous. Meanwhile, the golden core cultivators from the 7 sects leapt onto the desolate slope. The elder of the Great Sword sect was the first to act, and the sand and mud beneath him seemed to come alive, rushing towards him. With a wave of his right hand, the earth twisted and coalesced, forming an enormous sword in an instant, transforming mud into stone. I raised an eyebrow. This was an intermediate spell. Only cultivators in the foundation establishment stage could master it. Go. The elder of the Great Sword sect wielded the massive sword with force, and it transformed into a yellow phantom, appearing several dozen meters away, only to suddenly disintegrate upon contact with something in midair. Following this, azure light surged through the void, and blades of wind continuously descended, creating an impenetrable wall of wind. I glanced around the wind wall, which seemed boundless, its extent unknown. This must be a formidable formation. My eyes narrowed. Only the old demon of Huangfeng Valley could traverse it freely. The elder of the Great Sword sect paused, refraining from continuous strikes, opting instead to strike once every hour. I understood he was testing the strength of the Forbidden Area S formation. Once it showed signs of weakness, we could combine our strengths to breach the path into the secret realm. After the 4th stone sword was thrown, the power of the azure wind blades noticeably diminished. The master of the rainbow garb, observing this, flickered and transformed into a phantom. The other 5 Sect S golden core cultivators gathered beside the Great Sword Sect S. 7 magical artifacts coalesced in midair: a flying sword, a measuring ruler, a ribbon, a cane, a massive black sword, a red long knife, and a golden seal. Their brilliance intermingled, surging into the formation of the Forbidden Area. Chapter 25. Battle at Fengyue. Follow me. Nangong led the way, with the disciples of the Yin sect closely trailing behind her, positioning themselves behind the master of the rainbow garb, ready to enter the Forbidden Area at any moment. As the magical artifacts struck the formation, a series of booming sounds erupted, with the 7 artifacts continually colliding against the wind blades, producing eerie howls that left the observing disciples in a state of tension. After several hours, the 7 golden core cultivators finally forged a circular passage through the formation. It was pitch black within, unfathomably deep. Hurry and enter. I cannot hold it for long. Seeing that the crowd behind her remained still, the master of the rainbow garb urged gently. The disciples of the 7 great sects exchanged glances, their expressions dark and silent. Although the disciples appeared cordial at present, once inside the secret realm, encounters between them would likely lead to conflict. Even amongst fellow disciples, the competition for spirit flowers and herbs could incite violence. I followed the Sect S disciples, leaping into the blood-colored Forbidden Area. Suddenly, I was struck by dizziness, an overwhelming stench assailing my senses. The dark, muddy ground was accompanied by a bubbling pit of pale green water, gnarled trees, and foul air. What kind of cursed place is this? I shook my right hand, gripping a talisman tightly as I surveyed my surroundings, observing intently. My consciousness surged within my mind, yet I detected no figures. Nonetheless, I remained cautious, clutching a mid-tier talisman for ice spike technique in one hand, while the other held the diamond pearl. Should any danger arise, I would unleash a tempest of fury. First, I would ascertain my location before reuniting with Nangong. A faint smile graced my lips as I thought. However, if I encountered any rare spirit herbs along the way, I certainly couldn't let them pass by unnoticed. Once inside the Forbidden Area, one would be subjected to the influence of a translocation formation. Although he entered alongside the disciples of the Moon Concealment Sect, the influence of the array caused them to materialize in various locations within the secret realm. Should luck be unkind, and one find themselves amidst a horde of monstrous beasts, resignation would be the only option. Soon, Lin Mo arrived at the center of this place. A pool of pitch-black water emanated a foul stench. This must be the Black Dragon Pool. Lin Mo's keen eyes spotted the nearby corpse flower and snake-winding tree, both of which were potent herbs for crafting poisons. Perhaps the Spirit Beast sect would appreciate such items, due to their low value. Lin Mo opted not to collect them, but instead ventured deeper into the 5-dragon pool. According to sect intelligence, a rare spiritual herb known as cold smoke grass thrived here. Its uses were manifold, serving as nourishment for spirit beasts and the basis for numerous elixirs. The sect offered a generous purchase price of 50 low-grade spirit stones per plant. It is said that spiritual herbs are always accompanied by spirit beasts, and naturally, the cold smoke grass was guarded by them. The map indicated that a group of first-level low-tier ice toads resided here. Although their strength equated to that of an early-stage chi refinement cultivator, their sheer numbers could pose a challenge for an ordinary practitioner. Just then, a piercing cry shattered the air. Lin Mo leapt onto a towering tree. In the distance, he saw a disciple of Tianke Fortress, clad in blue, collapsed before several cold smoke grass plants, while two disciples from Spirit Beast Mountain sneered at him. Han Li, Lin Mo smirked. Observing Han Li retreating in panic behind the tree, having evidently spotted the malevolent disciples from Spirit Beast Mountain, who were now hastily preparing to flee. After all, Han Li's purpose in the secret realm was to gather materials for the Foundation establishment pill, rendering him uninterested in the cold smoke grass. Watching Han Li's retreating figure, Lin Mo shook his head slightly, his form shimmering before he transformed into a wisp of shadow, darting towards the center of the secret realm. That was also the rendezvous point requested by Nangong Wan. Thanks to Lin Mo's Foundation establishment-level spiritual sense, he could easily detect many hidden figures along the way, encountering no obstacles. Suddenly, amidst a cacophony of hurried footsteps, Lin Mo turned his head to find a familiar face before him, senior sister Chen Xiaoqian. However, she appeared frantic, stumbling as if being pursued. Sigh. Lin Mo sighed softly. Had it been anyone else, he would have ignored them, but Chen Xiaoqian was his woman. How could he turn a blind eye? She soon noticed Lin Mo's presence, her expression one of surprise as she urged, "Senior brother, flee quickly. Behind us is the madman Feng Yu." Feng Yu? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, recalling that this fellow was supposed to be ambushing the treasure girl, only to meet his demise at Han Li's hands. How had he ended up here, harassing his senior sister? Could it be that his own intrusion altered the trajectories of these individuals entering the secret realm? This notion made sense. With a slight smile, Lin Mo replied, "No worries. I shall deal with him." That madman Feng Yu possessed several fine items, whether the boots or the umbrella, both of which were top-tier magical artifacts. Initially rushing forward, upon hearing Lin Mo's familiar voice, Chen Xiaoqian halted abruptly. As she observed Lin Mo, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. Lin Mo noticed the change in her demeanor, raising an eyebrow in intrigue. Had this little girl discovered his identity? Yet he recalled that he had donned a mask, having handled everything quite discreetly. Just as he thought this, a bald man wielding a large blade approached from a distance. Lin Mo flicked his wrist, grasping a blue dragon banner in hand. "Go." As he uttered the command, his spiritual energy surged into the banner. The flag rippled with azure light, and a virtual blue dragon surged forth. Seeing the sudden appearance of the blue dragon, Feng Yu's expression shifted, and he hurriedly drew the yellow umbrella from his back. With a flick, a faint yellow glow coalesced around the umbrella, forming an elusive protective barrier. Boom. The blue dragon's full force collided with the yellow umbrella, which successfully absorbed the impact. A top-tier magical artifact. Lin Mo recognized it immediately. Damn. Feng Yu's face contorted in rage. How dare anyone attack me? And a mere 12th-layer chi refinement disciple at that. As he sensed Lin Mo's aura, Feng Yu sneered, "You seek death." Enraged, Feng Yu was unwilling to allow Lin Mo to survive another moment. He suddenly produced a golden talisman, channeling his spiritual energy into it. The talisman radiated light, revealing the outline of a golden blade. Lin Mo's pupils constricted as he hastily retrieved nearly 10 ice spike talismans. Go. The talismans were enveloped in light, forming sharp ice spikes that rapidly materialized. Whoosh, whoosh. The ice spike shot forth like a torrential downpour. Feng Yu, a formidable combatant, swung the yellow umbrella in a defensive gesture, enveloping the dense barrage of ice spikes in an instant. It seemed he would have to rely on that artifact. Lin Mo waved his right hand, conjuring several primordial beads before him. In his left palm, a deep purple Thunderchild talisman appeared. Although the tactic was somewhat unscrupulous, it had been employed by Han Li. Yet for Lin Mo, resolving the situation with minimal cost was the most favorable outcome. Meanwhile, Feng Yu's talisman had fully materialized into a gleaming treasure blade, which shot forth like a yellow rainbow, aimed directly at Lin Mo's head, intending to eliminate him in one strike. Be careful. Chen Xiaoqian, sensing the talisman's power, gasped in shock. She drew a high-level defensive talisman, conjuring a water-blue protective barrier in front of Lin Mo. This was a high-level defensive talisman that Chen Xiaoqian had purchased at great expense, and now she chose to use it to protect Lin Mo. Witnessing this scene warmed Lin Mo's heart, knowing that this talisman was her trump card. He turned to the anxious Chun Xiao Qian and smiled. Do not worry. As he spoke, a faint yellow light surged from his storage bag. The top-tier magical artifact, the sun-shielding cauldron, soared into the air, aiming to intercept the flying blade. Boom. The moment the blade met the yellow light of the cauldron, a sharp grinding noise echoed through the air. Despite the talisman's formidable power, the cauldron, crafted from precious materials, boasted astonishing defensive capabilities. Although the flying knife talisman held the upper hand, forcing the sunshade cauldron to retreat steadily, it could not shatter it. Go. With a flick of his right hand, Lin Mo transformed several mixed origin pearls into a phantom, hurling them directly towards Feng Yu. Among them was a slightly smaller Thunderchild, nearly undetectable. A mere mid-level artifact? Feng Yu scoffed, raising his yellow Luo umbrella to shatter the incoming pearls. However, upon making contact with a deep purple mixed origin pearl, Feng Yu's expression changed drastically. Boom. With a tremendous roar, Feng Yu was instantly reduced to a wisp of ash, vanishing from sight, along with the supreme artifact, the yellow Luo umbrella. The small blade artifact hanging in midair lost Feng Yu's control, transforming back into a golden talisman that fell to the ground. Cloud treading boots. A glimmer of joy flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. It was these boots that allowed Feng Yu to effortlessly slay fellow cultivators of the same stage. Their swiftness surpassed even the wind control technique, often leading to his opponents perishing before they could cast a spell. What a bountiful harvest. Lin Mo smiled faintly and immediately donned the boots. Whoosh. With a gentle shift of his feet, Lin Mo became a phantom, disappearing from his location and reappearing several dozen meters away. Such incredible speed. A look of delight graced Lin Mo's face. Senior brother. Witnessing Feng Yu's demise, Chun Xiao Qian slowly approached Lin Mo, her eyes fixed intently on him. Clearing his throat, Lin Mo felt a bit embarrassed under her gaze. Now that the danger has passed, you may leave. Chun Xiao Qian cast a resentful glance at Lin Mo and asked softly, was it you that day? Upon hearing her words, Lin Mo found himself at a loss for explanation. You had consumed the harmonious powder. As he began to speak, he faltered, unable to continue. How could he say that she had been poisoned and he had cured her? Just answer me one question. Chun Xiao Qian lowered her gaze and quietly inquired, would you consider being with me? At this, Lin Mo fell silent for a moment, looking at Chun Xiao Qian, and replied, the path of cultivation is fraught with peril. If you are by my side, my joys and sorrows will be shared. The joy of having a beautiful companion makes one forget their troubles, while the sorrow of lacking strength ultimately leads to despair. Chun Xiao Qian nodded vigorously. Though my talent is mediocre, I would surely remain by your side through thick and thin. If one were to ask Lin Mo which female character he most admired in the tale of mortal cultivation, it would undoubtedly be Chun Xiao Qian. As a member of the Qin family, she bore the weight of her family's destiny, yet dared to forsake everything for the rare love found in the realm of cultivation. She was also a woman whom Lin Mo could trust to guard his back, as evidenced by her willingness to use her most precious defensive talisman to protect him. Gazing at Chun Xiao Qian, Lin Mo rubbed his nose. I have a favor to ask of you. What is it? Chun Xiao Qian furrowed her brow slightly and said, I can give you anything I have. Lin Mo licked his lips and spoke softly. I am but one step away from the 13th level of Qi refinement and may require your assistance in my cultivation. The recent battle with Feng Yu had propelled Lin Mo's spiritual energy to a breakthrough, leaving him just a step away from the 13th level. More cultivation? Upon hearing the word more, Chun Xiao Qian's face turned crimson as she quickly averted her gaze, murmuring, okay. Within a tree hollow, two puppet tigers prowled. A day later, when the pale-faced Chun Xiao Qian gracefully descended from the hollow, Lin Mo's spiritual energy surged, having successfully reached the 13th level. Satisfied with the torrent of energy coursing through him, Lin Mo turned to the waning Chun Xiao Qian and apologized. I'm sorry. It's nothing. A smile graced Chun Xiao Qian's face. I'm just happy to assist my senior brother. That silly girl, Lin Mo thought to himself. And with a flick of his right hand, he produced a storage bag containing several dozen intermediate talismans. These are all crafted by me. Keep them for protection. The storage bag contains some artifacts I no longer need. No need. Chun Xiao Qian shook her head with a smile. I came here solely to find you. Now that I have, I shall return. Chapter 27. The Three-Legged Rooster. At this, Lin Mo felt a stirring in his heart. How did you know I would participate in this competition? What if I hadn't? Chun Xiao Qian smiled brightly. Then I would continue searching for you, until I find you. However, I have a sect mission, so I may not be able to accompany you. Lin Mo gazed at Chun Xiao Qian and said softly, the blood-colored forbidden land is exceedingly perilous. Having these will ensure your safety. My elder brother is ahead. Suddenly, a glimmer passed over Chen Xiaoqian's wrist as she remarked, my elder brother is at the peak of qi refinement. With him around, I shall be safe. Regardless, take these with you. Lin Mo pressed the talismans and storage bag into Chen Xiaoqian's arms, then leapt into the air, vanishing from sight. Watching Lin Mo's retreating figure, Chen Xiaoqian smiled, arranging her hair. The remnants of Lin Mo's presence lingered there, with a series of footsteps approaching. A man clad in yellow attire from the Huangfeng Valley came forth. Xiaoqian, why do you look so weak? Meanwhile, Lin Mo had spent the better part of the day arriving at a towering stone wall. Before him loomed a massive bronze door, one of the 4 great gates leading into the central area. Circumventing this would require considerable effort. The door was adorned with intricate, ancient inscriptions, evidently aged. The bronze door stood ajar, indicating that someone had passed through. On the wall, 3 individuals, dressed in different attire, were gruesomely pinned in a star shaped by thick ice spikes, their blood dripping steadily from the wounds, congealed into a dark, viscous substance. They had clearly been dead for some time. Was this a display of power? Lin Mo scoffed, and with a flick of his sleeve, 2 red beams of light emerged. 2 puppet tigers, each over a meter tall, appeared at his side. Puppet tiger, strength, qi refinement 9th layer, spells, fireball technique, gale technique, ice spike technique. The 2 puppet tigers were crafted from the previously purchased black xian wood, possessing the strength of the qi refinement 9th layer. Lin Mo had inscribed the spells of fireball, gale, and ice spike onto these puppets. Although their power was somewhat modest, they were more than sufficient for support. Without hesitation, Lin Mo advanced towards the bronze door. As he passed through, a rich fragrance enveloped him. Before his eyes unfolded a divine tableau filled with the songs of birds and fragrant flowers, exotic herbs, golden spiritual grasses, crimson spiritual trees, and bamboo that sprinkled silver dust incessantly. Truly a marvel beyond compare. However, Lin Mo remained unperturbed by the splendid sights before him. His keen perception had already detected the concealed figure lurking behind him. Zhongwu. A cold smile crept across Lin Mo's lips as he waved his right hand. The talisman in his grasp shattered instantaneously, enveloped in white light, condensing into sharp blades of frost that aimed toward a tree behind him. Quite perceptive, aren't you? A man clad in a yellow beast skin stepped forward. In his 40s, of average height, his eyes were somewhat asymmetrical, and he was adorned with numerous spirit beast bags. It was undoubtedly Zhongwu. In a flash, 2 beams of green light shot from Zhongwu's waist, as 2 wild mountain flying serpents erupted forth, shattering the dense array of frost blades. Go. Lin Mo's expression shifted slightly as he glanced toward the 2 puppet tigers at his side. With a puff, the 2 puppet tigers opened their mouths, unleashing 2 blazing fireballs that surged forward, landing directly in front of the wild mountain flying serpents. Hissing, the serpents, swift as lightning, retreated hastily. These serpents possessed a cultivation level around the 10th stage of qi training, slightly stronger than the puppet tigers. However, the puppet technique was not Lin Mo's sole means of attack. Go. Lin Mo's right hand flicked, and the King Kong pearl soared from his palm, infused with spiritual energy. It expanded rapidly from the size of a fist to that of a basketball. Despite its increased size, its velocity remained undiminished, transforming into a streak of yellow light as it hurtled toward Zhongwu. Child, you seek death. Zhongwu, at the 12th stage of qi training, was no match for Lin Mo, who had reached the 13th stage after dual cultivation. In a moment of surprise, Zhongwu's spirit beast bag erupted with a swarm of spirit bees, numbering over 100. Though their individual strength was low, at the first level, their sheer numbers posed a significant threat if allowed to close in. Lin Mo's right hand struck the ground, and sharp ice spikes coalesced around him, shooting forth like a tempest. They pierced through the swarm of spirit bees, splattering crimson droplets into the air as the bees began to fall. By the time they reached Lin Mo, less than half remained. Go. Lin Mo produced the Azure Flood Dragon banner, channeling his spiritual power into it. An ethereal dragon emerged from the banner, dashing swiftly toward the swarm of spirit bees. Boom. 40 or 50 spirit bees were obliterated in an instant. And the Azure Flood Dragon continued onward, targeting Zhongwu. Zhongwu, clutching a pale yellow talisman, was enveloped by a golden barrier. Recognizing the talisman as a basic intermediate-level King Kong talisman, Lin Mo felt a sense of urgency. Sweat dripped from Zhongwu's brow as he gazed at the approaching Azure Flood Dragon, cursing inwardly. What manner of person is this, adept in talismans, puppetry, and wielding such formidable artifacts? Although he was filled with frustration, the Azure Flood Dragon was now upon him. Defending against the King Kong Pearl was already taxing. Adding the dragon would surely overwhelm him. It appeared he had no choice but to rely on his creature. With this thought, Zhongwu leaped backward, and from his spirit beast bag emerged a large black rooster, landing before him. This rooster was enormous, nearly the size of a person, and possessed 3 legs, emanating faint black light from its beak. With a swift peck, the rooster struck the oncoming King Kong pearl, creating a gaping hole. Lin Mo's pupils constricted in disbelief, realizing how formidable this black rooster truly was. Its sharp beak was capable of damaging high-level artifacts. As Lin Mo's consciousness surged, he discerned that the rooster's aura had reached the pinnacle of the first level, seemingly on the verge of advancing to a second-level demon beast. How had Zhongwu managed to tame such a powerful creature? Just as Lin Mo pondered, the black rooster suddenly turned its head and lunged toward Zhongwu, revealing it had not been fully tamed. Instead, Zhongwu had summoned it in a moment of desperation. "Damn beast!" Zhongwu shouted, pointing at Lin Mo. "Go kill him." The rooster, swift as the wind, appeared behind Zhongwu, its sharp beak plunging into his skull. A sound akin to a coconut shattering echoed, and Zhongwu froze in place, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Having disposed of Zhongwu, the colossal 3-legged rooster turned its gaze toward Lin Mo, its cold eyes fixated on him. Seeking death, Lin Mo snorted, realizing the rooster now regarded him as prey. With a swift motion, Lin Mo stowed the azure flood dragon banner and grasped the snow-white cold jade sword. Chilling mist surged from the hilt, enveloping his right hand in frost. In that instant, Lin Mo felt as though he and the cold jade sword had become one. The sun-shielding cauldron shot forth from his storage bag, rapidly enlarging to over 3 meters in height. "Descend," Lin Mo commanded, directing the cauldron toward the 3-legged rooster. The cauldron glowed brilliantly, accompanied by resounding booms as it descended upon the rooster. With a forceful swing of the cold jade sword, Lin Mo conjured a barrage of icy blades aimed at the rooster's rear, cutting off its escape route. Yet, the 3-legged rooster showed no intention of retreating. Its powerful legs propelled it toward Lin Mo, ignoring the descending cauldron entirely. Boom! The sun-shielding cauldron landed first, enveloping the 3-legged rooster within. Frustrated and enraged, the confined rooster shook violently, pecking at the cauldron. However, the sun-shielding cauldron, a top-tier defensive artifact reinforced with rare materials, could rival even the sky-blocking bell, which could temporarily control 5th-level demon beasts. How could it be challenged by a mere 1st-level pinnacle beast? As Lin Mo infused spiritual energy into the cold jade sword, contemplating delivering a decisive blow, his peripheral vision caught sight of Zhongwu's corpse nearby. This 3-legged rooster was formidable. Its beak could shatter an offensive artifact. If he could cultivate the techniques of the Spirit Beast Mountain, he might be able to tame the rooster. Lin Mo had no strict preferences regarding the appearance of demon beasts, as long as they were powerful. This 3-legged rooster evidently met his expectations. It appears that this 3-legged chicken possesses a trace of the bloodline of the legendary 3-legged golden crow. Although this trace may be minuscule, the very existence of its 3 legs may indeed indicate a fortuitous connection. Contemplating this, Lin Mo approached the corpse of Zhongwu without hesitation. With remarkable swiftness, he stripped away the spirit beast bags and storage pouches from the body. In total, there were 2 storage pouches and 6 spirit beast bags. As Lin Mo's consciousness swept over them, he discovered that 3 of the spirit beast bags were completely empty, evidently having once contained the spirit bee, dual snakes, and the 3-legged rooster. The remaining 3 bags contained various insect eggs and spirit beast cubs. However, the last spirit beast bag held a formidable giant tiger, capable of reaching the 1st-tier advanced stage. Had Zhongwu unleashed this giant tiger in his final moments, though the chance of survival would have been slim, it would have been preferable to being pecked to death by the 3-legged rooster. With a smile, Lin Mo opened the last 2 storage pouches. One contained an assortment of magical artifacts, the most advanced being of merely high grade. After all, as a disciple of Spirit Beast Mountain, their primary means of attack relied heavily on spirit beasts, leaving other aspects rather lacking. Thus, it failed to capture Lin Mo's interest. His gaze then fell upon the 2nd storage pouch, which contained various talismans and cultivation manuals. "Let us take a look." Lin Mo waved his right hand, and 3 tomes materialized in his grasp. One volume was a compendium of foundational 5-element cultivation techniques, deemed useless. The second was a detailed treatise on spirit beasts, a thick tome spanning thousands of pages, elaborating on the various demonic beasts known to Spirit Beast Mountain, along with their potential and abilities. The third book, titled Spirit Taming Seal, was a unique technique exclusive to Spirit Beast Mountain. By condensing the Spirit Taming Seal and infusing it into a demonic beast-s spirit, One could command it to obey. This spirit-taming seal arrived just in time. Lin Mo's lips curled into a faint smile. Only half a day had passed, and according to the narrative, Han Li would not arrive until the following day. This consequently meant that Lin Mo had an additional half-day to practice the spirit-taming seal technique. With this thought, he cast a glance at the sun-shielding cauldron nearby. He noted that the three-legged rooster was already showing signs of fatigue, its movements considerably subdued. As for the two dual snakes, they lay lifeless on the ground, having been slain by the two puppet tigers, thus sparing Lin Mo the need to act. This place was far too perilous. If he were to practice the spirit-taming seal and attempt to tame the three-legged rooster, the risks would be substantial. Lin Mo shook the cold jade sword in his hand and murmured, "First, I must severely injure it, and then confine it within the spirit beast bag." With this intention, Lin Mo channeled his spiritual energy into the cold jade sword. As the energy surged into the blade, its surface shimmered, and a chilling mist enveloped it. The verdant grass beneath his feet was soon blanketed in a thick layer of frost. "Rise." Lin Mo pointed at the sun-shielding cauldron, and it suddenly soared into the air. The three-legged rooster, which had been striking the cauldron, paused in surprise. However, what followed was a snow-white longsword that appeared before it. With a swift motion, the razor-sharp sword pierced through the rooster's wing. As crimson blood gushed forth, it was immediately crystallized by the frost, transforming into ruby-red ice shards that fell to the ground. In that moment, the creature's dark body was enveloped in ice, rendering it into a frozen statue. With a sigh of relief at the sight of the downed, three-legged rooster, Lin Mo flicked his wrist, and a red light flashed from his waist, drawing the rooster into the spirit beast bag. Having completed these actions, Lin Mo became a mere shadow, concealed within the boughs of a towering ancient tree. Now, he could diligently practice the spirit-taming seal. Lin Mo silently recited to himself, then carefully perused the cultivation method of the spirit-taming seal. To elaborate, the spirit-taming seal involves condensing a control imprint for demonic beasts within oneself. During its application, this seal is used to inscribe the spirit of the demonic beast, allowing one to command its life and death. However, the refinement of the spirit-taming seal proved to be exceedingly challenging. According to the technique, one must sever a portion of their consciousness to condense the spirit-taming seal. Each time one inscribes a demonic beast, it consumes one spirit-taming seal. For those chi practitioners who have yet to refine their consciousness, practicing this technique requires a gradual compression of their spiritual thoughts to form the spirit-taming seal. Without a year or more of dedication, success is virtually unattainable. Yet, fortuitously, the refinement of the spirit-taming seal seemed tailor-made for Lin Mo. Having cultivated the great transformation technique to its second stage, Lin Mo could divide his consciousness into 99 parts, making the process considerably simpler. A smile played at the corners of his mouth as he observed a fragment of his consciousness morphing, gradually taking on the shape of the spirit-taming seal. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was the second day. With the sound of hurried footsteps echoing, Han Li, clad in a pale yellow robe, gazed at the barren patch of grass before him, astonished. What? How could there be no spiritual herbs left? Who could be so heartless? Han Li's eyes widened in disbelief as he surveyed the stripped land. Suddenly, with a whoosh, Lin Mo, dressed in white, emerged from the treetops. His gaze fell upon Han Li, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Take a detour. Who are you? Recognizing Lin Mo as the same cultivator who had rescued Xiao Shan on that fateful day, Han Li's expression shifted as he recalled the event. How has he now aligned himself with the moon-concealing sect? Faced with Lin Mo, hesitation crossed Han Li's face. The only access to this place was through 4 copper gates. If he chose a different route, it would consume considerable time. Lin Mo assessed Han Li, then waved his hand. A pitch-black, 3-legged rooster materialized before him, its injury from the cold jade sword having healed, though its flesh appeared somewhat tender. A stark contrast to its otherwise dark form. This 3-legged rooster belonged to Nan Gong, making it imperative that Han Li not partake in its spoils. The most prudent course of action was to compel him to take a detour. Peak tier first-level demonic beast. Han Li's eyes narrowed in astonishment as he beheld the powerful aura emanating from the 3-legged rooster, which flapped its wings, stirring up fierce winds. 3-legged black rooster. Strength, peak first level. Species, black rooster. Bloodline power, black rooster body, black rooster fire. Possesses a trace of 3-legged golden crow bloodline. With an exceptionally tough physique and inherent spirit fire. Initially perceived as merely a rooster, Lin Mo's successful taming through the spirit-taming seal revealed it to be a 3-legged black rooster. How could he possibly wield the techniques of Spirit Beast Mountain? Observing the three-legged black rooster by Lin Mo's side, Han Li cautiously retreated, his eyes filled with wariness. Lin Mo's cultivation had reached the 13th layer of Qi, far outstripping Han Li's 11th layer. When factoring in the peak-tier first-level three-legged black rooster, Han Li recognized the odds of victory were overwhelmingly slim. With this thought in mind, Han Li forced a smile and clasped his hands toward Lin Mo. In that case, I shall concede this treasure to you. With that, Han Li swiftly turned and departed into the distance. Without the slightest hesitation, the old demon Han truly exuded an air of utmost caution. Upon reflection, Lin Mo was rather eager to engage Han Li in a battle of magic, to witness the latter's current prowess. It was likely that Nangong Wan was on the verge of locating the Mo Jiao. Should she delay, the consequences could be dire. With this thought in mind, and after confirming Han Li's distance, Lin Mo leaped forth into the expanse ahead. The second layer resembled an immense circular mountain range, perpetually shrouded in impenetrable fog. Within this mountainous terrain lay natural spiritual grounds, including caves, secluded valleys, and sheer cliffs, as well as artificial structures such as stone houses and temples, where various celestial herbs flourished. Unlike Han Li, Lin Mo could not simply stumble upon a stone chamber that served as the Mo Jiao's lair. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to rendezvous with Nangong Wan. Adhering to the sect's directional guidance, Lin Mo swiftly located the positions of his fellow disciples from the Hidden Moon Sect. With so many individuals gathered, it was undoubtedly Nangong Wan and her companions. A smirk graced Lin Mo's lips as he gazed into the dense mists of the mountains, murmuring to himself, by my calculations, the Moonlight Pearl should have been activated by now. Suddenly, Lin Mo sensed an astonishing surge of spiritual energy emanating from the southwest, followed closely by a blinding beam of white light. The white radiance coalesced into a vortex, relentlessly drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy, appearing from afar like a resplendent sun. With a thunderous crack akin to the collapse of heavens and earth, the white light burst apart, scattering into myriad luminous dots that descended into the fog. Upon contact with the mist, these points emitted a series of sharp hissing sounds, and the fog began to dissipate at a visible pace. Soon, a sprawling mountain range unveiled itself before Lin Mo's eyes. With no trace of hesitation, Lin Mo transformed into a fleeting shadow, swiftly entering the mountain range. As if guided by an unseen hand, several figures several miles away also surged toward the mountains. Upon entering, Lin Mo encountered a colossal centipede that obstructed his path. The creature exuded a formidable aura, reaching the pinnacle of the first tier. In terms of raw power, it could rival his three-legged chicken. The centipede, several feet in length, lay upon a rock, its obsidian shell and lengthy, sharp antennae fixated on Lin Mo seeking death. Lin Mo's gaze hardened as he patted the spirit beast pouch at his waist. In a flash of black light, a three-legged chicken erupted forth. Upon spotting the centipede, the chicken exhibited an unmistakable exuberance, its large wings flapping vigorously and stirring up gusts of wind. Its sharp beak exuded a faint yet intimidating aura. Attack! Lin Mo's eyes glinted coldly as he raised his hand to unleash two ice spike techniques. As the razor-sharp spikes erupted from the ground, they pierced directly beneath the centipede. The creature's armored body proved remarkably resilient, as the ice spikes merely shattered against its hardened exterior with a series of cracking sounds. The centipede let out a low growl, opening its mouth to expel a plume of deep purple poison mist. The three-legged chicken, seizing the moment, flapped its wings, dispersing the toxic fog. Its claws, as hard as iron, swiftly lunged toward the centipede. With a resounding crack, the once impenetrable armor yielded to the chicken's assault, exposing its tender, snow-white flesh. The three-legged chicken wasted no time, pecking hungrily at the exposed meat. Chapter 30. Reunion with Nangong Wan. With each bite, the three-legged chicken devoured chunks of the centipede's flesh, which writhed in agony, thrashing its body in a desperate struggle. Yet, the chicken's claws held the creature firmly in place, eliciting piercing cries of distress. Go! A flash of white light appeared before Lin Mo as the cold jade sword became enveloped in a chilling frost, coating the ground in a layer of ice. With a sharp whoosh, the sword cleaved through the air, piercing the centipede's head with ease. Crimson blood dripped steadily from the centipede's severed head. Top-tier magical artifacts vary in quality, and the cold jade sword, enhanced with precious materials, was undoubtedly among the finest. While ordinary top-tier weapons could penetrate the hide of a peak first-tier beast, they could not slice through with such effortless precision. Lin Mo approached, eyeing the centipede's resilient shell, murmuring, this could serve as excellent refining material. With a gentle swipe, The cold jade sword severed multiple shards of the dark shell, which fell to the ground. With a flourish of his right hand, Lin Mo stored the fragments into his pouch. Time was of the essence. It was imperative to reunite with Nangong Wan. As Lin Mo glanced at the three-legged chicken, he noted that it had already consumed a considerable portion of the giant centipede. An aura of burgeoning power radiated from it. Could it be on the verge of a breakthrough? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, recognizing that, aside from absorbing the energies of heaven and earth, beasts could also evolve by consuming the flesh and blood of their kind. The blood of this peak first-tier centipede was akin to a potent elixir for the three-legged chicken. Come back, Lin Mo called, summoning the chicken back into the spirit beast pouch with a faint red glow. Given the presence of a peak first-tier beast, it was likely that spiritual herbs thrived nearby. Lin Mo surveyed his surroundings and discovered a dark pit ahead, revealing a natural stone chamber. As he leapt forward, droplets of milky white stalactites fell rhythmically. Clusters of deep purple spiritual flowers thrived there, each petite bloom curling its petals toward the center, resembling comical little monkeys hanging from the branches. These must be the purple monkey flowers, Lin Mo mused, delight radiating from his expression as he swiftly collected for specimens into his pouch. These flowers were essential ingredients for crafting foundational elixirs and held considerable value, with the market price of just these four exceeding 1,000 spirit stones. Following the sect's guidance, Lin Mo soon arrived at a narrow underground cave. At the entrance stood a group of individuals clad in white, numbering around 10. As for the others, it remained uncertain whether they had failed to reunite or had met grim fates within the secret realm. The leader, adorned in a pink veil, exuded a subtle yet chilling aura. Nangong Master Ancestor. Lin Mo leapt before Nangong Wan, clasping his hands in greeting. Nangong Wan glanced at Lin Mo, her voice tinged with surprise. You have reached the 13th layer of chi refinement in such a short span? After several skirmishes, an unexpected breakthrough. Lin Mo replied with respectful composure. Indeed. Nangong Wan nodded and strode purposefully toward the underground pit. Meanwhile, at the entrance of a cave on a ridge of the circular mountain, 3 individuals were engaged in fierce combat. Among them, a man and a woman were clad in the yellow garments of Huangfeng Valley. The man, in his 40s, had reached the pinnacle of chi refinement. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a flurry of silver talismans and golden shadows from his 2 magical artifacts, a book and a brush. The woman's cultivation was somewhat weaker, as she wielded a flying sword, providing support from the sidelines. If Lin Mo were present, he would undoubtedly recognize her as Chun Xiaoqian, the woman with whom he had shared 2 days of passion. Opposing them was a cold, effeminate man dressed in blue, presumably a disciple of the Blade Transformation Workshop. Outnumbered, the disciple found himself retreating step by step. Why must one pursue complete annihilation? After a few steps back, the Blade Transformation disciple looked at the middle-aged man and said, I am willing to surrender all my magical artifacts to you. Will you grant me my life? If that were the case, it could be acceptable. The middle-aged man's expression turned wary. The Blade Transformation disciple's strength was formidable. In a true life and death struggle, he could not guarantee victory. Chun Xiaoqian, observing the retreating disciple, patted her chest and laughed. Big brother is indeed astute. Let us find a safe location to await the conclusion of the trial. Oh, today, you seem to have changed your usual demeanor, the middle-aged cultivator remarked with surprise. Did you not come here to fight fiercely and seek your fortunes? Is that so? Chun Xiaoqian replied playfully. There is no need. We have already gained quite a lot. Let us leave. The middle-aged cultivator nodded, silently acknowledging, it seems the 7th sister has matured. Chun Xiaoqian gazed into the depths of the secret realm, reflecting, each encounter has been consumed by those embarrassing moments. I have forgotten to ask for his name. Once we exit the secret realm, I must visit the residence of the Moon Concealing Sect to inquire about him. Following closely behind Nangong Wan, they unknowingly arrived deep within the underground cave. Suddenly, Nangong Wan came to a halt. From a distance, Lin Mo observed a verdant pool of water ahead. In the center of the pond lay several yutsue mushrooms. Is this the place? Nangong Wan inquired softly as she regarded the pool. Indeed, Master Ancestor, the first-level pinnacle beast, the greenwater alligator, resides within the pond. During previous medicinal herb expeditions in this forbidden land, one of our disciples met their demise within this creature's belly. A woman in her 30s stepped forward and clasped her hands in respect. Prepare yourselves. Shortly, I will lure the greenwater alligator to the surface, and you shall employ the newly refined combined secret technique, Yin-Yang guiding art, striking in pairs. As Nangong Wan's words fell, her figure blurred and transformed into a fleeting shadow, landing directly before the yutsue mushrooms. It must be said that utilizing the yin-yang guiding art, which possessed destructive power comparable to a full-force strike of a Foundation establishment cultivator, to eliminate a first-level pinnacle beast was not a daunting task. Roar. Upon standing before the Yutsue mushrooms, the green water alligator let out a furious roar and leaped from the water. This Yutsue mushroom was her treasure. How could the green water alligator allow others to covet it? Whoosh. Nangong Wan's crimson lips parted slightly, and a red circular ring flew forth. Is this the magical artifact of a core formation cultivator? Lin Mo's eyes flickered with envy as he observed Nangong Wan's vermilion bird ring. Although Nangong Wan, at the pinnacle of chi refinement, could not unleash the full power of the vermilion bird ring, each of her strikes approached the might of a talisman. Unfortunately, its consumption was immense. Even Nangong Wan could not sustain it for long. Chapter 31, The Central Stone Hall. Mo Linjiao. As the green water alligator suddenly appeared, a smile crept across Nangong Wan's lips. The crimson vermilion bird ring in front of her grew in size, waves of fiery energy surging toward the green water alligator. Should the ring bind it, there would be no escape. The green water alligator, a first-level elite beast, evaded the approaching vermilion bird ring by diving into the frigid waters. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, sensing the flowing water beneath him, and quickly retreated. This green water alligator was evidently more formidable than the giant centipede beast he had previously slain. Its power had ascended to a new level in this icy pond. Be careful. Nangong Wan called to the disciples of the moon concealing sect below as she harvested the Yutsue mushrooms. Whoosh. As soon as her words fell, a deafening sound of piercing air echoed. A fully green-scaled dragon-like creature burst forth from the icy pond. Its sharp claws struck a female disciple at the 12th level of chi refinement, who was focused on executing the yin-yang guiding art, relying solely on a basic mid-tier diamond talisman for protection. Crack. The diamond talisman was effortlessly shattered by the forceful strike of the claws. The claws continued unabated, sending the girl flying several meters before crashing heavily against the rocky wall. Spitting blood, the girl's lips parted slightly, revealing a gash that ran from her shoulder down to her chest. Monster. From the stones above, Nangong Wan had already stored all the Yutsue mushrooms into her storage bag. The vermilion bird ring before her transformed into several phantoms, swiftly wrapping around the neck of the green water alligator. The creature struggled incessantly, its body enveloped in ethereal blue waters. Its sharp claws relentlessly slashed at the vermilion bird ring around its neck. Yet, this ring was Nangong Wan's life-bound magical artifact, incredibly resilient. How could it be so easily broken? Yin-yang guiding art. Nangong Wan directed her gaze toward the 4 teams of moon concealing sect disciples below. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. For piercing sounds resonated as the blue and red intertwining yin-yang guiding art struck the green water alligator. The formidable force of the yin-yang guiding art, equivalent to a blow from a Foundation establishment cultivator, truly was extraordinary. Striking the green water alligator, it pierced through its body, causing blood to flow profusely. Crack. As the green water alligator perished, its once hard scales softened. The sharp vermilion bird ring cleanly severed the creature's head. Whoosh. Nangong Wan's figure flickered, transforming into a wisp of green smoke, vanishing from her original location. When she reappeared, she stood before the injured disciple, who had already consumed a healing pill. The wound on her chest had scabbed over, though her face remained pallid, indicating severe depletion of vital energy. Let us go. Nangong Wan nodded slightly, then proceeded toward the cave's exit. This expedition had yielded nearly 10 Yutsue mushrooms, a truly bountiful harvest. Following Nangong Wan, they visited several other underground pits rich in precious spiritual herbs, resulting in substantial gains. Of course, the true bounty belonged to Nangong Wan, while Lin Mo, trailing behind the group, acquired little of value. Before long, Nangong Wan led the disciples of the moon concealing sect to a small basin within the circular mountain. Towering, irregular boulders surrounded them, and at the center of the basin stood an ancient stone hall made of blue stone. A faint green glow enveloped the hall. The structure was quite large, but the entrance was exceedingly narrow, barely a meter wide, enough for 2 people to walk side by side. As Nangong Wan scanned with her divine sense, she discovered that the green glow emanating from the stone hall possessed the ability to shield one's spiritual perception. Truly fascinating. Nangong Wan's face brightened with joy. Let's go inside. With that, she entered the stone hall first. Observing her retreating figure, Lin Mo cast a vigilant glance around. But after a considerable time, he found no trace of Hanli. That rascal, he shouldn't have come here, Lin Mo mused, stroking his chin. Upon crossing the hall's threshold, They encountered an exceedingly winding corridor. After several minutes of walking, they arrived at a spacious hall. The hall was quite expansive, with a central area surrounded by railings enclosing a dark passageway. In front of the passage was a flight of steps. A wave of damp heat surged from the pit, reminiscent of a colossal beast gasping for breath. "Take out the moonlight stones," Nan Gongwan called to her companions, swiftly advancing toward the pit. As they produced glimmering stones that radiated moonlight, the pitch-black pit was illuminated. As the group continued to descend the steps, the space grew increasingly expansive. Before them appeared a swampy wetland, towering several dozen feet high and spanning 3 miles in circumference. The black, muddy bubbles exuded a foul stench. Several rare spiritual herbs grew in the muddy ground beside them. Yet, Nan Gongwan paid them no heed, her gaze captivated by a small white jade pavilion in the distance. Within the stone pavilion lay a golden chest, radiating a golden luster, typically unperturbed by fortune or disgrace. A flicker of fervor ignited in Nan Gongwan's eyes upon sighting the chest. "Is there a black-scale python here?" she asked her disciples, not allowing the sight of the chest to cloud her judgment. Reporting to Ancestor, the black-scale python is concealed within the swamp. Dozens of sect disciples have perished in their attempts to acquire this treasure. Its notoriety is well known. "Please exercise caution," a female disciple replied respectfully, her head bowed. "Humph." Nan Gongwan snorted coldly, waving her right hand dismissively. "Can I not handle a mere first-tier monster?" Upon hearing this, the white-clad disciple's expression shifted slightly, and she quickly lowered her head. This disciple dares not. Regardless of how formidable the black-scale python may be, as long as it remains a first-tier beast, it will undoubtedly succumb to the yin-yang attraction technique. Hearing Nan Gongwan's words, the disciples displayed expressions of delight, pairing off into 4 teams. Only Lin Mo stood alone, appearing somewhat out of place. With a swish, Lin Mo lightly tapped his storage pouch at his waist, and a sharp, high-tier artifact, the yellow dragon's sword, materialized before him. "That treasure must be right here," he thought, gazing at the golden treasure box. Nan Gongwan's ruby lips parted slightly. A vermilion phoenix ring flew forth from her mouth in an instant. Sparks crackled from the ring as Nan Gongwan infused it with her spiritual energy. The sparks coalesced, rapidly forming hundreds of blazing fireballs the size of fists. Rather than attacking, Nan Gongwan directed her gaze toward a nearby mass of mud. The mass stirred violently, a massive figure rising from the swamp, resembling a small hillside. "The black-scale python cannot be that large," Nan Gongwan murmured softly. As the phoenix ring in the air began to change, the hundreds of fireballs plummeted from the sky. Chapter 32. The Ink Flood Dragon Emerges. Bang, bang, bang. The fireballs cascaded down, blotting out the sun and illuminating the dark swamp world. Just as the dense barrage of fireballs was about to strike the mud, a jet of black water erupted forth. Hiss, hiss. With the sharp sounds of water meeting fire, a thick mist gathered in the air, obscuring the vision of the disciples. Watching this scene unfold, Nan Gongwan exclaimed, "This is not the black-scale python." As her words fell, a shadow gradually emerged from the mist. "Disperse." A female disciple at the 13th level of Qi refinement waved her right hand, dispersing the fog. A colossal, pitch-black serpent appeared before them. This creature, neither fully a snake nor not, was only 4 zhang long, adorned with 2 short, delicate antennae on its forehead. If not closely examined, it would easily be overlooked. "The Ink Flood Dragon," Nan Gongwan gasped, her heart a tempest of surprise and excitement. The astonishment stemmed from the creature's remarkable strength, while her delight was due to its lineage. Its entire being was immensely valuable. Roar! The Ink Flood Dragon let out a low growl, its body swaying as it transformed into a shadowy figure and instantly lunged at the disciple who had just dispelled the mist. In a single bite, it tore her in half. Blood mist swirled and enveloped the area, causing Nan Gongwan's pupils to constrict as she let out a low snarl. Seeking death, Nan Gongwan understood well that this Ink Flood Dragon was incredibly formidable. It harbored lethal toxins and possessed the bloodline of a dragon, making it a challenging adversary. Capture, bind, and restrain. Nan Gongwan's lips moved as she gathered her spiritual energy in her left hand, manipulating the phoenix ring hovering in the air. The massive ring began to transform under her command. With a swift motion, the phoenix ring vanished from its previous spot, only to reappear above the Ink Flood Dragon. With astonishing speed, before the dragon could react, it found itself firmly ensnared by the phoenix ring. "Come down." Seeing the ring securely bind the Ink Flood Dragon, Nan Gongwan pointed forcefully at the ground. The ring, infused with immense power, slammed the dragon down hard. Scorching flames surged from the ring, incessantly burning the ink flood dragon. Everyone move quickly. Nan Gongwan shouted urgently at the stunned disciples. I can't hold on for much longer. The artifact was immensely powerful, yet its consumption was equally staggering. Given Nan Gongwan's current reserves of spiritual energy, she could only sustain the artifact's full power for a fraction of its potential. It was insufficient to slay the ink flood dragon. They could only rely on those disciples trained in the yin-yang attraction technique to deliver a blow comparable to an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator to eliminate this beast. Regrettably, despite the appealing nature of this plan, the peak chi refinement disciples were unreliable. As the yin-yang attraction technique was enacted, beams of red and blue light surged forth, producing piercing sounds as they struck the ink flood dragon. Sizzling, sizzling. As the yin-yang attraction technique unleashed its power, palm-sized wounds appeared across the ink flood dragon's body. The dense black mist around the dragon collided with the beams of light. After being mitigated by the mist, the strike that should have been comparable to a full-force attack from an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator merely left shallow bloodstains. This ink flood dragon truly lived up to its lineage, boasting extraordinary strength. Lin Mo's pupils narrowed, without utilizing Thunderchild and talismans. Overcoming this ink flood dragon would indeed be a Herculean task. With continuous assaults, the ink flood dragon's protective black mist would soon falter. Nan Gongwan bit her lip, her gaze fixed on the rolling ink flood dragon, as her spiritual energy surged into the phoenix ring. Scorching flames continued to erupt from the ring, searing the dragon's exterior, accompanied by the piercing sounds of burning. As Lin Mo gazed at the scene before him, he remained composed, skillfully controlling the Huanglong sword suspended in midair, occasionally thrusting it towards the Mo Jiao. His eyes continuously scanned the surroundings, yet he failed to detect Han Li's presence. With this old sixth around, he could never feel at ease. Simultaneously, a mournful wail pierced the air as the dense fog enveloping the Mo Jiao dissipated, revealing a blood hole the size of a bowl on its body. Vivid crimson blood trickled incessantly from the wound. In pain, the Mo Jiao appeared particularly frenzied, its blood-red eyes fixated on the disciples of the Yin Yu sect in the distance. Be cautious. I can no longer contain the Mo Jiao, Nan Gongwan warned, her spiritual energy waning as she hurriedly alerted the disciples below. Suddenly, a layer of black mist enveloped the Mo Jiao, allowing it to break free from the constraints of the Zhu Ke ring and escape into the ether. When the mist cleared, only a dark scale remained, while the Mo Jiao had vanished without a trace. What? Nan Gongwan's face paled as she frantically scanned the area with her consciousness, striving to locate the Mo Jiao's whereabouts. Could it have evolved? A terrifying thought took root in her heart. Over there, acting swiftly, she spotted the Mo Jiao lying in ambush within the mud. However, it had transformed, its body now entirely white and extending to 7 zhong, with its previous injuries completely healed. Moreover, a pair of pristine white claws had sprouted from its abdomen, marking its metamorphosis from serpent to dragon. Hurry and retreat. Nan Gongwan's eyes flickered with urgency as she shouted to the disciples below, you are no match for it. As she spoke, she continued to manipulate the Zhu Ke ring before her, declaring, I can bind it. You must withdraw first. Recognizing the overwhelming might of the Mo Jiao and the gravity of her words, the disciples of the Yin Yu sect ceased their hesitation and turned to flee. Observing the retreating disciples, Lin Mo maintained a tranquil demeanor, following at a leisurely pace. According to the narrative, the younger sister among the Yin Yu twins would seal the cave entrance with talismans. As the group attempted to escape, the vengeful Mo Jiao would not let the disciples of the Yin Yu sect go easily. With a slight parting of its jaws, the Mo Jiao unleashed a torrent of purple venom towards the fleeing disciples. Run. Nan Gongwan's expression shifted, urgently warning, do not engage. Upon seeing the venom, Lin Mo wasted no time, swiftly retreating. This Mo Jiao had evidently gained evolutionary strength, its power now comparable to a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Should he come into contact with this venom, survival would be utterly impossible. With the aid of his cloud-stepping boots, Lin Mo swiftly distanced himself, appearing several dozen meters away in an instant. However, the other disciples were not so fortunate. The 4 who lagged behind summoned their defensive artifacts, surrounding themselves with various protective barriers. Fools! Nan Gongwan exclaimed in the air, her voice laced with scorn. As soon as the 4 advanced defensive artifacts came into contact with the purple venom, they corroded and dissolved, disintegrating into wisps of deep purple smoke that vanished into thin air. With the destruction of their artifacts, the venom surged forth, overwhelming the 4, who let out chilling screams as they were reduced to a puddle of toxic sludge disappearing without a trace. Witnessing the scene unfold before him, Lin Mo's pupils constricted. He had never anticipated the Mo Jiao's strength to be so formidable that even he dared not withstand such a toxic assault. After vanquishing the 4 disciples, the beast, Mo Jiao, appeared much more at ease. Its body swayed slightly. Icy eyes locked onto Nan Gongwan, the girl it recognized as its greatest threat. What are you standing there for? Nan Gongwan turned to the paralyzed disciples, reprimanding them. Do you wish to perish here? Heeding her call, the remaining fortunate disciples wasted no time and hastily fled towards the cave's exit. At this moment, Nan Gongwan could no longer afford to be distracted. Sweat trickled down her forehead as she focused her gaze on the Mo Jiao below, her movements akin to a wraith, evading its attacks. Lin Mo feigned retreating towards the cave's mouth, albeit at a slow pace, falling behind the other Yanyu disciples. Why hasn't the exit been blasted open yet? Watching Nan Gongwan in peril, Lin Mo gritted his teeth. Although he knew from the storyline that she would ultimately be safe, he couldn't ignore the injuries she sustained while battling the Mo Jiao beast. Lin Mo cast a glance at the distant Mo Jiao, retracting the Huanglong sword. A snow-white cold jade sword materialized in his grasp, its chilling frost enveloping his right hand. With a whoosh, Lin Mo's feet, aided by the cloud-stepping boots, radiated a spectral blue light. In an instant, he appeared beside Nan Gongwan. Master Ancestor, I am here to assist you. Lin Mo positioned himself alongside her, launching the cold jade sword, which transformed into a streak of azure light, piercing towards the Mo Jiao. As the cold jade sword approached, the Mo Jiao raised its right claw. With a sharp sound, the supreme great attack artifact, under full force, merely sparked a few embers. Why do you seek death? Although Lin Mo stood beside her, Nan Gongwan felt warmth in her heart, yet she scolded him. I stayed back to cover your retreat. I cannot abandon you. Master Ancestor, Lin Mo interjected, stepping in front of her, grasping several talismans in his right hand. How can I leave you here alone? As he spoke, the talismans ignited, transforming into piercing azure light, with ice spikes darting towards the Mo Jiao. Humph! Nan Gongwan scoffed, shaking her right hand. A mid-grade spirit stone gleamed crimson in her grasp as she commanded, hold it off for a moment. Understood. Lin Mo's lips curled into a smile, his gaze fixed on the Mo Jiao as he leaped into action. The Huanglong sword and the blazing blade sword from his storage bag, both yellow and red figures darting towards the Mo Jiao. Roar! The Mo Jiao, witnessing the approach of the 2 high-grade artifacts, emitted a low growl and unleashed a plume of toxic mist. With a sizzling sound, the 2 high-grade artifacts were swiftly corroded into mere shards, falling to the ground. Damn it! Lin Mo winced at the sight of his precious artifacts being destroyed, feeling a pang of heartache. Yet, recalling the treasure-laden Mo Jiao before him, he drew forth a verdant Qing Jiao banner. Go! As Lin Mo infused his spiritual energy, a spectral blue dragon surged forth from the banner, instantly absorbing the toxic mist. With a resounding boom, it dissipated into the air. At last, he had managed to withstand the onslaught. It must be said that facing a Mo Jiao with the power of a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator exerted immense pressure on Lin Mo alright. Meanwhile, Nan Gongwan sighed in relief, her right hand trembling as she clutched a resplendent golden talisman. As she infused it with energy, strands of golden thread emerged, weaving intricately to bind the Mo Jiao, rendering it immobile. Feeling the overwhelming sense of restraint enveloping her body, Mo Jiao seethed with fury, shaking her head and emitting a series of furious roars. Witnessing this, Nan Gongwan scoffed, "You wretched beast, just stay here." Upon finishing her words, she turned her gaze towards Lin Mo, a glimmer of goodwill flashing in her eyes as she said, "Thanks to you this time. I shall not neglect you upon our return. Let us go." Without waiting for Lin Mo's response, she swiftly turned and soared out of the stone chamber, casting a regretful glance at the golden treasure box. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed, followed by a blinding azure light illuminating the passageway. The blue stone appeared almost alive, continuously entwining and sealing off any gaps. In an instant, the several Zhonghai passage was rendered completely impenetrable. Nan Gongwan's expression changed dramatically as she gasped. The minor 5 elements Shumi sealing technique. Her complexion paled, disbelief etched across her features, her confidence vanishing without a trace. Outside the stone cave, several disciples of the Tsan sect stared wide-eyed at Zhao Shuangyun, shouting, "Are you trying to kill Ancestor Nangong?" I. Zhao Shuangyun shook her head repeatedly, exclaiming, "I merely sought the minor 5 elements talisman to subdue the beast when it emerged. It was a mere mistake." It was crucial to note that Nan Gongwan was the sect's ancestor, a cultivator of the core formation stage. Should she perish within, Zhao would face dire consequences, even with her backing from another core formation cultivator. With a series of cracking sounds, the golden threads binding Mo Jiao began to snap one by one. Regaining control of her body, Mo Jiao roared and flicked her tail towards Nangongwan. The beast's formidable tail shattered rocks effortlessly. Go! Lin Mo patted his storage bag at his waist, and a shadow of dark yellow flashed. The sunshade cauldron hovered before him, expanding in the wind, and it hurtled towards Mo Jiao, a top-tier defensive artifact. Nangongwan gasped in admiration. You possess quite an array of magical tools. For reasons unknown. Her calmness returned in Lin Mo's presence. Bang! Bang! Mo Jiao's sharp claws struck the sunshade cauldron, producing a series of resounding thuds. True to its reputation, the cauldron's defenses were formidable, enhanced with rare materials, rendering it nearly indestructible. Chapter 34. Ancestor Nangong, I am truly sorry. No matter how fiercely Mo Jiao clawed, she could not destroy the sunshade cauldron. Go! Lin Mo commanded, directing the cold jade sword, frost enveloping the blade. The chilling mist spread, freezing the surrounding flora. Nangongwan focused on the vermilion bird ring, which glowed with red light, transforming into a searing flame that struck Mo Jiao. With a sizzling sound, the ring left a deep gash on the beast's body. Yet, given her diminished strength, this attack only resulted in a single wound. Damn it! As she felt her spiritual energy depleting, Nangongwan's expression shifted, and she turned to Lin Mo. Do you possess a means to deal with this beast? During their expedition into the secret realm, she had overestimated her own capabilities, bringing only defensive talismans, relying on the vermilion bird ring for protection. I do, Lin Mo replied, looking intently at Nangongwan with a smile, but I may need Ancestor's assistance to restrain this beast. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Nangongwan regarded him thoughtfully. Very well. Perhaps it was due to Lin Mo's courageous stand in their dire moment that she felt a burgeoning trust for him. With a swift motion, Nangongwan hurled her vermilion bird ring once more. Bind, restrain, secure, she murmured, channeling her spiritual energy, manipulating the ring in midair. The massive ring shifted under her command, vanishing in an instant, only to reappear above Mo Jiao, ensnaring her in its grasp before the beast could react. Bring it down. Seeing the ring firmly entrap Mo Jiao, Nangongwan pointed forcefully at the ground. This beast has evolved. She glanced at Lin Mo. I can hold it for no more than 10 breaths. That will suffice. Lin Mo's gaze glimmered as he fixed his cold stare upon Mo Jiao. With a flick of his wrist, a yellow talisman appeared, and with a surge of spiritual energy, a dazzling golden light enveloped it. Talisman, the spectral spring sword. This was a pure offensive talisman acquired through the exchange of Foundation establishment pills. Buzzing with energy, a layer of ghostly blue light surrounded the talisman as a long, icy sword manifested from it, exuding an aura of extreme cold that condensed the impurities in the air into shards of ice. Such depth you conceal. Nangongwan chuckled lightly at the sight of the spectral spring sword, a top-tier artifact. And you possess talismans as well. Lin Mo smiled slightly, his gaze fixed on the struggling Mo Jiao. The vermilion bird ring was visibly shaking, evidently unable to maintain its hold. Go! Lin Mo infused his spiritual energy into the spectral spring sword, transforming it into a fleeting shadow that lunged toward Mo Jiao. The sharp blade pierced through the beast's head, halting its thrashing body in an instant. With a crash, the solidified spectral spring sword lost its brilliance, reverting to a talisman, its color significantly dimmed compared to before. Lin Mo estimated it could be used only 2 more times before it would be rendered useless. Observing the fallen Mo Jiao, Lin Mo's lips curled into a smile as he approached swiftly. The cold jade sword glided effortlessly through the beast's once impenetrable scales, which softened post-mortem due to the beast's demise. As Mo Jiao lay lifeless, Nangongwan hurried forward, retrieving a crystal vial from her storage bag. Pointing at the corpse, she watched as a dark essence, the soul of Mo Jiao, was drawn into the vial. The corpse of this dragon is quite valuable. You may keep it. Nangongwan's spirit soared, initially believing her quest for treasure futile, only to find Lin Mo aiding her in slaying Mo Jiao and securing the precious golden treasure box. As she spoke, the vermilion bird ring binding Mo Jiao vanished, darting into her mouth, a radiant smile gracing her face. Lin Mo extended his hand toward Mo Jiao's abdomen. Observing his actions, Nangongwan chuckled. A demon beast's demon core can only be formed by a 5th-tier beast. This Mo Jiao cannot produce one. What then is this? A crimson beast core appeared in Lin Mo's hand. As Lin Mo extracted the crimson Jiao Dan from the body of the Mo Jiao, Nangong displayed a profound curiosity. This was unexpected. Having just slain the Mo Jiao, she was momentarily distracted and did not ponder the implications further. She reached out for the Jiao Dan before her, which indeed bore a striking resemblance to what she had imagined. As she toyed with the soft, pliable Jiao Dan, it suddenly let out a soft pop and exploded, enveloping both Nangong and Lin Mo in a cloud of pink smoke. An indescribable sensation washed over Nangong, clouding her reason. Her gaze fell upon Lin Mo, filled with tenderness. The pink veil gradually descended, revealing her exquisite beauty. Beneath her pristine white dress lay skin as pure as jade, and a rich fragrance flooded Lin Mo's senses. Swallowing hard, Lin Mo felt no hesitation. Sensing the overwhelming aura surrounding him, he promptly opened his eyes. Host, Lin Mo, Strength, Chi Refinement Level 13, Spirit Root, Ice Spirit Root, Cultivation Technique, Cold Jade Technique, Level 13 Spells, Ice Spike Technique, Object Control Technique, Ice Shield Technique, Ice Manipulation Technique, Great Transformation Technique, Level 2, Basic Puppet Technique, Intermediate Talismans Technique, Secret Techniques, Yin-Yang Attraction Technique, Body Refinement Technique in the Chamber, Yin-Yang Complementation Technique, Divine Ability, 9 Transformations Reincarnation Technique, 9 Transformations. Staring at his attributes, Lin Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. He had successfully completed the 9 Transformations Reincarnation Technique. When he lifted his gaze, he found Nangong, her face pale, gazing at him with an entranced expression. What have you done to me? She stammered. Swallowing again, Lin Mo looked at Nangong, unable to suppress his own apprehension. Chapter 35. The 9 Transformations Reincarnation Completed. This is a long tale. Lin Mo awkwardly rubbed his nose, feeling the powerful aura emanating from Nangong. To his surprise, her cultivation had diminished to Chi Refinement Level 7. Why have you absorbed all the spiritual energy I accumulated over the past 20 years? Nangong's disbelief was palpable, tinged with a hint of grievance. The Su Nu reincarnation technique required a cycle every few decades, sealing the spiritual energy within, only to return to her youthful state to cultivate anew. Years ago, Nangong had reached the pinnacle of the early stage of core formation, on the verge of breaking through to the mid-stage. Yet, unexpectedly, in that hallucinatory process, she had inadvertently empowered her disciple before her. Although she retained core formation strength post-reincarnation, achieving a breakthrough to the mid-stage would now require additional time. Nangong's mouth parted slightly, intending to activate her treasured Juke ring, only to realize she was now limited to Chi Refinement Level 7. Even attempting to summon her treasure proved impossible. Fortunately, the assistance of the 9 Transformations Reincarnation had left Lin Mo's cultivation still at Level 13, enabling him to effortlessly restore Nangong's strength to the same level. Now, with a look of resentment, Nangong fixed her gaze on Lin Mo. You show no mercy at all. As she spoke, she swiftly stood, feeling the waning spiritual energy within her, and shook her head slightly. Never mind, with that treasure. The loss of spiritual energy is of little consequence. She tidied her attire and, in a swift motion, approached the golden box, stowing it away in her storage pouch. Then, turning her attention to the nearby spiritual herbs, she commanded, "Gather these spiritual herbs." Implicitly, she meant for them to be handed over to her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have harvested the precious Yusue Jiji herself. Time was of the essence as the deadline for the restrictions loomed. Nangong looked at Lin Mo and said, "Let us execute the Yin-Yang combined attack technique." Hearing her words, Lin Mo nodded and quickly followed suit. Outside the stone chamber, several disciples of the Yin Yu sect exchanged glances. What should we do? The ancestor still hasn't emerged. One suggested leaving, if the blood-red forbidden land closes. We will be trapped here. As this thought crossed their minds, the disciples began contemplating their escape routes. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed from outside the stone hall. As the rock walls, illuminated by a red-blue glow, instantaneously revealed a breach. 2 figures leaped forth from within. Zhao Xuanyun was the most anxious, for the predicament of her master trapped inside the stone chamber was due to her own actions. If her master couldn't be rescued, she would bear the greatest burden of guilt. Seeing the commotion from the stone hall brought her joy, and she rushed forward. As the dust settled, she beheld her master standing within the stone hall. "Master." Upon seeing Nangong, Zhao Xuanyun's eyes brimmed with tears. She rushed forward, exclaiming, "Master, you have finally emerged." Yet, her heart trembled with worry, fearing that Nangong might blame her for the ordeal. Quietly, she lifted her gaze to her master, who regarded the crowd with a frosty expression, her demeanor as cold as frost. Time is of the essence. Let us depart. Today marked the 5th day since the blood-red Forbidden Land had opened. 7 core formation cultivators struggled to reopen the entrance, revealing a dark passageway, awaiting the disciples to emerge from the Forbidden Land. The eccentric elder of the Yin Yu sect, perched upon a massive boulder, observed the dark passage with a smile. Unlike the anxiety radiating from the other core formation cultivators, he remained remarkably composed. With Nangong leading her disciples, achieving victory in this gamble was sure to be effortless. As time passed, the delicate figure from the Blade Workshop, a blue-clad disciple from the Tianke Fortress, and the Chun siblings from Huangfeng Valley emerged one by one from the secret realm. All bore varying degrees of injury. Of the more than 170 disciples who entered the secret realm, only 30 or so had emerged, yet none from the Yin Yu sect had been sighted. Chun Xiaoqian, filled with concern, stood on tiptoe, fixating on the distant dark passage. Her elder brother noticed her distress and frowned slightly. "Who are you watching?" Hearing her brother's inquiry, Chun Xiaoqian's cheeks flushed slightly as she hurriedly replied, "I was merely curious as to why not a single disciple from the Yin Yu sect has appeared. They are the strongest among the 7 sects." Her brother nodded. There shouldn't be a complete absence. As time slipped away, the deadline for the passage's closure drew near, leaving only an hour remaining. At this moment, the eccentric elder and the ethereal fairy exchanged a glance, revealing signs of unease on their faces. Buzzing, as a sound of air being sliced through echoed, a pale yellow figure emerged from the dark passage. Chun Xiaoqian's heart raced, and she quickly turned to see that it was Han Li. A flicker of disappointment flashing in her eyes. Chapter 36, Nangong. Enter my domain after Foundation establishment. Sit down. As the Moon Concealment Sect remained silent, not a single soul emerging, Li Huayuan nearby wore a smile upon his lips. After all, he had wagered on the sect's ability to harvest spirit herbs against the old monster from the sky. From both the perspective of the sect and his personal interests, he was not inclined to see the disciples of the Moon Concealment Sect return unscathed. Boom! With resounding thunder, the distant passage began to tremble. A squad of 11 disciples from the Moon Concealment Sect emerged from the blood-soaked Forbidden Zone, orderly and composed. Leading them was the stunningly beautiful Nangong, whose steps were unsteady, each stride punctuated by faint gasps. Though her weakness was nearly imperceptible, Lin Mo, following closely behind, could not help but notice. Seemingly aware of Lin Mo's gaze, Nangong shot him a fierce glare, causing him to quickly avert his eyes. He had shown no mercy in the blood-soaked secret realm, and if Nangong chose to hold it against him, he could expect no favorable outcome. Upon seeing Nangong emerge, the old monster from the sky let out a sigh of relief, a smile breaking across his face. Meanwhile, the celestial garb fairy approached Nangong with concern. Her eyes fixed intently on her as she whispered, "Was everything smooth?" "Yes," Nangong nodded, replying softly, "but we encountered a 2nd-level demon beast, which cost me decades of cultivation to subdue. Power can be regained, as long as we obtain the items." The celestial garb fairy offered words of comfort. Lin Mo, overhearing this exchange, felt a sense of relief wash over him. "Hurry over and take a look at the spirit herbs we wagered on." The old monster from the sky suddenly appeared before Li Huayuan and the floating cloud master. They exchanged glances and signaled to their disciples to gather. The Clear Void sect had suffered significant losses, with only 4 individuals emerging from the blood-soaked Forbidden Land, which left the floating cloud master deeply troubled. However, when a middle-aged Taoist revealed the spirit herbs he had collected, joy lit up the floating cloud master's face. 300-year-old blood orchids, 6 300-year-old heavenly spirit fruits, and 3 400-year-old jade essence mushrooms. The middle-aged Taoist produced a total of 12 spirit herbs from his storage bag, which delighted the floating cloud master immensely. However, the next 3 disciples from the Clear Void sect produced far fewer herbs, totaling barely 13. In total, they amassed 25 spirit plants. The old monster from the sky nodded before turning his attention to Li Huayuan. This time, 9 disciples from Huangfeng Valley had safely emerged from the secret realm, primarily consisting of the Qin siblings, the 2 old demons, and 5 others who left little impression. The 5 disciples managed to gather only 12 spirit herbs among them. Li Huayuan's expression grew dark, just as Han Li prepared to present his spirit plants. One of the old demons swiftly stepped in front of him and respectfully produced 2 purple monkey flowers. Witnessing even a disciple at the 10th level of Qi refinement produce 2 spirit herbs, Li Huayuan's brows relaxed slightly, and he nodded in acknowledgement. As for the Qin siblings, they brought forth a commendable 13 spirit herbs. "Well done," Li Huayuan smiled, his gaze shifting to Han Li. At this moment, he held no great expectations for Han Li. considering he was merely at the 11th level of Qi refinement. In Li Huayuan's mind, if Han Li could present 3 or 5 spirit herbs, it would suffice. Han Li chose to ignore the actions of others and had no intention of withholding any mature spirit herbs. Each sect's team leaders were accompanied by 1 or 2 spirit-sending mice, creatures resembling squirrels that could detect spirit herbs over 100 years old from several yards away. Even those hidden in storage bags were not exempt from their keen senses. Thus, each disciple exiting the Forbidden Land had to voluntarily present their spirit herbs, which would then be sniffed by these small beasts to prevent any treacherous disciples from smuggling herbs. Of course, these spirit-sending mice could only identify herbs over 100 years old. Han Li had already set aside the foundational elixirs and the lighter-aged herbs for future cultivation using his heavenly bottle. Approaching the designated area, Han Li deftly flicked his wrist, causing a flash of white light as a multitude of spirit herbs cascaded to the ground, nearly 20 in total. As Li Huayuan beheld the abundance of spirit herbs, his eyes narrowed in delight. Excellent, excellent. Together, our 2 sects have amassed nearly 80 spirit herbs. At this, Li Huayuan glanced toward the old monster from the sky. Come here. The old monster beckoned the disciples of the Moon Concealment Sect. Observing this, Nangongwan nudged Lin Mo, saying, "You should go." Inside that stone chamber, Lin Mo had indeed harvested close to 100 spirit plants. No wonder so many spirit herbs had been gathered for him. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, silently acknowledging before stepping forward to the old monster. With a whoosh, a flurry of vibrant light flashed as over 90 spirit plants appeared before him. "These are the spirit herbs harvested by our group of 10, Lin Mo stated, subtly attributing the near 100 spirit herbs to the efforts of Nangongwan behind him. The old monster, perceptive as ever, glanced at Nangongwan in the distance, a smile curling at his lips. "Quickly, bring forth the inner core of the bloodline flood dragon. I am in need of it for alchemical purposes." The old monster extended his right hand without reservation. The floating cloud master, his face a shade of iron, reluctantly shook his right hand. A pale red inner core of the bloodline flood dragon slowly descended into the old monster's grasp. "And your iron essence must also be delivered to me within 20 years. The old monster turned to Li Huayuan, grinning. Li Huayuan's expression darkened as he cupped his hands in respect. "Within 20 years, I shall personally deliver it to you." "Very well, then we shall take our leave." With a flourish of his hand, the old monster swiftly stored the over 90 spirit herbs into his storage bag. In an instant, he appeared atop the heavenly moon divine vessel. The remaining 10 disciples exchanged glances, then, with a shared resolve, mounted their flying swords and ascended to the vessel. The old monster, in high spirits from their bountiful harvest, addressed the 10 disciples before him. "You have all worked hard on this journey. Here is the promised reward." As he spoke, 20 blue-purple foundational elixirs began to hover gently before them. The 100 spirit herbs gathered were more than enough to concoct hundreds of foundational elixirs, rendering the mere 20 elixirs insignificant. Originally, only a single foundational elixir was to be given as a reward. However, due to the necessity of accompanying Nangongwan into the perilous areas, the reward was doubled, including the 2 elixirs he already possessed. Lin Mo now held a total of 4 foundational elixirs. "You have performed admirably." At that moment, Nangongwan turned her gaze to Lin Mo and said, "Once you achieve foundation establishment, you shall join my ranks." Chapter 37, Breakthrough. Foundation Establishment. Lin Mo momentarily froze, and upon catching the teasing glint in Nangongwan's eyes, he quickly cupped his hands in agreement. To be accepted as a disciple by a golden core ancestor was an unparalleled opportunity for those merely at the Qi refinement stage, leaving him with no reason to decline. Indeed, Nangongwan nodded and turned to the fairy of the rainbow garb. "Sister, I shall take my leave to rest." The fairy of the rainbow garb acknowledged with a nod, yet her gaze fell upon Zhao Shuangyun, her pupils narrowing slightly. "Where is your sister?" Zhao Shuangyun shook her head. "I do not know." Observing the enchanting pair before him, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, fully aware that the treasure girl likely met her demise at Han Li's hands. Given her character, it was certain she would have faced a ruthless end upon encountering Han Li. With the talismans and the Thunder Child at his disposal, it would be effortless for Han Li to eliminate a mere treasure girl. Sighing softly, the fairy of the rainbow garb chose not to elaborate further and turned to enter the celestial vessel, Tianyue Shenzhou, alongside Nangongwan. This vessel was not merely a flying artifact. It contained several chambers suitable for rest and habitation, designed exclusively for core formation and foundation establishment cultivators. The Qi refining disciples like Lin Mo could only sit cross-legged on the deck to rest. However, Nangong Wan's earlier mention of accepting Lin Mo as her disciple upon his breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage had sparked envy among several qi refining disciples. Although numerous foundation establishment cultivators resided within, only a handful could claim the privilege of becoming disciples under a core formation cultivator. Those foundation establishment cultivators lacking such protection often held trivial positions within the sect, resulting in scant resources available to them. Lin Mo remained indifferent to the glances of others. As an unusual spirit root who had undergone 9 reincarnations and recultivations, his cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of qi refining. According to his estimations, with just one more foundation establishment pill, achieving the foundation establishment stage would be a mere formality. Sitting on the deck, he closed his eyes to nourish his spirit. Inhaling the spiritual energy and feeling the surging power within his dantian, a smile creeping onto his lips. The spiritual energy within him had now doubled that of a peak qi refining cultivator. Once he broke through to the initial foundation establishment stage, his spiritual energy would rival that of mid to late foundation establishment cultivators. To successfully navigate his 9th foundation establishment, he would likely need to engage in dual cultivation with Nangong Wan. Lin Mo stroked his chin, pondering silently. When he ultimately achieved core formation, he would possess fourfold core formation capabilities. Perhaps, during the impending invasion of the demonic sect, he would seize a great opportunity. 3 days later, gazing down at the entrance of the Yin Yu sect, Lin Mo felt a fervent excitement, eager to descend and consume the foundation establishment pill to elevate his cultivation. Unlike Han Li, who required nearly 4 years to cultivate the primary medicinal herb for the foundation establishment pill, Lin Mo could directly ingest the pill. During such a critical juncture, the Yin Yu sect had thoughtfully prepared a breakthrough facility known as the Ascension Tower, situated at the mountainside of Yuna Peak. This towering structure, several dozen stories high, was equipped with restrictions on each floor to prevent interference during others' breakthroughs. However, this privilege was not without cost. A month of seclusion required the payment of 5 spirit stones. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Mo presented a translucent mid-tier spirit stone, which landed steadily before the disciple guarding the Ascension Tower. It seemed that the subsequent expenses for spirit stones would be directly deducted from this payment. Wishing you success in your breakthrough, senior brother. The disciple, touching the spirit stone, smiled and bowed to Lin Mo. Thank you for your kind words. Lin Mo replied with a slight smile, accepting the room token handed to him. A number 9 was engraved on the copper plate. In an instant, Lin Mo's figure shimmered as he swiftly ascended to the 9th floor. A pale blue light barrier materialized at the door, and as Lin Mo's copper plate made contact, a series of sounds akin to melting ice echoed. The barrier dissipated, and with a gentle push, Lin Mo opened the door to reveal a finely decorated room, complete with an intricately embroidered quilt on the dragon and phoenix bed. What a pity, he sighed. If Yin Rian needed the foundation establishment pill to break through, it would have been wonderful to cultivate together. Murmuring to himself, Lin Mo waved his right hand, and a blue-purple foundation establishment pill materialized in his grasp. As soon as the pill touched his lips, he began to absorb the celestial spiritual energy. Ding. Cultivating the cold jade technique. Spiritual energy, 10,000. Listening to the system's notifications, Lin Mo's dantian resembled a whirlpool, continuously drawing in the boundless spiritual energy. The shackles that had previously bound him to the foundation establishment stage began to dissolve with each moment of absorption. Time flowed by swiftly, the seasons changing. And in the blink of an eye, over 6 months had passed. As Lin Mo let out a muffled grunt, a surge of energy enveloped him entirely. Bone-chilling frost spread from beneath his seat, rapidly engulfing the entire room in a frigid embrace. Suddenly, Lin Mo opened his eyes, a glimmer of white frost flashing within. He had finally broken through. Thanks to the 9 reincarnations, the foundation within him was exceptionally solid, allowing him to ascend to the initial foundation establishment stage with just 1 pill. Gazing at the remaining 3 foundation establishment pills, Lin Mo smiled, contemplating their potential to exchange for resources. Given the market value of a foundation establishment pill, each could be traded for 3,000 spirit stones, amounting to nearly 10,000 spirit stones in total. Host, Lin Mo, Power, Initial Foundation Establishment, Spirit Root, Ice Spirit Root, Cultivation Technique, Cold Jade Technique, Level 13 Spells, Ice Spike Technique, Object Manipulation Technique, Ice Shield Technique, Ice Control Technique, Great Transformation Technique, Level 2, Basic Puppet Technique, Intermediate Talismans Technique, Secret Techniques, Yin Yang Attraction Technique, Body Refinement Technique in the room. Yin Yang Complementation Technique, Spirit Conjuration Seal, Divine Powers, 9 Reincarnation Technique. Observing his attributes, Lin Mo's eyes flickered as he softly mused. The Cold Jade Technique is only suitable for Qi refining. I must find a foundation establishment technique. The Core Formation Technique of the Old Demon Han was the top-tier Qing Yuan sword technique, and Lin Mo knew he could not afford to be careless. Although he possessed an ice spirit root, without an appropriate technique, breaking through to the core formation and nascent soul stages would prove challenging. With a swift motion, Lin Mo exited through the door, instantly arriving on the first floor. Congratulations, senior uncle, on your breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. The disciple on guard at the entrance beamed upon seeing Lin Mo, hastily bowing in respect and offering the remaining spirit stones. Lin Mo nodded slightly, accepting them into his storage bag, and with a flick of his wrist, a flying sword appeared before him, a verdant flying leaf artifact descending gently. Though he had advanced to the foundation establishment stage, caution was still warranted. Wealth must not be flaunted. It was time to check on Nangong Wan. Chapter 38. Nangong Wan's Promise. Nangong Wan, a golden core ancestor, resided atop the peak of Yunha. Lin Mo stepped onto the green leaf flying artifact, swaying as he approached a grand stone hall. The hall resembled a celestial palace, divided into several levels, shrouded in mist, akin to an otherworldly realm. Several disciples flew through the air on their swords, transforming into fleeting shadows that vanished into the clouds. Upon reaching the grand hall, 2 gatekeeping disciples hurried forward. Master, is there anything I can assist you with? Lin Mo inquired, having recently ascended to the foundation establishment stage, thus necessitating that the disciples address him as master. Where does the esteemed Master Nangong reside? Lin Mo had come in search of Nangong Wan. Master Nangong resides in the Qingxi courtyard at Luoyun Gorge, replied the gatekeeper, gesturing towards a peak to the left. A torrent cascaded down from the snow-capped mountains, transforming into a waterfall. Below the waterfall stood a 3-story exquisite pavilion, enveloped in a soft, rosy glow, indicating the presence of a protective array. Lin Mo's heart stirred as he swiftly made his way to the Qingxi courtyard where Nangong Wan was located. It was not far from the main hall, merely a few miles away. Standing outside the red barrier array on his flying artifact, Lin Mo hesitated, pondering how much of her strength Nangong Wan had recovered. If she were still in seclusion, it would pose a problem. As he hesitated, the red array suddenly trembled, revealing a narrow passageway for one to enter. With a flash of joy, Lin Mo quickly entered the Qingxi courtyard. Upon entering, he was greeted by a young girl in a white dress. "Are you Lin Mo?" she asked, her large, watery eyes scrutinizing him. Little Jeanne could hardly fathom the transformation in Master Nangong's temperament upon her return, especially as she instructed Jeanne to wait at the entrance for Lin Mo's arrival. This was her first encounter with Master Nangong, who seemed to hold such regard for a man. Indeed, Lin Mo nodded. Upon exiting the blood-forbidden zone, Master Nangong stated she would take me as her disciple once I reached the foundation establishment stage. "Ah!" Little Jeanne exclaimed in surprise. "Master is taking on a disciple." Clearing his throat at her astonishment, Lin Mo scratched his nose. "Please, follow me, Master Lin," she said, suddenly aware of her impoliteness, her cheeks flushing as she pointed towards a nearby bamboo house. The house was modest yet exquisitely crafted, its doors slightly ajar, revealing a figure pacing within. "Master, you may go." Little Jeanne indicated the bamboo house before slowly departing. Watching her leave, Lin Mo swallowed hard. After all, during their time in the secret realm, his rough demeanor had not elicited a cry from Nangong Wan. Surely, she bore no grudges. He scratched his head and muttered under his breath, "Humph." But at that moment, a voice from within the house chimed, "What are you dawdling at the entrance for?" With a swift step, Lin Mo entered, pushing the door open. As he crossed the threshold, the bamboo door slammed shut behind him. With a flick of her wrist, Nangong Wan enveloped the room in a translucent barrier. Lin Mo's consciousness swept through it, astonished to find that this barrier could shield one's awareness. Yet, considering the complexity of his relationship with Nangong Wan, the precaution seemed wise. Swallowing hard, he turned to face her. Today, Nangong Wan donned a pink dress, an alluring fragrance wafting through the air. Beside her, a jade bowl filled with dark inkberry fruits. At the initial stage of forming a core, sensing her profound aura, it was evident that she had not only surpassed the foundation establishment stage, but had also restored her core formation prowess, albeit diminished by several decades due to the loss of her primordial yin. Otherwise, with her accumulation over time, she could have advanced to the mid-core formation stage. "Huh." Nangong Wan spat the pit of the inkberry into the air, her left hand waving to make it vanish. Remarkably, She had broken through to the foundation establishment stage in just 6 months. Slowly rising, her bright eyes scanned Lin Mo. Fortune favors you. A single foundation establishment pill sufficed for your breakthrough. Lin Mo clasped his hands respectfully, murmuring, I owe you my gratitude for your assistance, master. After a prolonged silence, Nan shot him a glance and plopped down onto a cushioned chair, lightly scoffing. Had you not achieved foundation establishment, I would have considered eliminating you. Lin Mo scratched his head, his gaze fixed on her, and bowed slightly. What are your intentions regarding Lin Mo now, master? Master? The term stirred something within Nan Gongwan, a blush rising to her cheeks. Let us not disclose our relationship to outsiders. She fixed him with a penetrating gaze. Are we not in a master-disciple relationship? Lin Mo feigned ignorance, countering. What relationship do we truly have? Humph. Nan Gongwan huffed, her eyes locking onto Lin Mo. If you can reach the pinnacle of foundation establishment within 10 years, I shall assist you in breaking through to core formation. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Lin Mo's eyes. The so-called assistance in achieving core formation, aside from methods, there were no alternatives. This insinuation suggested that reaching the pinnacle of foundation establishment would grant him the opportunity to break through to core formation. Could it imply the potential for a deeper bond? I shall strive with all my might, Lin Mo declared, stepping closer. I will certainly reach the pinnacle of foundation establishment soon. Humph. Nan Gongwan lightly scoffed, scrutinizing him as she inquired. Now that you have entered the foundation establishment stage, do you possess suitable cultivation techniques? Alas, I do not, Lin Mo admitted, smiling at her. I hope for your guidance. You possess an ice spirit root. The sect has few ice-based techniques. However, you may cultivate earth and water techniques. As she spoke, Nan Gongwan produced a white jade token from her waist and handed it to Lin Mo. This is my identity token. With this token, you may select any technique from the first 8 levels of the technique pavilion, except for the final level. Chapter 39. The profound Yin classic. After departing from the Qingxi courtyard, Lin Mo held the white jade token, a smile gracing his face. For him, reaching the pinnacle of foundation establishment within a decade was not an insurmountable task. After all, Han Li took merely 30 years to ascend from the initial to the pinnacle stage of foundation establishment, all while undergoing the 3 transformations of the primordial essence and absorbing spiritual power from Nan Gongwan. Had he followed Han Li's pace, he might have easily reached the pinnacle within that time frame. With his extraordinary spirit root, the system at his disposal, and an abundance of resources, how could his cultivation speed possibly lag behind Han Li's? The only challenge lay in the 9 transformations of reincarnation. 10 years. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed as he silently mused. It would be ideal to possess strength rivaling that of core formation before the demonic invasion. As for how many cycles of reincarnation he could undergo, that remained a matter of fortune. In terms of selecting a cultivation technique, Lin Mo had conceived an idea to cultivate a technique that accelerates advancement yet poses challenging conditions for cultivation. His unique advantage lay in simplifying the cultivation process, combined with his exceptional spirit root aptitude. Certainly, one can swiftly enhance their cultivation. Lin Mo stepped onto his flying artifact, gliding unsteadily to the front of the technique's pavilion. Just then, a gentle call echoed from below. Oh! Lin Mo focused his gaze and beheld a girl in white, standing atop a flying sword. As the soft breeze caressed her, making her appear ethereal. Yin Rian? Lin Mo was taken aback, realizing that Yin Rian had already reached the foundation establishment stage. Truly, she was deserving of being a disciple with a heavenly spiritual root. Congratulations. Yin Rian smiled, offering a slight bow to Lin Mo. May I ask which core formation master has taken you as a disciple? Lin Mo inquired, intrigued. After all, as a practitioner with a heavenly spiritual root, she could directly cultivate to the core formation stage without encountering bottlenecks. Such talent would undoubtedly attract the attention of the elders within the sect. Yin Rian awkwardly brushed a loose strand of hair behind her ear and replied softly, perhaps because I hail from the Yin family fortress. I have yet to be accepted by a core formation elder. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's eyes narrowed as he recalled the invasion of the demonic sect. Realizing that the Yin family fortress had indeed allied itself with the ghost spirit sect, one must admit, the elders of the sect were quite meticulous in their considerations. Are you here for the imprinting of techniques? Lin Mo did not delve further into the matter of her apprenticeship, and instead shifted the conversation to the cultivation techniques. Yes. Yin Rian nodded. After my breakthrough, I find myself lacking a foundation establishment technique. As she spoke, she shook a light brown token in her hand, smiling. The sect stipulates that upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, one can use their identity token to select a technique from the 4th floor. The techniques pavilion consists of 7 floors, with the higher levels containing increasingly precious techniques. Yin Ruyan, having received her identity token from Nangong Wan, was permitted to select from the 6th floor, clearly reserved for core formation practitioners. Why is your token white jade in color, Lin Shixiao? Yin Ruyan asked curiously, glancing at the token in Lin Mo's hand. Lin Mo scratched his nose awkwardly and chuckled. This is Master Nangong's identity token, which allows me to select techniques. Upon hearing this, Yin Ruyan's eyes widened in surprise, exclaiming, could it be that Lin Shixiao has become a disciple of Master Nangong? Yes, Lin Mo nodded, not concealing the truth. This identity token was also given to me by my master. In that case, let us go together. A flicker of melancholy crossed Yin Ruyan's eyes. After all, being a highly coveted prodigy, it was disappointing that she had not yet been accepted by a core formation master. The two proceeded to the front of the techniques pavilion. The Foundation establishment female cultivator at the entrance shifted her gaze slightly, recognizing Lin Mo and exclaiming, you've broken through so quickly. Lin Mo smiled faintly, clasping his hands in greeting. Just fortunate. So it appears you are here to select the Foundation establishment technique. The girl in white raised an eyebrow, gesturing with her right hand. If so, please enter. Techniques above the 4th floor can only be imprinted once. Following her guidance, Lin Mo and Yin Ruyan stepped into the techniques pavilion. The first 3 floors contained techniques for the Qi refinement stage, and without pausing, they proceeded directly to the stairs leading to the 4th floor. A pale blue barrier enveloped the door, preventing further access without the verification of their identity tokens. Exchanging glances, Lin Mo and Yin Ruyan each produced their identity tokens. The blue barrier before them dissipated as if melting away, allowing them to pass. I will head to the 6th floor. Lin Mo waved his white jade token, offering Yin Ruyan a faint smile. With Nangong Wan's token, he faced no obstacles and proceeded smoothly to the 6th floor of the techniques pavilion. In stark contrast to the previous 5 floors, the 6th floor contained significantly fewer techniques, only a mere handful upon cursory inspection. Due to Lin Mo's ice spiritual root, he could only cultivate earth, water, or ice-based techniques, as those of other attributes were incompatible with his spiritual root. Scanning the options, he noted 3 foundation establishment techniques of the earth attribute and 5 of the water attribute. However, only 1 technique suited for ice spiritual root cultivation was available, the ice soul technique, comprising 9 levels, with the first 3 being foundation establishment techniques and the latter 3 being for the nascent soul stage. Overall, the ice soul technique seemed quite ordinary, lacking any remarkable features. Its cultivation appeared mediocre, with no outstanding capabilities. Reluctantly, Lin Mo turned his attention to the other earth attribute techniques. One technique, the Xianhuang sword technique, intrigued him. It required the practitioner to condense their innate sword energy within their dantian. Upon successful condensation, it would coincide with the forging of the golden core. However, this technique only encompassed methods for the foundation establishment stage, lacking any for the core formation stage. Let us make do with this for now. Lin Mo shook his head gently, as none of the techniques truly captivated his interest. If all else failed, he could resolve matters after reaching the later stages of foundation establishment. After all, he had access to the Black Blood Saber and the Xianin Sutra. Though the Xianin Sutra was quite sinister, its techniques were formidable, having been cultivated by the ancestor of Xianbone. It encompassed the Black Fiend Shura technique, the Fiend Demon Art, Blood Refinement Divine Light, Fiend Core technique, External Avatar, Transformation technique, and the Celestial Corpse Fire, making it akin to the 9 Yin scriptures of the cultivation world, more than sufficient to cultivate to the God transformation stage. As Lin Mo continued to peruse the Xianhuang sword technique, he discovered its intriguing requirement to absorb Earth's spiritual energy from Earth's spiritual stones for cultivation. This meant that once he practiced this technique, he could only absorb energy from Earth's spiritual stones or Earth attribute elixirs. However, with an ample supply of spiritual stones and elixirs, the speed of cultivation would be rapid, making it quite suitable for him. Yet, this was yet another resource-intensive technique. Lin Mo shook his head slightly. It seemed he would have to consider refining foundation establishment elixirs to exchange for Earth's spiritual stones. With this thought in mind, Lin Mo took the technique and headed downstairs. Chapter 40, Opening a Cave. Descending the mountain. Upon acquiring the technique, Lin Mo intended to establish a cave dwelling. Though he wished to reside with Nangong Wan, he was acutely aware of his current lack of standing. I wonder where Lin Shixiao plans to establish his cave dwelling? Yin Ruyan gazed at Lin Mo, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Looking at the flying sword beside Yin Ruyan, Lin Mo scratched his head. I plan to set up my cave at Yuna Peak. He desired to be closer to Nangongwan. In that case, I shall also establish my cave there. Yin Ruyan smiled brightly, following closely behind Lin Mo as they made their way to Yunha Peak. Upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, one could claim a simple array for their cave dwelling, which provided basic defensive and illusionary capabilities, likely only sufficient to deter mid-stage Qi refinement cultivators. Lin Mo sought a cave that was safe and concealed. He could not hope to find a spiritual spring treasure like Hanli did. Before long, Lin Mo's gaze fell upon a rocky hill shrouded in dense forest. This location seemed quite suitable. Satisfied, Lin Mo nodded at the sight of the rocky terrain before him. As Yin Rian observed Lin Mo's choice, she couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback, remarking, "Isn't this decision rather hasty?" "No worries." Lin Mo casually waved his hand and replied with a smile, "I'll be moving within 10 years anyway. Consider this merely a temporary place." Although Yin Rian found Lin Mo's words perplexing, she chose not to press further. "I've memorized the location of senior brother Lin's cave abode. Once I find a place to settle, I shall come to share a cup of tea with you." Lin Mo smiled faintly at her words. "That would be most welcome." As he watched Yin Rian's retreating figure, Lin Mo waved his right hand, causing a long sword to descend continuously onto the rocky ground before him. With each strike, the sword carved deeper into the stone. After a brief incense's time, a spacious stone chamber materialized before Lin Mo. "Excellent," he said with a slight smile, shaking his right hand. For small flags fluttered gently into position around the chamber. Upon landing, the flags emitted a dazzling white glow, enveloping the entire stone chamber. From a distance, it appeared to be nothing more than a flat rock, merely a simple illusion. Lin Mo's lips curled into a subtle smile as he entered the chamber. The interior was quite rudimentary, featuring only a wide stone bed and no other furnishings. Suddenly, with a flash of red light, a fragmented body of a Mo Jiao fell before him, its vital materials already stripped away by Lin Mo. The three-legged chicken was perilously close to becoming a second-tier beast. If it were to devour this Mo Jiao's remains, it might well achieve a breakthrough. With this thought, Lin Mo gently patted his spirit beast pouch, and a robust three-legged chicken appeared before him, its large eyes fixated greedily on the Mo Jiao. The sight of a creature with dragon blood was nothing short of a delicacy to the three-legged chicken. As it began pecking at the remains, Lin Mo wasted no time. He retrieved a jade slip inscribed with the Xian Huang sword technique, allowing his consciousness to delve deeply into its teachings. The method for cultivating the Xian Huang sword technique was fully absorbed. As he took out the Earth Spirit Stone, he soon placed it back down. While others needed to absorb the Earth Spirit Stone to cultivate, he found it unnecessary, given his system. With this realization, Lin Mo sat cross-legged, silently absorbing the spiritual energy from the air. Clink. Cultivating the Xian Huang sword technique. Earth Spirit Power, 10. Hearing the system's notification, Lin Mo's face lit up with delight, and he grasped the Earth Spirit Stone once more, resuming his cultivation. Clink. Cultivating the Xian Huang sword technique. Earth Spirit Power, 50. The speed of his cultivation had increased fivefold. Days passed, and a faint earth-colored phantom of a sword materialized in Lin Mo's dantian. Why can I condense an earth sword, but not a water sword or ice sword? Lin Mo mused, his eyes narrowing as he pondered aloud. With this thought, he produced a water spirit stone and, following the Xian Huang sword technique's method, began to absorb its energy. Clink. Water Spirit Power, 50. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Mo exclaimed, "It truly works." The Xian Huang sword technique did not possess any particularly unique methods. It simply required the absorption of Earth's spiritual energy to condense the Earth sword. Thus, Lin Mo surmised that he could also absorb water's spiritual energy. To his surprise, it was indeed successful. After several more days of cultivation, Lin Mo gazed at the faint blue sword phantom hanging in his dantian, feeling perplexed. If I reach the golden core stage, will I then need to condense 2 golden cores? He scratched his head, realizing why no one had attempted to cultivate swords of other attributes. But I have a 10-year agreement with Nangongwan. I cannot squander this opportunity. With this thought, Lin Mo suddenly realized, as an ice spirit root, why can't I merge the water sword and earth sword? This way, he could absorb both water and earth spiritual energy for cultivation, effectively doubling his speed. 3 months later, Clink. Cultivating the ice glass sword technique. Ice Spirit Power, 100. Feeling the spiritual energy being absorbed by the ice glass sword within him, Lin Mo smiled broadly. At last, I have succeeded. In that moment, he understood why others possessed so many unique ice and lightning techniques. They utilized the characteristics of their spirit roots to merge different techniques, resulting in powers far superior to others. What am I, chicken? Lin Mo looked up to see the three-legged chicken lying on the ground, shrouded in a dense black mist, its aura surging as if on the verge of a breakthrough. The transformation of a beast wasn't an instantaneous affair. Lin Mo decided to leave the three-legged chicken in the stone chamber and ventured out alone. After such a long period of seclusion, it was time to descend the mountain and procure some supplies. Aside from Nangong Wan and the Mo Jiao, his venture into the blood-red forbidden area had yielded no other significant gains. He planned to forge several top-tier artifacts from the Mo Jiao materials, procure a set of formation flags, and sell the 3 foundation establishment pills he possessed for some water and earth spirit stones. His 3 months of cultivation had depleted all his spirit stones, and acquiring formation flags and top-tier artifacts required substantial funds. Chapter 41. An unexpected encounter with Chun Xiaoqian. First, I shall head to the Inusex market to sell a foundation establishment pill. Lin Mo pondered, glancing outside the cave. Selling all 3 foundation establishment pills at the same market would be akin to courting disaster. 1 pill would be manageable. There were always disciples who, hoping for a lucky breakthrough, would sell their surplus pills after not needing them. Thus, after the blood-red forbidden area, foundation establishment pills were often available in the market. Naturally, the sect wished to prevent their pills from circulating outside, so they would repurchase them for 2,000 spirit stones. Although the price was considerably lower than market value, they also offered rewards in the form of techniques and artifacts. Lin Mo had no need for techniques, and he still had several high-tier useless artifacts to sell. As for techniques, he had only found one for the first 6 levels. Lin Mo doubted the sect could provide any other special techniques. I must first retrieve my Nangong Wan jade pendant. Lin Mo touched the jade stone at his waist, his face brightening as he leaped onto the Fey artifact. As he arrived at Qingxi Courtyard, he saw Xiaojin sweeping the entrance. Upon noticing Lin Mo's arrival, her face lit up with joy, and she hurried over, smiling. Uncle Lin, are you here to see the ancestor? Yes. Lin Mo waved the white jade token in his hand, ready to enter. But Xiaojin gestured for him to stop, whispering, the ancestor has been in closed-door cultivation for the past few days. It's best not to disturb her. Hearing this, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Nangong Wan is in seclusion? With this thought in mind, Lin Mo pointed to the jade token in his hand and said, this was given to me by my master earlier. Please deliver it to him upon his awakening. All right. Little Jeanne nodded vigorously, her small head shaking adorably. Lin Mo stepped back onto his flying leaf artifact and slowly soared into the distance. Inside the house, Nangong Wan exhaled a breath of turbid air, gazing complexly at Lin Mo's retreating figure through the window. For some unknown reason, since that day, whenever she thought of Lin Mo, her heart remained in turmoil. This rascal must hasten his breakthrough to the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Otherwise, how could I cultivate in peace? Meanwhile, Lin Mo had arrived at the Inusex market. Skillfully donning a black puppet mask and a matching cloak, he landed before the Wanbao Pavilion. Esteemed guest, how may I assist you today? Upon entering, a maid dressed in white approached him. I have some fine items for sale, Lin Mo replied, casting a glance at the maid with an air of indifference. Upon hearing fine items, the maid's face brightened, and she replied respectfully, please, follow me. Having visited once before, Lin Mo navigated the place with ease, trailing behind the maid to the 2nd floor. There, he found the same manager, Wang, who greeted him with a smile. I am Wang Yu. May I know your esteemed name? Lin Mo waved his hand lightly, choosing not to reveal his name. Instead, he produced a blue-purple foundation establishment pill and inquired, will you accept this pill? Is 2,500 spirit stones acceptable? At the sight of the pill, Wang Yu's pupils constricted slightly as he murmured, I wonder if the guest is amenable to 3,000, Lin Mo replied, his expression calm, unwilling to budge. What a joke. His psychological price was indeed 3,000. How could he be careless with his cultivation resources? Given the recent influx of foundation establishment pills, the price had to be slightly lower. Wang Yu smiled faintly, scratching his nose. If you are truly eager to sell, I can offer you 2,700 spirit stones. 2,800. All in water and earth spirit stones. Lin Mo's gaze remained cold, revealing no emotion. Wang Yu, seeing this, examined Lin Mo deeply. All right. But I must first test the efficacy of this pill. Many have tried to deceive with defective pills. Very well, Lin Mo nodded slightly. The pills provided by the sect were guaranteed to be effective. After half a stick of incense, Lin Mo emerged from the Inusex market, now possessing a considerable amount of spirit stones. Even with his cultivation at the foundation establishment stage, Lin Mo remained cautious. circling the mountains a few times before heading towards the Huangfeng Valley market. His plan was to sell the 3 foundation establishment pills at the Huangfeng Valley, Yanyu Sect, and Tianxing Sect markets respectively. He had compelling reasons to visit the Tianxing Sect, primarily for the crucial reversal of the 5 elements formation and to forge his Mo Jiao materials. Lin Mo was determined to forge a solid friendship with Xian Rian, especially with the impending chaos in the Starry Sea necessitating a visit. Unlike Han Li, however, Lin Mo intended to wait until he entered the core formation stage before venturing there. Otherwise, it would be too perilous to go with only foundation establishment cultivation. At the Huangfeng Valley market, Lin Mo skillfully approached manager Tian and sold the earth and water spirit stones for 2,800 each. As he exited the market, a familiar figure appeared before him, Chen Xiaoqian. Since they were within her sect's market, Chen Xiaoqian did not hide herself but approached openly. Suddenly, her brows furrowed as her gaze fell upon the black puppet mask. "It's you," she exclaimed, recalling that the individual in the cave had worn this very mask. Without further thought, she probed Lin Mo with her spiritual sense, but alas, the mask effectively blocked her from seeing his true appearance. Lin Mo halted before Chen Xiaoqian and softly asked, "Have you broken through to the foundation establishment stage?" After consuming a foundation establishment pill, Chen Xiaoqian had indeed reached that level. "It is you." Hearing Lin Mo's familiar voice, her cheeks flushed, and she murmured, "I left in such a hurry last time that I didn't even learn your name." "Lin Mo," he replied with a smile, "what brings you here?" I wish to purchase a top-tier artifact now that I have broken through." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, looking at Chen Xiaoqian. "Coincidentally, I am heading to Tianxing Sect to forge an artifact. Why don't we go together?" After all, he had previously slain a peak-level first-grade centipede beast in the blood-forbidden land and retained its armor. Chen Xiaoqian's cheeks turned pink at Lin Mo's invitation, and she nodded gently. The Tianxing Sect market, located within the borders of the Yuanwu Kingdom, was merely an hour's journey from Huangfeng Valley. After leaving the market, Lin Mo removed his black puppet mask. "Lin Shixiao, why do you always wear a mask when you act? I have always been cautious." Lin Mo waved his hand and smiled lightly. "By the way, have you chosen your foundation establishment technique?" He remembered that Chen Xiaoqian had dual water and earth spiritual roots. "I haven't decided yet." She nervously tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and shook her head. Hearing her uncertainty, Lin Mo stroked his chin. "If possible, choose a water-based technique." "Why is that?" Chen Xiaoqian asked, puzzled. "My cultivation requires absorbing water spiritual energy." Lin Mo stated plainly, "If we cultivate together, it will greatly enhance our progress." Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoqian's face instantly turned crimson, and even her flying sword beneath her trembled. Observing her silence, Lin Mo shook his head slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. If they were to cultivate together, their strengths would surely grow rapidly. An hour swiftly passed, and the two landed in the Tianxing Sect market. A faint blue light barrier enveloped the entire market. Truly, this was the Tianxing Sect. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed as he gazed at the dazzling formation, his desire for the reversal of the 5 elements formation intensifying. In the distance, he spotted the 3 large silver characters of the Star Dust Pavilion, evidently the Tianxing Sect's own establishment. However, the formations sold by the sect were mostly ordinary. The true treasures would not be easily available. For superior formations, one must seek Xian Rian. "Look over there." Chen Xiaoqian suddenly pointed to a nearby artifact forging shop. "Forge artifacts, and if you fail, you get double your spirit stones back. But you can forge top-tier artifacts." The enticing signs clearly captured her attention. In the original story, Han Li had also forged his Mo Jiao materials here. A peculiar incident unfolded, involving a top-tier flying artifact known as the Divine Wind Boat and another item, the Azure Fire Miasma, which possesses a mesmerizing and toxic effect. "Let us go and take a look." Lin Mo gestured towards the courtyard ahead, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he stepped inside. The establishment was modest, comprising 3 or 4 rooms along with a rear courtyard. A middle-aged man, dressed in scholarly attire, was engaged in conversation with an elderly gentleman with snow-white hair. Standing respectfully behind them was a robust man with dark skin. Upon noticing the arrival of Lin Mo and Chen Xiaoqian, the dark-skinned man quickly stepped forward, clasping his hands in greeting. "May I inquire what the esteemed guests require?" "Our shop offers both custom-made and ready-to-purchase artifacts." Listening to the dark-skinned man's words, Lin Mo cast a glance at the scholar and the elder in the distance. Responding with a faint smile, "I wish to commission some top-tier artifacts, specifically the finest amongst them." Top-tier artifacts are categorized in various grades. For instance, the Azure Flood Flag, which he had seized from Brother Liu, merely touched the realm of top-tier artifacts. His own cold jade sword, however, stood as the pinnacle among them. At the mention of top-tier artifacts, the scholar and the elder's expressions subtly shifted, their gazes instinctively drawn towards Lin Mo. This guest seeks the finest top-tier artifacts? The dark-skinned man widened his eyes, unable to suppress his astonishment. Xiaohei, do not be impudent before our honored guest. The scholar admonished, recognizing Lin Mo's foundational cultivation level, which rendered him beyond the reach of mere chi-refining practitioners. The elderly man approached Lin Mo and bowed slightly. Might I inquire what top-tier artifacts you wish to forge? Esteemed senior? It was evident that this white-haired elder was the local master craftsman. His surname was Su, belonging to a family that had thrived for centuries, nurturing a second-tier fire crow. With the fire produced by this creature, crafting top-tier artifacts was a task well within his capabilities. Coincidentally, Lin Mo possessed a three-legged black chicken, which, should it ascend to a second-tier beast, would undoubtedly produce fire far superior to that of the fire crow. Thus, another motive for this forging endeavor was to glean knowledge, how to utilize the black chicken's fire for artifact crafting. After all, as a cultivator of the ice spirit root, Lin Mo lacked a fire spirit root, placing him at a disadvantage in the realm of crafting. Henceforth, he would depend on the assistance of the three-legged black chicken for this craft. Lin Mo slightly bowed, stating, however, I have a request. I wish to observe the process. Do not worry, I shall not disturb your work. Upon hearing this, the scholar and the elder exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. The Su family's crafting skills were not particularly extraordinary, relying heavily on the second-tier fire crow, and thus they bore no fear of others learning from them. With a flick of his right hand, Lin Mo released several pieces of pitch-black centipede armor that clattered to the ground. This is the armor of a peak first-tier insect beast. I can assist the guests in forging a defensive artifact. The centipede armor was remarkably sturdy, making it the optimal choice for crafting a defensive artifact. Lin Mo could not help but admire the elder's expertise. Merely a glance allowed him to discern the nature of the materials. Nodding slightly, Lin Mo waved his hand again. As the materials from the ink flood dragon fell to the ground, the white-haired elder's eyes widened in astonishment. These are the scales, fangs, and even the eye of the flood dragon. Where did the esteemed senior acquire such precious materials? Lin Mo maintained a serene expression, as if the materials were not his own. Let us see what artifacts can be crafted from these materials. Compared to the centipede materials, the ink flood dragon was Lin Mo's primary focus. The elder stroked his long beard, deep in contemplation. After a brief pause, he pointed to the materials on the ground. From the fins and tail of the ink flood dragon, I can forge a flying vessel. The claws and fangs can be transformed into a peak top-tier offensive artifact. As for this rare eye of the flood dragon, which harbors a potent toxin, I can craft a poisonous orb. Listening to the elder's plans, Lin Mo nodded in agreement, finding them akin to the artifacts he had forged for Hanli. Is there anything else that can be crafted from those claws, aside from offensive artifacts? I do not require additional offensive artifacts, as my cold jade sword suffices. Indeed, the elder stroked his beard again, speaking in a low voice. The fangs and claws of this malevolent flood dragon are exceptionally sharp. I can forge a one-time use consumable artifact with power exceeding that of a top-tier artifact. At this, Lin Mo's lips curled into a smile. That sounds splendid. Seeing Lin Mo nod, the elder turned and departed. Chun Xiaoqian, eager to contribute, waved her hand. I also have some materials. As she spoke, she gracefully waved her delicate hand, summoning the corpse of a giant spider beast before them. I will need 3 days to prepare before I commence the forging process. You two may return then. The elder collected all the materials, then turned to Lin Mo and Chun Xiaoqian with a bow. Very well, Lin Mo nodded, contemplating a visit to the secret shop, which housed numerous treasures. Since he was in the Tianqing sex market, it would be a waste not to explore. Brother, after a night of travel, should we not rest for the night? Chun Xiaoqian suggested softly, her lips moving as she glanced at the darkened sky. Oh, Lin Mo perked up at her words, a smile gracing his features. Shall we find an inn to rest for the night? Yes. Chun Xiaoqian, oblivious to the smile on Lin Mo's face, obediently followed behind him. Upon entering the inn, reminiscent of those in the mortal realm, they were greeted by a young attendant who appeared to be at the 3rd level of chi refining. With a beaming smile, he approached. Honored guests, how may I assist you? Lin Mo scanned the young attendant. A room, please. The attendant rubbed his hands together, cheerfully announcing. A room costs 5 spirit stones per month. Just one room? Chun Xiaoqian's face flushed with embarrassment, despite wearing a dark puppet mask. Her inner turmoil was evident from her reddening ears. Practicing is not easy. Lin Mo observed Chen Xiao Qian deeply, sighing. Each spirit stone must be earned through hardship, otherwise. How can one progress further on the path of cultivation? Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Chen Xiao Qian felt a pang of anxiety. She couldn't help but wonder, will Brother Lin think I am frivolous? What should I do? Should I explain? Meanwhile, Lin Mo turned his face and produced 3 spirit stones, handing them over. Do you have a room that is slightly larger, with soundproofing formations? Certainly. The young attendant quickly pivoted and led them to the 2nd floor. Chen Xiao Qian stood rooted in place, momentarily taken aback. When she looked up, she found Lin Mo had already entered the room. Biting her lip, she felt a wave of nervousness wash over her. Though they had shared 2 intimate encounters, being in this and made her shy. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Chen Xiao Qian nervously fiddled with the hem of her garment and slowly stepped into the guest room. The shopkeeper departed early, leaving Lin Mo alone in the room. With a soft click, Chen Xiao Qian gently closed the door, and a faint protective light curtain instantly descended from above, enveloping the entire space. The formation was quite simple, providing only soundproofing and a modicum of defensive capability. Indeed, its meager protective strength was sufficient merely to withstand the strikes of mundane swords and blades, serving primarily as a precautionary measure. Chen Xiao Qian gazed at Lin Mo, clad in white, and couldn't help but tuck a loose strand of hair behind her ear. An unconscious attempt to mask her inner tension. It had been nearly a year since their last encounter during the Secret Realm expedition, and her yearning for Lin Mo surged like the tide, even disrupting her usual cultivation routine. Why did you emerge from the blood-soaked Secret Realm so late? At a loss for words, she casually sought a topic of conversation. In the depths of that realm, our Hidden Moon Sect encountered a 2nd-tier demon beast, the Ink Jiao. After a grueling battle, we could only leave the blood-soaked Forbidden Zone at last. A slight smile crept onto Lin Mo's lips as he removed the puppet mask from his face and beckoned Chen Xiao Qian closer. She immediately lowered her head and stepped forward to stand before him. Have you missed me during this long separation? Ding. Cultivating the Yin-Yang complementary technique. Spiritual power, 1000. Ding. Practicing the body refinement technique in the training room. Body refinement, 100. Days passed in relentless cultivation, and both became deeply engrossed. It was only when Chen Xiao Qian exhausted her energy that Lin Mo finally sat cross-legged, feeling the presence of a pure white sword shadow within him, shimmering with specks of blue light. Clearly, he had absorbed an abundance of water's spiritual energy that night, yet had not fully refined it. If he persevered in his cultivation, he could reach the mid-foundation stage within a year. The original character Han Li had spent 6 years progressing from the early to the mid-foundation stage. However, this time frame was hindered by the burdens of the 3 transformations heavy elemental technique. Otherwise, with Han Li's prodigious pill consumption, he could have broken through in 3 to 4 years. Yet, mere cultivation was insufficient. He also required a spirit gathering array and the assistance of elixirs. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled as he pondered. Only by doing so can I hope to reach the pinnacle of the foundation stage within 10 years. However, both the spirit gathering array and elixirs demanded a copious amount of spiritual stones. Indeed, the swiftest way to acquire wealth was through plunder. Lin Mo stroked his chin, deep in thought. After a fragrant incense stick had burned down, Chen Xiao Qian cast a resentful glance at Lin Mo and murmured, "How can you possess such boundless energy? This is the secret technique of our Hidden Moon Sect." Lin Mo gently patted her hair and remarked, "It's getting late. We must take our leave." Nodding vigorously at his words, Chen Xiao Qian propped herself up with her alabaster arm against the bed's edge and sat up with determination. With a graceful wave of her right hand, a pink garment materialized upon her. "Hello, esteemed guests. Have you found your stay comfortable?" As they descended the stairs, the shopkeeper approached them with a broad smile. "Yes," Lin Mo replied with a slight nod, glancing at the shopkeeper. "Are there any secret shops nearby?" Though the shopkeeper's strength was modest, he was well acquainted with the happenings of the Tianqing sect's marketplace and was likely to possess information about secret shops. Walk 100 meters in this direction, then turn left for another 100 meters. The dilapidated building at the forefront is where the secret shop is located. Upon hearing the shopkeeper's words, Lin Mo deftly flicked his wrist, producing a spiritual stone to hand over. "Thank you, esteemed guest." "Thank you." The shopkeeper, elated by the spiritual stone, rubbed it eagerly between his hands. The secret shop was akin to a black market within the realm of cultivation, where the origins of items were often obscured, leading to slightly lower prices. However, the goods were of exceptional quality, truly invaluable. Lin Mo tightened the black puppet mask on his face, leading Chen Xiao Qian to the front of a dilapidated, thatched hut. A beautiful woman dressed in a red gown fanned herself, casting a charming glance at the passers-by. Had he not known it was a secret realm, Lin Mo might have mistaken her for someone engaged in dubious activities. Is this truly a secret shop? Lin Mo inquired, eyeing the woman. Upon hearing his words, the woman's pupils narrowed, but feeling the potent aura emanating from Lin Mo, she quickly straightened herself and said, "Please, esteemed seniors, step inside." As she spoke, she stepped aside, ushering Lin Mo and Qin Qian into the interior. The room was a chaotic jumble, with elixirs, artifacts, and materials haphazardly arranged. From the outside, it appeared merely as a commonplace shop. With a click, the woman closed the door and smiled graciously at Lin Mo. "Esteemed guests, please follow me." She then proceeded to a corner of the room, pressing lightly. With a click, a yellow light flickered, revealing a pitch-black pit before them. Below the pit lay an unfathomable staircase. Following the alluring woman, Lin Mo kept close behind. The secret passage was short, merely 10 or so zhang long, leading to a grand stone door. On either side stood two figures clad in black, each wearing menacing black masks. Foundation stage cultivators? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, contemplating. No wonder they can operate a secret shop here. There is some strength behind this establishment. As the massive stone door slowly opened with a click, a scene unfolded before them. A crimson carpet, pristine jade, and dazzling lamps. It starkly contrasted with the dilapidated exterior above. The hall was oval-shaped, spanning dozens of zhang in diameter, furnished with several rows of wooden benches occupied by a diverse array of cultivators. A cursory glance revealed that they were all at the foundation stage, with one boasting a cultivation level reaching the late foundation stage. This Tianqing sect marketplace was indeed teeming with hidden talents. Looking up, Lin Mo noticed an empty table across from them. "Esteemed guests, I can only bring you here." The woman bowed respectfully to Lin Mo and then turned to leave. Lin Mo exchanged a glance with Qin Qian and chuckled, "Let us proceed." They sat at the guest table, awaiting what felt like an eternity. Many cultivators wearing masks to block spiritual perception entered the room. After 2 hours, a man donned in a red demon mask emerged, his aura pulsating strongly, indicating he had reached the pinnacle of the foundation stage, making him the most powerful cultivator present. The man parted his lips slightly, producing a series of raspy sounds. "Welcome to the trading event of our shop, fellow cultivators of the immortal realm. This time, we have both returning clients and newcomers attending." He continued, "Our shop treats all guests equally." Following this, the man elaborated on the auction rules, stating that the shop would assess the value of the auction items, allowing participants to bid with spiritual stones. If one lacked sufficient stones, they could also offer other treasures as collateral. "Let us begin swiftly. We have waited long enough." Several foundation stage cultivators expressed impatience, urging for the auction to commence. The man with the red-faced demon mask chuckled, undeterred by the atmosphere. With a flick of his right hand, a golden flying sword hovered before him. This was the premier magical artifact, the Golden Shadow Sword. It bore the low-level spell of golden light disturbance, capable of confusing foes. After making this announcement, the red-faced demon turned to the crowd. "The starting bid is 300 spirit stones." 300 spirit stones were not exorbitant, yet considering it was merely a starting bid, to acquire this artifact at that price was somewhat of a fanciful notion. Lin Mo stroked his chin, contemplating. Although it was not a supreme artifact, as an offensive top-tier tool, many cultivators still showed interest. After a round of bidding, a girl with a cherubic face ultimately secured the artifact for 500 spirit stones. The next item offered was a top-grade purple sky furnace, a favorite among weapon refiners. It is well known that a suitable furnace is indispensable for forging magical artifacts. The starting price was 400 spirit stones. Lin Mo's interest was piqued by the red-faced demon's explanation. Initially, he had no intention of forging artifacts, given his 10-year commitment. However, possessing a 3-legged crow with inner demon fire now opened the possibility of learning the Su family's forging techniques to craft artifacts with it. There were no weapon refiners present, and after exchanging glances, no one dared to place a bid. Observing this scene, a smile crept onto Lin Mo's lips. Yet, he did not rush to bid. There was still time. As he noticed that no one was bidding on the purple sky furnace, the red-faced demon cultivator felt a twinge of anxiety and hastily declared, "Though you may not be weapon refiners, it could still be a gift for your refining friends." 400 spirit stones is an absolute bargain. A silence lingered for another half a tea time. At that moment, Lin Mo casually raised his right hand. 400 spirit stones. Excellent. Sold. The moment Lin Mo's words fell, the red-faced demon's expression brightened as he swiftly concluded the auction. Lin Mo produced a storage bag and tossed it lightly, landing it before the red-faced cultivator. The cultivator's consciousness swept through it. Its spirit stone count was satisfactory. He nodded and pushed the purple furnace toward Lin Mo. Lin Mo's consciousness scanned the furnace briefly and found it to be intact, indeed a complete piece. The subsequent items for sale were rather mundane, consisting of simple spirit herbs and pill formulas. During this time, Lin Mo also spent 200 spirit stones to purchase a high-tier veil for Qin Xiaoqian. This veil possessed an enchanting visage that obstructed the perception of consciousness and also had the effect of purifying and beautifying the skin. Qin Xiaoqian was overjoyed, tightly clinging to Lin Mo's arm. Feeling her delicate presence, Lin Mo licked his lips and leaned in, whispering, "Let us linger here for a few more days." "Is there something else, senior brother?" Qin Xiaoqian asked, surprise etched on her face, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Hee. Lin Mo chuckled softly, replying, "I wish to cultivate a bit longer." Qin Xiaoqian blushed deeply, turning her head shyly, feigning indignation. "You're so naughty." After the auction at the secret shop concluded, the group of foundation-building cultivators did not disperse. Instead, they began to trade their desired items among themselves. Lin Mo had no intention of selling the remaining foundation-building pill here. The crowd was vast and filled with foundation-period cultivators, which could inevitably lead to trouble. He led Qin Xiaoqian to a more reputable shop and ultimately sold it for 2,700 earth and water spirit stones. "Let us head to the inn, and in 2 days, we can see about forging our artifacts." Lin Mo glanced at Qin Xiaoqian with a gentle smile. Qin Xiaoqian obediently followed behind Lin Mo, her demeanor shy yet eager. Chapter 45, A Woman, Xian Rian. 2 days later, Lin Mo looked at Qin Xiaoqian's rosy cheeks and smiled. "How has your cultivation progressed?" Qin Xiaoqian's lips moved, her fragrance wafting through the air, a damp mist enveloping them. "These 3 days of training were equivalent to a month of my usual practice," she exclaimed in astonishment. "In the future, come to the Masked Moon Sect's marketplace to find me." Lin Mo glanced at her, softly saying, "I'll rent a place at the marketplace by then." Qin Xiaoqian responded with a sweet hum, her cheeks flushed. "Bring me the flowing cloud veil." Lin Mo extended his right hand, and Qin Xiaoqian understood, handing over the white veil purchased from the secret shop. The flowing cloud veil resembled a stream of water as it fell into Lin Mo's hand, damp to the touch. "I'll adorn you with it myself." Lin Mo's lips curled upwards as he quickly leaned in to place the veil upon Qin Xiaoqian's face. A wave of fragrance enveloped him, and her rosy earlobe dangled before him. Lin Mo's heart raced at the sight before him. Sensing Lin Mo's unusual demeanor behind her, Qin Xiaoqian swayed her waist. "It's getting late." Lin Mo smiled gently, his left arm wrapping around her slender waist. "No worries, let us train once more." In the afternoon, the two arrived at the Su family's forging shop. A burly man with a dark complexion awaited them at the entrance and, upon seeing Lin Mo, greeted them with a smile. "Esteemed guests, please follow me." Guided by the burly man, they soon entered a chamber. With a crackling sound, the man pressed down on the ground, and a series of deafening roars echoed. An unfathomably deep underground stone chamber revealed itself before them, and a wave of scorching flames rushed toward them, intensely hot. "Please follow me." The burly man led the way, with Lin Mo and Qin Xiaoqian closely trailing behind, walking several dozen paces until they reached a spacious stone chamber. A crimson fire crow with its beak slightly open expelled fierce demon flames, incinerating a large black armor, which transformed into droplets of dark liquid. An old man with white hair skillfully manipulated the liquid with his control technique, altering its shape. "It's not too complicated," Lin Mo mused, stroking his chin. The old man retrieved an exquisite small box and, with a flourish, sprinkled several grains of pale golden dust over the black liquid. The liquid seemed to boil instantly, emitting sizzling sounds. The old man formed hand seals with his right hand and softly intoned, "Coagulate." The black liquid immediately solidified, taking the shape of a shield about half a person's size. "It's done." The old man took a deep breath, wiping the sweat from his brow, and then handed the shield artifact to Lin Mo. "You may name it, esteemed guest. This shield has been infused with several iron essences, making it incredibly sturdy. Let us call it the Xian Iron Shield." Lin Mo smiled faintly, waving his right hand as the shield fell before Qin Xiaoqian. "For you." Hearing Lin Mo's words, Qin Xiaoqian's expression shifted, and she quickly replied, "This is too precious. It's a life-saving artifact. Senior brother should keep it for himself." Hee. Lin Mo chuckled softly, pinching her tender cheek and saying, I have even better supreme defensive artifacts. I refuse to let you face any danger. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Chen Xiaoqian's eyes sparkled, and she nodded vigorously. With the sunshade cauldron in Lin Mo's possession, he had no need for the Xian iron shield, and thus gifting it to his beloved was a matter of course. Half a month later, Lin Mo caressed the storage bag in his arms, a smile gracing his lips. These materials would serve as the forging fee. Would it be sufficient? He gestured towards the remnants of the ink dragon's limbs and the half-dismembered corpse of the giant centipede on the ground. Sufficient, indeed. The elderly man with white hair beamed, saying, if you wish to forge more artifacts in the future, do come back to visit. Certainly. Lin Mo nodded, casting a glance at Chen Xiaoqian. Without a trace of hesitation, the two departed from the Su family. Brother Lin, where to next? Chen Xiaoqian inquired, her eyes shimmering like water as she gazed at Lin Mo. I still need to purchase a set of formation arrays. Lin Mo affectionately ruffled Chen Xiaoqian's hair and turned towards a secluded courtyard. In the bustling market of Tianqing Sect, Lin Mo was not lost in the pleasures of the moment, but focused on his cultivation. After handing a spirit stone to the shopkeeper, he found the residence of Qi Yunxiao. It was a modest courtyard where a stout young man was engrossed in reading books. Excuse me, do you have formation arrays for sale? Lin Mo knocked on the wooden door and called out to Qi Yunxiao inside. Upon hearing Lin Mo's voice, Qi Yunxiao looked up, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes as he asked, what can I assist you with, esteemed guest? I need a formation capable of restraining someone at the core formation stage. Lin Mo stated directly. A formation for the core formation stage? Qi Yunxiao's expression shifted slightly as he spoke in a low voice. I happen to have an incomplete formation. He shook his head gently, meeting Lin Mo's gaze. It may take me several years to perfect it, and it is quite valuable. If you wish to acquire it, I would need a millennium-grade spiritual herb. The so-called millennium-grade spiritual herb was merely Qi Yunxiao's means to save his beloved, Xian Rian. I possess a millennium-grade spiritual herb. Lin Mo waved his hand, and a green box appeared before him. As soon as the wooden box was opened, a rich medicinal aroma wafted through the air. Qi Yunxiao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stood up. Can I have this millennium-grade spiritual herb? He exclaimed eagerly. I can guarantee the formation will be perfected within 3 years. Hearing Qi Yunxiao's words, Lin Mo smirked slightly, responding, can I trust you? Qi Yunxiao was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Do you have a spirit gathering formation here? Lin Mo asked, noticing Qi Yunxiao's silence. Indeed. Qi Yunxiao quickly retrieved a circular compass and pointed to the central groove, saying, this is a mid-level spirit gathering formation. Place a mid-level spirit stone within, and it will immediately gather spiritual energy within a radius of 1 mile. Lin Mo nodded. I am quite interested in formations. Do you have any books on the subject? Just then, a series of footsteps echoed from outside. Turning to look, he saw a young girl in a light yellow dress entering. If the guest requires formation arrays, perhaps I have what you need. Xian Rian gracefully approached Lin Mo, offering a polite bow. You have books on formations? Lin Mo's eyes widened in surprise, feigning ignorance. Of course. Xian Rian gazed deeply at Lin Mo, then produced a light blue book from her sleeve, stating, this is my understanding. She quickly retrieved a light yellow book and presented it to Lin Mo. As he flipped through the pages, he found them filled with Xian Rian's research on formations. Excellent. Lin Mo nodded, then turned to Qi Yunxiao, saying, in 3 years, perfect the formation, along with the spirit gathering formation and these books on formations. The yellow essence will be yours. Qi Yunxiao's face lit up with joy as he replied, rest assured, esteemed guest, I will surely complete the formation within 3 years. In addition to this 5 elements reversal formation, Xian Rian also possesses a jade slip containing several ancient formations and a secret technique, the Xian Mu transformation technique, which can cultivate a second primordial spirit and even nurture a second nascent soul. This technique is remarkable. However, gaining Xian Rian's trust would not be an easy task, as she was cautious and composed, akin to a female version of Han Li. Rian, your ailment can be cured, Qi Yunxiao exclaimed, turning to Xian Rian with excitement in his eyes. Xian Rian bowed to Lin Mo, saying, I am Xian Rian. It is an honor to meet you, senior. Lin Mo's gaze flickered as he observed Xian Rian, asking, might I inquire about the nature of your ailment? With a wry smile, Xian Rian explained, I possess a dragon-ine constitution, born female in a male body. As my cultivation advances, my meridians gradually misalign and wither. Currently, I rely on this millennium-grade spiritual herb to prolong my life. Upon hearing her words, Qi Yunxiao shook his head repeatedly, insisting, no, you will surely be saved. Xian Rian glanced at Qi Yunxiao, shaking her head slightly as she sighed. Having life is a blessing, yet it is beyond my control. Can this millennium-grade spiritual herb truly sustain life? Lin Mo queried, eyeing Xian Rian. Without hesitation, she nodded, stating, this millennium-grade spiritual herb can nourish my withering meridians, sustaining me for about 6 months. However, my cultivation is still low. I am not yet at the point of needing spiritual herbs to sustain my life. At this point, Xian Rian cast a glance at Qi Yunxiao, smiling softly. He is merely preparing the spiritual herbs in advance for me. Lin Mo then produced a green wooden box, placing it on the table. This is a rich medicinal fragrance wafted through the air, causing Qi Yunxiao's eyes to widen as he exclaimed, another millennium-grade spiritual herb. Indeed, Lin Mo nodded, gazing earnestly at Xian Rian. I am quite fond of your formations, and I would prefer not to see your youth cut short. Xian Rian's expression shifted slightly as she regarded Lin Mo, realizing the immense value of the millennium-grade spiritual herb before her. Though it was precious, it paled in comparison to the ancient formations and the method for cultivating a second nascent soul. Since you have offered so much, I have nothing to repay you with. Xian Rian slowly retrieved a jade slip from her bosom and handed it to Lin Mo, saying, this contains ancient formations and a secret technique. Lin Mo pressed the jade slip to his forehead, and as his consciousness swept through it, the methods revealed themselves in his mind, the Xianmu transformation technique and the ancient teleportation formation. With a deep exhale, Lin Mo looked at Xian Rian and sincerely stated, this formation is immensely beneficial to me. If I can assist you in any way, it would be my pleasure. Xian Rian smiled radiantly, saying, I will work with Brother Qi to perfect the formation. You may return in 3 years. Thank you for your efforts. Lin Mo bowed his hands in gratitude to Xian Rian, then led Chun Xiao, Qian out of the Tianqing sect market. At that moment, a smile graced Lin Mo's lips, for he had not anticipated that Xian Rian would decisively offer the Xianmu transformation technique. Though Xian Rian may only be a mid-stage Qi refinement practitioner, she must surely recognize the invaluable nature of the Xuanmu transformation technique. Could it be that she has set her sights on the Millennium Spirit Herb in my possession? Lin Mo pondered, stroking his chin. Regardless, the Xuanmu transformation technique is now firmly in my grasp. After all, possessing something tangible is the most crucial aspect. Rian, the formation within that jade slip is indeed precious. Qi Yunxiao gazed at Xian Rian, his eyes brimming with affection. I am merely taking a gamble. Xian Rian's gaze fell on the 2 Millennium Spirit Herbs on the table as she murmured, this individual casually produces 2 spirit herbs. If the fateful day truly arrives, I may have to beseech this senior for assistance. Observing Xian Rian before him, Qi Yunxiao sighed softly and stepped forward, his eyes filled with melancholy. His love for Xian Rian transcended life itself. Tragically, his limited power rendered him unable to aid her. Outside the Tianqing sect's marketplace, whoosh. With a flick of his right hand, Lin Mo summoned a light green flying vessel that soared in the wind, expanding to a length of 3 zhang in mere moments. The top-tier flying artifact, the Divine Wind Boat. Lin Mo admired the vessel before him, thoroughly satisfied. Its speed surpassed even that of the finest flying swords, making it an exceptional means of escape. Let us depart. Lin Mo beckoned to Chun Xiao, Qian behind him, and gracefully landed aboard the Divine Wind Boat. Whoosh! The Divine Wind Boat accelerated rapidly, transforming into a fleeting shadow as it sped towards the Huangfeng Valley marketplace. At that moment, as Lin Mo infused the vessel with his spiritual energy, a sharp sound of air being sliced open echoed, and the Divine Wind Boat radiated a brilliant white light. Its velocity transformed into a white rainbow, shooting forth. Sitting atop the flying vessel, Lin Mo instinctively grasped the delicate hand of Chun Xiao Qian, applying a gentle pressure. She let out a soft exclamation, finding herself nestled in his embrace. You wouldn't dare to cultivate in broad daylight, would you? Upon seeing Lin Mo before her, Chun Xiao Qian seemed to recall something and hurriedly inquired. Ahem. Lin Mo coughed lightly and quickly replied with a smile. What are you thinking? As the two engaged in casual conversation, Lin Mo suddenly sensed a powerful surge of spiritual energy approaching from below. If it were to strike his Divine Wind Boat, the consequences would be dire. Lin Mo's pupils constricted, a flicker of anger igniting within his gaze. Seeking death, he swiftly maneuvered the Divine Wind Boat to the right. A sharp flying sword narrowly missed him. Scanning the surroundings with his consciousness, Lin Mo spotted a mid-stage Foundation establishment practitioner racing towards him. This flying vessel is remarkable. I shall claim it. A middle-aged man clad in scholarly attire gazed greedily at the divine wind boat beneath Lin Mo senior brother. It's a mid-stage foundation establishment practitioner. Chun Xiao Qian, startled, waved her right hand, a dark blue longsword already gripped firmly in her grasp. Chapter 47. Shimming Technique. I recall that on that day, Hanli did not encounter such a predicament. Lin Mo's expression darkened. He never anticipated that his single journey aboard the divine wind boat would attract the attention of malevolent individuals. It seems I shall have to take smaller flying leaves for my travels in the future, Lin Mo silently mused, a white shadow flashing from his storage bag at his waist. The cold jade sword was now firmly in his hand. Descend. Lin Mo had no intention of allowing his divine wind boat to sustain damage and rapidly descended towards the ground. Seeing Lin Mo attempt to flee, the scholarly practitioner would not let him escape easily. The flying sword beneath him transformed into a shadow, pursuing Lin Mo relentlessly. With a flick of his right hand, Lin Mo held a long, jet-black needle, palm-sized, adorned with the image of a dragon. The Mo Jiao needle, a top-tier offensive consumable artifact. It possesses speed and sharpness, but sacrifices durability, rendering it nearly a one-time use. Forged from the fangs of the Mo Jiao, only 5 were created. While its power may not rival that of talismans, its stealth is unparalleled. Boy, don't run. The scholar behind him scoffed, producing a pale red talisman. With a rustle, spiritual energy surged into it, and crimson fireballs began to rain down from above. Whoosh. Seeing this, Chun Xiao Qian swiftly drew her Xian iron shield. As she infused it with spiritual energy, a faint blue light enveloped the shield, expanding to completely cover both of them. Boom, boom. The fireball struck the Xian iron shield, igniting a tempest of flames. As the flames subsided, the scholarly practitioner noticed that the two he had been pursuing had vanished without a trace, leaving only a swirling mass of emerald mist behind. Humph. The scholar scoffed. A mere trick. Go. His concern was fleeting as the long sword beside him, engulfed in flames, flew towards the green mist. Whoosh. In that instant, a piercing sound echoed as a slender black needle sliced through the air, instantly piercing through the scholar's head. The flying sword in midair fell like a withered leaf. Lin Mo gently shook the Qing Huan needle in his hand, and the surrounding pale green mist was instantly absorbed into it. Is he dead? Chun Xiao Qian's eyes widened in shock, utterly astonished. She had not anticipated that a mid-stage foundation establishment practitioner could be so effortlessly dispatched. It is important to note that while the foundation establishment stage consists of 4 phases, early, mid, late, and the Dan stage, it does not compare to the 13 layers of the Qi refinement stage. The gap between the early and mid phases is not dissimilar to that between the 3rd and 6th layers of Qi refinement. Even with Lin Mo's advantage in artifacts, one could discern his adeptness at seizing the moment. In that fleeting instant of his attack, he managed to exploit the opportunity with the Mo Jiao needle. The awareness required for such combat is truly formidable. However, upon considering her relationship with Lin Mo, Chun Xiao Qian couldn't help but smile faintly. He is merely a mid-stage foundation establishment practitioner. Lin Mo smiled faintly. After the 9 transformations, his cultivation level was effectively double that of his peers. Adding to that the Mo Jiao needle's elusive nature, ambushing a mere mid-stage foundation establishment practitioner was trivial. Whoosh. With a swift motion, Lin Mo arrived at the corpse of the scholarly practitioner. His consciousness swept through. The contents of the storage bag were quite mixed. Over 300 spirit stones, a top-tier artifact aside from the red flying sword, and a round bead. Nothing else seemed particularly noteworthy. Just as Lin Mo was about to stow away the storage bag, a pale blue jade slip caught his attention. Grasping the jade slip, he pressed it against his forehead. Spiritual consciousness flowed like threads into the slip. Within the slip lay a water-based cultivation technique known as the Xianming technique. Remarkably, it could be cultivated up to the nascent soul stage. Upon reaching the core formation stage, one could condense a drop of Xianming water within their dantian, increasing the success rate of forming a nascent infant by 10%. A commendable technique. Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes, recognizing its superiority over the techniques available on the 6th floor of the technique pavilion. However, mastering this technique is no simple task, as it requires a substantial quantity of water spirit fruits. While these fruits are not rare, they are one of the key ingredients in crafting qi condensing powder. Thus, the prices have risen dramatically. Often, a century-old water spirit fruit can be valued at several hundred spirit stones. Lin Mo took out a blank jade slip and directly inscribed the cultivation method of the Xianming technique within it. Take this and examine it. If there are no better techniques within the sect, then cultivate this method in the future. Receiving the jade slip, Chen Xiaoqian obediently pressed it against her mind. This technique also proved beneficial for Lin Mo, as reaching the core formation stage required merely condensing a drop of Xiaming water. Although this method did not surpass his own Hanli sword technique, the enhancement it offered for advancing to the nascent soul stage made Lin Mo covetous. Despite being of the ice spirit root, Lin Mo could not guarantee his success in breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Therefore, once he surpassed the foundation establishment stage, he could utilize this technique to break through to the core formation stage. One cannot deny that this journey yielded substantial rewards: a complete spirit gathering array, insights into the sound array technique, an ancient array jade slips, which even included a primordial teleportation array. With elevated cultivation in the future, he could freely traverse between Tai Nan and the chaotic star sea, the countless beast inner cores. Envisioning the abundant resources of the chaotic star sea, Lin Mo felt a surge of longing. As for the method of refining the second nascent soul, it was extraordinarily formidable. Coupled with the external incarnation of the Xianyin scripture, it was simply unparalleled. In comparison to the gains from techniques and arrays, the harvest of magical artifacts was also impressive. The Divine Wind Boat, Imo Jiao Needle, and Qing Huozhan, all top-tier magical artifacts. Additionally, selling 3 foundation establishment pills netted over 8,000 spirit stones, which should be sufficient for him to cultivate to the mid-foundation establishment stage. With this thought, Lin Mo turned his gaze to Chen Xiaoqian, who appeared quite delighted with the Xiaming technique. Like a child, she quickly leaped into Lin Mo's embrace. "This divine wind boat is too conspicuous. Let us fly with our swords instead." Lin Mo glanced at Chen Xiaoqian and produced a jade-green flying leaf artifact. "Isn't this a bit overly cautious?" Observing the petite flying leaf artifact, Chen Xiaoqian furrowed her delicate brows. "Be careful." Lin Mo gently patted her forehead and transformed into a fleeting shadow, soaring towards Huangfeng Valley. This was not a waste of time. The direction of the Zhanyue sect aligned conveniently with Huangfeng Valley. Upon returning to the sect, it was already deep into the night. Lin Mo quietly approached the entrance of his cave abode. He held a circular compass in his hand, inserting a mid-tier spirit stone. An instant later, a white light enveloped the compass, and a transparent curtain of light swiftly concealed the cave. Chapter 48, Mid-Foundation Establishment. A dense aura of spiritual energy surged forth. "Conceal." Lin Mo pinched his right hand and cast a spell onto the compass. Immediately, a wave-like motion appeared around him, and his figure was swiftly shrouded by the array. The spirit gathering array also possessed a rudimentary concealing function. Upon entering the stone cave, the rhythmic sound of what resembled a giant beast's heartbeat echoed in his ears. The 3-legged black chicken radiated an intense warmth, akin to stepping into a furnace. Dark flames coiled around its body, and its aura continuously transformed. It seemed that the breakthroughs of these beasts were swifter than those of humans. Gazing at the 3-legged black chicken, Lin Mo couldn't help but recall the time he spent breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, an entire 6 months. Hanli had it worse. He took a whole year. Of course, only 7 months had passed since their expedition to the blood-forbidden zone. Hanli was still wasting time cultivating the main ingredient for the foundation establishment pill. According to Lin Mo's memory, this period had nearly spanned 3 years, with half a year spent refining the foundation establishment pill and 1 year for the breakthrough, totaling 4.5 years. Subsequently, Hanli spent another 4 years to reach the mid-foundation establishment stage, encountering his early rival Wang Chan at Yin Family Fortress. 2 years later, the demonic cult would fully invade Tai Nan. The foundation establishment took 6 months. Lin Mo stroked his chin and murmured, "That leaves us with a decade at most. I must cultivate swiftly." With this thought, Lin Mo sat cross-legged on the stone bed, scattering a pile of earth and water spirit stones before him. Coupled with the surging spiritual energy from the spirit gathering array, it continuously flowed into Lin Mo's nostrils. Ding dong. Cultivating the ice glass sword technique. Spiritual energy 1000. Ding dong. Cultivating the ice glass sword technique. Spiritual energy 1000. Time flew by, and 6 months slipped away in the blink of an eye. When Lin Mo opened his eyes once more, a powerful aura emanated from his being. Crackle. 8 or 9,000 earth and water spirit stones had already lost their color, scattered across the ground. As Lin Mo rose, he felt the presence of a snow-white ice glass sword chi within his dantian. Compared to the initial stage of foundation establishment, this ice glass sword chi had become much more condensed. Host, Lin Mo, strength, mid-foundation establishment, spirit root, ice spirit root, technique, ice glass sword technique, spells, ice spike technique, object control technique, ice shield technique, ice manipulation technique. Second layer of great transformation technique, basic puppet technique, intermediate talismans technique, sword control technique, secret techniques, yin-yang attraction technique, body refinement technique in the room, yin-yang complementation technique. Spirit nurturing seal, divine ability, 9 revolutions reincarnation technique. Gazing at his attributes, Lin Mo smiled. I must learn some defensive techniques. His own techniques and secret arts were all related to dual cultivation. Defeating enemies relied heavily on top-grade magical artifacts. His methods for vanquishing foes were still lacking. Lin Mo pondered. As the demonic cult invades, these individuals employ vile means. I must seek a technique to exorcise evil. Alas, I am of the ice spirit root. If only I were of the thunder spirit root, it would be simpler. With this thought, Lin Mo leaped from the stone bed. With a swoosh, a black, 3-legged chicken flapped its wings, stirring up a whirlwind. Its sharp claws left deep impressions in the rock. 3-legged black chicken, strength, level 2, type, black chicken, bloodline power, black chicken physique, demon flame. Possesses a trace of the 3-legged golden crow bloodline. With an exceptionally hard body and innate demon fire within, observing the 3-legged black chicken before him, Lin Mo noted that aside from its black chicken fire transforming into demon flames, there were no significant changes. Perhaps a strand of golden thread had appeared atop its head. You stay here in the cave. Lin Mo pointed to the stone cave behind him and leaped onto the flying leaf. It had been half a year since he last saw Nangongwan. He wondered if she had exited her seclusion. A smile tugged at the corners of Lin Mo's mouth as he floated gently towards Qingxi courtyard. From a distance, he spotted Xiaozhan, clad in white, sweeping the ground in front of the door. Uncle Lin, what brings you here? Upon seeing Lin Mo, Xiaozhan's face lit up with joy as she hurried over. Lin Mo glanced at Xiaozhan and couldn't help but ask, has my master exited his seclusion? Xiaozhan looked at Lin Mo, then turned to glance behind her. A melodious ringing sound met Lin Mo's ears. Come in. Nangongwan's voice brought a surge of joy to Lin Mo's heart, prompting him to hastily enter the room. It had indeed been half a year since he last saw his master, and he truly missed her. With a creak, Lin Mo pushed open the door. Before him lay Nangongwan, reclining on her couch, her right hand picking up a plum blossom fruit and popping it into her mouth. Nangongwan glanced at Lin Mo, a light laugh escaping her lips. You've been quite diligent this past half year, and you've even advanced to the mid-stage of foundation building. To be able to cultivate alongside my master as soon as possible, I shall certainly double my efforts. Lin Mo replied with a respectful bow. Humph. A fleeting blush crossed Nangongwan's cheeks, quickly vanishing. You didn't come here just to exchange pleasantries, did you? She scrutinized Lin Mo deeply. I prefer directness. Speak plainly. I wish to inquire about a combat technique. Lin Mo wasted no time and responded. It would be best if it were a technique capable of vanquishing evil. Oh. Upon hearing Lin Mo's particular request, Nangongwan did not ask further questions, but readily agreed. With a swish, 2 jade slips flew from her storage pouch, hovering steadily before Lin Mo. Thank you, master. Lin Mo exclaimed, surprised to receive 2 techniques. As he gazed at the techniques before him, Nangongwan gently caressed her face and softly inquired, is there anything else? Master, have you recovered your lost powers? Lin Mo asked with concern. Nangongwan's face turned slightly red as she shot a glance at Lin Mo, exclaiming, You little lecher, how dare you say that? The previously dignified Nangongwan suddenly lost her composure. If it weren't for you, I might have already broken through to the mid-stage of core formation. She rose, stomping towards Lin Mo, her powerful aura as a core formation cultivator causing him to retreat repeatedly. That is something you owe me. Nangongwan glared at Lin Mo. Once you reach the core formation stage, you will repay me handsomely. Gulp. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's imagination began to wander. Could this handsome repayment imply something else? Noting Lin Mo's distracted demeanor, Nangongwan seemed to realize the ambiguity in her words. Your cultivation speed is quite impressive. She gazed deeply into Lin Mo's eyes. Once you reach the late stage of foundation building, I shall bestow upon you a gift. With that, she waved her hand gently. You may leave now. Chapter 49, The Ice Glass Sword Flame. Feeling somewhat dejected as he exited Nangongwan's chamber, Lin Mo clutched the 2 jade slips, returning to the dim stone cave. When would he be able to move to Qingxi courtyard and sleep on that fragrant bed? As Lin Mo murmured to himself, the 3-legged crow before him blinked its large eyes, emitting a series of clucking sounds, seemingly mocking him. Humph. Lin Mo scoffed, casting a glance at the crow. Go guard the cave entrance. I intend to enter seclusion. Cluck. The 3-legged crow chirped softly and flapped its wings, heading to the cave entrance. Meanwhile, Lin Mo took the opportunity to examine the 2 jade slips gifted by Nangong Wan. As he pressed the pristine jade slip to his forehead, his consciousness surged within. The contents of the technique flooded into his mind. Ice Flame Technique. Upon sensing the name of the technique, Lin Mo couldn't help but furrow his brow. It bore some resemblance to the Qianlan Ice Flame, both dazzling like flames on the outside, yet chilling to the bone within. However, the Ice Flame Technique was not as formidable as the Qianlan Ice Flame. It merely condensed ice into a flame-like form capable of incinerating evil spirits. Who could have devised this technique? Lin Mo muttered, shaking his head before commencing his slow cultivation. The cultivation of the Ice Flame Technique was no easy task. It required the ingestion of an ice flame pill before one could condense the ice flame. In other words, this technique depended on the ice flame pill as a catalyst. Where could he procure this ice flame pill? Lin Mo felt overwhelmed, having never heard of such a pill, which seemed to belong to the ancient era. With this thought, Lin Mo couldn't help but touch the jade slip in his hand, muttering, "Since I possess a system, why not give it a try?" With this intention, Lin Mo sat cross-legged, immersing himself in the cultivation of the Ice Flame Technique. Cultivating the Ice Flame Technique, Ice Flame 1. A tiny spark suddenly materialized above his dantian. What? The ease with which he succeeded in his cultivation filled Lin Mo with immense joy. This system truly proved beneficial, simplifying the prerequisite for the required pill. Suddenly, as the condensed ice flame took shape, it was swiftly absorbed by the nearby ice glass sword chi, resulting in an additional flame adorning the sword chi. It absorbed that? Lin Mo's heart stirred as he promptly opened his attribute panel. Host, Lin Mo, Strength, Mid-Stage Foundation Building, Spiritual Root, Ice Spiritual Root, Cultivation Technique, Ice Glass Sword Technique, Spells, Ice Spike Technique, Object Control Technique, Ice Shield Technique, Ice Manipulation Technique, Second Layer of the Great Evolution Technique, Beginner Puppet Technique, Intermediate Talismans Technique, Sword Control Technique, Secret Arts, Yin-Yang Attraction Technique, In-Room Body Refinement Technique, Yin-Yang Complementation Technique, Spirit Beast Seal, Divine Powers, 9 Turns Reincarnation Technique, Ice Glass Sword Flame, Ice Glass Sword Flame? Lin Mo licked his lips, gazing at the newly acquired divine power, and silently pondered, could it be this sword chi that resembles flames? With this thought, Lin Mo slightly closed his eyes, attempting to control the ice glass sword flame within his dantian. Whoosh! A small, ethereal blue sword shot forth from his mouth, leaving a thick layer of frost in its wake. The frost was unbearably chilling, as if it could never thaw. Go! With a low shout from Lin Mo, the ethereal blue ice glass sword flame landed upon the rock before him. Crackle! Upon contact, the rock shattered instantly, reducing it to fragments the size of palms, scattering across the ground. The power of this ice glass sword flame is indeed remarkable. However, since this flame is crucial for my advancement to the core formation stage, I must not wield it lightly. With this in mind, Lin Mo retrieved the second jade slip. As his consciousness surged into it, the technique within was imprinted in his mind. Compared to the first ice flame technique, the second jade slip contained not a technique, but rather the forging method for a top-tier magical artifact named the 100 Thunder Pearl. This artifact could absorb various heavenly thunders and unleash the stored lightning upon enemies. Although it was a top-tier artifact, the materials used for crafting it could also yield magical treasures. Presently, Lin Mo had no expectations for magical treasures, but he believed that a magical artifact could at least house a bolt of divine thunder. With this thought, Lin Mo stroked his chin. Isn't this quite similar to that heavenly thunder child? One condenses divine thunder into a pearl, while the other infuses divine thunder within an artifact. Senior Brother Lin. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside the cave, calling for him. It was Yin Ruyan, her tone urgent and somewhat distant. Snap! Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Could it be that the plot at Yin Family Fortress was beginning? However, according to the storyline, the Ghost Spirit Sect would require an additional 4 years to refine the disciples of the 7 sects at the Yin Family Fortress. Upon realizing this, Lin Mo deftly flipped his right hand and stored the jade slip into his storage pouch before leaping out. Upon reaching the entrance of the cave, he was greeted by the enchanting sight of Yin Ruyan, who was dressed in a mesmerizing attire today. She wore a blue smoke silk shirt and draped a light blue gauzy veil, her skin reminiscent of finely crafted jade, and her aura as delicate as an orchid. Senior Brother Lin. Yin Ruyan greeted Lin Mo with a graceful bow, her smile radiant. I have an urgent matter and require your assistance. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow slightly. What is it about? There have been frequent disappearances at one of my family's mines, Yin Ruyan said, her cheeks flushing slightly as she spoke in a hushed tone. Might you accompany me to investigate? The Spirit Stone Mine? Lin Mo's pupils constricted. Was that not the mine housing the Blood Jade Spider? In the original plot, this Spirit Stone Mine belonged to the Yin family. But after their betrayal of the Seven Sects to ally with the Ghost Spirit Sect, it rightfully became the possession of the Seven Sects. Han Li had stationed himself there during his escape and discovered the Blood Jade Spider along with an ancient teleportation array. That Blood Jade Spider was indeed a fourth-level demon beast. To venture there now would be tantamount to delivering myself as a meal. It would be wise to wait until I have reached the latter stage of Foundation establishment. I am currently cultivating a particular technique and may not be able to assist. Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively, directly rejecting her request. Is that so? Yin Rian did not appear offended. Instead, she inquired, how long do you anticipate your cultivation will take? At least 3 years, perhaps 5, Lin Mo replied. In that time, I should be able to break through to the later stage of Foundation establishment without any unforeseen incidents. Very well, Yin Rian smiled brightly. Coincidentally, I also have a technique I need to cultivate. Watching Yin Rian float away gracefully, a smile tugged at the corner of Lin Mo's lips. It was time to descend the mountain and gather some spirit stones. To swiftly enhance his cultivation, he would need an ample supply of spirit stones. Having exhausted his spirit stones to reach the mid-foundation establishment stage, his cultivation speed would slow significantly without them. With a leap, he landed steadily upon his flying leaf artifact. After leaving the sect, he adeptly donned his black cloak and the dark puppet mask. The magical artifacts from the mid-foundation cultivator he had slain previously had not yet been sold. At the Fengshe of the Shadow Moon Sect, Lin Mo wasted no time and directly sold these artifacts to the Wanbao building, acquiring over 900 pieces of water and earth spirit stones in total. Chapter 50, The Puppet. In terms of cultivation, Lin Mo estimated he would need at least over 10,000 spirit stones to have a chance at breaking through to the later stage of Foundation establishment. This was the advantage of the ice glass sword technique. It only required the absorption of spirit stones to rapidly enhance one's strength, eliminating the time-consuming process of consuming pills and converting spiritual energy. Must I resort to slaying another 10 mid-foundation cultivators? Lin Mo's eyes lit up as thoughts of his previous exploits crossed his mind, but he quickly dispelled the notion. Do you have any 100-year lightning stones? Lin Mo asked Wang Yu. And some intermediate talismans? 100-year lightning stones? Wang Yu's lips curled into a smile. Each one costs 200 spirit stones. As for intermediate talismans, 10 for 10 spirit stones, 3 lightning stones, then, and 300 intermediate talismans. Lin Mo promptly handed over the 900 spirit stones he had acquired. With a gleam of joy on his face, Wang Yu clapped his hands, summoning a maid who quickly hurried downstairs. After the passage of half a stick of incense, the maid returned with a platter holding 3 deep purple stones. With a flick of his right hand, Lin Mo swiftly stored the stones and talismans into his storage pouch. After departing from Wanbao building, Lin Mo turned and approached a courtyard. Knock, knock. As he gently tapped on the door, a familiar voice reached his ears. Is that you, Senior Brother Lin? Lin Mo smirked and pushed the door open. Inside awaited the one he had been longing for, Chen Xiaoqian. I have successfully begun practicing the shimming technique and came to find you. Chen Xiaoqian's eyes brimmed with affection as she quickly approached Lin Mo coincidentally. I have also broken through to the mid-foundation establishment stage. Lin Mo felt a surge of spiritual power within him, the intensity of which left Chen Xiaoqian astonished. 1 year to reach the mid-foundation stage? She exclaimed, unable to contain her surprise. Such is the nature of my technique, Lin Mo replied with a gentle smile. This is precisely why I required so many earth and water spirit stones. I expended nearly 9,000 spirit stones. Chen Xiaoqian's cheeks flushed crimson as she gazed at Lin Mo. If I cultivate with you, will it help elevate your cultivation? Hearing her words, Lin Mo smiled knowingly. Naturally, without further ado, he embraced Chen Xiaoqian and led her into the room. Zhangsheng, look at that courtyard across the way. An elderly woman pointed at the courtyard ahead, addressing the scholar beside her. Ever since that man arrived, that girl has not stepped outside for 10 days. What does that have to do with me? The scholar grunted, turning away with a sullen expression. If you possessed even a fraction of that man's vigor, would your wife have left you? The elderly woman jested, her cultivation at the peak of the qi refining stage, far surpassing that of the scholar before her. You. Zhang Sheng's pupils constricted, and he rebuked, I am a dignified 7-foot man. Do you think I cannot survive without that wretched woman? With a crisp sound as the door swung open, Lin Mo emerged, looking refreshed. He cast a glance at the feeble scholar, who, for reasons unbeknownst to him, immediately averted his gaze upon being scrutinized by Lin Mo. I have a plan. Lin Mo smiled slyly and hurried toward Wanbao building, having conceived a lucrative idea. Spending 100 spirit stones, Lin Mo scattered a pile of materials across the table. Chun Xiaoqian, having just tidied the bedding, approached Lin Mo with a rosy complexion, leaning affectionately against his shoulder. What do you intend to do with these items? Lin Mo smirked at Chun Xiaoqian. Are you skilled in the art of painting and calligraphy? Of course. Chun Xiaoqian nodded eagerly. Can I assist you? That would be immensely helpful. Lin Mo's spirit soared. He then gestured with his right hand, summoning the Xian Yin wood to rise gently before him. Ding. Practicing puppet art and mechanism art 1. Half an hour later, a humanoid wooden puppet materialized before them. As Lin Mo cast a series of incantations, the wooden puppet began to move as if it were a living being. Lin Mo's gaze shifted to the pigskin on the table. This was the thick hide of the first-level demon beast, the white Sha pig, which was both exceptionally tough and wonderfully supple. Three-legged black chicken. Lin Mo lightly tapped his spirit beast pouch, and a flash of red light signaled the arrival of a pitch-black chicken at his side. With a wave of his hand, the thick pigskin soared into the air. The black flames of the demon beast blazed intensely. As the pristine pigskin burned in the flames, it gradually transformed into viscous droplets of white substance. Gather. Lin Mo flicked his fingers, causing the droplets of white substance to swiftly envelop the puppet. Goo goo. The three-legged black chicken widened its eyes, utterly unprepared for Lin Mo's summoning, merely to engage in such activities. Gazing at the remnants of white goo suspended in the air, Lin Mo murmured to himself, a piece of pigskin seems capable of crafting 2 puppets. Behind him, Chun Xiaoqian stared at the puppet before her, unable to restrain her curiosity. Am I to adorn this puppet with colors? Indeed. Lin Mo nodded slightly and stepped forward. He pinched the silky skin of the humanoid puppet, clicking his tongue in appreciation. Truly exquisite, indistinguishable from a living being. Moreover, due to its core being that of a puppet, this woman possesses the strength of a 5-layer chi refinement stage. It can be used for battle during the day and for cultivation at night. Yes, cultivation. Lin Mo had crafted a low-level spirit gathering array on the puppet's chest, capable of drawing spiritual energy for cultivation. To have conceived of such a method, I must say I am quite the talent. With a slight smirk, Lin Mo remarked. However, there is still one final step to complete. What is still missing? Chun Xiaoqian inquired with a look of surprise. The puppet lacks a soul. It is merely a lifeless entity. One must extract a soul and condense it within the puppet, rendering it indistinguishable from a living person. Lin Mo stroked his chin and stated earnestly. Only then can it fetch a good price. This seems inappropriate. Chun Xiaoqian cast a deep glance at Lin Mo. After all, that is a life. Realizing her misunderstanding, Lin Mo clarified, I would never use a human. His eyes flickered as he explained, isn't the human-faced ape a suitable candidate? With that, Lin Mo turned and departed the courtyard, heading towards the spirit beast pavilion. Dear guest, how may I assist you? A youthful girl rushed out from within, startled by the puppet mask adorning Lin Mo's face. However, she quickly suppressed her fear and smiled. Do you have any human-faced apes? Lin Mo scanned the young girl beside him and inquired. The girl nodded vigorously. Yes, indeed. As she spoke, she shouted towards the second floor. Father, we have a guest. Ha! Following her call was a booming laughter. A burly man with a thick beard descended from the upper level. Initial stage of foundation building. A glimmer of insight flashed in Lin Mo's eyes, recognizing that the proprietor of the Spirit Beast Pavilion was quite formidable. Unlike the Wanbao building, this place was filled with spirit beasts. Without some degree of strength, one could easily lose their life in the event of a beast revolt. You seek a human-faced ape? The bearded shopkeeper scrutinized Lin Mo deeply, repeating the question. Is there a problem? Lin Mo glanced at the shopkeeper and asked, is something amiss? The human-faced ape is known for its cunning behavior, adept at disguising itself as a weeping woman in the forest to lure passers-by closer, only to consume their marrow, especially that of children, which it finds most delectable. I have 2 human-faced apes. The shopkeeper appraised Lin Mo again and remarked. One at the initial stage costs 50 spirit stones, while another at the mid-stage requires 100 spirit stones. The initial stage will suffice. It is merely the soul of a puppet. Why would I need a mid-stage beast? As Lin Mo handed over a handful of spirit stones, the shopkeeper's face lit up with joy as he weighed the stones in his hand, before turning to ascend the stairs. Not long after, the shopkeeper returned with a light blue spirit beast pouch. The human-faced ape is inside. Lin Mo scanned the pouch with his spiritual sense, revealing a monkey that bore a striking resemblance to a human, bound tightly and unable to move. Very well. Lin Mo nodded, satisfied with the acquisition of the human-faced ape. He deemed it unnecessary to linger any longer and turned to leave. Upon his return, Lin Mo discovered a graceful female puppet standing in the living room, emanating a rich fragrance. In order to mask the odor of the white boar skin, I applied a touch of rouge. Chen Xiao Qian hastened to Lin Mo's side. Beaming with pride, Lin Mo gently ruffled Chen Xiao Qian's hair and chuckled, "Truly, you are my capable assistant." At the mention of capable assistant, Chen Xiao Qian's face flushed crimson, and she quickly lowered her head. Now only one final step remained. Lin Mo lightly tapped the spirit beast pouch. With a flash of red light, the human-faced ape materialized before him. Upon its appearance, the ape swayed, its blood-red eyes fixated on Lin Mo, emitting a series of feminine moans. Why does that sound like something from beneath the bed? Lin Mo smiled, finding the situation amusing. In an instant, a dagger pierced the neck of the human-faced ape. Soul extraction technique. Observing the ape's demise, Lin Mo acted swiftly, casting a soul-capturing spell to draw the ape's essence from its body. As gray mist swirled, the soul of the human-faced ape was extracted. Go. Lin Mo directed the soul into the female puppet's body. As the soul integrated with the puppet, a spark of life ignited in its eyes. A clear, melodious moan escaped the lips of the female puppet. This, Chen Xiao Qian gasped in astonishment at the sight of the puppet, which now resembled a living woman. In the Moon Concealment Sect, where men outnumber women, this creation will surely be in high demand. Lin Mo smiled faintly. Moreover, the Blade Refinery and Heavenly Cliff Fortress are both havens for men. This will undoubtedly fetch a splendid price. Harmonious puppet. Strength, 6 layers of chi refinement. Techniques, none. Spells, fireball technique, spirit gathering array. Lin Mo nodded approvingly at the female puppet before him. I shall take this to the Wanbao building to see what price it can fetch. All materials combined would total around 150 spirit stones. In Lin Mo's estimation, this harmonious puppet could easily sell for 500 spirit stones. Its exquisite texture and ability to emit spiritual energy, coupled with its lifelike appearance and alluring sounds, would surely attract many admirers. However, considering that this harmonious puppet only possessed the strength of the chi refinement stage, if it were to achieve the foundation building stage, it would serve as both protection and a means of enhancing one's strength, thereby commanding an even higher price. Dear guest, how may I assist you? A maid rushed forward. Upon seeing Lin Mo's dark mask, her expression shifted, and she promptly asked, "Shall I take you to see the manager?" "Yes, indeed." Lin Mo nodded and followed the maid upstairs. Wang Yu was seated comfortably in a wooden chair, sipping a strong tea and savoring the moment. "Manager, this esteemed guest wishes to see you." The maid approached Wang Yu and whispered, "Oh." Wang Yu looked up, and upon seeing Lin Mo's black puppet mask, his face lit up with delight. "A warm welcome to our distinguished guest." Hearing Wang Yu's flattery, Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively. "I possess a treasure that I would like Manager Wang to appraise." Upon hearing the term treasure, Wang Yu's interest was instantly piqued, and he promptly declared, "It is merely a trivial task." With a swift flick of his right hand, Lin Mo, exhibiting his impatient nature, conjured a flash of white light. Before them appeared a Hehuan puppet, clad in white garments. What is this?" Wang Yu gasped in astonishment, retreating repeatedly at the sight of the puppet. "Take a closer look." Lin Mo was quite pleased with Wang Yu's reaction. As Wang Yu stepped forward, he soon noticed the peculiar similarities between the puppet and a living being. A puppet? But why does it resemble a real person so closely? As he spoke, Wang Yu couldn't resist the urge to touch the smooth, pigskin-like surface of the puppet. How slick, even with his extensive experience with beautiful women. Wang Yu found himself swallowing hard at that moment, and it possesses the strength of someone in the mid-stage of chi refinement. Wang Yu murmured, glancing at Lin Mo. "What other abilities does it have?" Hee. Lin Mo chuckled lightly, elaborating, "Let's not even discuss its combat abilities, which are akin to those of an ordinary chi refinement puppet. Its uniqueness lies in its indistinguishability from a living person, and it can even enhance one's cultivation speed. Is what you say truly the case?" Wang Yu was taken aback. "If what you say is true, I am willing to offer 600 spirit stones for it." Observing the merchant's prompt offer, Lin Mo was not about to accept immediately, countering, "How about 800 spirit stones?" Wang Yu glanced at Lin Mo incredulously. "That is the value of 2 top-tier magical artifacts. I can give you a maximum of 650 spirit stones. If you do not wish to sell, then I am powerless to assist." As a businessman, Wang Yu was well aware of the true worth of the puppet. While the cultivation world also spoke of furnace cauldrons, those could not be used for long. A furnace cauldron at the 6th level of chi refinement in the black market was worth around 500 spirit stones. After a few uses, they would be rendered useless. let alone the fact that this puppet had combat capabilities, truly augmenting one's strength. How could a purchased furnace cauldron obediently follow one's commands? Even with restraining methods, it would only appear to be docile on the surface. Chapter 52. For years. Breakthrough to late foundation establishment. As Lin Mo exited the Wanbao building, clutching 650 spirit stones, he smiled. Today, I earned 500 spirit stones. Upon returning to the courtyard, Chen Qian hurried over. Did you sell it? Lin Mo replied with a slight smile. For 650 spirit stones. Hearing this, Chen Qian's expression turned to one of astonishment. It's worth so much. After all the materials only cost a little over 100 spirit stones. Indeed, it is a novel item. Lin Mo replied with a casual smile. Lin Lang. Suddenly, Chen Qian, with a flirtatious glint in her eyes, gazed at Lin Mo. She wrapped her arms around his, smiling sweetly. I need your assistance. Lin Mo, noticing her demeanor, raised an eyebrow and replied, you may speak freely. I wish to enter the realm of the shimming technique. Chen Qian's cheeks flushed. Your spirit energy is abundant. I may require a substantial amount from you. That is a trivial matter. Months later, Yanqing descended from the skies on his flying sword, alighting gently in the market of the Yin Sect. I wonder if there are still elixirs for regrowing severed limbs. Over the past 2 years, Yanqing had been zealously completing sect tasks, accumulating several hundred spirit stones. He hoped to eventually find a method for limb regeneration. Although he appeared different from mere mortals now, it was precisely due to the leg he had received through grafting that made it difficult for him to establish his foundation. Otherwise, with his dual spiritual roots, a single foundation establishment pill would have sufficed. After learning about his severed leg, his family was unwilling to expend resources to provide him with a foundation establishment pill. Otherwise, I might have had another chance. A flicker of resentment passed through Yanqing's eyes, quickly fading away. At Wanbao building, limping, Yanqing entered the establishment. Have you received any intriguing new items recently? Wang Yu's heart stirred at Yanqing's inquiry. Naturally, we have plenty of fine goods. With a flash of white light, the Hehuan puppet that Lin Mo sold to Wanbao building appeared before them. Does your Wanbao building sell qi refinement puppets? Upon seeing the girl, Yanqing licked his lips, a spark of interest igniting within him. Since his leg injury, the enchanting female disciples of the Yin sect had unconsciously distanced themselves from him, and he had gone years without joyous cultivation. This is a Hehuan puppet. It is indistinguishable from a common person. It can even enhance one's cultivation. As Wang Yu spoke, a glimmer of desire flickered in Yanqing's eyes. Satisfied with Yanqing's expression, Wang Yu continued, you can take it home for just 800 spirit stones. 800. At the mention of this amount, Yanqing exclaimed in shock. Do not deem it excessive. Wang Yu waved his hand, gesturing towards the puppet's exquisite appearance. This puppet possesses the strength of someone at the 6th level of qi refinement. If equipped with talismans and magical artifacts, it can serve as a formidable combatant. Listening to Wang Yu's words, Yanqing's eyes sparkled with greed, and he nodded. Very well, I will take this Hehuan puppet. He promptly handed over all 800 spirit stones, acquiring the valuable puppet. As he watched Yanqing depart, Wang Yu smirked. This Hehuan puppet is indeed remarkable. It sold swiftly. With that, Wang Yu turned to the maid behind him and instructed, if that esteemed guest returns, be sure to notify me immediately. Yes, master. I have finally begun my practice of the shimming technique. Chen Qian suddenly opened her eyes, her face alight with joy. Streams of ethereal blue Xianming energy flowed forth from her mouth, enveloping her entirely. From a distance, it appeared as though she were shrouded in blue mist. Over the past 6 months, Lin Mo had not yet broken through to the late foundation establishment stage. But through the rich water spiritual energy of Chen Qian's Xianming technique, his ice glass sword flame had become increasingly solidified. Besides cultivation, Lin Mo had also been forging Hehuan puppets, all sold to Wanbao building at the price of 650 spirit stones. He estimated that many disciples within the Yin sect now had their own dual cultivation partners. The spirit stones he had amassed had exceeded 10,000, more than sufficient for a breakthrough to the late foundation establishment stage. However, it seemed that his crafted Hehuan puppets had attracted the attention of the sect's Dan formation ancestor. After all, the emergence of these puppets had significantly impacted the dual cultivation of the disciples. Although training with the Hehuan puppet could enhance cultivation speed, there remained a vast difference compared to dual cultivation with a fellow practitioner. When the Dan formation ancestor issued a directive, Wang Yu naturally dared not defy it. As he still needed to conduct business within the Yin sect's market, it appeared that he would need to seek a different venue to sell the Hehuan puppets. Lin Mo stroked his chin, contemplating. Now that my puppet technique has reached an intermediate level, it is time to attempt forging foundation establishment puppets. If a He-Huan puppet at the 6th level of Qi refinement can sell for over 600 spirit stones, surely a foundation establishment puppet could fetch a handsome price. Before anything else, it is imperative to enhance one's cultivation. The 10,000 spirit stones would suffice for a breakthrough to the later stages of foundation establishment. Moreover, with Chun Xiao Qian practicing alongside me, the speed of my cultivation would surely accelerate. 2 years pass in the blink of an eye. Within Huangfeng Valley, in the Earth Fire Chamber, Han Li stepped out. He was brimming with vigor, his aura pulsating, having already advanced from the Qi refinement stage to the foundation establishment stage. Greetings, Uncle Master. The ugly man at the entrance regarded Han Li with a flicker of surprise, quickly lowering his head in a respectful bow. In the realm of cultivation, status is unmistakably defined. After breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, even Qi refinement disciples must address him as Uncle Master. Failing to do so could result in admonishment or even punishment. Han Li rode his flying sword swiftly towards the herb garden, filled with exuberance. Achieving a breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage with a 4-elemental root talent brought him a sense of secret delight. After all, reaching this level in Huangfeng Valley is considered a pillar of strength. In the market of the Yin Sect, the ice crystal sword flame within his dantian radiated a pure white glow, exuding a touch of frosty mist that crystallized the surrounding air. Beside him, Chun Xiao Qian had also advanced to the mid-foundation establishment stage, gazing enviously at Lin Mo. Lin Lang. Your cultivation has soared so swiftly. Indeed, Lin Mo chuckled lightly. Casting a glance at Chun Xiao Qian, I have made a pact with my master. Should I reach the peak of foundation establishment within 10 years, a grand reward awaits. Only 4 years have passed, and I have already broken through to the later stages. This pace is astonishing, largely thanks to the assistance of the He-Huan puppet. Otherwise, he would not have known when he might gather the requisite spirit stones. Chapter 53. Perhaps this is the key to salvation. Accompany me to the Tianxing sect market. The 3-year agreement is nearing, and I must ascertain whether my inverted 5 elements formation has been successfully refined. Chun Xiao Qian sat gracefully upon Lin Mo, slowly donning a flowing cloud veil to conceal her flushed visage, softly murmuring, I shall follow your lead. However, prior to venturing into the Tianxing sect's secret realm, Lin Mo had expended over 1,000 spirit stones to craft a puppet of foundation establishment strength. Compared to its Qi refinement counterpart, this foundation establishment puppet was indeed challenging to create, resulting in 2 failures before finally succeeding on the 3rd attempt, depleting all his spirit stones. He-Huan puppet, strength, foundation establishment, technique, none, spells, fireball technique, spirit gathering array, gale technique, dungeon technique, gazing at the He-Huan puppet radiating a white luminescence. A smile played upon Lin Mo's lips. Let us take it to the secret shop for sale. If we encounter the old demon Han, who knows if it might catch his eye? Equipping this puppet with talismans and magical artifacts would certainly suffice to handle some initial foundation establishment cultivators. The secret shop is predominantly frequented by foundation establishment practitioners, ensuring it would sell well. Lin Mo and Chun Xiao Qian took to the skies on their flying swords, transforming into fleeting shadows, vanishing from the Yin Sect market. Having visited previously, this time they navigated with ease. After several days of travel, they arrived at the Tianxing sect market. Knock knock. As the crisp sound of knocking echoed, a familiar figure appeared before Lin Mo. A young girl clad in a light green dress opened the wooden door. It was Xiao Mei, the maid of Xian Ruyan. Greetings, esteemed seniors. Xiao Mei bowed to them and then led them inside. Within the room was only Xian Ruyan. Qi Yunxiao was nowhere to be seen. Upon seeing Lin Mo, Xian Ruyan quickly approached, her face brightening with a smile. Esteemed senior, here is the inverted 5 elements formation you requested. It includes 18 array plates and 36 array flags. A complete set of arranging implements. As long as you follow the instructions contained in this jade slip meticulously, the grand formation will activate immediately. As she spoke, Xian Ruyan handed over several array plates, array flags, and a pale white jade slip. Thank you. Lin Mo expressed his gratitude, feeling quite satisfied with the formation. When fully unleashed, it could control cultivators at the core formation stage, more than adequate for his needs until the nascent soul stage. By the way, where is Qi Yunxiao? Lin Mo inquired, casting a glance at Xian Ruyan, puzzled. Qi Yunxiao, who had shown an affection for Xian Ruyan, should logically be by her side. With a gentle smile, Xian Ruyan replied, he has gone to the secret shop to see if he can procure more Millennium Spirit herbs. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo understood. It seemed the two spirit herbs he had gifted to Xian Rian had indeed been consumed. Qi Yunxiao must have eagerly gone to purchase more. This also suggested it was time for Han Li to encounter Qi Yunxiao in the unfolding narrative. Lin Mo gazed intently at Xian Rian. Millennium spirit herbs are not a long-term solution. Since childhood, a red mark has appeared on your palm, which, when stimulated by spiritual energy, transforms into a dragon pattern. Upon reviewing texts, you discovered that this is the dragon chanting constitution. With a sigh, Xian Rian lamented. If this were to manifest in a male, it would indeed signify immense fortune. However, in my case, it brings affliction. Without elixirs, my meridians are constricted, causing pain, and my life hangs by a thread. Lin Mo nodded slightly. Xian Rian was clever, deeply knowledgeable in formations, and gifted. It was a pity that fate was unkind, and she faced an early demise. Were it not for the constraints of the dragon chanting constitution, her future would be boundless. Perhaps within the Hehuan sect, there exists a method to seize another's constitution. Contemplating Xian Rian, Lin Mo stroked his chin. Have you ever considered the dark arts? To seize your primordial yin while simultaneously acquiring that constitution? At this, Xian Rian's face flushed crimson, and she fell silent, her thoughts unknown. After all, Miss Xian shared a deep bond with Brother Qi, making this matter rather delicate. Lin Mo awkwardly touched his nose. For women of ancient times, chastity and reputation were of utmost importance. My lady has already regarded young Master Qi as a brother. Hu Mei, standing behind, interjected with a murmur. My lady and young Master Qi do not share that kind of relationship. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, a flicker of confusion crossing his expression. In the original narrative, when Han Li visited, Qi Yunxiao and Xian Rian were clearly enamored with each other. How had their relationship devolved to this? Could it be a consequence of his arrival for years prior? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, pondering. After all, when he first came here, Xian Rian and Qi Yunxiao had only just met, working together in the formation shop. At that time, Qi Yunxiao had been deeply infatuated with Xian Rian. Could it be that his presence altered the course of events? Brother Qi has already found his partner. Xian Rian smiled gracefully. 3 years ago, he returned to his family and became engaged to his cousin. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. It seemed that the 2 millennium spirit herbs he had previously gifted to Xian Rian had prompted Qi Yunxiao's visit back to the Qi family. It remained a mystery what transpired there, severing the bond between Qi Yunxiao and Xian Rian. How perplexing. Lin Mo felt a stir in his heart and couldn't help but glance at the sky. Since that is the case, I shall not hold back. With this thought in mind, Lin Mo cast a lingering gaze at Xian Rian and clasped his hands. If I manage to discover a cultivation method in the future, perhaps I could save you. Upon hearing this, Xian Rian's bright eyes fixed on Lin Mo, and she slightly bowed. Then I thank you, senior. Without lingering further with Xian Rian, Lin Mo turned towards the secret shop. On the way, Lin Mo handed a pitch-black mask to Qin Xiaoqian. I will be selling puppets in the secret shop later. It would be wise to conceal oneself a bit. Listening to Lin Mo's words, Qin Xiaoqian obediently put on the mask and naturally wrapped her arm around Lin Mo's. Her delicate ears flushed a rosy hue. In broad daylight, making such a move took considerable courage for Qin Xiaoqian. After this, I might need to return to my family. Qin Xiaoqian looked up at Lin Mo and said, according to the ancestral teachings of the Qin family, after breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, one must return to pay respects to the ancestors. Oh, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, surprised by this custom. Does your family require the offspring to engage in marriages to benefit the clan? Families like Qin's were not uncommon in the cultivation world. Minor clans lived precariously, unlike major sects that had golden core and nascent soul ancestors. Thus, intermarriage between families for mutual advancement was indeed a sensible choice. Chapter 54. Han Li also wants the Hehuan puppet, but rest assured, I have now broken through to the mid-foundation establishment stage. Qin Xiaoqian beamed. I am entirely hopeful of breaking through to the golden core stage. My family will not force me. Moreover, she added, even if I were to perish, I would only be your Dao companion. The last phrase, Dao companion, was uttered with a stammer, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Among mortals, Qin Xiaoqian was one who quietly invested her emotions, disregarding everything else, akin to a moth drawn to a flame, heading towards Han Li. Unfortunately, Han Li was solely focused on his path and chose not to respond, leaving Qin Xiaoqian to languish in solitude, a tragic fate. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at a dilapidated courtyard. A beautiful woman stood at the entrance, greeting them. 2 seniors, sensing the foundation establishment late-stage aura emanating from Lin Mo. The beautiful woman's expression shifted slightly, and she quickly bowed. Would you like to enter the secret shop? Is there any other reason for being here? Lin Mo replied. Hearing his words, the beautiful woman couldn't help but smooth her hair, speaking in a delicate tone. If it pleases the senior, I am at your service. Lin Mo's expression darkened, and before he could reprimand her, Chun Xiaoqian interjected, lead the way. We are here to participate in the auction. A surge of mid-foundation establishment powers surged forth, startling the beautiful woman, who retreated in alarm. Forgive me, forgive me. After all, she was merely at the chi refinement stage and could not withstand the pressure of the foundation establishment. She hurriedly led the two into the secret shop. Lin Mo exclaimed softly as his gaze fell upon a familiar figure. A man clad in light blue robes wore a mask, but his anxious demeanor clearly marked him as the old demon Han. At this moment, the auction had already concluded, transitioning into the phase of item exchanges. Lin Mo was in no hurry. Instead, he watched as Han Li walked step by step towards Qi Yunxiao. Due to the inverted 5 elements array being in Lin Mo's possession, the array currently being sold by Qi Yunxiao was the Yin Yang 5 elements array. Although its power could not compare to the inverted 5 elements array, it was complete, and an ordinary golden core cultivator could still be trapped within it. This array was forged by Xian Rian and brought here by Qi Yunxiao to sell, hoping to acquire a 1,000-year spirit herb to save his adoptive sister, Xian Rian. At this moment, Qi Yunxiao felt quite helpless. Although many were interested in the array he possessed, the 1,000-year spirit herb was exceedingly rare and difficult to obtain. Just moments ago, several cultivators who approached him had not made a single bid. Seeing the cultivators around Qi Yunxiao disperse, Han Li's expression brightened. He stepped forward, standing behind Qi Yunxiao, and lightly coughed, preparing to speak. However, Qi Yunxiao waved his hand dejectedly, saying, if there is no 1,000-year spirit herb, then please do not disturb me. I need this herb to save my life. Upon hearing this, Han Li was taken aback, but soon smiled lightly. What if I have the 1,000-year spirit herb? Qi Yunxiao's face lit up with joy. Really? But upon noticing Han Li's foundation establishment cultivation level, he quickly composed himself and bowed politely. Han Li looked around and saw no one paying attention. He then pointed to a corner not far away and said, shall we talk over there? This place is crowded with prying eyes. Everything depends on the senior's decision. Upon hearing that he could obtain the 1,000-year spirit herb, Qi Yunxiao naturally beamed with delight and did not dare to refuse. Han Li led Qi Yunxiao to a corner, where a transparent soundproof barrier enveloped them instantly. Watching this scene, Lin Mo shook his head slightly and flicked his right hand. A white phantom flashed by, revealing a graceful woman standing before him. Compared to the Qi refinement puppets, this puppet was made from far more precious materials. The 3 puppets had cost over 4,000 spirit stones altogether, averaging more than 1,000 spirit stones for each puppet. Surely, they could be sold for over 10,000 spirit stones? Lin Mo snorted coldly and surveyed the surroundings, only to find that as the Hehuan puppet appeared before him, everyone's attention was drawn to it. A foundation establishment puppet. This was a remarkable treasure. The moment the Hehuan puppet appeared, the cultivators present widened their eyes in astonishment. Han Li, who had just completed a transaction with Qi Yunxiao, couldn't help but slowly approach, evidently intrigued by the Hehuan puppet. In contrast, Qi Yunxiao, having acquired the 1,000-year spirit herb, did not linger and directly turned to leave the shop. This is the Hehuan puppet. It can fight during the day and assist in dual cultivation at night. Lin Mo reached out and pinched the puppet's arm. The puppet frowned slightly, displaying a hint of pain. Witnessing this scene, a burly man appeared quite satisfied and quickly approached. I bid 5,000 spirit stones for this Hehuan puppet. Are you joking? This is a foundation establishment puppet. Upon hearing this, everyone erupted in laughter. After all, a foundation establishment pill was worth 3,000 spirit stones. How could a puppet of such caliber be priced at a mere 5,000 spirit stones? The highest bidder wins. Lin Mo pointed at the puppet in front of him, leisurely searching for a chair to sit down and quietly await the bids. It must be said that the allure of the Hehuan puppet was immense. In a brief moment, the price had already soared past 10,000. I bid 10,000 spirit stones, along with a piece of iron essence. At that moment, a slender girl in a blue dress stepped forward. Clearly, this blue-clad girl was interested in the puppet for its combat capabilities. After all, whether for her own use or to keep within the family, this puppet was an excellent choice. It is time to ponder the array. Lin Mo stroked his chin, silently contemplating. Perhaps crafting some combat puppets could yield even higher prices. For foundation establishment cultivators, the Hehuan puppet was clearly secondary. Combat was the primary concern. Unless one were to create a sophisticated gathering array, upon hearing the price. The crowd exchanged glances, momentarily silenced. This value was evidently beyond the means of an ordinary foundation-building cultivator, save for those scattered cultivator families who might deplete their resources. At this moment, Han Li slowly stepped forward, sending a voice transmission. "Fellow cultivator, I am willing to offer 5 strands of Millennium Spirit Grass." Upon hearing Han Li's words, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow slightly and nodded. "Very well. This item is sold." With a wave of his right hand, he bowed to the assembly. The girl in blue, her complexion shifting, promptly protested, "How can you do this?" Lin Mo cast a cold glance at her, his foundation-building late-stage cultivation surging, causing the girl, who was merely at the initial stage, to retreat in fear, her gaze flickering as she lowered her head. What could she do when her cultivation fell short? Chapter 55. The Ice Glass Sword Flame displays its might. Lin Mo glanced at Han Li and communicated via thought, "Follow me." After speaking, he turned and walked towards a corner. Observing Chun Xiao Qian trailing behind him, Han Li's pupils constricted, a hint of hesitation crossing his mind. However, he quickly steeled his resolve and caught up. In the corner, Lin Mo flicked his right hand, and a white phantom appeared before him. "Shrink." He executed a hand seal, and the female puppet before him instantly diminished in size, becoming no larger than a palm. "This is the spirit grass I promised you." Han Li swiftly produced 5 faintly green wooden boxes, a rich medicinal fragrance wafting forth. Then farewell. With the spirit grass in hand, Lin Mo turned to Chun Xiao Qian as they exited the secret shop. Under the night sky, Lin Mo and Chun Xiao Qian walked in tandem through a spacious alley. The autumn wind howled, carrying a foul odor as 2 figures flashed by. Lin Mo's pupils narrowed. These 2 possessed formidable cultivation, both having reached the late stage of foundation building. Seeking death, it was the puppets displayed earlier that had piqued their envy. Lin Mo glanced at Chun Xiao Qian, and she immediately understood. A spirit vessel cloaked in blue energy descended before them. With a sharp sound of air being torn, it transformed into a fleeting shadow. Soaring outside the Tianqing Sect's market, trying to escape, chase them. The 2 pursuers, unwilling to let the opportunity slip away, immediately summoned their flying swords, transforming into shadows as they hastened after them. As they left the confines of the Tianqing Sect's market, Lin Mo waved his right hand, and a series of emerald green flags flew from his sleeves, landing on the ground beside him. A barely perceptible wave of energy hovered in the air. The inverted 5 elements array capable of ensnaring core formation cultivators had been successfully laid out. Naturally, this formation was not intended for annihilation, but rather to ensnare. A cold jade sword now hovered before him, emanating a bone-chilling mist that rapidly spread. Simultaneously, a pitch-black iron shield floated beside Chun Xiao Qian. As the 2 sword lights dissipated, Lin Mo discerned the identities of the approaching figures, 2 middle-aged cultivators, one tall and one short, garbed in light blue robes. The taller cultivator stroked his beard and grinned. "Young man, hand over your storage bag, and perhaps we might spare your life." With a light chuckle, Lin Mo gently patted the spirit beast pouch at his waist, and with a flash of black light, a 3-legged crow, a second-tier demon beast, appeared before him. "You are a disciple of the spirit beast mountain." The sight of the 3-legged crow caused the tall cultivator's expression to shift, though they held a cultivation advantage. The presence of a second-tier demon beast altered the dynamics of the encounter. The long untested 3-legged crow, spotting its opponents, grew visibly excited. Its sturdy black wings flapped vigorously, producing a series of gusts. "Go," Lin Mo commanded, and the cold jade sword transformed into a blue light, darting towards the tall cultivator. The tall cultivator snorted coldly, raising his hands as dozens of sword energies descended, their blinding white light enveloping him. With a surge of chilling brilliance, the cold jade sword shattered the incoming sword energies with a single strike, swiftly reaching the tall cultivator's side. What? As a fellow Foundation cultivator, he could hardly believe his technique had been so easily dismantled. The cold jade sword was a supreme quality artifact, its might truly formidable. Meanwhile, the 3-legged crow had lunged at the short cultivator, its beak agape as a jet-black flame erupted forth. The blazing inferno engulfed the short cultivator, who raised a golden defensive artifact to shield himself. With a flick of his wrist, he grasped a golden talisman. A talisman treasure. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, silently urging, "It's time to end this swiftly." Ice glass sword flame. Lin Mo's mouth opened, and a palm-sized ice glass sword flew from his lips, enveloped in blue flames. Wherever it passed, the surrounding air crystallized, transforming into glistening ice shards that fell from the sky. With a sharp sound, the ice glass sword flame surged forward, targeting the short cultivator. As white light entwined around the talisman in his hand, the short cultivator wielded an iron whip-like artifact cloaked in orange flames. He struck fiercely, unleashing a blazing fire serpent that collided with the ice-glass sword flame. The sound of cracking ice echoed as the fire serpent was instantly encased in frost. After undergoing the 9 revolutions reincarnation technique's refinement, not only was his spiritual power doubled, but the ice-glass sword flame also received enhancement. Otherwise, Lin Mo would not have dared to unleash it recklessly. As the ice-glass sword flame passed, everything it touched froze. How is this possible? The short cultivator's eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined that this ice sword could so easily overpower even his prized talisman. In that moment of shock, the ice-glass sword flame reached him. "Fu Qing, come save me." The short cultivator's heart raced as he glanced toward the tall cultivator. However, when he turned, he could only see Fu Qing's retreating figure. The pristine ice-glass sword flame pierced through the short cultivator's chest in an instant. In mere moments, he was transformed into a block of ice. Subsequently, the ice block ignited, melting into a pool of liquid that dissipated into the air. After retracting the ice-glass sword flame, Lin Mo's gaze shifted toward the fleeing Fu Qing, a faint smile gracing his lips, quite decisive. "Unfortunately, to prevent their escape, I have already laid out a net." "What formation?" As he beheld Fu Qing's distant retreat, Lin Mo subtly gestured with his right hand, causing emerald green bamboo shoots to sprout forth. The once desolate plain transformed into a verdant forest. This was the formation, and as a member of the Fu family, Fu Qing immediately comprehended the situation. Fu Qing hastily produced a palm-sized artifact resembling a turtle shell. With fierce determination, he enveloped himself in it. Who was this person? With such formidable strength and knowledge of formations? Fu Qing's complexion turned ashen. He had thought he was confronting 2 easy targets, only to discover he was the unwitting victim. Meanwhile, tender green leaves drifted down from the bamboo. Lin Mo smirked, forming a spell that fell upon the compass. Whoosh, whoosh. With each sharp sound of air being sliced, the bamboo leaves transformed into verdant swords, fiercely stabbing towards Fu Qing. Chapter 56, The Dragon's Roar. "Mere flying leaves think they can harm me." Fu Qing scoffed, raising his hand to launch a crimson fireball. Boom. The fireball collided with the multitude of bamboo leaves, igniting them instantly. The flames spread rapidly, engulfing the entire bamboo grove. The fire array burned the heavens. The environment within the array shifted dramatically, rocks surged, and massive flaming meteors rained down upon Fu Qing. His expression changed swiftly as he waved his right hand, sending dozens of high-tier flying swords from his storage bag to shatter the approaching meteors. Just as joy flickered across Fu Qing's face, the entire array transformed once more. A man identical to Fu Qing appeared opposite him, mimicking his every movement. The mirror image of the golden array. Fu Qing's expression shifted drastically as he prepared to retreat. Suddenly, his feet gave way, and he plunged into a vast abyss of water. The water array, abyssal sea. Fu Qing's spiritual energy surged, and fiery orbs erupted from his hands. Illusion. All mere illusion. Suddenly, the water vanished, and muddy tendrils grasped his arms. The earth array, burial of the dead. Flash. A sharp jade sword pierced Fu Qing's chest before he realized it. Crimson blood dripped steadily from his wound. In midair, Lin Mo gazed at the formation with delight. The power of this inverted 5 elements array was far greater than he had anticipated. This foundation establishment cultivator, Fu Qing, was ensnared within the array, akin to a headless fly, easily doomed by the formation alone. However, Lin Mo was pressed for time. He merely used Fu Qing to test the might of his array. Whoosh. With a flick of his right hand, the storage bags of the 2 foundation establishment cultivators transformed into phantoms, which Lin Mo grasped tightly. 2 fireball spells swiftly descended upon the corpses, incinerating them entirely. While the thrill of killing and looting was exhilarating, one must remember to erase traces. Remarkable. Chen Xiao Qian behind him gasped in astonishment, unable to believe Lin Mo had effortlessly dispatched 2 foundation establishment cultivators of equal strength. These men were disciples of the Fu family from Yuanwu Kingdom. It was time to leave. Lin Mo smiled slightly, and the Shenfeng boat beneath him transformed into a phantom, whisking him back to the Tianqing sex market. "Aren't we supposed to be leaving?" Chen Xiao Qian exclaimed, her expression filled with confusion as she witnessed Lin Mo return. These 2 were from the Fu family's foundation establishment sect, and it was inevitable they would lead to Xian Ruyan and her companions. In other words, Lin Mo aimed to take Xian Ruyan with him. She was a master of formations and possessed the dragon's roar physique, which would undoubtedly aid him in future cultivation. The dragon's roar physique was a calamity for women, but for men, it represented an exceptionally vigorous constitution that allowed for rapid cultivation akin to the phoenix essence physique. Those with the Tongyu phoenix essence body would produce a trace of extraordinary spiritual energy upon reaching the foundation establishment stage. Known as one of the 7 prime spiritual essences of the world, enabling any man who possessed it to refine their essence and significantly enhance their cultivation. The dragon's roar physique was similar. Those who bore this physique would generate a dragon's roar energy within them after reaching the foundation establishment stage. Also one of the 7 prime spiritual essences. Not only could it greatly boost cultivation, but it also allowed for unobstructed breakthroughs into the Dan formation stage. To acquire this dragon's roar energy, one must employ some means. It is worth the effort. Upon returning to the secluded courtyard, Lin Mo encountered a strange young woman watering the flowers in the garden. A face unrecognizable. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, deducing her identity. She must be Qi Yunxiao's partner. Honored seniors, may I inquire as to whom you seek? The young woman approached Lin Mo and Chen Xiaoqian, who radiated foundation establishment power, bowing respectfully. Xian Ruyan. Lin Mo called into the house with a slight smile. Brother Qi, Miss Xian. His voice was loud, and soon Xian Ruyan emerged from within, with Qi Yunxiao wearing a look of joy beside her. Senior Lin, Qi Yunxiao exclaimed, unable to contain himself. I just heard Ruyan speak of you, and now we meet so soon. I came here to urge you to leave. Lin Mo stated plainly, getting straight to the point. I purchased some spiritual herbs, and the Fu family's foundation establishment cultivators have set their sights on me. Although I dealt with them, it is likely they will trace back to this location. Despite erasing his aura, the traces of the inverted 5 elements array would be hard to conceal. If investigated, it would easily lead them to Xian Ruyan, especially as a renowned master of formations in the Tianqing sect's market. What? Qi Yunxiao's face paled upon hearing this. The Fu family? Compared to the most powerful cultivation family in Yuanwu Kingdom, the Qi family is utterly insignificant. I will follow your orders, senior. Xian Ruyan, showing her intelligence, stepped forward with a respectful bow. Qi Yunxiao, you and your partner should return to the Qi family. Lin Mo turned to Qi Yunxiao, saying, if you remain here, it is hard to guarantee that your Qi family will not face calamity. But what about Ruyan? Qi Yunxiao frowned slightly, glancing at Xian Ruyan. I will find a way to resolve her dragon's roar physique. Lin Mo looked deeply at Xian Ruyan, then flicked his wrist, producing a millennium-old spiritual herb. Upon seeing the herb, Qi Yunxiao let out a sigh of relief. Rest assured, I trust Senior Lin will find a way to save me, Xian Ruyan said, glancing at Qi Yunxiao with a smile. Now that you are with Sister Foam, you should cherish your time together. At this, Qi Yunxiao couldn't help but glance at the young woman outside, falling into silence. I will ensure Xian Ruyan is well taken care of, Lin Mo assured Qi Yunxiao. Do not worry. Then I must trouble you, senior, to take care of my sister. Qi Yunxiao clasped his hands to Lin Mo, sincerity evident in his gesture. Lin Mo nodded slightly, glancing at Xian Ruyan. Time is of the essence. Do you have anything to prepare? Everything is ready. Xian Ruyan patted her storage bag, indicating she had long been prepared. Could it be that you intended to leave already? Lin Mo's eyes flickered with intrigue as he sensed something. After departing from the Tianqing sect's market, Lin Mo flicked his wrist, and a verdant flying ship appeared before him. Let us go. Lin Mo, Chen Xiaoqian, Xian Ruyan, and the maid Xiao Mei transformed into a fleeting shadow, departing from the Tianqing sect's market. Several days later, a white-haired elder, wielding a flying sword, arrived at the northwest region of the Tianqing sect market. There were traces of a formation here. The elder's expression shifted slightly as he murmured, could it be that they encountered misfortune in this place? Chapter 57. The 10,000 Swords Spirit Control Technique. Meanwhile, Han Li, having acquired a precious treasure, maneuvered his flying artifact around a mountain outside the Tianqing sect market for several hours. I have erased my aura. There should be no one tailing me. Han Li smirked, transforming into a shadow as he sped towards Huangfeng Valley. On another front, Lin Mo piloted the Divine Wind boat and, in just over an hour, arrived at the Huangfeng Valley market. Chen Xiaoqian looked at Lin Mo with reluctance, gazing deeply. I am leaving. A pale blue flying sword sliced through the air, landing steadily before her. Observing Chen Xiaoqian, Lin Mo smiled. After paying respects to the ancestors, you can come find me at the market. After all, we cultivate together, and our progress will be swifter. Hearing Lin Mo's words, a hint of blush crossed the face concealed beneath the flowing clouds, and she softly replied, Emichum. Subsequently, Chen Xiaoqian shimmered and stood upon the flying sword, vanishing in an instant. Senior, where shall we go next? Xian Ruin, standing behind, clasped her hands and inquired softly. Lin Mo regarded Xian Ruin with a meaningful smile. To the Yin Yu Sect market. Upon hearing the name of the Yin Yu Sect, Xian Ruin couldn't help but clutch her clothing, recalling Lin Mo's earlier mention of the dual cultivation method for healing. Lin Mo, oblivious to Xian Ruin's thoughts, was preoccupied with the promise made to Nangong Wan. I wonder what my beloved master will gift me. Lin Mo stroked his chin, a smile gracing his lips. The divine wind boat sped swiftly, arriving at the Yin Yu Sect market by evening. Lin Manor. A courtyard resembling a traditional Sihyuan appeared before the three. The courtyard housed several rooms, sufficient to accommodate the two. From now on, you shall reside here. Lin Mo gestured towards the courtyard, and then smiled at Xian Ruin. If any formations arise in the future, I hope to solicit your assistance. Xian Ruin nodded earnestly, her eyes sparkling. Senior Lin saved my life. I am willing to heed your guidance. Whoosh, whoosh. With a flurry of sounds slicing through the air, 3 exquisite wooden boxes landed before them, releasing a rich fragrance of herbs. These 3 are all Millennium Spirit herbs, including the one from Qi Yin Shao. The next 4 years should pose no problem. Gazing at the presented spirit herbs, Xian Ruin's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "Thank you, Senior." "It is nothing," Lin Mo replied, turning to enter the bedroom. Whoosh. With 2 more sounds cutting through the air, he grasped 2 storage bags in hand. The bags from 2 late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators held great promise. Lin Mo first opened the storage bag belonging to the short-statured cultivator. His consciousness surged as it entered the bag. Inside, he found 1 talisman treasure, 2 top-tier magical artifacts, and several high-tier magical artifacts. Regarding spirit stones, there were 5 mid-tier stones and dozens of low-tier stones. In terms of talismans, there were 3 primary high-tier talismans alongside dozens of mid-tier talismans. The spirit herbs were not particularly rare, while the pills were suitable for Foundation establishment cultivators, totaling 5 bottles, which Lin Mo accepted with a smile. I wonder if this second storage bag has anything of value. Lin Mo retrieved the second storage bag. During the skirmish, he had not seen the short-statured cultivator produce any talisman treasures. Hopefully, there are some good items here. As his consciousness surged into the bag, 9 high-tier flying swords landed on the table. This short cultivator seemed to have mastered a sword control technique. Lin Mo's heart stirred as he recalled the scene where the cultivator had unleashed 9 flying swords in an attack. Oh, Lin Mo gasped softly as a silver page caught his eye, startling him. The design and size of the page were strikingly familiar. The silver page bore strange patterns and dense ancient script. Upon closer inspection, it detailed a technique named the 10,000 Swords Technique, a method for controlling an immense number of flying swords. However, at a cursory glance, it appeared that the maximum number of swords one could command was 9, which seemed significantly weaker than the Qing Yuan sword technique. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, as controlling 9 flying swords did not align with the name of the 10,000 Swords Technique. A flicker of determination flashed in Lin Mo's eyes as he placed the page in his right hand. Instantly, the silver page was enveloped in a fiery red blaze, casting a warm glow across Lin Mo's face. Lin Mo smirked, unfazed, as he fixed his gaze on the page engulfed in flames. The intense heat began to melt the outer layer, revealing golden characters within. 10,000 Swords Spirit Control Technique. As he beheld the technique, Lin Mo's pupils constricted. This method was rather extraordinary. According to its description, it allowed one to condense all internal spiritual energy into a life spirit sword. As long as the cultivator's level was sufficient, the spirit sword could be freely expended without harming the cultivator's essence. It merely required replenishing spiritual energy thereafter. Lin Mo's 9-turn reincarnation technique endowed him with several times the spiritual energy of cultivators at the same level. This meant that while others at the Foundation establishment stage could wield but 1 flying sword, Lin Mo could now command 2. Thus, this technique perfectly showcased his advantage in spiritual energy. Moreover, it could synergize with his ice glass sword flame. Lin Mo's pupils dilated, a hint of delight flickering in his eyes. In the future, once his cultivation increased, he could potentially condense thousands of spirit swords. The cultivation prerequisite demanded that all spiritual energy be transformed into the life spirit sword. Lin Mo silently chanted as the ice glass sword flame within him coiled and condensed. The vast spiritual energy intertwined with the ice glass sword flame, emanating chilling frost that slowly radiated from Lin Mo's body. The once light brown wooden bed was now blanketed in ice. Outside, Xian Ruin and Xiao Mei were taken aback by the scene before them. Senior Lin must be cultivating. Xi and Ru Yin quickly reacted, throwing several small flags. The flags embedded themselves into the ground, releasing dense mist that enveloped the wooden house. Possessing the ability to gather spiritual energy. From the outside, no anomalies were apparent. Time flew by, and several months passed. Whoosh. Lin Mo's mouth opened slightly as two ice glass sword flames erupted from his mouth. The two life spirit swords emerged, scattering ice crystals from the air. This technique was truly tailor-made for me. Lin Mo stretched lazily, lamenting, if only the 9-turn reincarnation technique weren't so challenging. Otherwise, I could wield 4 ice glass sword flames at the foundation establishment stage and 8 at the golden core stage. If I were to reach the Tao ancestor level, I could command 16, 384 life spirit swords. Each one would possess the striking power of a cultivator at the same level. At that moment, Lin Mo smiled. Fighting across realms would become effortless. However, the spiritual energy required was considerable. It seems I must plan for a spiritual stone mine in advance. Chapter 58. The Ming Wang Technique. Icicles melted from the eaves, transforming into glistening droplets that fell to the ground. Xiaomei, noticing this, leaned in for a closer look. The house was devoid of any presence. At this moment, Lin Mo had already arrived at Wanbao Tower. For years hence, the demonic forces would invade. It seemed a trivial matter to seek out a technique from the Huan sect that could usurp others' qualifications. The remaining 2,000-year spirit herbs were exchanged for various materials for formations and puppetry. As for the materials for the magical artifacts of the 2 foundation-building cultivators from the Fu family, selling them posed a certain risk. It would be wiser to opt for a secret shop for such transactions. Personally, he was unafraid, but should it involve Xi and Ruyan, matters would become precarious. After procuring the materials, Lin Mo chose not to linger and swiftly commanded his flying leaf artifact towards the Inuit sect. He wondered what gift Nangong Wan had prepared for him. A smile crept upon his lips, filled with anticipation. In Qingxi Garden, Master Uncle, you've come. Xiao Zhen rushed from within the house to stand before Lin Mo, her gaze fixed on him as she cheerfully inquired, are you here to see Master Uncle? Naturally. Lin Mo nodded, his eyes fixed on the distant house. Having broken through to the late foundation building stage, he assumed Nangong Wan was already aware. As he approached, he sensed a subtle, almost imperceptible consciousness. Come in. As expected, a gentle voice called out. The door swung open with a soft creak. Swish. Lin Mo licked his lips, his body darting swiftly into the house. Upon his arrival, Nangong Wan greeted him with a radiant smile, her ample, soft sleeves gracefully lifting to reveal a snow-white arm that delicately plucked a blackberry to pop into her cherry-like mouth. Very good, she remarked, her satisfaction evident as she gazed at Lin Mo. You've already broken through to the late foundation building stage in such a short time. This is all thanks to my master's encouragement. Lin Mo clasped his hands in respect, smiling. And the rewards my master mentioned have been urging me to diligently cultivate. Humph. Nangong Wan lightly snorted, casting a glance at Lin Mo. You're quite the chatterbox. She then shifted the conversation, asking, is there anything you desire? If it's not unreasonable, I can fulfill it for you. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, exhibiting no hesitation as he declared, I wish to cultivate alongside my master. You. Nangong Wan's cheeks flushed slightly as she glared at Lin Mo. We agreed that you would wait until you reached the peak of foundation building before making such requests. Is that truly impossible? Lin Mo glanced at Nangong Wan's graceful figure, silently vowing to redouble his efforts to reach the peak of foundation building soon. However, he certainly wouldn't squander the rewards offered by Nangong Wan. As for offensive magical artifacts, he possessed the Cold Jade Sword, Imo Jiao Needle, and Thunderchild, along with defensive ones like the Sunshade Cauldron and the flying artifact, Divine Wind Boat. Beyond these treasures, there seemed little else to entice him. Concerning cultivation techniques, he had the 10,000 Swords Spiritual Connection Technique and the Dual Cultivation Method Yin-Yang Complementary Technique. It appeared he was still in need of a body refinement technique. The body refinement technique in the room offered limited enhancement to his physique. After all, he was not the ancestor of Huan, preoccupied with such matters day in and day out. I wonder if my master has any body refinement techniques? A glimmer of intrigue crossed Lin Mo's eyes as he inquired. Do you think your physique is insufficiently strong? Nangong Wan raised an eyebrow in confusion. Why is a disciple of Inuit sect so preoccupied with body cultivation? Despite her disdainful tone, she waved her hand, saying, follow me. Her slender legs swayed gracefully as she walked towards Lin Mo, exuding a faint fragrance. Lin Mo's heart stirred as he quickly followed her. They entered a room resembling a study. Nangong Wan approached a landscape painting, extending her delicate fingers with a smile. Within lies the foundation of my master. As for body refinement techniques, there are indeed two. With a flicker of red light, a jade slip and a tattered yellowed book appeared in her hand. I don't cultivate anyway, so you may take these 2 books. Nangong generously handed the 2 techniques to Lin Mo. Thank you, master. Accepting the techniques, Lin Mo smiled as he stored them in his spatial pouch, then eagerly gazed at Nangong. Understanding Lin Mo's subtle intentions, Nangong advised, focus your energy on cultivation. She scrutinized him deeply before softly adding, I hope you won't disappoint me. With that, she swiftly transformed into a faint red silhouette, vanishing from sight. Watching her departure, Lin Mo sighed, realizing his hopes of staying the night had been dashed. Acquiring the body refinement techniques was an unexpected delight. Departing from Qingxi Garden, Lin Mo chose not to descend the mountain but instead headed to the cave he had established. Go. Lin Mo lightly tapped the spirit beast pouch with his right hand. A dark figure emerged before him. Do not let anyone approach. Following his command, the 3-legged black chicken emitted a call and flapped its wings, transforming into a streak of black light that disappeared into the cave. First, let us examine the 2 body refinement techniques given by Nangong. Lin Mo settled cross-legged upon the stone bed, his wrist flicking as the jade slip and book landed in his hand. Sunu body refinement technique. Glancing at the title on the faded yellow book, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. It was surprisingly a body refinement technique meant for women. A smile crept across his lips. This is quite agreeable. Should my strength grow in the future, the disparity in physical prowess between genders would be rather dull. With that thought, he waved his wrist, stowing the book in his spatial pouch. I hope this jade slip brings me joy. Lin Mo pressed the jade slip to his forehead, his consciousness probing within. A technique materialized in his mind. This is. Upon seeing the technique within the jade slip, Lin Mo's jaw dropped, his eyes wide with astonishment. It was none other than the supreme body refinement technique, the Mingwang Ju. This Mingwang Ju was somewhat associated with Buddhist practices, yet its cultivation method was exceedingly domineering. The technique involved refining malevolent energy, resembling certain practices of the demonic path, allowing one to utilize the refined malevolent energy for oneself. However, while the technique possessed great power, it required Buddhist relics to initiate. Lin Mo felt a surge of intrigue, murmuring, I wonder if I can use my simplification system to bypass this limitation. With that thought in mind, Lin Mo settled cross-legged, gradually circulating his spiritual power according to the cultivation method. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Riding her flying sword, Yin Ruyun soared over Lin Mo's cave. Chapter 59. The target, Blood Jade Spider. Sensing the activation of the protective array, Yin Ruyun's face brightened. Could it be that Lin Shixiang has returned? With that thought, she promptly landed in front of the cave and cupped her hands. Lin Shixiang. Yin Ruyun has matters to discuss. Lin Mo exhaled a breath of stale air, murmuring, finally, she has arrived. Host, Lin Mo, strength, late foundation establishment, spiritual root, ice spiritual root, cultivation method, ice glass sword technique, Ming Wang technique, spells, ice spike technique, object control technique, ice shield technique, ice manipulation technique, second layer of Diyin Ju, intermediate puppet technique, intermediate talismans technique, sword control technique, secret techniques, yin-yang attraction technique, body refinement technique in the room, yin-yang complementary technique, spirit domination seal, 10,000 swords spiritual connection technique, divine abilities, 9 turns reincarnation technique, ice glass sword flame. Gazing upon his attributes, Lin Mo felt immense satisfaction. The system did not disappoint him, enabling him to transcend the threshold that required Buddhist relics for cultivation. He successfully cultivated and could directly infuse spiritual energy to practice the Ming Wang technique, reminiscent of the Vajra technique in the spirit realm. Although it lacked the absorption of malevolent energy for cultivation, the difficulty remained undiminished. After months of practice, he had only grasped the basics. Yet, once he succeeded in the first layer of the Ming Wang technique, he would be a match for peak Qi refinement cultivators, impervious even to low-tier magical artifacts. As he pondered, Lin Mo leaped from his cave dwelling, and a familiar figure appeared before him. Yin Ruyun, with a face as smooth as cream, adorned in soft white peony gauze, wore a delicate white skirt that barely concealed her slender waist. A hint of rouge graced her cheeks, exuding a tantalizing allure. Lin Shixiang, it has been years, and your cultivation has advanced. Last they met, he was still at mid-foundation establishment, yet now he had reached late foundation establishment. Yin Shimi, your progress is commendable. Lin Mo's spiritual sense swept over her. Noting that Yen Ruyan had reached mid-foundation establishment, her spiritual energy surging, seemingly on the verge of breaking through to late foundation establishment. Truly, she was a talent with a heavenly spiritual root. Lin Mo's gaze flickered, stirred by thoughts. Can we set off now? Yen Ruyan asked, her smile enchanting. In truth, the recent disappearance of cultivators within the spiritual stone mine was not a matter for the esteemed Yen family's prodigy, Yen Ruyan. It was merely an excuse for her to find a moment alone with Lin Mo. Among all in the sect, only Lin Mo had caught her eye. His late foundation establishment and rare ice spiritual root, coupled with their previous camaraderie after battling the second-tier frostbite snake. If they could become dual cultivation partners, they might even transcend to nascent soul stage, potentially revitalizing the Yin family. Lin Mo, however, did not dwell too much on Yen Ruyan's intentions. A verdant divine wind boat had landed before him, adorned with ethereal blue icy glimmers, a manifestation of ice spiritual energy. A top-tier flying artifact. Upon seeing the divine wind boat, Yen Ruyan expressed her astonishment. Unlike other top-tier artifacts, flying defensive artifacts were extraordinarily valuable. Let us depart. Lin Mo smiled gently, beckoning to Yen Ruyan. All right. Yen Ruyan, slightly taken aback, transformed into a blue phantom and gracefully landed upon the divine wind boat. The boat sped away, vanishing into the mist in an instant. In a remote spiritual stone vein, a frail youth wielded a hammer, relentlessly striking the rock. The dull thuds echoed. Above the pit, a dim oil lamp cast flickering yellow light. The boy squinted, spotting a low-tier water spiritual stone radiating a faint blue light before him. With excitement, he struck the rock with renewed vigor. A single spiritual stone could earn him a meager reward, ensuring a meal for the day. Brat, you've struck gold. A burly man pushed the boy aside, wielding a shovel that crashed down upon the stone, already clutching a water spiritual stone. Ha! The burly man could not contain his laughter. You. The boy pointed a trembling finger at the man, exasperation evident in his eyes, tears brimming. Get lost. The man kicked the boy several meters away, turning with his shovel. Suddenly, a white thread flashed. The man was ensnared by a silken thread, vanishing without a trace. The boy covered his mouth, eyes wide with fear, and fled towards the cave's exit. Where are you running, brat? Just outside the mine, a thin man in a Taoist robe appeared, his right hand glowing. He cast a binding spell, immobilizing the boy. Master Yen Xian there. There are monsters inside. The boy trembled, shaking his head in terror. Another one gone missing? Yen Yun stroked his graying beard, a look of helplessness crossing his face. As the overseer of the mine, he was well aware of the beast's strength, at least a fourth-tier monster. Yen Yun shook his head, unwilling to take the risk. After all, the overseer rotated yearly. He only needed to endure 3 more months. Why jeopardize himself for these mortals? This matter must remain secret, otherwise, beware of your life. With a flick of his wrist, a gust of wind swept over the boy, propelling him several meters away, leaving him severely injured and unable to collect spiritual stones, facing only death. Yen Yun. Just then, a young woman in ethereal gauze appeared behind him. Why did you harm a mortal child? Yen Ruyan's eyes flashed with coldness, her tone laden with reproach. Yen Yun's expression changed, hastily lifting the boy and feeding him a pill. The pill dissolved upon entry, restoring color to the boy's pale face. Simultaneously, Lin Mo stepped forward from behind Yen Ruyan. Since this steward is familiar with the area, let him lead the way. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Yen Ruyan snorted lightly. Let us go. Faced with the situation, Yen Yun reluctantly nodded. The trio turned and ventured deeper into the mine. Not long after their departure, a woman in palace attire appeared beside the boy. A talisman struck his forehead, sending him into unconsciousness. With a flick of her wrist, a binding talisman materialized in her hand. Chapter 60. The transformation of the white jade spider. The spiritual stone mine twisted and turned. The 3 walked on the dark rocks, the depths resembling a shadowy underground realm. A damp, pungent odor made the cleanliness-loving Yen Ruyan feel particularly uncomfortable. Miss, shall we turn back? Yen Yun, having spent over half a year here, was all too aware of the beast's strength. Otherwise, he would not have left it unchecked. The closer they got to that creature, the more apprehensive he became. If one were to encounter a 3rd or 4th-tier demon beast, peril would undoubtedly ensue. Lin Mo deftly flipped his wrist, grasping a moonlight stone in his hand. Streams of milky white light began to emanate from the stone, revealing a cavern of unfathomable depth before him. This path it shall be. Yen Yun walked slowly ahead, her expression one of reluctance. After all, why venture into danger when one could enjoy a carefree existence managing affairs? After traversing numerous caverns, the space of the stalactite cave expanded, reaching a size ample enough to accommodate 100 or so individuals. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. Lin Mo reacted swiftly, retracting his legs and shaking his right hand, conjuring a talisman that he held tightly. A white figure flitted past him from the shadows, and as the massive creature approached, Lin Mo beheld a crystalline white spider, several meters long, gnawing at a bloodied body clad in tattered gray cloth. From the state of the clothing, it was evident that the unfortunate soul was the miner who had vanished moments before. Whoosh! A torrent of silken threads erupted from the spider's maw. This was dire. Yin Yun, positioned at the forefront, became the prime target of the alabaster spider's assault. Sparks ignited in the air, followed by a crackling sound. Flames roared to life, coalescing into a blazing fireball. The fireball hurtled forward with the speed of a meteor, crashing heavily into the mass of spider silk. Crackle! The threads were instantly scorched, yet remained intact, only redirecting their trajectory to the ground. Upon witnessing the flames, the white spider was immediately provoked, its body thrashing as if possessed by a malevolent spirit. Lunging toward Yin Yun. Lin Mo, what manner of beast is this? Unfazed by Yin Yun's peril, Yin Ruyin swiftly approached Lin Mo, whispering urgently. A fourth-tier demon beast. The white jade spider. Lin Mo replied, shaking his wrist to reveal a frost jade sword. A chilling frost surged forth from the blade, enveloping even the pale yellow rocks beneath it in a layer of ice. It must be said, the white jade spider possessed formidable strength, overpowering Yin Yun. Numerous high-tier artifacts were unleashed, only to be shredded by the spider's razor-sharp fangs. Damn it! Yin Yun cursed under her breath, pivoting to flee toward Yin Ruyin. Miss, save me. Yin Ruyin let out a soft huff, already holding a pale yellow talisman in her hand. Talisman of the Emerald Water Hairpin, Yin Yun. Stall for a moment. With those words, Yin Ruyin channeled her spiritual energy into the talisman. Streams of ethereal blue light erupted from the emerald hairpin, gradually revealing a verdant hairpin. However, as Yin Yun beheld the approaching white jade spider, her expression shifted dramatically. Thoughts of Yin Ruyin's instructions were forgotten. All that occupied her mind was the instinct to survive. A pale white talisman activated in an instant, its speed surging. It transformed into a phantom, leaping directly past Yin Ruyin, leaving her exposed to the white jade spider. Yin Yun. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Lin Mo's eyes as he waved his right hand, unleashing a torrent of frigid mist. Sharp ice spikes coalesced above the white jade spider, plummeting downwards. Crack! A powerful impact reverberated as the spikes struck the spider's back, causing it to momentarily stiffen. Meanwhile, Yin Ruyin completed her talisman's incantation, and the verdant hairpin shot forth, transforming into a green ray that struck the spider's face. Sizzle! The sharp hairpin sliced through the spider's cheek, crimson blood cascading down its forehead. As the spider's body shimmered with a blinding red light, it seemed to succumb to madness, its pristine white form gradually turning crimson, radiating an overwhelming glare. Its jagged fangs clashed together, emitting a series of piercing sounds. In retreat, Yin Yun felt a surge of dread and wasted no time in fleeing towards the cave's exit. Damn it, this is a blood jade spider. There's no way to kill it. Escape is the only option, Yin Yun thought, silently vowing to eliminate any witnesses who had seen Yin Ruyin. For if she perished here, he could not face the family head. As Yin Yun escaped, the blood jade spider flickered and appeared as a crimson phantom behind her, its sharp claws piercing through her chest. Scarlet blood dripped from the claws. Yin Yun's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly astonished that the blood jade spider, entangled with Yin Ruyin and Lin Mo, would suddenly turn its lethal attention toward her. I'm finished. Lin Mo's lips curved slightly as he flicked his wrist, conjuring a primary high-tier talisman, pouring a torrent of spiritual energy into it. The talisman gleamed brilliantly as sharp ice blades shot forth towards the blood jade spider. Hiss! The blood jade spider shrieked as a white liquid rained down upon the ice blades, which instantly transformed into pitch darkness, dissolving in midair. Lin Mo, what shall we do? Yin Ruyin gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment as she sensed the blood jade spider's formidable power. Lin Mo remained unfazed, flicking his wrist to summon a pale, yellow sunshade cauldron. As spiritual energy surged into the cauldron, it grew to the size of several individuals, its brilliance pulsating as it descended upon the blood jade spider. Enhanced with iron ore, the sunshade cauldron boasted extraordinary defensive capabilities. The blood jade spider tilted its head, eyeing the cauldron curiously. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, the cauldron transformed into a golden flash, encapsulating the spider within. Boom! The cacophony of the blood jade spider battering the cauldron resounded, as if attempting to shatter the formidable vessel. Yet, with its copper and iron composition, the Sunshade Cauldron was a premier artifact, and even the Blood Jade Spider could not break free. It seems it's time for this Blood Jade Spider to experience the might of my ice glass sword flame. Lin Mo's mouth parted slightly as a palm-sized ice glass sword flame hovered before him. Chapter 61. The Sky Replenishing Pill. The Ancient Teleportation Array. Crackle. The ice glass sword flame transformed into a phantom, vanishing from sight with astonishing speed, akin to a wraith. As it passed, a chilling frost emerged upon the ground, blanketing the pale brown rocky floor in a thick layer of ice. Although the Blood Jade Spider could disregard the Qianlan ice flame, it did not imply immunity to ice-based attacks. It was merely a matter of natural balance. The Blood Jade Spider was simply adept at countering the Qianlan ice flame. Hiss! The fourth-tier Blood Jade Spider suddenly raised its sharp claws, slashing toward the left. Crack! The icy sword flame collided fiercely with the razor-sharp blade of the Blood Jade Spider, leaving shallow cracks across its surface. Go! Lin Mo commanded, his lips parting slightly as another icy sword flame shot forth from his mouth. This time, it appeared behind the Blood Jade Spider's head, solidifying into a remarkably sharp form. It pierced deeply into the creature's formidable armor. The spider recoiled in pain, crimson blood dripping steadily from the back of its head as it shook its head in agony. A glint of coldness flashed in Lin Mo's eyes as he gazed at the icy sword flame embedded in the spider's skull. Explode! At Lin Mo's command, the palm-sized icy sword flame erupted with a tremendous force, enveloping the Blood Jade Spider in a torrent of icy fire. The power of this icy sword flame rivaled that of a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. The deafening roar sent the mining laborers in the pit retreating in fear. The elegantly dressed woman in the air, witnessing the miners' hasty escape from the cave, channeled her spiritual energy into the earth-shaking talisman. Blinding pale yellow phantoms enveloped the area. Go! With a toss of the talisman, the spirit stone mine began to tremble violently. The earth shook with a series of thunderous booms, as if the entire mountain was being turned upside down. Massive boulders came crashing down, concealing the bottomless spirit stone pit in an instant. Within the darkened pit, a pale yellow sun-blocking cauldron radiated brilliant light, completely shrouding Lin Mo and Yin Ruyan. Listening to the sounds of stalactites crashing to the ground outside the cauldron, Lin Mo remained calm, waiting patiently. Beside him, Yin Ruyan had already succumbed to unconsciousness, caught off guard by the sudden upheaval and struck by a falling boulder. The earth-shaking talisman was clearly Lin Mo's doing. The noblewoman was the puppet he had crafted during this time while planning for the spirit stone mine. Despite its low-grade nature, the spirit stones contained within were more than sufficient for Lin Mo to elevate his cultivation. As the sounds of falling stones outside the sun-blocking cauldron faded, Lin Mo flicked his wrist, stowing the cauldron into his storage bag. A thick cloud of dust greeted him. Coughing, he waved away the smoke and turned towards the mine entrance from which the Blood Jade Spider had emerged. The pit where the spider resided, being lower in elevation, was unaffected by the earth-shaking talisman, while the entrance was buried under countless boulders. Lin Mo did not rush in. Instead, he approached Yin Ruyan, who was obscured by the debris. After all, as a Foundation establishment cultivator, she must possess a number of treasures. With a swift motion of his right hand, Lin Mo employed his telekinesis to retrieve a light green storage bag. Turning around, he was met with the sight of the Blood Jade Spider. Its crimson hue faded to a pristine white. Come forth. He patted the spirit beast pouch at his waist, and a flash of black light appeared. The second-tier demon beast, a three-legged chicken, landed before him. This spider is yours, Lin Mo said, patting the creature's head as he ventured into the lair of the Blood Jade Spider. What greeted him was a grim scene of bodies ensnared by webs, suspended in midair. Without needing to guess, Lin Mo knew these were the laborers who had previously mined for spirit stones here. Regrettably, they had lost their lives without reaping any rewards. Shaking his head, he turned his gaze toward the distant site of a cluster of spirit stone ores surrounding an ancient hexagonal teleportation array. Beside the array sat a multicolored skeleton, seated in meditation, holding a radiant blue token that emitted a faint glow. The Great Teleportation Order, Lin Mo proclaimed as he picked up the bronze token. Its bright blue surface shimmered with a soft luminescence, inscribed with ancient script, indicating it was an artifact from antiquity. This place likely housed splendid storage bags containing cultivation methods, which explained why the Yu Emperor practiced the profound inscripture. It was highly probable that a miner had fortuitously discovered a storage bag, but had met his demise at the hands of the Blood Jade Spider before he could take the Great Teleportation Order. Somehow, it ended up in the possession of the Yu Emperor. This must be the most precious treasure. A smile crept across Lin Mo's lips as he turned to focus on the multicolored skeleton. The celestial restoration pill. He murmured, retrieving a crimson talisman. Flames surged into the talisman. With crackling sounds, a surge of intense fire erupted from the talisman, engulfing the extraordinary corpse. As the fierce flames burned, the bones gradually disintegrated, ultimately forming 7 or 8 small, colorful orbs. The celestial restoration pill was reputed to be the finest elixir in the Sea of Chaos, originating from the first secret realm, the illusory Heaven Palace, where it was stored within the palace's prized artifact, the illusory Heaven Cauldron. Only a handful existed. Possessing the innate spiritual roots necessary for refining foundation establishment cultivators, it greatly facilitated the advancement to the nascent soul stage. The protagonist Han Li had used these celestial restoration pills to break through from 4 spiritual roots to 3. Although the number of roots remained unchanged, the speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy significantly increased. As an anomalous spiritual root, my cultivation speed is merely slightly inferior to that of a heavenly spiritual root. If I were to consume the celestial restoration pill, my cultivation speed would undoubtedly surpass that of a heavenly spiritual root. Contemplating the 7 or 8 small orbs in his hand, Lin Mo hesitated. However, these could only be consumed during the foundation establishment stage. He was not yet ready to use them. With a flick of his wrist, he stored the celestial restoration pills in his storage bag. Let us not forget the blood jade spider eggs. A smile graced Lin Mo's lips as he searched the vast cavern once more. Ultimately, behind a thick stone pillar, he discovered 2 translucent, round eggs, each the size of a fist. These are crucial for obtaining the illusory Heaven Cauldron. With a swift motion, he placed the blood jade spider eggs into his spirit beast pouch. Glancing at the unconscious Yen Rian on the ground, he approached her slowly. With a resounding slap, he struck her cheek. Yen Rian groaned, slowly opening her eyes to find Lin Mo before her, exclaiming, "What about that giant spider beast?" "It's dead. No need to worry," Lin Mo replied, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth as he presented a rejuvenating pill to her. Yen Rian gazed deeply into Lin Mo's eyes, her lips parting slightly as her delicate tongue rolled out to accept the pill. As the elixir entered her mouth, her pallid complexion regained its rosy hue in mere moments, showcasing its remarkable effects. "Recover yourself. I will check for an exit." Lin Mo surveyed his surroundings, his gaze drifting towards the mine entrance they had come from, before leaping into the air like a fleeting shadow, soaring into the distance. A massive ore, spanning several dozen meters, completely obstructed the path, rendering any escape seemingly fanciful. After undergoing a simple treatment, Yen Rian approached Lin Mo. Lin Mo gestured towards the enormous ore before them, stating that it was not merely ordinary rock, but contained deep layers of spirit stone or incredibly resilient. To attempt to shatter it with spells would require an unfathomable amount of time. The outer layer of the spirit stone mine was coated with a specially formulated liquid, softening the spirit stone or for easier extraction by mortals. It was evident that neither Lin Mo nor Yen Rian had brought such substances with them. Skeptical, Yen Rian waved her right hand, causing a ghostly blue flying sword to swiftly emerge from her storage bag. With a whoosh, the sword struck the hard ore, creating a resounding crash that sent clouds of dust into the air. As the dust settled, a fist-sized pit appeared before them. "Is it truly impossible to escape?" Yen Rian exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Lin Mo, with a slight smile, continued to wave his hand, letting several palm-sized flags fall into the corners of the area. "What are you doing?" Yen Rian asked, puzzled by Lin Mo's calm demeanor. "If we can elevate our cultivation to the false dance stage, with some time, we might be able to break free," Lin Mo replied, his expression untroubled. "This is a special spirit gathering formation that can assist us in our cultivation." "Spirit gathering formation?" Yen Rian furrowed her brow, glancing at the nearly 100 flags. "I have seen advanced spirit gathering formations. Do we really need these?" A glimmer of curiosity crossed her face. "I did not expect you to be a formation master. I have a friend who is a master of formations. This set is a gift from her." Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with intensity as he whispered, "This is an ancient formation, the spirit seizing array, which can aid our cultivation. After its activation, it may very well deplete a significant portion of this spirit stone mine." At this, Lin Mo turned to Yen Rian, mindful that the mine belonged to the Yen family. "It's merely a spirit stone mine." Yen Rian smiled, her lips moving as she mused. "But I wonder how effective this spirit seizing array truly is. In 5 years, it can help you break through to the false dance stage," Lin Mo assured her. The mention of the false dance stage made Yen Rian gasp in astonishment. "Is that really true?" As it stands, I am only at the mid-foundation establishment stage. Even a disciple with a heavenly spirit root would require nearly a decade to achieve the false dance stage. With a gentle smile, Lin Mo glanced at Yen Ruyan and said, "Just wait and see." Having received her consent, Lin Mo proceeded without hesitation. Once the formation was set up, he retrieved a light brown compass. The construction of the spirit-seizing array was not particularly challenging. The primary difficulty lay in the quantity of flags required, which represented the greatest expense. Form. As Lin Mo channeled his spiritual energy into the compass, streams of crimson light erupted from the formation, enveloping the 99 flags. With a whoosh, the flags seemed to possess a life of their own, burrowing swiftly into the depths of the earth. As time passed, surges of spiritual energy coalesced into spirit mist, swirling within the formation. Such dense spiritual energy, Yen Ruyan exclaimed, visibly exhilarated. Lin Mo glanced at her with a smile, secretly thinking, this will deplete all the spiritual energy within this mine. Though it was a low-grade spirit stone mine, the quantity of spirit stones within it was still in the tens of thousands. The spirit-seizing array was an overpowering formation. With each breath, one could feel the overwhelming spirit mist flooding into their nostrils. Is there any way to expedite the process? Feeling the surge of energy, Yen Ruyan's cheeks flushed, her body brimming with spiritual power, yet she yearned for a quicker method. I do have a suggestion. Lin Mo's gaze fell upon Yen Ruyan, admiring her flawless, porcelain-like skin, marred only by a few wounds from earlier. What suggestion? Yen Ruyan slowly lifted her gaze, her captivating eyes fixed on Lin Mo, resembling a pool of melting spring water. We can cultivate together, harnessing the local spiritual energy. Lin Mo smiled slightly. Perhaps you could even break through to the Dan formation stage. The words Dan formation stage held a siren's allure for Yen Ruyan. Well then, Lin Shixiao. In a mere 3 months, Lin Mo had reached the false Dan stage, yet he felt unable to break through. Sensing the imminent formation of his golden Dan, Lin Mo suddenly awakened to the realization that he had yet to seize the dragon's roar energy. With the power of the dragon's roar, not only could he enhance his own potential, but it would also allow a trace of dragon's roar energy to manifest within his foundation establishment body. A precious asset for breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Lin Mo could not afford to forego this opportunity. 9 transformations of reincarnation. Ming Wang technique. A flash of brilliance sparkled in Lin Mo's eyes. Chapter 63, Dan formation. As Lin Mo diligently practiced, the 2 ice glass sword flames in his dantian swiftly melted away, transforming into a torrent of pure white spiritual energy that surged into his body. Ming Wang technique. Lin Mo's lips curled into a smile as he seamlessly shifted his cultivation method. The Ming Wang technique enhanced the body by 100-fold. This technique complemented his 9 transformations of reincarnation perfectly, as the latter required the dispersal of energy, while the Ming Wang technique, akin to the diamond technique, thrived on a substantial influx of spiritual energy. As the energy continuously surged forth, Lin Mo's physique became increasingly solid. The Ming Wang technique comprised 7 layers. Upon mastering the first 3 layers, one could withstand artifacts, while the 4th layer enabled one to endure treasures, corresponding to the early stages of the Dan formation. Advancing further, the 7th layer aligned with the early stages of the nascent soul, creating a harmonious progression. Upon reaching the 1st layer of the Ming Wang technique, one could rival early-stage foundation establishment practitioners. As the ice glass sword flames dissipated, Lin Mo glanced down at his hardened physique, nodding in satisfaction. Ruyan, come here. He turned to beckon Yen Ruyan over. Let us continue our cultivation. Gently brushing her silky hair, Lin Mo infused both of them with the surging spiritual power. The spiritual energy condensed into mist, enveloping them like a thick cloud, obscuring their features. Time flowed like a river, and 4 years later, a dense, black fog suddenly erupted above the spirit stone mine. Due to the collapse of the spirit stone vein, several Yin family disciples were dispatched for investigation. Given the value of the spirit stone mine, the Yin family was reluctant to abandon it. However, upon discovering that the hard rocks had completely concealed the mine, they were left with no choice but to leave a foundation establishment disciple behind to supervise the mortal workers, hoping they could reopen the vein. Yet, after 4 years, only a few dozen meters of a pit had been excavated. The prospect of excavating a new spirit stone mine evidently requires a substantial amount of time. At that moment, the only foundation establishment cultivator in the mine, Yin Wu, stepped outside. He raised his gaze to the sky, which was now noon. The originally clear blue sky, devoid of clouds, suddenly transformed. A vast expanse of dark clouds, seemingly appearing from nowhere, enveloped the spirit stone mine. Silver lightning crackled, and deafening thunder roared, dancing like frenzied serpents. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy from all directions began to swirl around the mine, forming a colossal vortex with a diameter of several miles beneath the ominous clouds, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy entirely. This spectacle left Lin Mo utterly astonished. Although he was merely a Foundation establishment cultivator, he recognized that such a phenomenon was indicative of a breakthrough to the core formation stage. How could there be a core formation cultivator in this place? His eyes widened with disbelief, as this was not favorable news for the Yin family. If a core formation cultivator had set their sights on this spirit stone mine, it would spell trouble. The chaotic energy soon revealed hues of 5 colors, creating an extraordinary sight. Then, as swiftly as it had appeared, the clouds dissipated, and the thunder seemed as though it had never existed. Sunlight poured down upon the miners, who voiced their complaints, having hoped for rain to cool down the heat. It appeared that yet another scorching day awaited them. Lin Mo, I have broken through. A powerful aura surged forth from Yin Ruyan. After 4 years of diligent training, she had finally achieved the core formation stage. Lin Mo was astounded by her remarkable speed of cultivation. Was this the terrifying potential of a heavenly spiritual root? He mused that she had progressed from the early Foundation establishment stage to the late stage in 3 months, reached the false dance stage in a year, and within the remaining 3 years, had broken through to the core formation stage. This rapid advancement must be attributed to 2 factors. First, as a heavenly spiritual root, Yin Ruyan's cultivation speed was already several times faster than that of Han Li, and before reaching the nascent soul stage, she faced no restrictions. Second, her progress was aided by the extraordinary spiritual array they had utilized, which allowed her to achieve the core formation stage in just 4 years. This pace was significantly swifter than that of the original character, Chu Han, who had taken 4 years to progress from false dan to core formation. Han Li, on the other hand, had reached the mid-Foundation establishment stage at 31, only to lose his spiritual energy to Nangong Wan and had to restart his cultivation in the Chaos Star Sea, eventually reaching the late Foundation establishment stage at 51. It took him 50 years to break through to the core formation stage, while Yin Ruyan had accomplished it in merely 4 years, effectively surpassing Han Li's 50 years of effort. However, it seemed that the spirit stone mine was now ruined. Lin Mo slowly rose to his feet, casting his gaze upon the mine. As the spiritual energy was depleted, the once luminous and radiant spirit stone mine had now dimmed, devoid of color. Yet, what did this matter when it had facilitated his own breakthrough to the core formation stage? Yin Ruyan, filled with joy, turned her gaze to Lin Mo and remarked, "It's a pity that senior brother Lin couldn't break through." With a light chuckle, Lin Mo leisurely reviewed his attributes. Host, Lin Mo, strength, false dance stage, spiritual root, ice spiritual root, cultivation techniques, ice glass sword technique, Ming Wang technique, 3rd layer, spells, ice spike technique, object manipulation technique, ice shield technique, ice control technique, Yin decision, 2nd layer, intermediate puppet technique, intermediate talismans technique, sword control technique, secret techniques, yin-yang attraction technique, body refining technique in the room, yin-yang complementation technique, spirit domination seal, 10,000 swords spirit communication technique, divine abilities, 9 revolutions reincarnation technique, 9 revolutions, ice glass sword flame. The Ming Wang technique had reached its 3rd layer's peak, just a step away from the 4th layer, which would allow him to rival a core formation cultivator in physical refinement. Nevertheless, the 3rd layer of the Ming Wang technique enabled him to disregard magical artifacts. The most significant gain, however, was his successful completion of the 9 revolutions reincarnation technique S9 revolutions during this period. The 4 ice glass sword flames within him equated to quadruple the spiritual energy of the false dance stage. If he were to engage in combat with Yin Ruyan, who had just entered the early stage of core formation, he would have a decisive advantage in close quarters. A smile graced Lin Mo's lips as he thought, "It is time to venture out. Once I acquire the dragon-chanting energy from Yin Ruyan, I shall engage in a spar with my master." Chapter 64, Yin Family. Farewell Han Li. With a flash of white light, a set of white garments adorned his figure. Yin Ruyan looked at Lin Mo's physique, as solid as steel, and enviously remarked, "When will I learn a body refining technique? It's essential to take care of one's body." "Let us discuss that later," Lin Mo said, gently ruffling Yin Ruyan's hair. "It has been 4 years. We should return now." "Oh no." Yin Ruyan suddenly gasped, recalling something. "The treasure-robbing conference." Hearing her words, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, silently contemplating. Now that Yin Ruyan is here, what relevance does the treasure-robbing conference hold? My family elder intends to host this event 4 years from now, primarily to select a suitable partner for me. Embarrassed, Yin Ruyan wrapped her arm around Lin Mo's. Lin Mo playfully cupped her delicate chin, smiling. After 4 years without contact with the Yin family, will they still hold it as planned? My life is tied to my family's fate. Yin Ruyan sighed, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, muttering, since I'm already yours. It seems I must return early to put an end to this farce. Oh. Upon hearing this, a glint of excitement flashed in Lin Mo's eyes as he remarked, let the treasure-robbing conference continue its course. What? Yin Ruyan's eyes widened, her cheeks puffed in indignation. Why? Your Yin family castle is actually a branch of the demonic sect, the ghost spirit sect. Lin Mo gently caressed her smooth face, trailing his fingers down her neck. Soon, the once fair skin of Yin Ruyan blushed brightly. You're incorrigible, she exclaimed, her face flushed. You always have to jest rather than speak plainly. With a slight smile, Lin Mo continued, as far as I know, the heir of the ghost spirit sect, Wang Chan, possesses dark spiritual root talent. She is the ideal candidate for cultivating the blood spirit great method. Upon hearing the term blood spirit great method, Yin Ruyan furrowed her brows, asking, what does that have to do with me? The blood spirit great method is regarded as the foremost demonic technique in the myriad spirit scriptures. Once mastered, one could dominate the 6 demonic sects. However, this method is exceedingly domineering. To prevent backlash, it necessitates dual cultivation between a man and a woman. And the spiritual root talent is crucial to how many layers one can cultivate. If the talent is insufficient, one might only reach 2 or 3 layers at most, with the pinnacle being the core formation stage. Therefore, your heavenly spiritual root is precisely what Wang Chan yearns for as an ideal dual cultivation partner. Upon hearing this, Yin Ruyan could not help but tightly embrace Lin Mo, whispering, I am already yours. I will not dual cultivate with anyone for the sake of the blood spirit great method. Lin Mo was exceedingly pleased with Yin Ruyan's response. Surely, Lin Lang does not intend to relinquish me to another. Yin Ruyan gazed deeply at Lin Mo and inquired, what are your plans? I wish to eliminate Wang Chan. Lin Mo replied softly, his eyes flickering. The 6 sects of the demonic path have invaded Tiannan. Upon hearing this, Yin Ruyan's expression turned to one of astonishment. How can my Yin family withstand the wrath of the ghost spirit sect? Lin Mo smiled faintly, casting a lingering glance at Yin Ruyan. As a prodigy of the Yin family, she was both the focus of everyone's attention and a shackle binding her to familial obligations. She had to constantly consider the family's interests. Chen Xiaoqian was similarly constrained, albeit torn between her family and Lin Mo, ultimately choosing the latter. Leave everything to me, Lin Mo said with a slight smile, gently patting Yin Ruyan's hair. Let us depart now. Seeing Lin Mo's confident demeanor eased Yin Ruyan's heart. After all, since their acquaintance, he had never disappointed her. Whoosh. With a flash of a ghostly blue sword, a top-tier flying artifact soared from Yin Ruyan's storage pouch. The flying sword ascended into the air, resembling a ghostly blue dragon, and heavily struck the rugged rock face. Boom. With a series of resounding crashes, the full-force strike from a core formation cultivator instantly penetrated the nearby spirit stone mine, creating a man-sized pit before them. The sight of the pit brought joy to both of them, and with a flicker of their forms, they vanished from the spot. A light green divine wind ship landed before them. The vessel was spacious enough for 2 to sleep comfortably. Yin Ruyan looked at the divine wind ship with a glimmer of delight in her eyes, exclaiming in surprise. Lin Mo glanced at her, a smile playing on his lips. Outside Yin family fortress, Han Li stared at the lively girl before him, feeling quite overwhelmed. Were it not for his master's instructions, he would never have agreed to accompany Dong Xianer. Senior brother, I heard you possess 4 spirit roots for foundation establishment. With such low aptitude, can you truly reach core formation? Dong Xianer tilted her head slightly, her sparkling eyes filled with playful teasing. Junior sister Dong, this treasure-seeking event at the Yin family will attract disciples from various sects. Han Li scanned Dong Xianer, clearly ignoring her jibe, instead stating, do not employ that enchanting technique. Humph. Dong Xianer huffed, glaring at Han Li with a proud expression. Meanwhile, in the sky to the west of the mountain, 2 black specks suddenly emerged, and 2 massive 2-headed eagles gradually approached. 2 figures stood atop the creatures. Upon spotting outsiders, the previously languid Dong Xianer instantly perked up, tidying her hair as she curiously gazed at the enlarging 2-headed eagles. I sincerely apologize for keeping you 2 waiting. I am Yinyu, and this is my younger sister Yinling. We are here to escort you to Yinling Fortress. As the 2-headed eagle hovered in midair, the figures leaped down. Upon landing, Yin Yu bowed in apology. It is no trouble. We have only just arrived. Before Han Li could speak, Dong Xian'er's eyes sparkled with surprise. Yin Yu's impressive demeanor piqued her interest, and the melodious voice was something Han Li had never experienced. Simultaneously, the Divine Wind ship arrived at the outskirts of the Yin family fortress. Observing the faint white protective array in the distance, Lin Mo's lips curled into a smile. To resolve the matter with Wang Chan, the two core formation guards by her side must be dealt with first. A meticulous plan is required. Whoosh. As the Divine Wind ship drew near, it captured the attention of Yin Yu and his sister below. It's the young lady. They exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of delight, knowing that the young lady had been silent for 4 years, causing their ancestor much anxiety. Now, seeing Yin Ruyan return, they were overjoyed. Meanwhile, Dong Xian'er watched as Yin Yu departed to welcome her, pouting in frustration. Who is that girl? Why does she have such influence? Chapter 65. Having no virginity marks is actually better. This is. Feeling the potent aura emanating from Yin Ruyan, Han Li's eyes widened, hastily pulling Dong Xian'er behind him. Her indiscreet words could provoke a core formation cultivator, leading to dire consequences. Han Li exclaimed softly, his gaze falling on Lin Mo behind Yin Ruyan. He suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Wasn't this the white-clad cultivator who had outwitted him at the last conference in Tai Nan? How has his cultivation progressed so dramatically? Sensing the surging spiritual energy surrounding Lin Mo, Han Li couldn't help but swallow hard. A pseudo-core formation cultivator. Although Han Li had always regarded himself as lacking due to his 4 spirit roots, he had never lagged behind his peers in cultivation. However, seeing Lin Mo again stirred a sense of melancholy within him. Yet soon, he dispelled the discontent, his face brimming with confidence. With that mysterious small vial, I surely will not remain beneath others for long. While Han Li scrutinized Lin Mo also caught a glimpse of Han Li from the corner of his eye. After years apart, he noted Han Li's rapid progress. Despite losing numerous opportunities due to the early arrival of Mo Jiao and Nangong Wan, his cultivation had not only remained steady but had actually increased, now reaching the mid-stage of foundation establishment, far beyond his original trajectory. It seems that his venture into the secret realm, albeit without entering the stone chamber, had indeed bestowed him with his own fortune. How intriguing. Lin Mo smiled slightly, feeling genuinely pleased with Han Li's advancement. The path of cultivation is far too regrettable without an existence that is both rival and ally. Miss you. Yin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Yin Ruyan before him. While it was true that she possessed a heavenly spirit root, to break through to core formation in just over a decade was truly extraordinary talent. The Yin family has hope. Yin Yu was filled with excitement. Quickly addressing Yin Ruyan, Miss, if the ancestor knows you have returned, he will undoubtedly be overjoyed. Yin Ruyan glanced at Han Li and Dong Xian'er, who were dressed in Huang Feng Valley attire not far away, and instructed, you go and lead them. My return must remain a secret. Yes, miss. Yin Yu and his sister nodded vigorously, turning to head towards Han Li and Dong Xian'er. Whoosh! The Divine Wind ship transformed into a fleeting shadow, instantaneously vanishing from sight. Following Yin Ruyan's guidance, it landed in front of a picturesque courtyard. This is my boudoir. Yin Ruyan's cheeks flushed slightly. After all, it was the first time she had brought a man to her room at such an age, although they had grown quite familiar over the past 4 years. For some reason, Yin Ruyan still felt shy. Well, I must take a good look at Yin Er's boudoir. Lin Mo gently patted Yin Ruyan's slender waist, his gaze falling upon the now absent virginity mark on her wrist, chuckling. If Wang Chan were to see this, he would surely be infuriated. Yet, this was precisely Lin Mo's intention. If he wished to resolve the issue with Wang Chan, he must first drive him to madness. Otherwise, it would be challenging to act against Wang Chan, who is guarded by 2 core formation cultivators. After all, dealing with Wang Chan must not involve Yin Ruyan. It could only rely on his own methods. Otherwise, there would be a lapse. 2 core formation cultivators, along with Wang Chan in the mid-foundation establishment stage, found that the best course of action was to follow the original plot. Allow Wang Chan to pursue his own path alone. However, I am merely at the fake dance stage, not at the initial foundation establishment level like Han Li. Wang Chan hunted Han Li like prey. It had been 4 years since I last saw the ancestor. I must first go and pay my respects. Yin Ruyan pointed to her fragrant boudoir and bashfully said, please wait for me in my room. That night, as many cultivators began to drift into slumber or meditate within the highest building of the Yin family, the Feiyun Pavilion, a red-haired elder paced back and forth, his back to the others, his expression impassive. Not far from the elders stood 3 gray-robed elders, their expressions full of deference. Zijuan, did that young man from the ghost spirit sect truly say he would come to see me tonight? The red-haired elder finally halted his steps and cast a faint glance at one of the elders. Indeed, the young master of the ghost spirit sect indeed sent me a private message after the competition, the gray-robed elder replied with utmost respect. The Yin family elder nodded expressionlessly, yet a glimmer of sharpness flashed in his eyes. At that moment, a young man in splendid attire suddenly entered, bowing and announcing, "Ancestor. Esteemed elders, the guest has arrived and has been settled in the main hall." The Yin family elder nodded slightly and turned to exit the room, the others naturally following suit. In the main hall, the Yin family elder beheld a slender young man wearing a sinister silver mask, sitting motionless in the guest seat. Beside this tall youth stood two elderly men clad in green robes, their faces lined with deep wrinkles resembling mountain ridges. Behind them, 12 cultivators dressed in black stood silently. The Yin family elder casually scanned the room, noting that all present were at the late foundation establishment stage. Who could it be? Oh, it turns out to be the renowned Li brothers. No wonder they look down upon our Yin family, the elder remarked coldly. Suddenly, a blue figure appeared in the hall with a whoosh. As the proud daughter of the Yin family, aside from her ancestors' secluded location, Yin Ruyan could go anywhere. With her recent breakthrough to the core formation stage, the hall posed no hindrance to her. Ruyan. The elder's face lit up with joy upon seeing Yin Ruyan's sudden appearance. The 4 years without news of her had greatly worried him. Yet, seeing her vibrant life force now, he felt it inappropriate to inquire with the Moon Concealment Sect. Now, reunited and with her cultivation having advanced to the core formation stage, the elder was overwhelmed with joy, exclaiming thrice, "Good, good, good. You are indeed Yin Ruyan." Wang Chan, witnessing the aura of core formation emanating from Yin Ruyan, had wide eyes, astonished that she had surpassed her previous mid-foundation establishment cultivation from 4 years ago. Despite his surprise, his predominant feeling was one of elation. If he could cultivate the blood spirit technique alongside the core formation Yin Ruyan, his own cultivation would surely skyrocket. This was a matter of great excitement for Wang Chan. With this thought, he no longer hesitated, standing up and addressing the Yin family elder, saying, "We from the ghost spirit sect wish for your Yin family to merge with our sect." The Yin family elder raised an eyebrow, his smile vanishing. "What do you mean by that? After all, the ghost spirit sect is one of the 6 demonic sects, while the Yin family publicly presents itself as a cultivation family of the Yu Kingdom." Chapter 66, Plotting the Demonic Invasion. The 6 demonic sects will commence a full-scale invasion of the Yu Kingdom in 5 days. Wang Chan raised an eyebrow, confidence gleaming in his eyes. The Jiang Kingdom and Cheki Kingdom fell a fortnight ago. Most sects were annihilated, and a small portion surrendered, becoming affiliated sects of the 6 demonic sections. With a smile, Wang Chan looked at the Yin family elder, awaiting his decision. The elder's expression shifted slightly as he scrutinized Wang Chan. "How can you assure me that what you say is true?" Hearing the elder's inquiry, Wang Chan smiled. "This information is not sealed tight, with a bit of inquiry. It can be uncovered. If you can join my ghost spirit sect, we would be willing to lend you the auxiliary volume of the Wanling True Canon. The position of deputy sect master would also be held by a member of the Yin family." Listening to Wang Chan's proposal, the Yin family elder remained calm, showing no sign of being moved. Clearly, having lived for so long, he was a cunning fox. Instead, he chuckled. "You from the ghost spirit sect have traveled a great distance to come here, surely not to offer kindness?" Seeing the elder's indifference, Wang Chan lowered his voice, stating, "Our only request is that Miss Ruyan joins me in practicing the blood spirit technique." As he spoke, a smile crept onto Wang Chan's lips. In time, the child born of Ruyan and me will become the co-leader of the Yin family and the ghost spirit sect. Upon hearing Wang Chan's words, the Yin family elder slowly turned to Yin Ruyan. Had this been the previous Yin Ruyan, the elder would not have needed to consider her opinion. However, given her current breakthrough to the core formation stage, her influence within the Yin family had greatly increased. Especially considering her innate spiritual root, the elder believed that even without the so-called blood spirit technique, her chances of breaking into the nascent soul stage were substantial. Thus, he had less stringent expectations of that technique. Nevertheless, the elder remained very wary of the ghost spirit sect behind Wang Chan, observing the elder's demeanor. Yin Ruyan firmly shook her head in refusal. "Ruyan already has someone she loves," she added, "and I have made a private vow with him." A hint of blush flashed across Yin Ruyan's cheeks as she admitted this in front of so many. Though she was a cultivator, being so open about it was still somewhat embarrassing. Upon hearing this, Wang Chan's face darkened as he fixed an intense gaze on Yin Ruyan, his emotions swirling within. As he departed the mountain gate en route to the Yin family fortress, he had already considered Yin Ruyan as his own. Now, hearing that she belonged to another, he felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Since his birth, he had never endured such disgrace. Humph! Wang Chan snorted coldly, forcefully waving his sleeve as he turned to leave. The two Li brothers behind him exchanged knowing glances, detecting a hint of mockery in each other's eyes. Although Yin Ruyan's maiden seal had faded, her cultivation at the core formation stage would greatly benefit the young master. The taller of the two Li brothers spoke first. Moreover, the Yin family fortress is not weak. If they could submit to our ghost spirit sect, it would bolster our strength. Although Wang Chan appeared to be mad, he was well aware of the implications of the situation. Elder Li Ming, uncover the identity of the one who has taken Yin Ruyan's body. Wang Chan's face darkened as he fixed his gaze on Elder Li. Bring her back to me, alive. Hearing this, the tall and slender Li Ming raised an eyebrow. If this matter fell into Wang Chan's hands, it would indeed be more painful than death. Understood. Li Ming nodded and, with a flicker, transformed into a shadow, vanishing from sight. In the conference hall of the Yin family fortress, the elder gazed at Yin Ruyan with a complex expression. What has transpired during this time? Yin Ruyan smiled, brushing aside a strand of hair. It's a long story. Naturally, she would not divulge everything regarding Lin Mo, especially not the details of the powerful spirit-seizing formation. Are you saying you have dual cultivated with this disciple of the Inuit sect, who possesses an extraordinary spirit root? You have fortuitously broken through to the core formation stage? The elder exclaimed, his eyes filled with skepticism. While a breakthrough to the false core stage might be deemed normal, Yin Ruyan had now truly reached the core formation stage. Such rapid advancement concealed many secrets. However, since it was beneficial for Yin Ruyan, the elder chose not to pry further. Unfortunately, the ghost spirit sect had arrived. With a sigh, the elder remarked, otherwise, I would have supported your dual cultivation with that ice spirit root disciple. After all, this treasure-seizing conference is meant to select a suitable partner for you. Lin Mo claimed he had devised a solution. He will not allow the Yin family to fall into peril. Yin Ruyan had an unwavering trust in Lin Mo. Had someone told her before meeting him that a solution to her current predicament existed, she would have been utterly incredulous. Yet, Lin Mo had enabled her to break through to the core formation stage in just 4 years, showcasing an extraordinary ability that instilled immense confidence in her. Ruyan, return for now. I shall discuss matters further with your uncles. The elder smiled gently at Yin Ruyan, indicating she should rest. Yes. Yin Ruyan nodded vigorously, her figure shimmering as she transformed into a shadow and vanished. Watching her depart, the elder's expression turned solemn as he glanced at a middle-aged man dressed in scholarly attire. In Yin Ruyan's chamber, Lin Mo sat cross-legged, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead. The cultivation of the Xuanmu transformation technique was not particularly difficult. Though it was somewhat painful, Lin Mo took a deep breath, feeling the separation of his primordial spirit within his mind. The years spent practicing the Dian technique had seemingly been in vain. The Xuanmu transformation technique was indeed a method for those in the core formation stage, designed to split off a second primordial spirit. Once reaching the nascent soul stage, that spirit could then be elevated to a nascent soul. Currently, relying on the enhanced spiritual power from the second layer of the Dian technique, he was prematurely splitting off a second primordial spirit, which was quite taxing. The purpose of all this was to utilize Wang Chan as his second incarnation. This was not born from a sense of compassion to rescue the Yin family cultivators, but rather to maximize his own benefits amidst the impending demonic invasion. Chapter 67. Array Combat in Core Formation. With a crack, the door creaked open, revealing the white-clad Yin Ruyan. A smile graced Lin Mo's lips. You have arrived. No sooner had he spoken than his figure shimmered and vanished into thin air. Above a cloud of blood mist, Li Ming sneered. It seems this lad is indeed Yin Ruyan's paramour. Quite astute. Unfazed, he leisurely pursued. In Li Ming's eyes, Lin Mo was merely a false core cultivator, hardly a threat. Observing the two figures in the air, Yin Ruyan felt a pang of anxiety, her feet retreating slightly as she melted into the shadows. Qianling Mountain, a desolate hill located several dozen miles southeast of the Yin family fortress, was stark and barren, with only a few dead trees. The saying goes, rely on the mountains for sustenance. In such an empty expanse, there was not a soul for miles. Strangely, however, a few verdant saplings had sprouted at the mountain's base. In midair, a pale blue flying vessel shot forward, vanishing into Qianling Mountain. Kid, stop fleeing. Li Ming stood atop a mass of dark clouds, hands clasped behind his back. Casting a glance at Lin Mo as he coldly declared, my patience is limited. With a whoosh, the the divine wind vessel landed steadily atop Qianling Mountain. Lin Mo waved his right hand, and a blue light flashed, instantly stowing the vessel into his storage bag. Looking down from the mountaintop, Li Ming grinned wickedly. Will you surrender, or shall you endure some pain? Lin Mo regarded Li Ming, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Have you frightened yourself, silly? Li Ming scoffed, waving his right hand, as a mass of blood mist coalesced into a scarlet hand. The blood hand grasped forcefully, descending upon Lin Mo. As it struck, it was as if it had seized a reflection in a mirror. Suddenly, Lin Mo shattered into countless glass shards, disintegrating. What is this? Li Ming was taken aback, hastily looking up to see a transparent array enveloping him completely. As a gentle breeze rustled, clusters of verdant bamboo appeared beside Li Ming. An array, Li Ming exclaimed, and as he spoke, tender green leaves began to slide off the bamboo. The leaves condensed and transformed into sharp green flying swords. With a whoosh, several bamboo leaf flying swords approached Li Ming. Humph! Li Ming snorted, a surge of bloodthirsty energy emanating from him, the thick blood mist meeting the bamboo leaf swords. The corrosive quality of the blood mist was formidable. As the flying leaves drew near, they disintegrated into ashes, cascading to the ground. This mere array is insignificant. Having witnessed the array's might, Li Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, above the array, Lin Mo stood on the divine wind vessel, a bronze compass hovering before him. With a single hand, he performed a hand seal upon the compass. As the compass began to hum, flames erupted from it. The emerald bamboo grove ignited instantly, the flames spreading rapidly until the entire grove was engulfed. The fire array burns heaven. The environment within the array transformed instantaneously, rocks shifting as massive fiery meteors rained down upon Li Ming. His expression changed. The power of the fire stones was significantly greater than that of the bamboo leaf swords. No longer something he could easily resolve. Suddenly, a golden skull talisman appeared before him. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow at the golden skull. If memory served, during the fierce battle between Wang Chan and Han Li in the original tale, a golden skull talisman had been summoned. It was evident that the talisman Wang Chan possessed had originated from Li Ming. Thus, it seemed that Li Ming was nearing the end of his lifespan. Lin Mo stroked his chin, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Oh dear! As the fiery meteor drew near, the golden skull opened its mouth wide. A dense, black mist erupted from within, instantaneously enveloping the massive, blazing meteors. Indeed, the meteors sank into the gray mist as if they had been swallowed by the abyss, creating not a single ripple. Whoosh! Lin Mo slightly parted his lips, and an icy sword flame shot forth from his mouth, vanishing within the formation. Just as the searing meteors dissipated, Li Ming had not yet caught his breath when the formation shifted once more. The golden mirror of the array mirrored a man identical to Li Ming, appearing directly opposite him. Li Ming's pupils contracted, retreating repeatedly, while the reflection in the mirror mirrored his every move. This formation was truly enigmatic. Li Ming frowned slightly, finding the array before him utterly inscrutable. Suddenly, the solid ground transformed into a pool of seawater. Illusions, this was all an illusion. Li Ming swiftly recognized the formation before him. The golden skull opened its mouth and bit down heavily onto Li Ming's shoulder. Crimson blood dripped continuously from the skull's teeth onto the ground. In a moment of clarity, Li Ming's eyes flew open to reveal the desolate Qianling Mountain before him. Whoosh! An ethereal blue sword flame pierced through Li Ming's chest in an instant. Crackle! The searing blue flames spread rapidly across Li Ming's chest. Damn it! Li Ming's expression changed drastically. Although the blue flames were not intensely hot, they emanated a chilling sensation, as if they sought to freeze him into fragments. Observing Li Ming's attempt to flee, Lin Mo smirked, saying, "Now you wish to escape? It is too late." Mud-like tendrils swiftly grasped Li Ming's feet, rendering him unable to flee. Earthly formation of slaughter and burial. Damn! Damn! Li Ming's eyes reddened, his unease palpable. He had merely come to capture a false dance stage cultivator, yet he found himself ensnared in such a formidable predicament. A formation capable of trapping a core formation stage expert. Along with that bizarre ice flame, Li Ming could never have anticipated encountering such a troublesome foundation stage cultivator. Whoosh! With a whooshing sound, Lin Mo, wielding the cold jade sword, appeared before Li Ming. Upon seeing Lin Mo, Li Ming's face lit up with joy. If Lin Mo were outside the array, it would have been difficult for him to break through and eliminate Lin Mo. But now, Lin Mo had walked right into his trap. Was this not a stroke of fortune? Li Ming disregarded everything else and expended his source power to execute the blood escape technique, appearing right in front of Lin Mo. Little thief, it's my turn now. The moment Li Ming's claw-like right hand reached for Lin Mo suddenly vanished, and in his place was a translucent ice sword flame. Chapter 68. A net to capture all. Boom. With the sound of a resounding explosion, the ice sword flame instantly entwined around Li Ming. At Yin Family Fortress, the diminutive boy Li Hao suddenly opened his eyes. Not good. Noticing the elder's changing expression, Wang Chan frowned slightly and asked, "Elder, what has happened? Why have they not returned yet?" Li Hao's small head scrunched up in worry. Wang Chan's gaze shifted, fixing onto Li Hao. "Do you have a way to locate Elder Li Ming?" "Of course." Li Hao bit his tongue, a stream of hot blood spewing forth. The blood fell before him, coalescing into a mysterious crimson character that hovered in midair. "Go." Li Hao gestured with his right hand, and a streak of light descended upon the blood character. The blood character transformed into a phantom, vanishing from sight in an instant. Witnessing this, Li Hao was enveloped in blood mist and immediately pursued it. Wang Chan hesitated for a moment, but soon determination flickered in his eyes. A verdant green artifact shot forth from his storage bag. The artifact radiated brilliance, with tendrils of blood mist coiling around the green fork, resembling a thick cloud of blood from a distance. Whoosh! With a sharp sound of air being sliced, Wang Chan disappeared from the room, several miles away from Qianling Mountain. Gazing at the two blood-red figures soaring through the sky, Yin Ruyan smiled gently. The crimson mark swiftly reached the summit of Qianling Mountain. A slender man in a blood robe lay upon the ground. "Li Ming, how are you?" Upon seeing the frost-covered Li Ming, Li Hao's expression changed dramatically. However, as he approached, Li Ming suddenly opened his eyes, and a blood-colored dagger pierced through Li Hao's chest. Whoosh! Li Hao's face paled as he stumbled back, looking down to see the blood-colored dagger embedded in his chest, crimson blood trickling down. His expression was one of disbelief. The Li brothers, although cousins, had trained together for centuries. Even within the demonic sect, they remained as close as brothers. Whoosh! With another sharp sound, an ice sword flame appeared behind Li Hao. Bang! A voice, cold as if from the depths of the abyss, echoed. Boom! The surging cold flames wrapped around Li Hao, and under the piercing heat of the ice flames, Li Hao screamed in agony, bellowing, "You will all die." Whoosh! A bone banner appeared in his hand. Oh dear! As anguished cries resonated, ghostly figures surged forth from the bone banner. One must admit, the strength of a core formation stage cultivator was truly remarkable. In an instant, 5 foundation stage ghostly beings descended upon Li Hao. The ghostly beings opened their mouths, devouring the cold flames engulfing Li Hao, clearly attempting to heal his wounds. Attack! Outside the formation, Lin Mo glanced down at Li Ming and cast a spell upon the array plate. Buzz! As faint yellow phantoms enveloped the array plate, the hard rock beneath Li Hao's feet began to writhe, transforming into grains of sand. Li Hao's body sank deeper and deeper, cackling, with sounds of derisive laughter. A golden skull artifact grew larger in the wind. It opened its mouth and spewed forth a thick black mist, surrounding Li Hao entirely. The moment the ghostly beings came into contact with the mist, they emitted sizzling sounds, their souls dissolving into droplets of black dust that fell to the ground. Damn! Li Hao cursed inwardly, looking down to see that his injuries had only partially healed. Li Ming, why have you betrayed the ghost spirit sect? Li Hao patted his waist pouch, clutching a blood-red pill in his hand. Swallowing the pill, the chaos within him began to stabilize. I simply do not wish to fade into dust. Li Ming let out a cold laugh, expressing his familiarity with the situation. The golden skull artifact beside him emitted a continuous wailing sound, shrouded in a surging blood mist, resembling a colossal crimson skull from a distance. The 100 Ghost Banner. Li Hao, without a moment to ponder, channeled his spiritual energy into the banner, which stirred ominously as grotesque phantoms emerged one by one, all at the foundational stage of cultivation. Leading them was a fierce ghost with red horns and disheveled hair, its power reaching the pinnacle of the foundational stage, seemingly on the verge of breaking through to the core formation stage. Gulp! The enormous skull welcomed all the ghostly beings, devouring them without reservation. Outside the formation, Wang Chan, witnessing this, muttered in frustration, "Damn it! Li Ming, you dare to betray me." As he spoke, a green forked artifact shot up from beneath his feet, entwined in crimson blood mist, swirling with immense power. Observing the commotion behind him, Lin Mo glanced at Wang Chan and smiled lightly. "Yen?" Just as the words left his lips, a white phantom appeared beside him. Yin Ruyan, gazing at Lin Mo with sparkling eyes, joyfully declared, "Lin Mo, I have checked. There are no ghost spirit sect cultivators nearby." With a wave of her right hand, a sharp blue sword descended upon the green forked artifact, cleaving the top-tier artifact. the greening fork in two. How could Wang Chan, at the mid-foundational stage, possibly contend with Yin Ruyan? Do you wish to invite disaster upon your Yin family? Wang Chan glared at her darkly. Yin Ruyan merely smiled. Since I have made a move, do you think I would let you leave? At that moment, a beautifully dressed woman appeared behind Wang Chan, a puppet crafted by Lin Mo, wielding a cold jade sword that severed Wang Chan's hopes of escape. Meanwhile, within the inverted five elements array, changes unfolded. Li Hao lay incapacitated, the 100 ghost banner now resting on the ground, its luster dimmed, indicating severe damage. In contrast, the emaciated Li Ming knelt on the ground, devoid of color, his gaze fixed on the distant Li Hao, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Whoosh! With the sound of air being sliced, Lin Mo arrived before Li Ming. I hope you can honor your promise. Li Ming raised his head, looking at Lin Mo with complex emotions. Despite being defeated by Lin Mo through the array and 2 ice glass sword flames, Lin Mo chose not to annihilate him, but instead struck a deal. Upon seeing the golden skull in Li Ming's possession, Lin Mo understood its origin, an artifact crafted from the essence of Li Ming's sacrifice, just as the original Wang Chan had unleashed during his clash with Han Li. Chapter 69. The Co-Master of the Ghost Spirit Sect? The creation of talismans greatly depletes the essence of the original artifacts. Typically, only those nearing the end of their lifespan, such as core formation cultivators, would forge talismans. Thus, Lin Mo deduced that Li Ming's life was nearing its conclusion. The older one grows, the more one fears death, especially when faced with the easily manipulable core formation cultivators. Naturally, he would resist returning to dust. As Lin Mo approached the nearly lifeless Li Ming, he offered, I can grant you an opportunity to condense a nascent soul. This simple statement won Li Ming's loyalty. The Spirit Beast Mountain's spirit imprint was deeply engraved in Li Ming's consciousness, a matter of life and death. This was facilitated by Lin Mo's unique cultivation path and the Great Yin Decision, enabling him to exert control beyond the typical boundaries. Lin Mo took a deep breath, feeling the last remaining ice glass sword flame within his dantian. Core formation cultivators were indeed extraordinary, even with the inverted 5 elements array. It drained a significant portion of his spiritual energy to conclude the battle. Whoosh! With a wave of his right hand, the 100 ghost banner that had fallen to the ground was now in his grasp. Seizing it, he executed a hand seal, causing a dark mist to surge from the diminutive Li Hao's corpse. His soul was swiftly captured within the banner. Given the recent battle, the ghosts within the 100 ghost banner had been consumed by the golden skull artifact, making Li Hao a perfect candidate for placement within. Within the Ghost Spirit Sect, life tokens were kept, and should the soul dissipate, these tokens would also shatter. For safety's sake, it was prudent to store his soul in the 100 ghost banner first. Interestingly, Li Hao, who had played with souls all his life, was now reduced to a mere fragment of spirit within the banner. As for Lin Mo's promise of an opportunity for Li Ming to condense a nascent soul, it was indeed genuine. The 5 elements nascent soul of the Spirit Control Sect offered an alternative pathway to break through into the nascent soul stage, requiring only foundational cultivation to attempt the condensation. The success of this endeavor, however, would depend on Li Ming's own fate. In the original narrative, Han Li had acquired a wood nascent soul and refined it into his second nascent soul. At that time, leveraging Wang Chan's identity would allow him to visit the Spirit Control Sect. If he could merge his second spirit with a 5 elements nascent soul. Lin Mo's lips curled into a smile, reveling in the thought. While seizing Wang Chan's body through his divine sense was appealing, it was easily detectable, as the two would emit different auras, easily recognizable by any familiar with the Ghost Spirit Sect's nascent soul cultivators. Thus, utilizing Wang Chan's identity promised substantial gains. It could incite discord between the Ghost Spirit Sect and the Spirit Control Sect while alleviating the current crisis at Yin Family Fort. If he could support Yin Ruyan in ascending to the co-master of the Spirit Control Sect, a glimmer of delight sparkled in Lin Mo's eyes as he silently mused. At that time, adorned in black silk, it would be a delightful spectacle. Cultivating the Great Yin Decision. Spiritual sense at 50. Whoosh. Concurrently, Yin Ruyan landed before Lin Mo, the beautifully garbed woman having already seized the unconscious Wang Chan. Tossing him before Lin Mo, protect him. Do not let anyone approach. Lin Mo turned to Yin Ruyan, and then sat cross-legged beside Wang Chan. Yin Ruyan nodded, her gaze shifting to Li Ming. Let's guard outside the formation. Though uncertain of how Lin Mo controlled Li Ming, she did not entirely trust him, preferring to keep an eye on him as they departed. As the two left, Lin Mo's gaze fell upon the beautifully garbed woman, a smile creeping upon his lips. This puppet was a product of my meticulous crafting. As Wang Chan's vessel, It is hardly a slight against you. With that, Lin Mo pointed a finger at Wang Chan's forehead. Buzz. As a resonating hum filled the air, a thick black mist surged forth. A soul remarkably similar to Wang Chan's emerged from his body. Soul-snatching technique. With a low murmur, Lin Mo guided the white soul into the body of the beautifully garbed woman. You. Upon entering the puppet's body, her mouth slightly opened, releasing a series of gasps. Looking down, she noticed her smooth skin and, most importantly, the absence of her weapon. Wang Chan's face contorted in despair. Clearly unprepared for the day, he would be transformed into a puppet by another. Silence. Lin Mo shot a glance at Wang Chan, and the puppet's lips sealed tight, rendering him unable to utter another sound. Though Wang Chan's spirit resided within the puppet, it was ultimately Lin Mo's creation. Wang Chan instantaneously lost control over the puppet. Speak again, and I shall sell you to the Huan sect. Lin Mo coldly gazed at Wang Chan, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Perhaps many will enjoy interacting with you then. Merely this utterance caused Wang Chan's eyes to widen in fear, silencing him. After the passage of an incense stick's worth of time, the array above Qianling Mountain gradually dissipated. Lin Mo steered the divine wind boat several miles away. Yan Rian and Li Ming stood across from each other, their eyes filled with vigilance. What is that? Yan Rian involuntarily glanced at the blood-red figure behind Lin Mo. I have successfully cultivated it into an external avatar. Lin Mo's lips curled upward as he cast a glance at Wang Chan, who also smirked and remarked, with this, we need not worry about the Yin family's affairs. However, Yan Rian's brow furrowed slightly, unable to restrain herself from saying, surely this cannot remain hidden from the nascent soul experts of the Ghost Spirit sect? Hee. Lin Mo nodded. This avatar will not have the opportunity to return to the Ghost Spirit sect. Nearby, Li Ming, controlling the ghostly mist, had a change in expression, regarding Lin Mo with a gaze full of apprehension. This young man, despite his youth, conducts himself in a manner more insidious than the demonic path. I must exercise utmost caution and not offend him. By the time they returned to Yan's stronghold, night had already fallen. Under Yan Rian's guidance, Lin Mo entered the boudoir. Observing the room that exuded a youthful fragrance, he could not help but smile. After 4 years in the Spirit Stone mine, today I finally find a change of scenery. Yan Rian's cheeks flushed slightly, playfully smiling. Then let me introduce you to new delights. On the other side, Wang Chan and Li Ming returned to their chamber. The 12 guards at the entrance knelt in unison, seemingly welcoming Wang Chan's return. Fetch Tian Buke from within the city. Wang Chan scanned the guards before pushing open the door to enter. Yes, young master. The head guard leaped swiftly, transforming into a shadow and vanishing into the night. As Wang Chan's close guard, they all understood what questions to ask and which to refrain from. Their task was simply to fulfill the young master's orders. Upon entering the room, Wang Chan flicked his wrist. A transparent soundproof barrier enveloped the two. Wang Chan looked at Li Ming and inquired, in addition to Tian Buke from the Huan sect, are there any other disciples from the 6 sects in Yan's stronghold? None. Li Ming shook his head. Speaking in a hushed tone, Tian Buke shares a foul affinity with Wang Chan. He slipped out without permission. I doubt even the Huan sect is aware of his presence here. Bring Tian Buke to see me. Wang Chan's eyes flickered as he addressed Li Ming. The Xian Yushi Yin Gong in Tian Buke's possession might assist him in acquiring Xian Rian's dragon roar physique. After all, as the second son of the Huan sect, his cultivation method is not far behind the blood spirit great method. Understood. Li Ming nodded, his figure flickering before disappearing from sight. In Yan Rian's boudoir. After a fierce battle, Lin Mo flicked his wrist. A flash of red light illuminated the area as Wang Chan and Li Hao's storage bags landed on the table. I must see what treasures lie within. With a smirk, Lin Mo's consciousness surged into Wang Chan's storage bag. Dozens of high-grade magical artifacts, 7 top-tier artifacts, 3 golden talismans, and an immense quantity of talismans were present. In terms of spirit stones, there were thousands, including a crystal-clear, palm-sized high-grade spirit stone. High-grade spirit stones. Lin Mo's face lit up with delight. Excellent. Judging by the ratio of spirit stones, 1 high-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 10,000 low-grade ones. Though this calculation is straightforward, it is rare for anyone to foolishly exchange 1 high-grade stone for 10,000 low-grade ones. Blood spirit, great method. Lin Mo frowned slightly as he examined Wang Chan's storage bag, grasping a blood-red jade slip that resembled jade. As he scanned it with his consciousness, the method of cultivating the blood spirit, great method unfolded before him. Go ahead and cultivate. Lin Mo flicked his wrist, passing the jade slip to Yan Rian. For him, while the blood spirit great method was commendable, it was not particularly suitable. It required both men and women to cultivate together. Yin Rian accepted the jade slip, pouting slightly. Let us discuss this later. With that thought, Lin Mo's gaze shifted to the second storage bag. This was the first time Lin Mo had slain a foundation-building cultivator. Observing the light red storage bag, he smiled. As his consciousness flowed into it, the items within flooded into his mind. The first item that appeared was a 100 ghost banner, a complete magical treasure. It contained a dense aura of Yin energy, with Li Hao's soul trapped within, emitting mournful wails. A soul of a foundation-building cultivator, if properly refined, could retain 1 to 2/10 of its strength. Creating a peak foundation ghost would not pose a problem. With a flick of his wrist, the 100 ghost banner was drawn into the storage bag. 5 top-tier artifacts and thousands of spirit stones, along with several mid-grade spirit stones, were also present. Additionally, there was a silver book page, the 100 ghost banner. The page recorded the method for refining the 100 ghost banner. Clearly, this was crafted by Li Hao. After a brief glance at the silver page, Lin Mo stroked his chin. 1 ghost king, 99 ghost guards. Moreover, it could form a complete 100 ghost formation. The methods for crafting magical treasures concealed within the exterior coverings, were they not even more varied? With this thought, a red talisman crackled, coalescing into a blazing flame that descended upon the silver page. As the flame scorched it, silver liquid dripped down, revealing golden glimmers. The 9 Nether Soul banner. Gazing at the methods for crafting magical treasures inscribed on the golden page, Lin Mo's pupils constricted. Compared to the 100 ghost banner, which could only control 100 ghosts, the 9 Nether Soul banner has a significantly higher limit on the number of enslaved spirits. It is entirely linked to the materials used for crafting the magical treasure and the cultivator's prowess. The most common material, 100-year-old Yin wood, produces a 9 Nether Soul banner capable of housing only a handful of spirits. In contrast, the finest soul-nurturing wood could contain tens of thousands of spirits and enhance their strength. The soul-nurturing wood is likely exclusive to the Shutian Hall, Lin Mo mused. Recalling that he had not heard of soul-nurturing wood in any other location, he decided to keep it for now, planning to revisit the matter if an opportunity arises. In Lin Mo's view, the crying soul would be an excellent candidate for a ghost king. Even if not refined as his life treasure, it would undoubtedly qualify as one of his most formidable artifacts. Stowing away the golden page, Lin Mo discovered another jade slip within the storage bag. He grasped the jade slip and placed it against his forehead. As his consciousness surged in, the cultivation method fully entered his mind. The Soulin art is a complex cultivation technique akin to the Xianyin art, encompassing methods for reaching the peak of the foundation building stage, along with several secret techniques for combat. However, these secret techniques did not pique Lin Mo's interest, save for the method to condense ghost guards and ghost kings, which was rather commendable. In Wang Chan's chamber, the unconscious Tian Buke was being held aloft by Li Ming with one hand, resembling a small chick. Dropped in front of Wang Chan observing Tian Buke, Wang Chan flicked his wrist, and a storage bag was securely grasped in his hand. The Xianyu absorption technique is quite remarkable. One must admit that Tian Buke is rather honest, carrying his own cultivation methods, complete with annotations. Guilin Sect S. Linyu. Sweet as a peach. Hehuan Sect S. Li Jiayue. Wild as a tiger, absolutely exhilarating. As he glanced through the series of annotations, Lin Mo's expression darkened. For a long time, Lin Mo believed he was quite adept, but it turned out that Tian Buke, indeed the son of the Hehuan sect's leader, knew how to indulge himself. How shall we deal with the foundation-building disciples of the 7 sects in the city? Li Ming cast a glance at Wang Chan and whispered. The sect leader dispatched Wang Chan to descend the mountain with 2 objectives, to persuade the Yin family to submit, and to strike at the backbone of the 7 sects. What do you intend to do with the foundation-building disciples of these 7 sects? At Li Ming's words, Wang Chan raised an eyebrow slightly and replied nonchalantly, perhaps it would be best to let this matter slide, as I have no intention of returning to Guiling's sect. I have already contributed significantly. You could just tell me and assist me in breaking through to the Yuaning stage? Wang Chan smiled faintly and surveyed Li Ming. Are you aware of the 5 elements Yuaning of Yuling's sect? However, it does not grant longevity. Li Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. The 5 elements spirit infant secret technique is a grand art that has long been lost to Yuling's sect. Once the 5 elements spirit infants are gathered, a secret technique can be employed to fuse the spirit infants with disciples of the sect, effectively creating 5 additional Yuan-ing stage cultivators out of thin air. However, these Yuan-ing cultivators, though powerful, lack longevity. Yet, there are exceptions. Like that conscious Ji Mu Yuan-ing. Wang Chan fixed his gaze on Li Ming and chuckled. When have I ever asked you to condense a Yuan-ing? I meant for you to seize the Yuan-ing. After perusing the Xian Yu absorption technique, Lin Mo, in Yin Rian's chamber, opened his eyes. This technique is indeed intricate. I shall practice it diligently. Lin Mo stroked his chin and, following the cultivation method of the Xian Yu absorption technique, sat cross-legged. Chapter 71. Huan Yun Lu. The bloodline of the old demon. Dong Xianu. Due to Wang Chan's absence and blood sacrificing the disciples of the seven sects, the entire treasure-seeking event unfolded rather uneventfully. Naturally, what was initially meant to be a treasure, Yin Rian, was exchanged for a rare talisman. The disciples from various sects attending the treasure hunt did not voice any complaints. As aside from the final talisman reward, participants were also entitled to rewards of spirit stones and magical artifacts. There were no grievances. Lin Mo in Yin Rian's boudoir slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a stream of turbid air. Host, Lin Mo, strength, false dance stage, spiritual root, ice spiritual root, cultivation techniques, ice glass sword art, Ming Wang Ju third layer, spells, ice spike technique, object control technique, ice shield technique, ice manipulation technique, De Yin Ju second layer, intermediate puppet technique, intermediate talismans technique, sword control technique, secret techniques, yin-yang attraction technique, body refinement technique in the room, yin-yang complementation technique, spirit guardian seal, 10,000 swords synchronization technique, Xian Yu absorption technique, divine techniques, 9 turns reincarnation technique, 9 turns. Ice glass sword flame. Gazing at his attributes, Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction, silently contemplating. The Xian Yu absorption technique not only absorbs a woman's yin essence, but can also draw from a woman's unique qualities. However, this requires the woman's wholehearted cooperation, otherwise, it would merely yield some yin essence. Coincidentally, Xian Rian's physique would be a boon for him, as she would undoubtedly cooperate wholeheartedly. With this thought, Lin Mo's lips curled into a smile as he turned to Yin Rian, saying, "This blood spirit grand method is quite suitable for your cultivation. I noticed, though, it is somewhat bloody." Yin Rian furrowed her delicate brows and replied softly, "To cultivate to the first layer of foundation, one must use the blood, flesh, and soul of living beings as a foundation. Demon path techniques are, of course, exceedingly bloody." Lin Mo raised an eyebrow slightly, glanced at Yin Rian, and replied with a smile, "However, I see that the second secret technique in the 10,000 spirits canon, the Blood Sea canon, while not as fast in cultivation speed as the 10,000 spirits grand method, is not inferior in power after cultivation." A glimmer of surprise flashed in Yin Rian's eyes as she exclaimed. Listening to Yin Rian's words, Lin Mo nodded slightly. "Just in time for your breakthrough to the dance stage. Acquiring a cultivation technique is quite fortuitous. Lin Mo, given that the crisis in Yin family fort has temporarily subsided, what are your plans?" Yin Rian gazed at Lin Mo with tenderness, squeezing his arm in gratitude. "If it weren't for you, I truly wouldn't know what to do." Although Yin Rian has broken through to the dance stage, she still lacks a life-bound magical treasure. Should conflict arise with the Li brothers, it would only lead to her demise. Feeling the unusual sensation in his hand, Lin Mo smiled gently. "From now on, your Yin family shall submit to Guiling's sect." "Ah." Upon hearing this, Yin Rian gasped, her eyes filled with disbelief. The demon path is formidable. Even if the 7 sects unite, they may not be able to contend against it. Lin Mo rubbed his right hand, and a faint blush appeared on Yin Rian's cheeks. Moreover, the 7 sects harbor dissent. Who knows, perhaps in the future, Mayan Yu sect may also merge with Huan sect. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Yin Rian's cheeks flushed, and she chuckled. "Then, wouldn't we be demon path practitioners in the future? Only humans possess distinctions of righteousness and evil." Lin Mo shook his head slightly and smiled. "Cultivation techniques do not possess distinctions of righteousness and evil." At this point, Lin Mo stood up, looking at Yin Rian, and said, "Tonight, I shall return to a new sect. You can follow my external incarnation. Can this be concealed from the Guiling sect?" Yin Rian felt a stir in her heart and couldn't help but ask. Lin Mo shook his head slightly. "This will naturally not be concealed. To prevent my incarnation from being discovered by the Yuan Ing cultivators of Guiling sect, I will not allow it to enter Guiling sect." With that, Lin Mo waved his right hand, and a blue phantom flashed by. The Shinfeng boat was now floating before him, with the Xian Yu absorption technique now in hand. Lin Mo was eager to obtain the dragon's roar energy. With the matter of the Yin family settled, it was time to leave swiftly. Whoosh! With a sharp sound of breaking air, the blue light on the Shinfeng boat surged, its speed suddenly increasing, transforming into a blue arc of light. Vanishing into the sky, watching Lin Mo's retreating figure, Yin Rian propped her chin, smiling gracefully. Truly a familiar, mysterious figure. By the way, how shall we deal with Tian Buke? Li Ming looked at the unconscious Tian Buke and turned to Wang Chan. Kill him. Wang Chan's expression remained calm. Although Tian Buke is the second son of Huan sect, to avoid leaking information, it seems he must be sacrificed. As he spoke, a blood-red long sword streaked across the sky, piercing directly into Tian Buke's neck. He let out a muffled grunt and fell lifelessly to the ground. Whoosh! With a flick of his wrist, a crimson talisman was grasped in his hand. Spiritual power surged within, causing the talisman to crackle and ignite. A fireball descended steadily upon Tian Buke's corpse. Crackle! Under the scorching flames, only a trace of ash remained of Tian Buke. Li Ming, observing Lin Mo, felt a flicker of apprehension in his eyes. In Li Ming's view, although Lin Mo is a disciple of the 7 sects, his actions are ruthless, rivaling those of demon path disciples. Moreover, his mind is exceedingly deep, akin to an old demon who has lived for hundreds of years. By the way, when I captured Tian Buke, there was also a woman by his side. Li Ming's heart stirred, as if a sudden realization struck him. He parted the soundproof barrier before him and waved his hand toward the outside. Bring her in. As Li Ming's words fell, a shadowy figure dragged a dazed young girl into the room. Dong Xian'er. The girl, merely in her early teens, donned a crimson dress. Her beauty was decent, yet her features hinted at a certain allure. The vermilion mark on her jade-like forehead was clearly visible, indicating that she had not been defiled by that scoundrel Tian Buke. Dong Xian'er was indeed a promising candidate for dual cultivation. Gazing at her, Lin Mo found himself in a quandary, deliberating how to proceed. Should he keep her by his side or eliminate her? He stroked his chin, pondering silently. As for releasing Dong Xian'er, that was certainly out of the question. She had been abducted alongside Li Ming. If he let her go, it would surely raise suspicions. Would they come to know that Tian Buke's demise was orchestrated by Wang Chan? Lin Mo would never commit such a foolish act. As for killing her, that would be a pity. This Dong Xian'er was the direct descendant of the Hecatomb sect's bloodline. Her potential was not to be underestimated. However, her free-spirited nature raised concerns. Even though the vermilion mark remained, there was no guarantee she hadn't engaged in intimate encounters with others. Lin Mo had no desire to wear a green hat. Under such circumstances, perhaps with Wang Chan's identity, he could strike a deal with the venerable Yun Lu, potentially reaping substantial rewards. With this thought in mind, Lin Mo turned to Li Ming and declared, "Keep her close, but you must keep a watchful eye on her." Understood. Li Ming cast a lingering glance at Dong Xian'er and nodded. Chapter 72. A Request from Ruin. In the marketplace of the Moon Concealment Sect, Senior Lin has been away for 4 years. Xian Rian's complexion was pale, although she had been sustained by the Millennium Elixir left by Lin Mo. As her cultivation advanced, the backlash of the dragon's roar within her intensified. Cough, cough. Xian Rian coughed lightly, her face growing even paler. She looked at Xiaomei, worry etched on her face. I hope Senior Lin hasn't encountered any trouble. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the buzzing sounds echoed, a blue phantom suddenly appeared in midair. Xian Rian's face lit up with joy as she beheld the familiar figure. Senior Lin, you have returned. Xian Rian's gaze was filled with delight as she focused on Lin Mo. He landed before her, appraising her for a moment before asking, Is your health all right lately? I'm fine. Xian Rian shook her head, her pale face fixated on Lin Mo beside her. Xiaomei, anxious, could not help but inquire, Senior Lin, have you found a way to save our young lady? Lin Mo nodded slightly, casting a glance at Xiaomei. Understanding, Xiaomei quickly nodded. Miss, I will step out for a moment. You two talk. In a flash, Xiaomei exited the courtyard. With her departure, Lin Mo turned his attention back to Xian Rian. Let us discuss this in the room. Xian Rian turned aside and opened the door. Through the dim candlelight, Lin Mo observed that although the room was simple, it was meticulously tidy. On the wooden table lay several palm-sized flags, with spiritual light flowing over them, evidently crafted by Xian Rian during this period. I wonder what the method to save Ruyan that Senior Lin mentioned is. Xian Rian's ruby lips moved, her voice melodious and enticing. Casting a glance at her, Lin Mo smiled faintly. It is the demonic art of the Hecatomb sect, the Xian Yu swallowing Yin technique. It will absorb not only your Yin essence, but also your innate qualities. However, Lin Mo's tone shifted, suddenly adding, it requires your full cooperation. Xian Rian gasped softly. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she hastily lowered her head. Observing her reaction, Lin Mo's lips curled slightly, knowing that Xian Rian had tacitly agreed, albeit hindered by her modesty. Seizing the moment, Lin Mo stepped closer to the door and, with a swift motion, shut it. Uneasy, He produced a golden talisman. Whoosh! The talisman adhered to the window, transforming into a golden, translucent barrier that enveloped the entire room. What is this? Xian Rian's face flushed as she could not help but whisper. This way. We need not worry about interruptions. Lin Mo approached her gradually, asking, Are you prepared? Cough, cough. Xian Rian coughed lightly, quickly covering her mouth with a white handkerchief. Crimson blood stained the pristine fabric. When she lifted her head, her face was as pale as death. Rian's fate has come to this. I can only give it a try. Hearing her words, Lin Mo nodded slightly. Xian Rian's cultivation had reached the 9th level of qi refinement, and the torment from the dragon's roar was becoming increasingly severe. He estimated that without the Millennium Spiritual Herb, she might not survive for many more years. What must I do? Experiencing this for the first time, a flicker of panic crossed Xian Rian's eyes as she lowered her head, nervously rubbing her delicate fingers. You need only let go of everything. Lin Mo smiled gently, his right hand softly caressing Xian Rian's smooth cheek. Though Xian Rian was not as stunning as Nangong, she possessed the gentle charm of a girl next door. Her delicate face, slightly tilted in shyness, held glistening, doe-like eyes brimming with tenderness, especially as her usually neatly tied hair cascaded down, partially obscuring her bashful beauty, enhancing her allure. Her snow-white skin, flawless and radiant, was already tinged with a delicate blush. The sheer veil she wore glimmered with light, accentuating her exquisite, slender curves. Xian Yu swallowing in technique. Lin Mo's lips parted slightly, tendrils of dense gray mist coiling around him. The gray fog seemed to possess a life of its own, swiftly enveloping Xian Rian. Xian Rian let out a muffled moan, her ruby lips moving slightly. A stream of faint light particles continuously surged from within her body. In the clear stream courtyard of the Moon Concealment Sect, Nangong slowly opened her eyes, feeling the spiritual energy within her. She murmured, After such a long period of seclusion, I have finally advanced to the mid-stage of the core formation. Had it not been for the absurdity of that day with the blood-colored forbidden land, Nangong might have broken through to the mid-stage of core formation much earlier. Without such delays, Xiaozhen. Nangong raised her head slowly, calling out softly. Although her voice was not loud, it carried far. The cleaning girl, Xiaozhen, jumped at the sound and hurried inside. What are your orders, Master Ancestor? Xiaozhen bowed respectfully, gazing at the flustered girl. Nangong smiled slightly. The 10-year period is approaching. How has that rascal Lin Mo's cultivation progressed? Xiaozhen shook her head. Responding respectfully, Lin Shishu went down the mountain 4 years ago. For years since he left the mountain? Nangong expression shifted slightly, a flicker of concern flashing in her eyes. Whoosh! Suddenly, a light yellow sound transmission talisman appeared before her. As Nangong grasped the talisman in her right hand, it crackled and ignited. Within, the voice of the celestial maiden echoed. The 6 demonic sects are invading the kingdom of you. Hurry to the misty rain tower for discussions. Nangong furrowed her brows slightly and waved her right hand. The sound transmission talisman before her transformed into wisps of ash, dissipating into the air. Do you know where Lin Mo has gone? Nangong rose to her feet, gazing down at Xiaozhen. This, faced with the serious expression of Nangong. Xiaozhen was visibly frightened and quickly shook her head. Xiaozhen does not know. Go down. Nangong waved her sleeve and said, If you have any news of that fellow, inform me immediately. With that, Nangong's figure transformed into a streak of blue light, vanishing from her original spot. Atop the towering main peak of the CS sect, within a meticulously constructed jadestone edifice, a dozen or so core formation cultivators gathered, listening intently to an elderly woman with a sharp demeanor. Among the seated figures, the leader was none other than the elder Qiong, whose usual jovial demeanor was now overshadowed by an air of unease. With Nangong's arrival, the ethereal fairy Nishang stood and huffed lightly. You have finally arrived. Nangong's expression turned apologetic. I, Nangong, have arrived late. The elder woman at the forefront waved her hand dismissively. The purpose of summoning you all here is to discuss the invasion of the 6 demon sects. Before long, as the cultivators emerged from the secret chamber, the entire CS sect erupted into chaos. Teams of hastily assembled cultivators departed from the sect under the cover of night, heading towards an unknown destination. Chapter 73, The Body of Dragon's Roar. Such a scene unfolded similarly across the other 6 sects, with messengers flitting back and forth between them, as if overnight. The entire realm of cultivation in the Yu Kingdom had been enveloped in a palpable aura of hostility. In the subsequent days, various families, both large and small, received an urgent decree jointly signed by the leaders of the 7 sections. The decree called for the mobilization of outstanding disciples from each family to stand ready, with consequences of extermination by the law enforcement teams formed by the 7 sects for those who would defy the order. Chen Xiaoqian knelt before the ancestral figure of the Qin family. Do you truly refuse to marry the young master of the Qin family? A white-haired elder gazed coldly at Chen Xiaoqian, speaking in a low tone. Had this been before, it might have been acceptable. But now that you have reached the mid-foundation establishment stage, the possibility of advancing to core formation in the future is not out of reach. Yet now, the 6 demon sects are invading the southern skies. The Qin family patriarch snorted coldly. My Qin family is weak and isolated, without the protection of the Qin family. How can we survive this calamity? At this, the patriarch cast a glance at the silent Chen Xiaoqian, snorting disdainfully. Do you not care about the survival of the family? Upon hearing the mention of her family, Chen Xiaoqian felt as though a great invisible weight pressed down upon her, rendering her breathless. Ancestral master, Xiaoqian has already given her heart to another. Chen Xiaoqian's complexion turned pale as she bit her lip and declared firmly, moreover, I have already entrusted my body and soul to him. Bang! At these words, the Chen family patriarch slammed his palm onto the table, his face flushed with anger. I have painstakingly nurtured you, providing you with abundant family resources. How can you act so recklessly and place the family in jeopardy? Listening to the patriarch's accusations, Chen Xiaoqian lowered her head in silence. Whoosh! With a sound of air being sliced, a scholar-like disciple flew in from outside. Chen Xiaotian glanced at the kneeling Chen Xiaoqian, a flicker of compassion crossing his eyes. He quickly spoke, Ancestral Master, news has arrived from Huangfeng Valley, urging our Qin family to send disciples to the front lines immediately. Hearing this, the Qin family patriarch furrowed his brows slightly. The 6 demon sects were formidable, and the initial confrontation would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. With this thought in mind, the patriarch turned to Chen Xiaotian and inquired, Is there any further news? Chen Xiaotian swallowed hard and responded respectfully. The sect intends to station at Jinggu Plain and requests the family to dispatch Foundation establishment cultivators to fight. Very well, the patriarch said expressionlessly as he turned to Chen Xiaoqian. You shall go to Jinggu Plain. Yes, Ancestral Master. Though she knew the dangers that awaited at Jinggu Plain, Chen Xiaoqian still bit her lip in agreement. A lizard, several feet long, cautiously emerged from beneath a weathered stone, ready to begin its day of hunting. However, just as it crawled a few paces away from its lair, a yellow beast, measuring about 10 feet in length, suddenly sprang from the sandy ground beside it. With its forepaws and jaws combined, it pounced on the lizard, swiftly severing its neck. It then seized the carcass and dashed off in a frenzied sprint. This beast, a large lizard-like creature with sharp claws and a long tail, possessed a rigid body that emitted a creaking sound as it ran, resembling a mechanical puppet. After covering over a mile, the beast arrived beside a man in yellow robes seated on a flat stone, unceremoniously dropping the lizard's corpse at his feet before scurrying away. With a single finger, Han Li pointed at the lizard's corpse. A sphere of white light slowly emerged from within the lizard's body. The moment Han Li saw the light, his eyes gleamed with excitement as he quickly produced a delicate jade vial. With a soft pop, the vial shimmered, drawing the light into its confines. This puppet technique is indeed mysterious and intriguing. Han Li's lips curled into a slight smile as he gazed at the distant spirit stone vein, murmuring, It is getting late. I should return. As he spoke, a verdant flying sword descended before him. A flash of green light enveloped him as he soared towards the spirit stone mine. Junior brother Han. A disciple has just discovered a hidden passage leading to the mine. El Tianming of the Spirit Beast Mountain beamed at Han Li as he returned on his sword. Shall we explore it together? Xian Lu nodded. In my opinion, there may be something peculiar about this mine. The 3 exchanged glances and, accompanied by several disciples from their sect, ventured deeper into the pit. The spirit stone mine was unfathomably deep. After walking for several minutes, they finally beheld the shattered exit created by Yan Ruyan. There is the tunnel. A disciple from Spirit Beast Mountain, dressed in light yellow beast skins, pointed to the human-sized gap above. The 3 Foundation establishment cultivators exchanged glances. Han Li took a step back, his gaze fixed on El Tianming, for none knew what lay within, and caution was paramount. With a soft huff, El Tianming stepped forward, his body transforming into a fleeting shadow as he slipped into the tunnel. Seeing El Tianming enter safely, Xian Lu and Han Li swiftly followed. As spiritual energy surged into the moonlight stone, a faint glow dispelled the shadows, revealing a lair of blood jade spiders filled with human cocoons. Scattered remnants of blood jade spiders lay on the ground nearby. The 3 exchanged startled glances, each reflecting the shock in the other's eyes. The Blood Jade Spider was a fourth-tier demon beast, capable of contending with peak Foundation establishment cultivators. None among them could confidently claim to handle it alone. Observing the traces of battle, Han Li swallowed hard, silently contemplating. These marks could only have been left by a core formation cultivator at the very least. This is a long-distance teleportation array, L. Tianming exclaimed, staring at the array before him, only to find it in ruins. Xianlu followed closely, glancing at the damaged teleportation array, shaking his head helplessly. And there is no great teleportation order. It seems there was a great opportunity here. But it is unfortunate that someone else got to it first. L. Tianming sighed, turning to exit the cave. What a pity, what a pity. Han Li raised an eyebrow, silently committing their words to memory. In the market of the CS sect, Xiaomei gazed at the tightly shut door, faint cries of anguish echoing from within. How could one alleviate such suffering? Alas, I hope the young lady is unharmed. Xiaomei paced anxiously outside the door. Inside, Xian Rian wore a smile. Her once pallid complexion now flushed with vitality. Host, Lin Mo, strength, false dance stage, physique, dragon's roar body, spirit root, ice spirit root, techniques, ice glass sword technique. Third layer of the Ming Wang technique, spells, ice spike technique, object control technique, ice shield technique, ice control technique. Second layer of the great transformation technique, intermediate puppet technique, intermediate talismans technique, sword control technique, divine abilities, 9 transformations reincarnation technique, 9 transformations, ice glass sword flame, chapter 74. Master, this is what you promised me. A dragon-shaped phantom flickered in Lin Mo's dantian. This was the dragon's roar chi, enhancing the probability of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. At the moment of transcending to the golden core stage, this strand of dragon's roar chi would surge into the golden core. According to Lin Mo's estimation, given his unique spirit root aptitude, breaking through to the nascent soul stage in the future should not prove difficult. Furthermore, with the colorful celestial restoration pills, his aptitude would be further enhanced. Thank you, Elder Lin. Xian Rian's cheeks flushed, her beautiful eyes sparkling with shyness. Hearing Lin Mo referred to as Elder felt quite peculiar to him. Why are you up? Xian Rian, dressed and turned away from him, looked puzzled. I have matters to attend to at the Hidden Moon Sect. Lin Mo deftly donned his garments and slowly approached the table. With a flick of his right hand, a pile of spirit stones, in various bottles and jars, scattered across the table. You no longer possess the dragon's roar body, so you should devote yourself to cultivation. He picked up a bottle of yellow dragon pills and tossed it in front of Xian Rian, saying, I do not wish to see you remain in the chi refinement stage while I become a golden core cultivator. Lin Mo cherished Xian Rian, who possessed exceptional talent and formations, and did not want her to age and wither prematurely. Xian Rian nodded vigorously, grasping the medicine bottle. Lin Mo's right hand gently rested on his storage bag, and with a surge of spiritual energy, it radiated brilliantly. A verdant divine wind boat unfurled, its surface enveloped in soft blue ice spiritual energy, giving it a light azure hue. Whoosh! With a sharp sound of breaking air, Lin Mo steered the divine wind boat and vanished from the room. Knock knock. Xiaomei gently tapped on the door, whispering, Mississippi. Are you all right? Cough cough. Feeling Xiaomei's fiery gaze, Xian Rian's face burned with embarrassment. What could possibly be wrong with me? Xian Rian covered her face with her hand, momentarily at a loss for words. Miss, I see you've regained some color. Did Elder Lin truly cure your ailment? Xiaomei asked, eyes wide with curiosity. Xian Rian nodded. Blushing profusely, please do not inquire further. I am merely curious. Xiaomei quickly approached Xian Rian, wrinkling her nose at the lingering scent in the air, murmuring, This Elder Lin is truly remarkable. I wonder what method he employed to really heal your condition. I merely saw you both enter the room. Xiaomei, innocent and naive, fiddled with her smooth hair, appearing quite perplexed. Stop chattering. Xian Rian pointed at the disheveled bedclothes, saying, Go wash those sheets. I shall begin my cultivation. A smile crept onto her lips as she glanced at the pills left by Lin Mo. At the Hidden Moon Sect, Lin Mo piloted the divine wind boat, observing the figures of cultivators flying down from the mountains. He furrowed his brow slightly, murmuring, The 7 sects of the Kingdom of You are quite prompt in their reactions. They have already taken action. If it weren't for that traitor from Spirit Beast Mountain, perhaps we could have held out longer. Lin Mo silently thought as he soon arrived before the clear stream courtyard, spotting the young Jeanne, who had just finished battling and was tidying her tousled hair. He took a deep breath and landed before the door. Master Lin. Upon seeing Lin Mo suddenly appear, Jeanne's eyes widened in surprise. You have been awaited for quite some time. Please, come inside. As she spoke, Jin hurriedly opened the door behind her. Hee. Lin Mo smiled slightly, his spiritual energy surging forth, fully revealing his false dance stage cultivation. Inside, Nangong Wan, with her eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them, her consciousness scanning the courtyard. She immediately detected Lin Mo's arrival. This lad has actually reached the false dance stage. Sensing Lin Mo's powerful aura, a smile graced Nangong Wan's lips. Standing outside the door, a faint and fragrant scent wafted from within. Master. Lin Mo clasped his hands together, calling out, I have come to fulfill our 10-year agreement. As soon as the words left his mouth, the door creaked open. Nangong Wan, clad in a pure white dress, sat gracefully upon a wooden bed. Today, she wore a delicate white garment that complemented her already fair skin, making her appear crystal clear, her figure harmoniously sculpted, as if she had been chiseled from marble. Gulp. Lin Mo swallowed hard and strode into the room. You have done well. Nangong Wan slowly rose from the bed, her beautiful gaze resting upon Lin Mo, praising. In just 10 years, you have elevated your cultivation to the false Dan realm. Lin Mo, filled with respect, did not become overly proud and bowed slightly, saying, Were it not for my master's assistance in the blood-forbidden land, I would not have achieved my current success. Humph. Nangong Wan let out a light huff, her snowy sleeves waving gently. The door behind her shut with a thud. Master, what is this? Watching Nangong Wan approach, Lin Mo felt a wave of nervousness wash over him. After all, in their previous encounters, she had been at the peak of the Qi refinement stage, while now she was a mid-stage Golden Core master. The disparity in strength and status brought Lin Mo an exhilarating sense of thrill. I would never renege on my promises. Nangong Wan slowly turned, her gaze drifting to the wooden bed not far away. Come with me. As she uttered those words, Lin Mo could sense a tremor in her voice. Clearly, even with her cultivation at the Golden Core stage, her heart was not at peace. Lin Mo licked his lips, calming his emotions, and quickly followed Nangong Wan. A mysterious floral fragrance filled the air, and a dense spiritual energy surged into his dantian. I possess a mid-tier gathering formation. Nangong Wan gently placed her delicate hand on Lin Mo's, her bright eyes fixed on him, saying, The 6 demonic sects have invaded. You shall enter seclusion here to break through. Though his cultivation at the false dance stage is formidable, in the battles among the 7 demonic sects, he could easily become a pawn. Only by attaining the Golden Core stage could he assure a sect's future, making it unlikely for him to be easily discarded. And he would possess a certain degree of self-preservation in this conflict. Seated opposite each other, Lin Mo naturally removed his outer garments. What are you doing? Nangong Wan furrowed her brows slightly, questioning, who practices cultivation while undressing? What a jest. How can we engage in dual cultivation like this? Lin Mo, undeterred by her remarks, promptly replied, Master, I possess a secret technique. Please, listen to me first. Chapter 75. Assisting in forming the Golden Core. Initially, Nangong Wan intended to refuse Lin Mo's peculiar request. However, as time passed, she found herself unconsciously influenced by him. Under the full manifestation of the yin-yang complementation technique, wisps of pale blue spiritual energy continuously surged from Lin Mo's body. Simultaneously, a soft red spiritual force gently emanated from Nangong Wan's mouth. The icy blue energy merged with the fiery red essence, cascading over them like gentle rain. Lin Mo gradually opened his eyes, gazing at Nangong Wan before him. Above the Qingxi courtyard, at midday, a clear sun was suddenly shrouded by a layer of dark clouds. Yet, almost immediately, the sky within several miles transformed into an expanse of resplendent multicolored auroras. Amidst the auroras, the sounds of wind and thunder erupted, as colorful clouds rolled and surged, swiftly converging towards the center. Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap echoed, causing the entire stone mountain to tremble. A beam of azure light erupted from the mountain, piercing into the luminous orb above. Nearby disciples of the Hidden Moon Sect, witnessing this extraordinary phenomenon, widened their eyes in astonishment. Could it be that Master Qiong has broken through to the nascent soul stage? Such a significant change surely indicates that our sect will gain another nascent soul practitioner. Several nearby cultivators had already arrived at the foot of the small stone mountain. Gazing at the astonishing celestial display above, they exchanged glances, exclaiming in awe. Not far away, atop the main peak, an elderly hunchbacked woman suddenly opened her eyes. Observing the commotion outside the hall, she murmured softly, I have never seen such a commotion from a breakthrough to the Golden Core stage. Yet, condensing the nascent soul involves even more. Old Qiong, with his hands clasped behind his back, surveyed the distant scene, morphing into a streak of light as he arrived outside the Qingxi courtyard. The auroras in the sky twisted and transformed amidst the dark clouds. Meanwhile, the five-colored spiritual lights shimmered, dazzlingly bright. A vortex-like mass of spiritual energy enveloped the air, surging toward the Qingxi courtyard. The overwhelming and terrifying spiritual energy caused the faces of the nearby onlookers to change dramatically. In the obscure depths, a dragon-shaped phantom manifested within them. A golden-hued golden core floated above their dantian, while a dragon-shaped projection appeared atop the golden core. Before the golden core, for icy glass, sword flames hovered, resembling towering trees sprouting from the earth. Host: Lin Mo, strength, early golden core, physique, dragon chant physique, spiritual root, ice spiritual root, cultivation method, ice glass sword technique. Third layer of the Ming Wang method, spells, ice spike technique, object control technique, ice shield technique, ice manipulation technique. Second layer of the great transformation method, intermediate puppet technique, intermediate talisman technique, sword control technique, secret techniques, yin-yang attraction technique, body refinement technique in the room, yin-yang complementation technique, spirit conjuration seal, 10,000 sword spirit communication technique, mysterious moon absorption technique, divine abilities, 9 turns reincarnation technique, ice glass sword flame. Gazing at his attributes, Lin Mo's lips curled into a faint smile as he remarked, I have finally broken through. Beneath him, Nan Wan's cheeks flushed slightly. Though assisting Lin Mo's breakthrough had consumed a significant amount of her spiritual energy, she felt immense joy at his newfound strength. You have broken through. With a radiant smile, Nan Wan looked at Lin Mo and remarked, Indeed, I have not wasted my efforts. Lin Mo's consciousness scanned the surroundings and immediately detected old Xiong nearby. Without stepping out to greet him, he turned his gaze back to Nan Wan. Master, may I address you differently now? You. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Nan Wan felt a hint of awkwardness in the title of master. You may call me Nan Wan. With a delicate wave of her slender hand, she donned a white robe. Hurry and dress. We must go outside to meet Senior Qiong. Although both belonged to the Golden Core stage, Nan Wan was significantly younger than old Qiong and did not rival his prowess as a half-nascent soul cultivator. Hence, she had always addressed him as Senior Qiong. Observing Nan Wan's hurried demeanor, Lin Mo smiled gently. He swiftly changed into a white brocade robe, transforming into a white silhouette as he followed her into the air. Nan girl, what is this commotion all about? Although he inquired of Nan Wan, old Xiong's gaze remained fixed on Lin Mo. Despite the passage of several years since the Blood Forbidden Land incident, at old Xiong's level of cultivation, such memories were indelible. During their previous visit to the Blood Forbidden Land, he had conversed with Lin Mo due to his ice spiritual root. This is my disciple, whom I took in after the Blood Forbidden Land. Nan Wan pointed to Lin Mo behind her, speaking softly. He has just coincidentally broken through to the Golden Core stage today, thus startling Senior Qiong. Truly a pillar of our sect, old Qiong exclaimed, gazing at Lin Mo in admiration. In such a short time since your entry, you have already reached the Golden Core stage. Moreover, from what I observed earlier, your spiritual energy is profound, far beyond that of an ordinary Golden Core cultivator. As he spoke, old Qiong flicked his wrist, and a white jade token landed before Lin Mo. This is the sect's token for Golden Core identity. With it, you may freely access the secret grounds within the sect. Previously, when Lin Mo visited the Technique Pavilion, he had relied on Nan Wan's white jade token to access the first 6 levels in search of cultivation methods. To reach the 7th level, he would need to become a Golden Core cultivator and hold the token himself. This meant he could finally explore the 7th level. Thank you, Senior Qiong. Lin Mo bowed slightly in gratitude. No need. It is merely the token you deserve. I am simply granting it to you in advance. Old Qiong chuckled heartily, casting a glance at the slightly flushed Nan Wan. Nan girl, if you two become partners, do remember to invite me for a drink. I wonder which rascal crafted that Hahuan puppet, causing the number of couples in our Hidden Moon Sect to dwindle. It has been ages since I have had a drink offered by a couple. With that, he shook his head and sighed, disappearing into the distance. Chapter 76. Uncle Lin Mo, how can I become as strong as you? Lin Mo? Nan Wan gazed at him earnestly, saying softly, The Demonic Path 6 sects will invade soon. You should hurry to the Technique Pavilion and select a Golden Core cultivation method. You must enhance your strength swiftly. Hearing her words, Lin Mo's lips curled into a smile as he replied, Yes, Master. But in the future, may I often seek your guidance regarding my cultivation? Lin Mo's eyes fixed on Nan Wan, and a gentle smile graced his face. Hearing him address her as master and witnessing his assertive gaze made Nan Gongwan's cheeks flush. With a graceful flick of her sleeve, she huffed softly, transforming into a blue silhouette and returning to the Qingxi courtyard. Understanding Nan Gongwan's subtle acknowledgement, Lin Mo realized he could now seek her counsel freely. Watching her retreating figure, he swiftly made his way toward the technique pavilion. After achieving a breakthrough to the core formation stage, Lin Mo's sword control speed has significantly increased. Coupled with the top-tier flying artifact, the Divine Wind Boat, he is now several times faster than when he was at the alchemical dance stage. In no time, he beheld the technique pavilion, shrouded by a formation. As he arrived at the pavilion's entrance, Lin Mo spotted a familiar figure, the female cultivator guarding the technique pavilion, who was at the foundation establishment stage. He distinctly remembered the disdain in her eyes when he presented the body refinement technique from his abode. How peculiar. Isn't it only natural for the moon-concealing sect to engage in such endeavors? Shaking his head, Lin Mo approached the young woman. "It's you," the girl exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. "You are the one who has broken through to the core formation stage today?" It was no surprise that she was taken aback. Lin Mo's rapid ascension in strength was astonishing. Within just over a decade, he had advanced to the core formation stage. Lin Mo glanced at the girl before flipping his wrist, revealing a white jade token. Upon seeing the token, the girl's expression shifted slightly. Realizing the situation, she quickly clasped her hands and addressed him, "Master Uncle." The hierarchy within the sect was stringent. Even though Lin Mo was considerably younger, she still respectfully referred to him as Master Uncle upon recognizing him. With a gentle smile, Lin Mo gestured towards the technique pavilion, stating, "I wish to enter and select a technique." "Very well." The girl nodded, her right hand forming a seal. A spell was cast upon the formation behind her. As light surged, a passageway opened for one person. Without hesitation, Lin Mo slipped into the technique pavilion. He had previously visited the first 6 levels and thus did not linger. Upon reaching the barrier sealing the staircase to the 7th level, Lin Mo took out his identity token, channeling his spiritual energy into it. A pale blue light illuminated the barrier, and like winter snow melting, the steps to the 7th level appeared before him. A smile graced Lin Mo's lips as he ascended to the 7th level. In comparison to the previous 6 levels, this one appeared particularly exquisite. There was only a white jade platform, upon which lay 10 meticulously crafted jade slips. Clearly, these were the only 10 techniques suitable for cultivation at the core formation stage. Lin Mo approached, pressing each jade slip to his forehead. His consciousness flowed into the slips, and the techniques within surged into his mind. Had it not been for his prior training in the 10,000 Swords Spirit technique, he would have urgently sought a technique for the core formation stage. However, with the 10,000 Swords Spirit technique, its synergy with the Ice Glass Sword technique was exceptional. He could effortlessly cultivate to the nascent soul stage, at which point, utilizing the dragon's roar energy within his dantian, he could subsequently break through to the nascent soul stage. Sensing the trace of dragon's roar energy in his dantian, a smile appeared on Lin Mo's face. Although he possessed an ice spiritual root, which conflicted with the intense yang and rigidity of the dragon's roar energy, each time it flowed around the golden core, it emitted a faint red aura. When it interacted with the ice glass sword flame, it transformed into glimmering specks, cascading onto his dantian, seemingly altering his constitution at every moment. This rare constitution not only enhanced his aptitude, but also increased his chances of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. What other extraordinary abilities might it possess? Lin Mo shook his head, dismissing his inner musings, and continued to explore the jade slips thoroughly. Suddenly, a pale blue jade slip caught his attention. This technique was quite unique. It was neither a cultivation technique nor a method for refining treasures, but rather a secret art. Netherworld Profound Ice could extract Netherworld cold water and condense it into Netherworld Profound Ice. This Netherworld cold water could pose a threat to nascent soul cultivators, while core formation cultivators would be instantly frozen upon contact. The refined Netherworld Profound Ice was even more formidable, potentially threatening nascent soul cultivators as well. Integrating this with the Ice Glass Sword Flame would undoubtedly enhance its power. In the future, once he obtained the Qian Blue Ice Flame and refined it, the power of his Ice Glass Sword Flame would surely see a significant increase. With this thought in mind, Lin Mo smiled softly, having made his decision. Swish! With a sound of breaking air, Lin Mo had already descended to the bottom of the pavilion. Seal it. He promptly handed the pale blue jade slip to the young woman. The Foundation establishment girl, not daring to delay, respectfully accepted the jade slip. She retrieved a blank jade slip from her waist and imprinted the concealed technique within it. Master Uncle here? The girl's expression was complex as she handed Lin Mo the jade slip. I have an unreasonable request. Looking at the girl's unusual demeanor, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and replied, "Speak your mind." He was not a stingy person and bore no resentment for her earlier reprimand. "Master Uncle, could you offer me some guidance in my cultivation?" The girl bit her lip, her blood-red lips turning pale from the pressure. 10 years prior, she had been at the mid-foundation establishment stage while Lin Mo had reached the peak of chi refinement. Now, a decade later, she had barely advanced to the late foundation establishment stage, while Lin Mo had already reached the core formation stage. This left her utterly perplexed. Sighing, Lin Mo looked at the girl and shook his head. "Ultimately, you have yet to experience dual cultivation. All my progress is attributable to dual cultivation." Lin Mo was candid, revealing no secrets. "If you were to follow my path, you would have undoubtedly broken through to the core formation stage long ago." "Really?" The girl was taken aback by Lin Mo's words, stunned. "Am I not your master uncle? Would I deceive you?" Lin Mo sighed, observing the girl. "I have heard of a certain Huan puppet. You might inquire with disciples who have used it. See if their cultivation has progressed swiftly." With that, Lin Mo smiled faintly, transforming into a streak of blue light and vanishing from her sight. Chapter 77, Eternal Cold Jade. Huan puppet, the girl murmured softly, her lips moving. Meanwhile, Lin Mo had returned to his dilapidated cave dwelling. Though it paled in comparison to the clear stream courtyard, Lin Mo valued his comfort. Barely settling down, a transmission talisman appeared before him. Crackle! The talisman ignited spontaneously, and soon, the voice of Nan Gathering echoed. "Lin Mo, come to the main peak's Haoyu Hall." Lin Mo stroked his chin, murmuring, having just broken through to the core formation stage. Why the urgent summons? Could there be a pressing matter? With this thought, Lin Mo waved his right hand, summoning a verdant divine wind boat that manifested before him. As pale blue spiritual energy surged into it, the divine wind boat expanded rapidly, growing to several zhang in size. Lin Mo stepped lightly, landing firmly on the divine wind boat, transforming into a streak of pale blue light, soaring towards the main peak. The moon concealing sect comprises 3 peaks, with the main peak serving as the residence of the sect's leader and the elder council. Haoyu Hall is where significant matters are deliberated. Upon leaping from the divine wind boat and gazing at the palace's plaque, pure and white as jade, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped him as he stepped onto the palace. Lin Modong's eyes narrowed as he gazed into the distance. There sat a white-haired old woman, cross-legged upon a mat. Flanking her were 4 cultivators at the core formation stage, 2 of whom Lin Mo recognized as Nan Gathering and the Fairy of Neon Garb. The other 2 were strangers to him, which was understandable, considering the sect had dozens of core formation cultivators. As a mere foundation establishment disciple previously, he had not had the privilege of knowing them all. "You are Lin Mo." The white-haired matriarch slowly lifted her head, a wave of formidable pressure enveloping him. The 4 ice glass sword flames within Lin Mo surged powerfully, barely allowing him to withstand her overwhelming spiritual force. A nascent soul cultivator. Lin Mo's heart raced with astonishment. Clearly, this matriarch was one of the most formidable forces of the Hidden Moon Sect. Indeed, the old woman seemed pleased with Lin Mo's reaction, nodding her head. "Though you have just entered the core formation stage, even some mid-stage cultivators may find their spiritual energy lacking compared to yours." Through the cultivation of the 9 turns reincarnation method, Lin Mo possessed the energy equivalent to that of 4 early-stage core formation cultivators. Ordinary mid-stage cultivators could not hope to compete with him. "Lin Mo, this is the Grand Elder of our Hidden Moon Sect. Do not delay in greeting her." Noticing Lin Mo's dazed expression, Nan Gathering nudged him softly. Coming to his senses, Lin Mo quickly cupped his hands. "I am Lin Mo, honored to meet the Grand Elder." Hom. The white-haired matriarch nodded slightly, speaking in a low tone. "With the demonic forces invading the Yu Kingdom, we are in urgent need of capable individuals. I have a task for you, Lin Mo. It is my honor to serve the sect." Lin Mo responded with poise, his words bringing great delight to the old woman. "Excellent." The Grand Elder scrutinized Lin Mo closely, growing increasingly satisfied. The Yin family has entirely defected to the Ghost Spirit sect, which has dealt a significant blow to the morale of our 7 sections. If we do not impose severe punishment, other families in the Yu Kingdom may harbor ill intentions. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo felt a surge of excitement. However, he was unwilling to work for free, so he feigned reluctance and murmured, "Disciple has just broken through to the core formation stage and currently lacks suitable magical treasures. While I am willing to take risks to pursue the Yin family, I fear that without the means to strike against them, It may bring shame to the Hidden Moon Sect. Hearing Lin Mo's words, the Grand Elder's expression darkened. She had initially thought Lin Mo to be an obedient disciple, only to realize he was a cunning little fox. Rest assured, our Hidden Moon Sect will not neglect any disciple. The Grand Elder flicked her wrist, and a pale blue piece of cold jade appeared in the air. As soon as the jade materialized, the temperature in the hall plummeted. You possess an ice elemental spirit root, and this is a millennium-old cold jade. You may refine it into your own life treasure. Consider it an advance reward. As she spoke, Lin Mo noticed the Grand Elder's countenance had turned grim. Having gained something beneficial, Lin Mo was elated and quickly bowed. Thank you, Grand Elder, for this precious gift. Although he did not yet know how to refine a magical treasure, this millennium-old cold jade was indeed a rare treasure that would prove useful in due course. I hope you will not disappoint me. The Grand Elder waved her hand, indicating that Lin Mo could leave. Yes, Grand Elder. Lin Mo respectfully acknowledged before swiftly departing from the Hall of Radiant Jade. Whoosh! With a sharp sound of air slicing, the Divine Wind Boat flew out from his storage bag. Lin Mo landed steadily upon it, his form transforming into a blue phantom that soared toward the clear stream garden. Before departing, he naturally wished to see Nangong Wan once more. Nangong Wan did not keep him waiting. She gracefully descended into the courtyard, her gaze fixed on Lin Mo, a glimmer of brightness flashing in her eyes as she smiled. You are quite bold to dare challenge the Grand Elder. I merely speak the truth. Lin Mo waved his hand, displaying a hint of helplessness. I truly do not possess a suitable magical treasure at the moment. That white bone banner is decent, but it only contains the spirit of Li Hao. I have no intention of refining ghostly beings. If all else fails, I might have to exchange that banner for something useful to me. Do you have confidence in this operation? Nangong Wan gazed deeply at Lin Mo, a flicker of concern in her eyes. Rest assured, I am fully confident. Lin Mo laughed heartily, his face alight with cheer. After all, Li Ming's life was in his hands, and Wang Quan was merely an extension of himself. What was termed the pursuit of the Yin family could easily be staged. Your confidence is commendable. Nangong Wan's expression darkened slightly with worry. But do ensure your safety. Fear not. Lin Mo glanced at Nangong Wan, chuckling lightly. There is still ample time, and my cultivation is not yet stable. Why don't we practice once more? You. As soon as the words left his mouth, Nangong Wan's cheeks flushed, and she hastily waved her sleeve, huffing softly. If you cannot return safely, do not even think about sharing my bed again. Content with his endeavors, Lin Mo stepped upon the Divine Wind Boat, transforming into a blue shadow as he sped toward the Yin family's fortress. Meanwhile, Wang Quan, who had been meditating with closed eyes, suddenly opened them. Stop. Rest. Wang Quan gestured slightly, and the Foundation establishment cultivators bearing the palanquin halted and gently set it down. Chapter 78. The ingenious use of Dong Xianyan. The Yin family's ancestor furrowed her brows, a trace of confusion flickering in her gaze. After all, the Yin clan was still within the borders of the Yu Kingdom. Why had they paused to rest instead of hastily fleeing to the Ghost Spirit Sect's territory? Although perplexed, having already decided to submit to the Ghost Spirit Sect, she opted for caution and refrained from inquiring further. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, piloting the Divine Wind Boat, had transformed his appearance, draped in a blood-red long robe, his aura infused with dark energy, resembling an evil cultivator. The Yin family's ancestor's expression shifted dramatically as she beheld the ominous ghost mist, hastily retreating to Wang Quan's side. No need to worry. Wang Quan smiled gently, waving her hand with nonchalance. That is one of my Ghost Spirit Sect members. Upon hearing this, the Yin family's ancestor exhaled in relief. Beside her, Li Ming's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the figure on the Divine Wind Boat, a cold smirk creeping onto his lips, clearly recognizing the identity of the newcomer. Young master, what are your plans? Li Ming inquired, bending slightly closer to Wang Quan. Wang Quan, however, did not respond to him, but turned to Yin Ruoyan, smiling. You shall lead the Yin family back to the Ghost Spirit Sect. Yin Ruoyan's face contorted in confusion as she could not help but ask, and what of you? Me? Wang Quan smiled slightly. I shall pay a visit to the Hehuan sect. Upon hearing this, Yin Ruoyan's expression showed bewilderment. Unsure why Wang Quan wished to visit the Hehuan sect, understanding that Lin Mo must have his own plans, she remained silent. Whoosh. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, steering the Divine Wind Boat, descended before the wooden palanquin, instantly catching the attention of the 12 shadowy spirit guards. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Li Ming produced a talisman, channeling his spiritual energy into it. In an instant, a transparent soundproof barrier enveloped the group. You've made a breakthrough, Li Ming exclaimed, astonished by the powerful aura emanating from Lin Mo. With a slight smile, Lin Mo sat directly opposite Yin Ruyan, saying, "It was merely a fortunate breakthrough. Are you intending to accompany us to the Ghost Spirit Sect?" Yin Ruyan inquired, her expression one of surprise. Lin Mo shook his head slightly and turned his gaze towards Li Ming, stating, "You must take Dong Xiner to the Hahuan sect. What purpose does this serve?" Li Ming asked, visibly perplexed, clearly unaware of the rationale behind such a seemingly pointless task. "She is the direct bloodline of the old demon Yunlu." Lin Mo replied with a slight smirk, "And then we will request an item from the old demon Yunlu." Li Ming furrowed his brow, a hint of disbelief flickering in his eyes. Such clandestine matters should be beyond the knowledge of a disciple from the 7 sects. "What item do you seek?" he queried. Despite his bewilderment, aware that his life was in Lin Mo's hands, he refrained from probing further. "I require a portion of the nether cold water." Lin Mo adjusted his disheveled robe. If he could extract the nether ice from it, the power of his ice glass sword would be significantly enhanced. For an ordinary core formation cultivator, the nether cold water was immensely valuable. However, for the old demon Yunlu of the Hahuan sect, it was merely an ordinary treasure. As he was the second in command of the sect, the nether cold water should be available. Observing Li Ming's expressionless demeanor, Lin Mo continued without hesitation. "I am unsure if he knows Wang Chan, so you must go alone." Hearing this, Li Ming nodded slightly. "I can undertake this task. Shall I depart now?" As he spoke, he rose to his feet, a blood-red flying sword hovering before him. "Yes." Lin Mo pondered for a moment before adding, "If possible, it would be best to acquire additional resources. After all, merely obtaining the nether cold water will not suffice to exchange for the direct bloodline of the old demon Yunlu." "Understood." Li Ming nodded, his gaze drifting towards Dong Xiner, who appeared somewhat disheveled, bound by a magical rope and led by a shadowy spirit guard. Her eyes filled with anguish. "Come with me," Li Ming said, raising his right hand. With a whoosh, a powerful force surged forth, gripping Dong Xiner firmly by her collar. Boom! The blood-red flying sword beneath him suddenly blazed with brilliance, exuding a continuous stream of crimson mist. Following that, it coalesced into a mass of blood clouds, obscuring the view within. As Li Ming departed, Lin Mo turned his attention to Wang Chan before him. Wang Chan smiled faintly, then rose from her delicate couch, her pale red eyes surveying the 12 shadowy spirit guards behind her. "You all lead the Yin family cultivators to the Ghost Spirit Sect." Though the 12 shadowy spirit guards were unaware of their young master's intentions, they obeyed her unconditionally, kneeling partially and merging into the throng of thousands of Yin family disciples. "And what about me?" Yin Ruyan's eyes fixed intently on Lin Mo, her gaze filled with affection. "In this conflict between the demonic path and the 7 sects, you must seize the opportunity to enhance your strength." Lin Mo regarded Yin Ruyan with a slight smile. "I hope that when we meet again, you will have become an elder of the Ghost Spirit Sect." With her innate spiritual root talent, Yin Ruyan would undoubtedly receive recognition from the Ghost Spirit Sect, even without Wang Chan by her side. After all, she was a promising candidate for the nascent soul stage, and no sect would overlook such potential. As Lin Mo contemplated Yin Ruyan, whose black and red robe revealed her long, fair legs, a surge of heat coursed through him. "Yes." Yin Ruyan nodded firmly, not one to be swayed by romantic notions. She understood that the realm of cultivation was one of survival of the fittest, without formidable strength. She could not safeguard what she cherished. Watching Yin Ruyan's retreating figure, Lin Mo smiled slightly before gradually walking to stand behind Wang Chan. A powerful aura of a core formation cultivator surged forth. Even from several kilometers away, Li Ming could perceive a faint, alluring fragrance. Accompanying this was a melody of joy that resonated in his ears. Even after centuries, Li Ming felt a stirring within him. The Hahuan sect is indeed peculiar. As Li Ming's words fell, several cultivators clad in white robes, at the pinnacle of qi refinement, approached him on flying swords. "Who are you?" The disciples of the Hahuan sect exchanged wary glances, eyeing Li Ming cautiously. Li Ming remained unperturbed, producing a crimson token and gently shaking it. "Elder of the Ghost Spirit Sect." This was the token for an outer sect elder of the Ghost Spirit Sect, only obtainable by core formation disciples. The Hahuan sect disciples scrutinized the blood-red token, which emanated a strong foul odor, accompanied by the wailing cries of spirits. "It does indeed belong to the Ghost Spirit Sect." Chapter 79, The Divine Refinement Array. The middle-aged man, who had reached the initial stage of foundation establishment, stepped forward and respectfully clasped his hands towards Li Ming. Despite not being from the same sect, Li Ming was a formidable core formation cultivator, and they dared not offend him lightly. Li Ming held Dong Xiner by the neck, as if she were a fragile chick. I have urgent business with Elder Yunlu. As he spoke, the wrinkles on his face quivered. Upon hearing this, the leading foundation establishment cultivator frowned slightly. I will notify him. Please wait a moment. With that, the middle-aged cultivator stepped onto a lotus-shaped flying artifact and sped away into the distance. Li Ming was not anxious. As long as Dong Xianer was indeed the bloodline of the old demon Yunlu, he had no qualms. He did not have to wait long. Within half a tea's worth of time, the foundation establishment cultivator returned, guiding Li Ming forward. This esteemed elder, please follow me. With a smile, he gestured for Li Ming to proceed. Li Ming's expression remained unchanged as the blood-red sword beneath his feet transformed into an ethereal shadow, following closely behind. The two swiftly arrived before an exquisite palace adorned with pink peach blossoms. Laughter and joyful sounds emanated continuously from within the palace. As Li Ming approached, a white figure suddenly burst forth from the interior. The newcomer had finely sculpted features, a strikingly handsome face, and an air of nonchalance. Yet the glimmer in their eyes commanded respect. Underneath a pair of arched brows lay enchanting peach blossom eyes, brimming with passion, causing one to easily become ensnared. Even Li Ming, upon seeing the old demon Yunlu, found himself momentarily captivated. Did you seek me? The old demon Yunlu inquired coldly, gazing at Li Ming. Lin Mo, observing the departure of the Yin family and the 12 shadowy spirit guards, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, the cultivation was not based on the techniques of the ghost spirit sect, leaving Lin Mo with a sense of uncertainty. The 100 ghost banner lay desolate before him. With a flick of his wrist, a snow-white skeletal banner materialized in front of him. Having refined it after breaking into the core formation stage, Lin Mo could now wield it with proficiency, though he still required a few more ghostly entities. With this thought, Lin Mo turned his gaze towards Li Hao's soul hovering above. A core formation cultivator's spirit would suffice. A slight smile graced Lin Mo's lips as he began to invoke the soul refinement technique from the soul in art. Beside him, Wang Chan slowly rose, standing guard like a sentinel, wielding an inverted 5 elements array. A transparent formation enveloped Lin Mo entirely, unless one possessed peak core formation strength. Breaching the array was out of the question. What do you intend to do? Li Hao exclaimed, his eyes widening in fear as he recognized the familiar pale gray aura, letting out piercing cries of despair. You are already dead. Let your demise be fitting, Lin Mo remarked with a subtle smile. As his words fell, strands of pale white silk erupted from the 100 ghost banner, swiftly wrapping around Li Hao, like tentacles drawing him into the banner's depths. Days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Mo inhaled deeply, sensing the dim ice glass sword flame within his dantian, murmuring softly, indeed. A core formation soul is not easy to refine. At that moment, a disheveled Li Hao, shrouded in dense black fog, surged forth from the 100 ghost banner. A torrent of ominous energy erupted from him. Though he retained only the peak foundation establishment strength, it was sufficient to assume a demonic identity. Lin Mo's lips curled into a smirk as he shook the 100 ghost banner, creating a vortex that engulfed Li Hao. Whoosh! Following this, a crimson figure sped towards him from afar. Lin Mo looked up to see Li Ming riding a blood cloud, arriving before him with a broad smile. Clearly having collected significant spoils. You're back? Lin Mo inquired, casting a glance at Li Ming. Yes, Li Ming nodded. Flicking his wrist to toss a storage bag to Lin Mo, observing the bag, Lin Mo refrained from catching it directly, instead gesturing to Wang Chan, understanding his cue. Wang Chan stepped forward to receive the bag. As her consciousness entered the storage bag, the first item that emerged in her mind was a crystal-clear vial resembling jade, emanating an icy mist. With a swift motion, she grasped the vial. Lin Mo gazed at the vial in Wang Chan's hand, a flicker of delight crossing his eyes. If he was not mistaken, this vial contained the nether cold water. With a flick of his right hand, Lin Mo drew the vial into his own storage bag, then directed Wang Chan to continue examining its contents. A fragment of a blue orb, only half intact, appeared in her grasp. Holding the blue orb, Wang Chan looked towards Li Ming, asking, "What is this?" "This is the second item from the storage bag," Li Ming explained as he landed before Lin Mo. The real person Yunlu said this is a fragment of a treasure he acquired by chance, containing considerable ice power. "Ah, I see," Lin Mo replied, taking the blue orb from Wang Chan. As his consciousness probed it, he felt an intense cold emanating from within, enough to send a stabbing chill through his senses. Truly remarkable. He weighed the blue orb in his hand before placing it into his storage bag. In addition, the storage bag contained some spirit stones and medicinal pills suitable for the foundation establishment stage. Evidently gifts for Wang Chan. Lin Mo accepted them without hesitation. Shall we head to the spirit control sect next? Li Ming asked, watching Lin Mo make preparations. After all, Li Ming had forsaken everything to follow Lin Mo, hoping to break through his lifespan and achieve the nascent soul stage, thereby extending his life. Noting Li Ming's impatience, Lin Mo remained composed, patting his waist storage bag. A verdant divine wind boat appeared before him. Let us depart, Lin Mo said, stepping onto the boat, with Wang Chan following closely behind. Their destination was the spirit control sect. Lin Mo had long devised a plan concerning the 5 elements' nascent souls. Attempting to forcibly fuse with the 5 elements' nascent soul using core formation cultivation would be impossible without the secret techniques of the spirit control sect. Moreover, the sect's techniques had flaws, requiring the collective use of the 5 elements' nascent souls. Although one could possess nascent soul strength, their lifespan remained unchanged, which was clearly inadequate for Lin Mo. However, from the ancient formation jade slip obtained from Exine Rian, he discovered a unique formation, the Spirit Refining Array. Chapter 80. The Golden-Backed Demon Mantis. As the name suggests, the Spirit Refining Array is designed specifically to attack a person's primordial spirit. This was the key reason Lin Mo dared to plot for the wood nascent soul with his core formation strength. According to the narrative, within the 5 elements' nascent souls, the spirit control sect possessed only wood, water, fire, and earth types. The metal nascent soul would take around 100 years to refine. Therefore, the current surveillance over the 5 elements' nascent souls was not overly strict. The wood nascent soul was likely under the custody of a core formation cultivator with the surname Ning. 100 years hence, this individual would forcibly merge with the wood nascent soul, leading to failure and death. Subsequently, the wood nascent soul would escape the spirit control sect, ultimately falling into Han Li's hands, where it would be cultivated into a second nascent soul. However, before heading to the spirit control sect, Lin Mo needed to prepare a key to gain entry. Despite possessing Wang Chan's identity, he was still merely a foundation establishment cultivator. Even with the background of a minor sect leader, securing a foothold in the spirit control sect to locate Elder Ning would be somewhat challenging. By sheer coincidence, Lin Mo had learned of a core formation cultivator's whereabouts within the spirit control sect. This individual was a soul-snatching cultivator. If he could bring this person back to the spirit control sect, it would serve as an excellent means to gain entry, facilitating Lin Mo's plans for the wood nascent soul. Several days later, in front of the renowned Xiangjia Tavern in Jiyuan City, 2 peculiar figures appeared. At the forefront stood a young man clad in black, squinting at the tavern sign with a strangely contemplative expression. It was Lin Mo, who had recently entered the city. Whoosh! With a sharp sound of air slicing, Li Ming, donned in a blood-red robe, suddenly appeared across from him. I have found the person you were looking for, Li Ming said, his expression a mix of complexity as he addressed Lin Mo. Indeed, he is located to the west of Jiyuan City. Though Lin Mo was youthful, his thoughts were profound, as if he were fully aware of all matters. The corpse puppet he had instructed Li Ming to search for truly resided in the western part of Jiyuan City. Then let us set out, Lin Mo remarked, casting a final glance at the courtyard below before smiling faintly. 2 gentlemen, your tea has arrived. Just then, the waiter carrying a teapot ascended the stairs, only to find a silver ingot left on the table. Where are the traces of those 2 young men? Over 100 miles west of Jiyuan City, amidst a vast expanse of towering mountains and dense forests, thick mountain mists assail the senses. This secluded area, inhabited by venomous snakes and ferocious beasts, seldom sees human visitors. Lin Mo and his 2 companions silently descended upon a small hilltop. Though the night was pitch dark, Lin Mo, as a cultivator in the core formation stage, could not see as clearly as in daylight, yet he was able to discern some shapes. Atop the hill, Li Ming pointed towards a large pile of rubble at the summit. Lin Mo nodded slightly, his figure shimmering as he advanced towards the peak. He moved soundlessly, akin to an ethereal specter. Upon reaching the summit, he encountered a robust man seated upon a massive boulder, legs crossed, seemingly engrossed in meditative breathing. The scar across his brow was quite pronounced. The progress today is commendable. In 3 to 4 months, I shall no longer fear that mundane wielding the artifact that restrains this body, murmured Chu Han with evident satisfaction. Just as a smile graced Chu Han's face, a cold voice emanated from the side. It seems you are quite pleased with this body. Lin Mo's lips curled into a slight smile as he deliberately intensified his footsteps to capture Chu Han's attention. Currently, Chu Han, having been possessed, was merely at the 6th level of Qi refinement, posing no threat to Lin Mo whatsoever. Who? Chu Han's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly turned towards the source of the voice, wariness etched across his features. The ability to appear so silently behind him could only belong to an extraordinary cultivator. At that moment, Lin Mo and Li Ming emerged from behind the rocks. Their expressions impassive. Lin Mo smiled, fixating his gaze on Chu Han. "Who are you?" "A Foundation Establishment cultivator," Chu Han exclaimed, initially scolding Lin Mo. But soon realizing he could not gauge Lin Mo's cultivation depth, fear surfacing on his face. Lin Mo remained unfazed, casting a glance at Li Ming. Understanding the cue, Li Ming waved his right hand, and a crimson mist surged forth from his sleeve, materializing into a scarlet hand that ensnared Chu Han. In the realm of demonic cultivators, the law of the jungle prevails, might makes right, and power dictates privilege. This core formation cultivator once held a notable position in the Yuling sect, accompanied by a beautiful partner and obedient disciples. Now, with his cultivation diminished, his status would inevitably plummet upon his return. This was why he chose to linger here, reluctant to return to the demonic path. However, Lin Mo was indifferent to these matters. He viewed Chu Han merely as a stepping stone, a means to an end. "Please, let me go?" As Chu Han realized his predicament, he shook his head fervently, pleading for mercy. Upon hearing Chu Han's words, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and replied with a smile, "Since you have usurped another's body, surely there are valuable possessions left behind. Hand them over." This Yuling sect core formation cultivator possessed two items of interest to Lin Mo. The first was a mantis demon beast, which, if consumed by his three-legged black chicken, would surely elevate it to a third-tier demon beast. After devouring the blood jade spider's carcass, the three-legged black chicken had already reached the pinnacle of second tier. One more mantis demon beast should guarantee a breakthrough. The second item was a letter revealing the collusion between the spirit beast mountain and the demonic sect. If utilized wisely, it could procure substantial resources for cultivation. "The storage bag is not on me. I left it in a nearby cave, and I can lead you there." Seemingly resigned to his fate, Chu Han displayed remarkable cooperation. "Let us proceed." Lin Mo cast a glance at Chu Han and then flew in the direction indicated. As he observed the three men ahead, Chu Han's eyes flickered, his mind racing. The strength of these three was unknown, and he wondered if his golden-backed mantis could defeat them. If not, it would indeed be troublesome. Lin Mo was acutely aware of Chu Han's thoughts regarding the core formation cultivator within him, yet he knew that while the golden-backed mantis was formidable, it would not suffice in the face of two core formation experts. Before long, the trio arrived at a dimly lit cave. The cave was modest in size, just spacious enough for the three to pass through comfortably. "Find him here." Lin Mo pointed at Chu Han, and Li Ming instantly understood. The crimson mist coalesced into a tangible form, binding Chu Han in place. Chapter 81. The Magical Weapon, Green Radiant Sword. Gazing into the abyss of the cave, Lin Mo raised a hand, and a moonstone emerged from his storage bag, hovering above him and illuminating the surroundings. A bronze sun-blocking cauldron floated in midair, ready to shield him at the slightest hint of danger. Although the Ming Wang technique had reached the third layer, he dared not withstand the golden-backed mantis' sharp scythe. It was known that Han Li's top-tier defensive artifact, the white-scale shield, had been shattered here. The trio had only traversed 7 or 8 zhong when they found themselves before a rock wall. Beneath it lay a storage bag, pressed beneath some beast bones. Upon approaching, a piercing sound suddenly sliced through the air. A shadow materialized before them. Lin Mo's mouth parted slightly as an icy blue sword flame erupted from his lips. Crackling, the icy sword flame struck the shadow, unleashing a torrent of frigid mist. The bone-chilling fire sent the figure hurtling backward. It must be noted that the golden-backed mantis possessed astonishing speed. Had Lin Mo still been at the chi refinement stage, he might not have reacted in time. Meanwhile, aided by the moonstone above, Lin Mo clearly discerned the appearance of the golden-backed mantis. The creature was not large, only about a zhong in height, with a slender neck topped by a diminutive head. Its palm-sized, greenish eyes stared expressionlessly at Lin Mo. Most striking were its forelimbs, adorned with 2 jet-black, scythe-like blades, glistening with a pale frost, yet remarkably resilient. These blades could effortlessly cleave through the highest-tier defensive artifacts, such as the white-scale shield. If refined, they could potentially yield an exceptional offensive artifact. With the right rare ores, they could even be crafted into a magical weapon. Li Ming slowly stepped forward, a golden skull manifesting before him. "Allow me to handle this." Since entering the core formation stage, Lin Mo had yet to engage in a true battle. Now, seeing the golden-backed mantis, he was eager to experience the might of a core formation cultivator. With this thought in mind, Lin Mo transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from his original position. When he reappeared, he was already behind the golden-backed mantis. With a crackling sound, the mantis unfurled a pair of gray wings, buzzing ominously as it surged toward Lin Mo. Without a hint of concern, Lin Mo conjured an ice sword flame, which instantly detonated. It erupted with a frost that seemed to emanate from the depths of the underworld, capable of freezing souls, bursting forth from the ice sword flame. 4 ice-glazed swords, each imbued with a power rivaling the total spiritual energy of a nascent soul cultivator at the initial stage. With a full-force eruption, they instantaneously encased the golden-backed demon mantis in ice. This was still within Lin Mo's desire to spare its flesh, intending to enhance the strength of his 3-legged golden crow. Had he unleashed the full might of the ice flames, the golden-backed demon mantis would have been reduced to mere puddles of water. From a distance, Li Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. Although the golden-backed demon mantis was merely a 4th-tier beast, its strength was remarkable, on the verge of breaking through to a 5th-tier beast. Even he would require considerable effort to subdue it. Yet, Lin Mo, who had just recently ascended to the nascent soul stage, had effortlessly ended the life of this formidable creature with just one sword. Upon observing Lin Mo's complexion, which was flushed and vibrant, it was clear he had not exerted his full strength. Such astounding power emanated from a mere casual strike. This truly astonished Li Ming. This young man was incredibly terrifying. Even if he were to part ways with him in the future, engaging in conflict would be utterly unwise. The air of mystery surrounding him was overwhelming. Unbeknownst to Lin Mo, who harbored no interest in Li Ming's thoughts, he patted the spirit beast pouch at his waist. With a swift sound, a pitch-black, 3-legged chicken materialized before him. Its bright eyes, upon spotting the golden-backed demon mantis, flapped its wings and transformed into a black shadow that darted towards the corpse. Its sharp beak struck down immediately. With a smile gracing his face, Lin Mo approached the lifeless body of the golden-backed demon mantis. With a flick of his wrist, the cold jade sword materialized in his grasp. The blade's edge sliced through the mantis's arm. In his hand appeared a dark scythe, noticeably weighty. Weighing the 2 blades, he found them as dense as refined iron. Excellent. Satisfied, Lin Mo nodded, his gaze shifting to the wings of the golden-backed demon mantis. Surely, they would prove useful. With that thought, Lin Mo wasted no time and stowed everything into his storage pouch. After dispatching the golden-backed demon mantis, he ventured deeper into the cave. In a corner of the cavern, he beheld a skeleton clad in a gray robe, with an intact storage pouch secured at its waist. A smile crept across Lin Mo's lips as he raised his right hand. The storage pouch was swiftly seized. The nascent soul cultivator of the spirit manipulation sect had succumbed to his grave injuries, leaving no time to attend to his remains. He merely wrapped the green radiant sword and condensed a fraction of the spiritual energy from his golden core into a green pellet. As his consciousness swept through the storage pouch, various bottles and jars appeared in his mind, alongside some spirit insect eggs. However, most had perished due to a lack of nourishment. Surprisingly, there were no talismans, magical instruments, or treasures within the pouch, rendering it rather meager. At the very bottom of the pouch, Lin Mo discovered a green jade slip. Inside were insights from the spirit manipulation sect cultivator on breeding extraordinary insects, which might prove beneficial if he were to encounter the gold-devouring insect in the future. With this in mind, Lin Mo promptly added the jade slip to his storage pouch and turned his attention back to the 3-legged chicken. In that brief moment, the chicken had already consumed the corpse of the golden-backed demon mantis, enveloped in a faint black mist, creating an eerie spectacle. Return. Time was of the essence. Lin Mo had no time to allow the 3-legged chicken to undergo a breakthrough here. Upon reaching the cave entrance, he saw the Chu soul struggling to escape, but alas, the blood hand was far too powerful for this mere 6th-layer chi practitioner to break free. Hand over your treasures and golden core. Lin Mo approached the Chu soul, his expression cold and indifferent. What are you saying? The Chu soul's face paled, utterly unprepared for Lin Mo's apparent foresight. However, upon seeing the 100 Ghosts flag in Lin Mo's hand, he stammered, "You are a nascent soul cultivator." His trembling body was filled with fear. "If you do not wish to become a specter within the 100 Ghosts flag, relinquish your items." Chapter 82. Selecting Treasures. Sighing, the Chu soul, upon realizing Lin Mo and Li Ming were nascent soul cultivators, abandoned any thought of resistance. With a flick of his mouth, a faint green flying sword and a green pellet of spiritual energy emerged. The pellet contained a fraction of a nascent soul's energy, initially intended for his own cultivation. But now, he had no choice but to surrender it. Gazing at the green radiant sword, Lin Mo's lips curled into a smile as he stowed it in his storage pouch. As for the spiritual energy pellet, its energy surged, rivaling that of a high-grade spirit stone. Whether for sale or personal use, it was an excellent choice. Observing the Chu soul, whose face was ashen, Lin Mo waved his wrist, summoning the spirit wind boat before him. The trio moved swiftly, soon arriving at a massive mountain resembling a turtle shell, towering into the clouds, densely covered with lush forests. Roars of beasts echoed from within the mountain range. The spirit manipulation sect. As Lin Mo gazed at the sect before him, he took a few steps back, standing behind Wang Chan. The 100 Ghosts flag in his storage pouch emitted thick, ghostly mist, wrapping around him in a faint gray aura. The atmosphere was chilling, with spirits swirling, creating an unsettling ambience. At that moment, if anyone claimed Lin Mo was a disciple of the 7 sects, no one would believe it. With a sudden roar, a colossal white serpent emerged from the forest, its massive body stretching over 100 meters. Its lantern-like eyes fixated intently on the intruders, exuding an overwhelming pressure with the spirit mist enveloping it. A 5th-tier spirit beast stood as the gatekeeper. The spirit manipulation sect was indeed formidable. Following closely were several disciples of the spirit manipulation sect riding eagle-like beasts, gracefully descending before the group. The leading burly man with a thick beard leaped down from his mount and respectfully clasped his hands towards the trio. I did not expect a senior from the ghost spirit sect to visit. What brings you here? The burly man's cultivation was impressive, having reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Particularly, the eagle-like beast he rode was pitch black, its plumage swirling with dark mist, emanating an aura of gloom, revealing it to be a 2nd-tier beast. My young master encountered a nascent soul elder from your sect who had met with a fatal end. Li Ming gestured towards the bound Chu soul behind him, continuing. I thought it prudent to deliver him along the way. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the spirit manipulation sect disciples shifted dramatically. Even though the 6 sects of the demonic path were powerful, a nascent soul cultivator remained exceedingly precious. I will go report this. The bearded disciple hurriedly clasped his hands and leapt onto the black eagle, transforming into a shadow as he soared towards the mountain. They did not have to wait long. Within moments, a young girl riding a pink butterfly appeared before them. A young maiden adorned in a delicate pink gown, trailing elegantly to the ground, cinched her slender waist with a cloud-like sash that accentuated her delicate frame. A single coral hairpin, embedded with 7 treasures, adorned her hair, casting a glow that rendered her visage reminiscent of a lotus flower. She was, astonishingly, a beauty of the nascent soul stage. Hua Yudi of the Spirit Sovereign sect had encountered the young master of the Ghost Spirit sect. As she gazed upon Wang Chan, Hua Yudi stepped forward to bow. Where's my father? Anxiety crossed her face as she hurriedly glanced behind her. Lin Mo slightly turned aside, allowing the figure of Chu Han to emerge. Upon seeing Chu Han, Hua Yudi's expression morphed into sorrow. Father, how have you come to be in this state? At that moment, Chu Han appeared disheveled. His head hung low. His eyes, half opened, seemed lost in thought. Witnessing her father's current condition, Hua Yudi tightened her grip and quickly reassured him, You will be fine, father. Once we return to the sect, with their support, you will surely regain your nascent soul cultivation. Foolish girl, Chu Han suddenly spoke. I am now but a fish upon the chopping block. How could I ever hope to break through to the nascent soul stage? This revelation left Hua Yudi astonished. Her eyes filled with confusion. Sister Hua. At that moment, a bearded disciple flew to Hua Yudi's side, whispering softly. It was then that Hua Yudi realized. Pointing towards the mountains behind her, she said, Young master, please enter. Wang Chan let out a slight hum, and the Baiyin fork flew from his storage pouch, transforming into a crimson mist as it surged toward the Spirit Sovereign sect. Lin Mo stepped into the dark mist, feeling the eerie presence within, while his gaze shifted toward the mountain forest below. The roars of beasts echoed from below, clearly the spirit beasts raised within the Spirit Sovereign sect. Unlike other sects, the Spirit Sovereign sect allowed their spirit beasts to roam freely. Should any sect disciple wish to cultivate spirit beasts, they would simply hunt on their own. Those lacking the strength would inevitably become fodder for the beasts. Following Hua Yudi, they soon arrived before an exquisite palace crafted from white jade. At the entrance lay 2 second-tier, white tiger-like spirit beasts, dozing on the ground. Upon sensing the approaching figures, one of them suddenly lifted its head. However, upon recognizing Hua Yudi, it promptly lay back down and resumed its slumber. Is my husband back? As she spoke, a beautiful woman in white hurriedly emerged from within. Her face etched with worry as she rushed to Chu Han's side, her lovely eyes filled with concern. Early nascent soul. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed as he sensed the woman's cultivation, silently noting that this must be the family of 3. Their bond appeared strong, yet from the woman's smile, Lin Mo could sense a hint of chill. Thank you, young master, for saving my husband. The woman turned to Wang Chan, saying, if there is ever a matter concerning the ghost spirit sect, I, Zhang Qing'er, shall devote myself entirely. She added, if you wish to express your gratitude, let it be genuine. Wang Chan's response momentarily left the woman taken aback, yet she quickly regained her composure, smiling at Hua Yuti. Daughter, lead the young master to the treasure pavilion. He may select any item he desires. I wish to reminisce with your father. As she spoke, the woman linked her arm with Chu Hun's and guided him indoors. Despite Chu Hun's internal reluctance, he was powerless against the immense spiritual force of her nascent soul. Young master, please follow me. Hua Yuti seemed oblivious to the unfolding scene, turning to Wang Chan with a graceful smile. Lin Mo closed his eyes to gather his thoughts, focusing on controlling Wang Chan, who followed closely behind Hua Yuti. Shortly, they arrived at a resplendent pavilion inscribed with the words Treasure Pavilion. A thick layer of protective formation enveloped the exterior of the pavilion. With a low hum, Hua Yuti produced a white jade token and gently pressed it against the formation, causing it to sizzle and crackle as it melted away. The pavilion slowly opened. Chapter 83. Acquiring the Golden Page. Following Hua Yuti, Wang Chan beheld the treasures within, clearly a testament to the wealth of this spirit sovereign couple. The pavilion housed numerous treasures, including several incomplete magical artifacts and a myriad of shimmering talismans. The sheer abundance was indeed dazzling. Suddenly, a silver page caught Lin Mo's attention. I want this. Without hesitation, Lin Mo pointed directly at the silver page. Hua Yuti had no objections. Her white jade token emitted a beam of light that struck the silver page, causing it to tremble and fall from midair. With a swift motion, Wang Chan raised his right hand, employing his control technique to grasp the silver page tightly. Are you certain you want this item? Hua Yuti glanced at Wang Chan, her expression reflecting surprise. This is merely the method for crafting the Xianyu seal. It should hold little value for your ghost spirit sect. Wang Chan cast a cold gaze upon Hua Yuti, replying tersely, with not a single complete magical artifact available. Do you expect me to select from these fragments? Hua Yuti's complexion turned ashen upon hearing Wang Chan's words, leaving her momentarily speechless. Though she was the daughter of a nascent soul, she dared not offend Wang Chan, the son of the Yuan Ying and the young master of the ghost spirit sect. He was not someone she could antagonize. Lowering her head, she softly replied, then please, young master, follow me. As she spoke, Hua Yuti led Wang Chan into the grand hall. Lin Mo gradually opened his eyes, while Li Ming, observing the situation, walked outside. Please, follow me. Hua Yuti smiled warmly at the three of them, gesturing toward the rear courtyard. You three gentlemen must be weary from your travels. Please take a few days to rest here. Leading the trio to a tranquil side courtyard, Wang Chan waved his hand, signaling for Hua Yuti to depart. She, being perceptive, quickly left the courtyard. With a swift motion, Li Ming produced a pale yellow talisman, channeling his spiritual energy into it. As a soft white glow enveloped the area, a transparent formation shield descended upon the room. Wang Chan, expressionless, withdrew the silver page and presented it to Lin Mo. Lin Mo lowered his gaze to the silver page, which bore the crafting method for the Xianyu seal. You guard the door. Lin Mo slowly lifted his head, directing his attention to Li Ming. Li Ming's expression grew serious as he scrutinized the silver page in Lin Mo's hand before exiting the room. Lin Mo wished to keep the secret of the golden page concealed from outsiders. Once Li Ming departed, Lin Mo retrieved an orange-red talisman, applying it to the silver page. Flames erupted, enveloping the page in intense heat. As the flames consumed it, molten silver dripped down, revealing a pristine golden page before him. The Yin Yang 2 instruments bottle. Gazing at the description upon the golden page, Lin Mo swallowed hard. The artifact required supreme cold jade and supreme fiery jade as primary materials, supplemented by sun and moon stones to balance the yin and yang during its creation. The Yin Yang 2 instruments bottle possesses the remarkable ability to nurture both the chilling ice and blazing fire, as well as absorb various extraordinary ice and fire from the world. It is, indeed, an auxiliary treasure, perfectly suited for my ice glass sword flame. Although the ice glass sword is an ice sword, it inherently contains the essence of fire, as indicated by the presence of the term flame. By nurturing the ice glass sword flame within the Yin Yang 2 instruments bottle, not only can the power of the sword be enhanced, but my own cultivation can also be elevated. Furthermore, the ice glass sword flame residing in my dantian can reciprocate and nourish the Yin Yang 2 instruments bottle. The quality of the cold jade and the fiery jade will ultimately determine the power of this treasure. Lin Mo recalled the Millennium Cold Jade in his storage bag and smiled, feeling a sense of affinity. After putting away the golden pages, it was time to consider the matter of the ultimate with nascent soul. From the words of a golden core cultivator within the Quan body, Lin Mo had learned numerous secrets of the Yuling sect, including the whereabouts of Elder Ning. Li Ming. As he spoke, Lin Mo waved his right hand, causing a chilling mist to envelop the soundproof barrier. Li Ming slowly entered the room, his gaze fixed upon Lin Mo. Let us act. Lin Mo cast a deep glance at Li Ming and declared, the success or failure hinges on this moment. All right. Given that this matter concerned Li Ming's life, he naturally would not take it lightly. He swiftly departed the courtyard. Time passed, and night fell. The growls of beasts echoed continuously from the forest. Lin Mo sat cross-legged on the wooden bed, a jade bottle hovering before him, while Wang Chan stood guard beside him. This was the nether cold water obtained from the old demon Yunlu. With some free time, he could extract the nether profound ice from it and merge it with the ice glass sword flame. If he had the Yin Yang 2 instruments bottle, he could directly absorb the profound ice from the nether cold water using the treasure. Suddenly, a sharp sound of air being sliced came from outside the house. It was Li Ming, his face alight with joy, bringing good news. It's settled. Hearing Li Ming's words, a flicker of joy crossed Lin Mo's eyes, and he inquired, is it suitable to act? He required Wang Chan to provide him with a guarantee. Li Ming turned to Wang Chan behind Lin Mo and said, let her swear a blood oath, promising that after she betrays the Yuling sect, she can join the ghost spirit sect. All right. Wang Chan, slightly opening her mouth, nodded. In that case, let us act together. Watching Li Ming leave with Wang Chan, Lin Mo's lips curled into a smile as he waved his sleeve. The divine wind boat had already descended into the courtyard. Compared to the journey to the Hahuan sect, the repercussions of the Yuling sect's plot regarding the ultimate with nascent soul were immense. Naturally, he would first consider escaping down the mountain. If he could succeed smoothly, that would be ideal. However, if he were to fail, he would have to abandon this Wang Chan avatar. Yet, if Wang Chan were to die within the Yuling sect, he believed the ghost spirit sect would seek an explanation from the Yuling sect. In the rising tide of demonic forces, he would seize the greatest benefits. Before venturing to the chaotic star sea, he must craft his life treasure. Lin Mo silently affirmed within, transforming into a gray shadow that vanished beneath the night sky. Meanwhile, Wang Chan and Li Ming arrived before an ancient tower, its antiquity palpable, as the ultimate gold nascent soul had yet to be refined. Only 4 of the 5 elements' nascent souls remained, thus escaping the Yuling sect's attention. It was merely being guarded by an early-stage golden core elder. A century hence, once the ultimate gold nascent soul was forged, it would be a fool's errand for an outsider to approach the guarding elder. Esteemed guests, please enter. Upon their arrival at the ancient tower, a young boy with a cultivation level of the 9th layer of Qi refining hastily approached, swiftly producing a token. The bronze door behind him creaked open, revealing a faintly red stone staircase. The elder is on the 7th floor. The boy respectfully bowed and gradually retreated. Chapter 84. Forming the second nascent soul. Gazing at the brightly lit staircase ahead, Wang Chan showed no hesitation and strode towards the ancient tower. As she ascended towards the tower's apex, melodious sounds echoed around her. Upon reaching the topmost loft, she was met with an absurd sight. An elderly man with white hair was surrounded by enchanting maidens, seemingly reveling in bliss. A cursory glance revealed that these women were all cultivators at the 7th or 8th layer of Qi refining. Through Lin Mo's extensive dual cultivation experience, it was evident that these female cultivators had suffered from imbalances in their yin and yang, their primordial yin dissipating, clearly being utilized as cauldrons by Elder Ning. The pinnacle of Qi refining was the terminus for these women. Aspiring to establish a foundation was but a pipe dream. Indeed, practitioners of the demonic path often acted on their whims, their ruthlessness palpable. Haha. Elder Ning grinned upon seeing Wang Chan, shoving aside one of the youthful women. He stepped forward to Wang Chan, clasping his hands together. Ning Ke pays respect to the young master. Wang Chan glanced at Ning Ke, her expression indifferent. Her eyes filled with coldness. Ning Ke, unfazed, grinned and asked, I wonder if the young master can truly guide me into the ghost spirit sect? How many spirit infants can you bring out? Wang Chan did not respond, but instead posed a direct question. Ning Ke waved his right hand with force, sending 4 or 5 female cultivators crashing to the ground, unconscious. I have 2 ultimate with spirit infants under my care. I can take them both out. At this, a smile crept onto Ning Ke's lips. However, I wish to keep one of the ultimate with spirit infants for myself. Wang Chan raised an eyebrow, her heart stirred. She did not refuse but recalled that in the original storyline, this Elder Ning would forcibly fuse with the ultimate with spirit infant and meet his demise. Ultimately, That ultimate would nascent soul would revert to her possession. Thus, it saved her from taking action herself. Wang Chan nodded slightly and immediately swore a blood oath. While a blood oath would indeed have some impact on cultivators, she was not Wang Chan. No amount of swearing would hinder her. Upon witnessing Wang Chan utter the blood oath, Ning Kei's face lit up with joy as he quickly exclaimed, "Excellent. Tonight marks the once-in-a-century release of spirit beasts from the Yuling sect. This is the safest time for us to descend the mountain." Hearing this, Wang Chan nodded slightly and then closed her eyes to meditate. Several dozen miles outside the Yuling sect, atop a desolate mountain, Lin Mo gently patted the storage bag at his waist. A series of exquisite small flags fell upon the mountaintop. A thick white mist swiftly enveloped the peak, obscuring it from the outside world. Now, all that was left was to wait. Lin Mo gazed towards the direction of the Yuling sect and murmured, "Two ultimate with spirit infants." Time flowed, the night descending like ink. 3 shadowy figures, riding atop a massive flying serpent nearly 5 zhang in length, appeared before them. "What is this?" Ning Kei expressed surprise upon witnessing the formation below. "Are these also our ghost spirit sect members?" Hearing Ning Kei's swift change of address, Lin Mo let out a cold laugh. "I am an elder of the ghost spirit sect." A surge of tumultuous black mist enveloped Lin Mo as he soared into the air, landing beside Ning Quebec. Ning Kei relaxed his expression and landed within the formation. "Now that we have left the Yuling sect's territory, can we exchange the ultimate with spirit infants?" At this moment, Wang Chan directly looked at Ning Kei and spoke. Ning Kei chuckled lightly, producing a storage pouch woven with golden threads and presenting it to Wang Chan. Upon receiving the pouch, Wang Chan's consciousness surged within, revealing a small jade-green figure with closed eyes, adorned with numerous resplendent talismans. Golden threads coiled around the spirit infant of wood, suppressing its aura to an extreme degree. Suddenly, a muffled groan escaped Ning Kei's lips as he collapsed to the ground. A swirl of jade-green light surrounded him, distorting his visage and emanating a luminous green glow. Did you not promise to cooperate with me?" Ning Kei shook his head repeatedly, emitting piercing cries of anguish. Unbeknownst to him, he had already integrated the spirit infant of wood into his being. Such impatience? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, swiftly retreating as 2 compasses materialized in his hands, enveloping the entire mountain peak within the inverted 5 elements array and the spirit refining array. "What is happening?" Li Ming observed Ning Kei's peculiar state with narrowed eyes, filled with trepidation. "The fusion has failed." Lin Mo glanced at Li Ming, chuckling. To attempt merging the 5 elements spirit infant with mere core formation cultivation is no simple feat. It was evident that Ning Kei had been bewitched by the spirit infant of wood, the most ferocious of its kind, which had devoured the spirit infants of practitioners from the spirit control sect and was notoriously difficult to tame. Historical accounts indicate that this wood spirit infant had developed sentience over a millennium ago, far surpassing ordinary 5-element spirit infants. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shattered the air, and a cloud of blood mist enveloped the surroundings, obscuring all within. "Is he dead?" Li Ming thought hastily, retrieving a palm-sized golden skull. The skull parted slightly, releasing swirling black mist. Lin Mo's expression remained calm as he executed a hand gesture, directing the floating compass above. Instantly, dense mist surged within the array. "How dare a mere core formation practitioner attempt to merge with me?" The voice, though deranged, sounded comical, emanating from the childlike figure. A flash of green light pierced through the blood mist, revealing a diminutive figure standing before them. The small being, with delicate features and flowing hair, appeared almost naked and radiated an ethereal green glow. "Is this the spirit infant of wood?" Li Ming gazed in astonishment at the entity below. "Though only 2 core formation practitioners stand before me, I am hungry." The spirit infant of wood's countenance was filled with avarice as it eyed Lin Mo and Li Ming above. "To feast upon me, your skills are insufficient." Lin Mo sneered, and the compass in his grasp suddenly emitted a blinding white light. "Array activate." Immediately, the white mist within the array began to swirl, transforming into numerous colossal hands of white mist that reached for the spirit infant of wood. "A mere array? You think it can harm me?" The spirit infant of wood scoffed, choosing not to evade as the white mist hands descended upon it. The moment the hands made contact, the spirit infant's grin froze. With a crackling sound, strands of jade-green energy were forcibly extracted by the white mist. In an instant, the previously vibrant spirit infant of wood dulled significantly. Spirit refining array. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the spirit infant of wood hastily attempted to flee. "Now you wish to escape? It is far too late." Lin Mo's cold laughter echoed as droplets of rain began to fall from above. The inverted 5 elements array operated at full capacity, unleashing droplets mingled with faint white mist that descended upon the spirit infant like bullets. Each droplet that struck the spirit infant elicited a heart-wrenching scream, while ethereal green threads emerged above the array, resembling silk being unraveled. Lin Mo, with an impassive demeanor, glanced back at Wang Chan before directing his consciousness toward him. Stepping onto the green shadowy cross and riding a cloud of blood, Wang Chan sat cross-legged above the array, inhaling the jade-green threads with each breath, appearing as a glowing orb of green light. Li Ming observed the unfolding scene with a glimmer of cold determination in his eyes at the critical moment of its refinement. I shall strike. Having already severed ties with a lifelong friend, he was unwilling to be manipulated by Lin Mo. Yet, his continual suspicion had deprived him of opportunities. Now, with Lin Mo controlling the array while Wang Chan absorbed the spirit infant's power, the moment seemed ripe. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the golden skull in front of him trembled slightly, its inner energy surging forth. Blood-red mist coalesced at the skull's mouth. Despite controlling the array, Lin Mo's gaze remained fixed on Li Ming, ready to detect any movements from the skull artifact. At that moment, the spirit infant of wood below let out a horrifying wail, a sound potent enough to shatter the soul, leaving Lin Mo momentarily dazed. Not good. Lin Mo's pupils constricted as he instinctively reacted, his mouth opening to unleash 3 icy glass sword flames. Chilling frost surged forth from the flames as a jade-green figure materialized before him. Cold flames. Upon seeing the chilling flames, the spirit infant's expression shifted in alarm, never anticipating Lin Mo's swift recovery from its secret technique. In its current weakened state, devoid of sustenance, the spirit infant knew that its demise was imminent unless it could replenish itself with flesh. In desperation, its gaze fell upon Li Ming, and with a swift movement, it transformed into a jade-green shadow, merging into Li Ming's body. Get away from me. Lin Mo felt a stir in his heart, and an icy glass sword flame sliced through the air, appearing before Li Ming in an instant. Boom. A tempest of cold flames engulfed Li Ming, the overwhelming force propelling him into the array. Lin Mo's right hand formed a spell seal, which instantly landed upon the compass. Rainstorm array activate. The torrential downpour of rain, mingled with faint white mist, relentlessly fell upon Li Ming, who was enveloped in the icy flames. The explosion of the icy glass sword flame rivaled the self-detonation of an early core formation practitioner, posing a significant threat even to those in the late stages of core formation. Li Ming, in the early stage of foundation establishment, had half of his body engulfed by the frigid flames, causing his golden skull talisman to clatter to the ground. At that moment, Li Ming wore a grim expression, with strands of green light illuminating his visage, rendering him exceedingly eerie and terrifying. A shrill, childlike laughter echoed, and as Li Ming slowly lifted his head, the remnants of his body flickered with a hint of emerald. Vines intertwined, seemingly coalescing into a half-formed vine-like figure. Drip, drip, drops of water mingled with a faint white mist continued to fall. Buzzing, Li Ming waved his left hand, enveloping his form in a shroud of pitch-black mist. The corporeal form of the wood spirit baby was now impervious to the spirit refinement array. Do you believe that with this mere foundation establishment physique, you can escape from my formation? Lin Mo laughed mockingly, his right hand moving over the compass of the spirit refinement array, gesturing a spell that landed on the inverted 5 elements array compass. With a series of piercing sounds, the desolate ground transformed into a crimson rocky terrain. Scorching meteors shrouded in flames hurtled toward the wood spirit baby. The meteors struck the black mist surrounding the wood spirit baby with astonishing speed. Sizzle. It sounded akin to droplets of water falling into hot oil, creating a continuous hissing noise. This is not a viable strategy. Observing the tortoiseshell-like black mist, Lin Mo's gaze shifted to the 2 ice glass sword flames before him. Go. As soon as the words left his lips, the 2 ice glass sword flames transformed into ethereal white shadows, vanishing into the array. When the ice glass sword flames reappeared, they stood before the wood spirit baby. Boom. Lin Mo wasted no time, detonating the 2nd ice glass sword flame. The entirety of his spiritual energy at the early foundation establishment stage erupted in that instant. The frigid flames instantly coated the ground with a layer of frost. The wood spirit baby would not remain passive. A verdant glow surged around it. Li Ming's flesh visibly shriveled at an alarming rate, transforming into a mere skeletal frame. The surging green light cascaded to the ground, with emerald vines seemingly imbued with life, wrapping themselves around him. In an instant, he became encased in a verdant wooden cocoon. Meanwhile, The tumultuous ice glass sword flames surged closer, completely enveloping the wood spirit baby. Rumble. With a deafening roar, a thick layer of frost coated the green vines. However, compared to before, the vines had lost their vibrant hue, taking on a yellowish tint. From a distance, the wood spirit baby now resembled a colossal ice lump, concealing its internal condition. If this is all you are capable of, the day I regain my strength will be your last. At that moment, a series of chilling laughs emanated from below the wood spirit baby, laced with mockery and evident confidence. This wood spirit baby is indeed peculiar. Lin Mo silently contemplated, observing the remaining ice glass sword flames before him and the final one in his dantian. Gritting his teeth, he decided to stake everything. If he consumed all 4 ice glass sword flames, his spiritual energy would dwindle to nothing. The prospect of refining this enigmatic wood spirit baby would be a mere fantasy. Yet, the thought of allowing this peculiar wood spirit baby to escape filled Lin Mo with reluctance. A practitioner of the Tao is inherently rebellious against fate. He resolved. In a matter of moments, Lin Mo made his decision. Whoosh! As an ice glass sword flame shot forth, 2 of them intertwined before him. What? Witnessing Lin Mo unleash another ice glass sword flame, the wood spirit baby's eyes widened in astonishment. How is this possible? How can a mere foundation establishment cultivator wield such formidable techniques? Feeling the bone-chilling cold emanating from above, tremors crept into the wood spirit baby's voice. This was the first time Lin Mo sensed fear in its words. Stop. I can grant you the secret techniques of the spirit control sect. Spare me. Lin Mo's expression remained cold and unyielding, devoid of hesitation. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 sharp sounds pierced the air as the 2 ice glass sword flames morphed into phantoms, appearing before the green wooden cocoon. Boom, boom. 2 thunderous roars resonated as the surging white cold flames violently battered the green cocoon. Lin Mo flipped his wrist, gripping the sole high-grade water spirit stone he had obtained from Wang Chan. The powerful spiritual energy surged forth from the high-grade spirit stone, which he had previously been reluctant to use, now proving invaluable. The torrent of spiritual energy flowed into his body like a stream, rejuvenating his desiccated dantian. An ice glass sword flame phantom materialized above his dantian, flickering into visibility. This high-grade spirit stone could replenish a maximum of 2 ice glass sword flames. To restore all 4 within him, he would have to exhaust his entire fortune. However, if he could refine the wood spirit baby below, all would be worthwhile. The cold flames of the ice glass sword flames gradually dissipated, revealing a verdant young girl lying on the ground, her body stained by the ice glass sword flames. Appearing on the brink of collapse. Success. Observing the state of the wood spirit baby, Lin Mo's lips curled into a slight smile as he declared, Spirit Refinement Array. With a gentle flick, the Spirit Refinement Array's disc flew before him. As he infused the array with his incantations, thick fog swirled within. The wood spirit baby lay motionless on the ground, its delicate features contorted in anguish as it emitted piercing cries. Little thief. My ancestor will surely tear you apart and swallow you whole. Lin Mo's expression remained stoic as he absorbed the energy from the high-grade water spirit stone with his left hand, while his right hand maneuvered the spirit refinement array, hastening the refinement of the wood spirit baby. Several dozen miles away, within the spirit control sect, Zhang Qing'er exhaled a breath of stale air, her lips parting slightly. Behind her, Chu Han remained motionless, evidently having perished. The green radiant sword was actually in the hands of that ghost spirit sect's young master. A flicker of hatred crossed Zhang Qing'er's eyes. That old wretch cannot rest even in death. He has drawn the attention of the ghost spirit sect. As she spoke, Zhang Qing'er pushed open the stone door, revealing the humble visage of Hua Yuti. Mother. Upon seeing her mother's emergence from seclusion, Zhang Qing'er hurried forward, exclaiming, Elder Ning has escaped the spirit control sect and even stolen 2 wood spirit babies. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qing'er's expression shifted dramatically as she gasped, How dare Elder Ning betray the spirit control sect? According to the disciples within, the young master of the ghost spirit sect visited Elder Ning last night. Shortly after, Elder Ning vanished. After sharing this, Hua Yuti's brow furrowed slightly as she remarked, Could this possibly implicate us? After all, the young master of the ghost spirit sect was introduced to the spirit control sect by us. The young master of the ghost spirit sect. Zhang Qing'er gasped, her figure flickering as she transformed into a phantom, vanishing from her spot. Upon arriving at the rear hall, she found it deserted. Damn it. A glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in Zhang Qing'er's eyes as she turned to the tardy Hua Yuti behind her. What is the sect's stance now? Hua Yuti hesitated, Glancing at Zhang Qing'er before responding, the sect has stated that if we cannot retrieve the 2 spirit infants of the divine wood, we will be held accountable. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Qing'er took a deep breath and declared, in a mere half-day's time, they surely cannot have fled far. Come, let us pursue. As a practitioner of the demonic path, Zhang Qing'er was acutely aware that failing to recover the 2 spirit infants would render their stay at the Yuling sect untenable. With this thought, she turned to Hua Yudi, saying, I will gather the treasures from the treasure pavilion. Mother, you can't. Hua Yudi exclaimed, her eyes flickering with alarm. Meanwhile, Lin Mo's pallid visage had regained some color as he absorbed the spiritual energy from the high-grade water spirit stones. Though he still had a long way to go before consolidating an ice-glass sword flame, he had already gained enough strength for self-defense. In stark contrast, the spirit infant of the divine wood below was in a far more pitiful state. Its body had become somewhat transparent, having lost its original verdant hue. The venomous curses it had uttered had dwindled to faint murmurs. Within Wang Chan, faint green humanoid phantoms had begun to coalesce. Surprisingly, although these phantoms bore a resemblance to the nascent soul, they lacked any true power of the nascent soul. It seemed that even with the aid of the spirit refinement array, conjuring a nascent soul from thin air remained an arduous task. Lin Mo's pupils constricted as he murmured, perhaps 1 spirit infant of the divine wood is insufficient? With this thought, he fixated on the spirit infant below, waiting in silence. After the passage of a short time, a piercing scream erupted from the spirit infant, which then transformed into a wisp of green smoke. Vanishing into the air, the second spirit infant of the divine wood. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled a storage pouch into the spirit refinement array, where a sharp ice blade swiftly pierced through the fabric of the pouch. Soon, a petite spirit infant appeared within the formation. This one evidently lacked consciousness and appeared drowsy. This was to be expected, as there was only one such extraordinary instance within the entire Yuling sect. If they were all like that nascent soul, how could any Golden Core disciples hope to merge with a nascent soul? Let it be absorbed into the array for further refinement, Lin Mo murmured. As white mist once again gathered within the array, the mist swirled, enveloping the spirit infant. While thick strands of green silk were continuously drawn into the body of Wang Chan, solidifying the palm-sized green infant resembling Lin Mo himself within her dantian. As Lin Mo quietly absorbed the power of the spirit infant, a small lark flitted across the sky. The bird landed on a nearby branch, its bright eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. Suddenly, a small stone struck the lark's head, causing its lifeless body to tumble from the branch. At a lake 10 miles away, a beautiful woman in a red dress sat gracefully upon a white python, a smile gracing her lips. At last, I have found it. In that moment, Zhang Qing'er swiftly produced a golden communication talisman, bringing it to her lips as she whispered, Elder Gu, I have located the whereabouts of the spirit infant. After completing this, Zhang Qing'er chose not to act recklessly but instead opted to wait patiently. She had noticed that beside the young master of the ghost spirit sect, there were 2 golden core cultivators. With Elder Ning now included, that made 3 golden core cultivators. Though retrieving the spirit infant was urgent, her life was of utmost importance. She would not willingly walk into death. Time passed, and shortly after her message was sent, a swirl of black mist appeared, heralding the arrival of a white-haired elder who descended upon a pitch-black bat. Elder Gu. Zhang Qing'er's expression shifted as she hurriedly approached to pay her respects. This Elder Gu, though a golden core practitioner, had reached the pinnacle of that stage and was rumored to have remained there for nearly a century. Moreover, he commanded a 5th-tier spirit beast, the Dark Night Bat, capable of contending even with those at the nascent soul stage. In this light, the young master of the ghost spirit sect would find it nearly impossible to escape. With an indifferent expression, Elder Gu cast a glance at Zhang Qing'er and said coolly, Lead the way. Yes. Zhang Qing'er nodded, and with a flick of the python's tail, they transformed into a white streak, speeding ahead. Lin Mo gazed down at the now dim spirit infant of the divine wood, murmuring, It seems we are out of time. The earlier observation by the lark indicated that his whereabouts had been exposed. Thus, it would be challenging to merge the spirit infant in one vigorous effort. However, this spirit infant was far more docile than the previous one. Even under the refinement of the spirit refinement array, it remained expressionless, resembling a lifeless object. It is time to withdraw. With this thought, Lin Mo waved his hand, drawing the spirit infant bound in golden threads into the storage pouch. Above the array, Wang Chan's figure flickered, transforming into a pale green phantom before appearing before Lin Mo. Her aura was peculiar, reminiscent of a nascent soul, yet lacking its full power. A practitioner's nascent soul is a fusion of the golden core and the primordial spirit, But Wang Quan possessed only the primordial spirit without the golden core, making it far from simple for her to harness the power of a nascent soul. It appeared a long-term strategy was necessary. Just then, a furious roar echoed from afar. Turning to look, Lin Mo beheld a massive bat spirit beast, entirely black and measuring several zhang in length, appearing in the distance. The bat exuded a thick, dark mist, and as it flapped its wings, it stirred a foul wind that quickly wilted the verdant grass beneath. A white-haired elder stood atop the dark night bat, his cold gaze fixed on Wang Quan behind Lin Mo. Clearly, he perceived Wang Quan as the instigator of it all. Unable to discern the elder's cultivation level, Lin Mo activated his heavenly eye technique, but could not penetrate the veil of his strength to command a fifth-tier spirit beast. This individual must be a late-stage golden core practitioner. If he were a nascent soul practitioner, the battle would not be so straightforward. Behind the elder stood the familiar figure of Zhang Qing'er, accompanied by a fourth-tier spirit beast, a white giant python. With this thought, Wang Quan's form trembled slightly as green light surged beneath her feet, slowly ascending into the air. Taking advantage of this moment, Lin Mo deftly collected numerous formation flags and the storage pouches of the two golden core practitioners. The presence of two golden core practitioners and a fifth-tier spirit beast meant that even Lin Mo, at his peak, would face a fierce battle. Moreover, his internal spiritual energy was nearly depleted, leaving only about 10%. He pondered the intentions of the two elders from the Yuling sect in coming here. In the midst of the air, Wang Quan feigned ignorance and suddenly posed a question. Huh! Elder Gu snickered derisively. The ghost spirit sect has always had a penchant for cunning and deceit in their dealings. What I did not expect, however, is that you would dare to set your sights on the supreme wood spirit infant of our spirit guardian sect. At this juncture, Elder Gu cast a penetrating glance at Wang Quan and declared, even though you hold the title of the young master of the ghost spirit sect, if you do not provide a reasonable explanation, you shall not leave the spirit guardian sect unscathed. This was a testament to Elder Ge's apprehension regarding Wang Quan's status. Had it been anyone else, they would have already struck. I can return the supreme with spirit infant. Wang Quan replied with a slight smile, feigning a gesture to reach for her storage pouch. Upon hearing her response, Elder Gu felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, she was the young master of the ghost spirit sect, and he did not wish to offend her too gravely. Whoosh! A blue-violet orb suddenly flew from Wang Quan's hand, appearing before the two. What is this? Elder Ge's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he gazed at the palm-sized orb. Suddenly, crackling blue-violet lightning coiled around Tian Lazy. Boom! A deafening roar followed. This is bad. Elder Ge's complexion changed dramatically as the dark night bat beneath him opened its mouth wide, unleashing visible sound waves that surged forth instantaneously. The collision of these forces sent Zhang Qing'er, who stood behind, stumbling back several steps. As the smoke dispersed, Wang Quan's figure had vanished. How dare you deceive me so? Elder Ge's face turned a deep shade of anger, and he bellowed furiously. The dark night bat beneath him seemed to sense its master's wrath, immediately flapping its wings and hastily pursuing. Meanwhile, Lin Mo had already taken to the divine wind vessel, appearing several miles away. Continuing to flee was not a viable option. Lin Mo's expression shifted as a trace of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Whoosh! Several humanoid puppets soared from his storage pouch. Though each puppet was merely at the chi refinement stage, Lin Mo was generous, producing stacks of talismans and low-tier flying artifacts. Under the activation of the Great Transformation Art, his consciousness extended like tendrils, controlling the 9 chi refinement puppets behind him as they propelled their flying swords in pursuit. Elder Gun narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing into the distance. He spotted a young girl in white, directing a flying sword towards him. Just a chi refinement puppet. Zhang Qing'er scoffed, waving her hand dismissively, as if to obliterate it. Elder Gu hastily gestured for her to stop, a glimmer of caution flashing in his eyes. Have you forgotten about the Tian Lazy? Upon hearing this, Zhang Qing'er nodded repeatedly, a smile gracing her lips. Elder Gu, your insight is truly remarkable. As soon as the puppet drew near, it raised its hand, unleashing several advanced talismans. Whoosh! With the sound of air being sliced, razor-sharp ice blades shot forth from the talismans, descending upon Elder Gu. Zhang Qing'er waved her hand casually, and with a surge of wind, the ice blades melted away instantly. Observing the ice blade technique that rivaled the full force of a chi refinement practitioner, Zhang Qing'er turned to Elder Gu, her eyes filled with confusion. Elder Gu, is this merely an ordinary puppet? Upon hearing this, Elder Ge's expression shifted dramatically. The dark night bat beneath him opened its mouth wide and bit down on the puppet. Crack! Crack! The bat's sharp teeth instantly shattered the wooden puppet. A pale red stone appeared before them, with a light yellow talisman affixed to it. Firestone. Intermediate explosive talisman. Boom. A searing roar erupted, causing Lin Mo, several miles away, to wince in pain. Intermediate talismans were difficult to craft, and that explosive talisman was the last one in his possession. Nevertheless, the combination of the Firestone and the explosive talisman would yield a force powerful enough to rival a full-force strike from a Foundation establishment practitioner. It should be sufficient to instill caution regarding the remaining 8 puppets. Lin Mo's lips curled into a slight smile as the divine wind vessel transformed into a streak of blue light, soaring towards the borders of the U Kingdom. Damn it! Damn it! As the smoke cleared, a bronze mirror-like artifact hovered before him. The mysterious bronze mirror trembled incessantly, and the white light curtained before it dissipated, revealing 2 core formation practitioners within. Damn it! Damn it! Elder Gu roared, the repeated deceptions having thoroughly clouded his judgment. Shadow escape. As the whisper echoed, the dark night bat beneath Elder Gu suddenly let out a low growl, its face contorting grotesquely. Blood mist began to seep from its wings, and the dark night bat transformed into a blood-red illusion. The thick blood mist enveloped Elder Gu, wrapping him within. Whoosh! With a flash of bloodlight, Elder Gu had vanished from his original position. He actually resorted to a secret technique that harmed the dark night bat's essence. Zhang Qing'er widened her eyes, clearly astonished by Elder Ge's decisiveness. Inflicting harm to the essence would mean recovery would take decades. This is bad. Suddenly, a blood-red figure flashed before Lin Mo. He looked up to see Elder Gu, standing upon the dark night bat, appearing 100 meters ahead. It resembled a blood escape technique. With just a glance, Lin Mo discerned that this technique inflicted severe damage to the dark night bat. Its demeanor appeared feeble, and its aura fluctuated as if it could revert to a level 4 demon beast at any moment. It seems I must fight with all my might. Lin Mo took a deep breath, his water spirit stone continually replenishing the spiritual energy within his dantian. The time spent fleeing had already restored a fraction of his internal energy. Clap! A light tap on his waist spirit beast pouch summoned forth a 3-legged crow, which appeared before him. 3-legged crow, strength, level 3, species, crow, bloodline power, crow physique, poison flame. Possesses a trace of the golden crow bloodline, with an incredibly tough body and innate demon fire within. At this moment, the 3-legged crow's plumage was entirely black, its sharp eyes gleaming with vitality. Oh! Upon seeing the 3-legged crow, Elder Ge's expression shifted. It possesses a trace of true spirit bloodline. Greed flickered across his face. Such a spirit beast, falling into the hands of someone like you, is indeed a waste. Noticing Elder Ge's lack of action, Lin Mo was naturally pleased to prolong the encounter. The surging spiritual energy continuously flowed from the high-grade water spirit stone into his body, transforming into spiritual liquid that merged with the ice-glass sword flame. You wish to stall for time? Elder Gu reacted swiftly, snorting coldly. A bronze-colored mirror flew from his mouth, its surface glowing with azure light as a beam of blue energy surged forth from the mirror's surface. The blue light moved with astonishing speed, reaching Lin Mo in an instant. Lin Mo's heart raced as he quickly reached for his waist storage pouch. A bronze sun-shielding cauldron shot forth, landing before him. Sizzle! The blue light struck, instantly creating a deep dent in the sun-shielding cauldron. The top-tier defensive artifact shattered. Elder Gu chuckled coldly. Let us see just how many defensive artifacts you truly possess. As he spoke, his internal spiritual power surged into the floating bronze mirror above. Once again, a beam of azure light surged forth from the depths of the Xiantong realm. Observing this ethereal glow, Lin Mo flicked his wrist, causing the Hungyuan bell to unfurl against the wind. This exquisite defensive artifact, a supreme treasure, had been obtained from Wang Chan and was enhanced with rare materials. It enveloped him entirely. Suddenly, the azure light descended, and the Hungyuan bell shattered once more. 2 consecutive onslaughts had obliterated 2 of Lin Mo's finest artifacts. Now, it was my turn. Lin Mo's lips parted slightly as an ice-glass sword flame coalesced and soared into the air. The speed of the ice-glass sword flame was astonishing, leaving a trail of piercing frost in its wake. In contrast to Lin Mo's confrontation with Elder Gu, Wang Chan's 3-legged chicken was entangled in a fierce struggle with the night bat. This was largely due to the night bat employing a secret technique that diminished its power. Otherwise, Wang Chan's 3-legged chicken would have had no chance of engaging in such a contest. Within the Xiantong realm, the azure light erupted once more. With the ice-glass sword flame at his disposal, Lin Mo felt a sudden alleviation of pressure. A chilling white frost surged forth from the ice glass sword flame, rushing directly towards the azure light. As Elder Gu watched the intertwining azure and white flames in midair, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes, and he abruptly bit his finger. A drop of blood instantly fell onto the Xiantong realm. The light intensified, and a beam of azure light, several times thicker than before, erupted forth. However, following this powerful display, the radiance above the Xiantong realm dimmed significantly, indicating that this action had inflicted considerable damage upon it. The azure light fell again. With a crack, the ice glass sword flame shattered. Ha! Elder Gu, displaying a maniacal grin, cackled with glee. I am eager to see what other trump cards you possess. Since you seek death, do not blame me. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Lin Mo's eyes as he slapped his storage pouch at his waist. A verdant wooden spirit infant suddenly materialized in his hand. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Chan had already appeared at his side. With a slight parting of his lips, he directly consumed the wooden spirit infant. The moment the wooden spirit infant entered his mouth, it transformed into a verdant phantom. The shadowy figure of the infant within his dantian merged seamlessly with the wooden spirit infant, releasing an incomprehensibly profound energy from Wang Chan's body. This Elder Gu's eyes widened in disbelief. The energy emanating from Wang Chan at this moment was unmistakably that of a Yuan infant. Die! Wang Chan's lips moved slightly, and in an instant, his figure vanished like a wraith. When he reappeared, he was already behind Elder Gu. Slowly, he raised his right hand, and a glowing green fingertip lightly touched the back of Elder Ji's head. With a piercing sound, the emerald energy instantly penetrated Elder Ji's mind. His vision darkened, and he plummeted from the air, unable to even escape with his primordial spirit. Simultaneously, the night bat, as Elder Ji's loyal spirit beast, let out a mournful cry before collapsing lifelessly. At that moment, Zhang Qing'er, arriving belatedly, witnessed the scene of Elder Gu's tragic demise at the peak of the Golden Core stage. Cold dread gripped her, and she turned to flee. How could the young master of the Ghost Spirit Sect have integrated a Yuan infant? This is inconceivable. As she ran, she muttered to herself, as if she had seen a ghost. Historically, integrating the 5-element Yuan infants required the simultaneous refinement of all 5 elements and the cultivation of corresponding attributes. From any perspective, the young master of the Ghost Spirit Sect should not have been able to fuse a Yuan infant. Yet, this astonishing scene had indeed unfolded, leaving Zhang Qing'er utterly distraught. Her eyes filled with disbelief. If she could return with this news, perhaps she could redeem herself. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind, igniting a desperate desire for survival. Watching Zhang Qing'er retreating, Lin Mo chose not to pursue her, but instead turned his gaze towards Wang Chan, who radiated a soft green light. With a sudden burst, Wang Chan's form disintegrated, leaving a green Yuan infant suspended in midair. This Yuan infant bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Mo, resembling a miniature version of himself. Come back. Lin Mo's lips curled into a slight smile as he beckoned. The floating green Yuan infant transformed into a vibrant green light and surged into Lin Mo's body. The act of absorbing the Yuan infant was prompted by the depletion of spiritual power within Wang Chan. The faintly visible green Yuan infant in Lin Mo's dantian abruptly opened its eyes, seemingly yearning for boundless spiritual energy. Given the urgency of the situation, Lin Mo had resorted to this desperate measure. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. However, despite its appearance as a Yuan infant, it could not yet be classified as one. It could only be referred to as a false infant, possessing the form of a Yuan infant, but limited to foundational stage spiritual power. The Yuan infant power that had erupted earlier was merely a byproduct of absorbing the wooden spirit infant. Consequently, Wang Chan's physical form could not withstand the Yuan infant power, leading to its immediate shattering. Without the absorption of the Yuan infant, he would have only exhibited foundational stage strength. Yet, after absorbing 2 wooden spirit infants, the second Yuan infant could now cultivate independently and refine its own innate treasure. It seemed prudent to contemplate the Qingyuan sword technique. The Qingyuan sword technique, a method of Han Li's, encompassed techniques from foundational to integration stages. Moreover, it could also be utilized to devise a plan for his second Yuan infant to cultivate the Qingzhu Fengyan sword. Lin Mo glanced down at the shattered Hengyuan bell and the sunshade cauldron, a flicker of regret crossing his eyes. With a flick of his wrist, he promptly stored the 2 damaged artifacts in his pouch. Although the artifacts were destroyed, their materials could still be repurposed, thus mitigating some losses. After clearing the battlefield, Lin Mo wasted no time, seating himself upon the Divine Wind Boat and soaring towards Jiyuan City. While on the Divine Wind Boat, Lin Mo remained diligent. With a flick of his wrist, a graceful female puppet materialized beside him. "Little thief, release me at once." The moment the girl appeared, she emitted a loud, crowing voice. Clearly a foundational stage puppet sealed with Wang Chan's primordial spirit. Lin Mo cast a glance at the girl, his consciousness flooding into her. He controlled the divine wind boat with the puppet. He then retrieved a blue water spirit stone, continuously absorbing the energy within. Observing Lin Mo's weakness, Wang Chan sneered. "You have indeed fallen to this state. Hurry and return me to my body." Before he could finish the word body, Wang Chan suddenly froze in place. On the small divine wind boat, or was there a third figure? "Where's my body?" Wang Chan's complexion shifted drastically, unleashing a torrent of furious roars. "Silence." Lin Mo slightly opened his eyes, waving his wrist. The clamorous Wang Chan instantly fell silent, and he calmly replied, "Your body? I have exhausted it for my amusement." After a prolonged silence, Lin Mo found a semblance of peace. They flew for over an hour, finally catching a glimpse of the towering walls of Jiyuan City. Upon crossing into the territory of the Yu Kingdom, Lin Mo let out a long sigh. With a whoosh, the divine wind boat transformed into a blue shadow. Landing directly at the entrance of the cave, where he had previously vanquished the golden-backed demon mantis. "Guard the entrance of the cave." Lin Mo cast a glance at the lifeless Wang Chan puppet, who looked up at him and whispered, "You are so ruthless." With that, he strode directly outside the cave. Unfazed by Wang Chan's fury, Lin Mo instead retrieved a handful of translucent spirit stones, arranging them into a spirit-gathering formation. Cultivation was of paramount importance. The immediate priority was to restore his strength. The corpse of a fifth-level demon beast. Could it perhaps elevate the power of my three-legged chicken further? With this thought in mind, Lin Mo tossed the corpse of the night bat before him. Its sharp fangs and claws were excellent materials for forging. He drew forth the cold jade sword and meticulously extracted all the materials from the night bat that could be used to craft magical artifacts. He then presented the bloody remains to the three-legged chicken. The battle had left the chicken wounded, its skin torn and bloodied. Yet, upon seeing the night bat, it displayed a glimmer of excitement, opening its sharp beak and fiercely pecking down. It remained uncertain whether it was consuming the flesh to enhance its strength or exacting revenge on the beast that had harmed it. Lin Mo flicked his wrist, gazing at the 3 storage bags hovering before him, a flicker of anticipation crossing his eyes. One belonged to Li Ming, while the other 2 were from the Yuling sect's Golden Core stage members. He opened Li Ming's storage bag first. Inside, it was rather meager, containing only a golden skull artifact, along with a handful of intermediate spirit stones and some pills suitable for Golden Core cultivators. None of it piqued Lin Mo's interest. Perhaps the other 2 storage bags would hold unexpected surprises? As the storage bag opened, the first thing that caught his eye was the corpse of a 4th-level demon beast. The flying serpent, which was Ning Kei's spirit beast. It had perished the moment Ning Kei did, without a chance to resist. Now, it had inadvertently benefited Lin Mo's 3-legged chicken. Chapter 86. By day, call her senior sister. By night, call her master. Upon opening Ning Kei's storage bag, a silver ring materialized before him. The ring, palm-sized, emitted a faint silver mist. Lin Mo grasped the artifact, and his consciousness surged into it. Moments later, he opened his eyes. The Beast Control Ring. This was a unique auxiliary artifact from the Yuling sect, capable of housing spirit beasts and aiding in their cultivation. It could also transfer injuries sustained by the user to their spirit beast during combat. Quite suitable for me, he thought, casting a glance at the 3-legged chicken engrossed in devouring the corpse. The 3-legged chicken, sensing his gaze, quickly looked up. Upon noticing the strange smile on Lin Mo's lips, it hurriedly turned its back to him. Besides the Beast Control Ring, Ning Kei's storage bag also contained dozens of intermediate wood spirit stones, evidently prepared for merging into the wood spirit infant. Lin Mo accepted everything with satisfaction and turned his attention to the 3rd storage bag. The Xian Copper Realm was the sole high-tier artifact among Lin Mo's recent acquisitions. During today's battle, he had suffered considerable setbacks due to this very artifact. Suddenly, a beautifully crafted white jade vial within Elder Ji's storage bag caught Lin Mo's attention. The vial emitted a thick white mist and, when held, released a delightful fragrance. With a snap, he opened the ceramic bottle, revealing a transparent pill within. This pill appeared extraordinary, though its effects remained unknown to him. Contemplating the pill in his hand, Lin Mo found himself in a quandary. Concurrently, he discovered a jade slip nearby. Placing the slip to his forehead, he scanned its contents. The Jiao Yudan. Consuming it could enhance a demon beast's bloodline and assist it in breaking through to the 5th level. The slip contained a recipe for crafting the Jiao Yudan. Observing the precious spiritual herbs listed, Lin Mo shook his head. It seemed that aside from successfully refining a second Yuan Ying, his journey had yielded bountiful rewards, particularly for his three-legged chicken. After all, it was still his chicken. A little added strength wouldn't hurt. Lin Mo smiled lightly, and then sat cross-legged, absorbing the rich spiritual mist surrounding him. Time passed, and before long, over half a month had slipped by. After expending the majority of his spirit stones, Lin Mo had fully recovered. Host: Lin Mo, strength, early golden core, physique, dragon's cry body, spirit root, ice spirit root, cultivation method, ice glass sword technique. Third layer of the Ming Wang technique, spells, ice spike technique, object control technique, ice shield technique, ice control technique. Second layer of the great transformation technique, intermediate puppet technique, intermediate talismans technique, sword control technique, secret techniques, yin-yang pulling technique, body refinement technique in the room, yin-yang complementation technique, spirit contraction seal, 10,000 swords spiritual connection technique, Xian Moon Yin absorption technique, second Yuan Ying, divine powers, 9 turns reincarnation technique, ice glass sword flame, sitting cross-legged atop the divine wind boat. Lin Mo faced the enchanting Wang Chan. He wondered if he could observe the attributes of the second Yuan Ying. Silently, he chanted in his heart, directing his consciousness into his dantian. In a short while, the attributes of the second Yuan Ying appeared before his eyes. Second Yuan Ying, strength, early foundation establishment, physique, supreme wood spirit infant, spirit root, wood spirit root, cultivation method, none, spells, none, secret techniques, none, divine powers, none. Gazing at the string of empty attributes of the second Yuan Ying, Lin Mo smiled faintly, saying, once its strength is enhanced, it will undoubtedly be a great aid. The recent battles in the Yuling sect had also revealed some shortcomings. Lin Mo stroked his chin, reflecting softly, aside from the ice glass sword flame, I lack any other offensive means. Clearly, the crafting of my own magical artifact is of utmost urgency. The sooner it is forged, the longer it can be nurtured within the dantian, thereby increasing its might. However, before that, it would be best to return to the sect. It had been far too long since he last saw Nangong Wan, and he truly missed her. Not long after Lin Mo departed, outside Jiyuan City, several dark-hued locusts flew overhead. Soon after, 2 black-robed peak golden core cultivators landed within the cave. Noticing the scattered fragments of spirit stones on the ground, they exchanged glances. It seemed the individual had not strayed far. The sect had received word that this person possessed a unique method for merging infants. They must bring this individual back at all costs. Meanwhile, Lin Mo had already arrived outside the Hidden Moon Sect. Compared to before, the Hidden Moon Sect appeared somewhat desolate. However, this was to be expected, as the front lines were stretched thin and most of the Foundation establishment disciples had gone to the Jingu Yuan. Without hesitation, Lin Mo landed directly in front of the Qingxi courtyard. Seeing Lin Mo in midair, Xiao Zhen's face lit up with joy as she hurriedly called out to the house. Master Ancestor, Master Uncle Lin. Oh no, Master Uncle Lin has returned. After Lin Mo's breakthrough to the Golden Core stage, Xiao Zhen was required to change her form of address. With a creak, although no voice from Nangong Wan echoed from within, the suddenly opened door signified her sentiments. Lin Mo's lips curled into a smile, and in a blur, he transformed into a phantom, vanishing from sight. Upon entering the room, he was greeted by the sight of Nangong Wan dressed in a white plum blossom patterned robe, delicately pinching and popping it into her mouth. You dare to return. Nangong Wan cast a sidelong glance at Lin Mo and let out a soft huff. The elders will surely blame you now that the Yin family fortress has safely arrived at the Ghost Spirit Gate. Lin Mo waved his hand in resignation. The Li brothers of the Ghost Spirit Gate are present. The fact that I returned unscathed is already a stroke of luck. Upon hearing that Lin Mo had encountered 2 cultivators at the core formation stage, Nangong Wan felt a pang of anxiety and quickly asked, the Li brothers of the Ghost Spirit Gate are seasoned practitioners in the core formation stage. Are you all right? Listening to her concern, Lin Mo stepped closer and gently grasped her delicate hand. I've sustained some injuries. I may need my master's assistance. A cold mist continually emanated from Lin Mo, encasing the entire room in ice. Outside, the little Zhen scratched her head, murmuring, the way the elders cultivate is truly peculiar. Why must they go to such lengths to freeze a room? 5 days later, Nangong Wan's expression turned to one of surprise. Your cultivation level is even deeper than mine. Although she was a mid-core formation cultivator, her spiritual power was far more profound than that of her peers due to the Su Nu reincarnation technique. She had never encountered a fellow disciple of the same level who could rival her until now. Meeting someone of a lower cultivation level, but with more substantial spiritual power was indeed astonishing. Master, continue. In the Hall of Radiant Jade, the Grand Elder suddenly opened his eyes and murmured, "Have they been in the room for so long? Is that not enough?" As he spoke, a communication talisman suddenly flew out from his storage pouch, hovering before him. "And I Chong, go to the Qingxi courtyard and summon Lin Mo for me." With a gentle flick of his finger, the talisman vanished, only to reappear before a graceful young woman. And I Chong grasped the talisman, hearing the Grand Elder's voice within. "If you keep pondering these matters, do not expect to break through to the nascent soul stage in the future." And I Chang's face showed indignation as she snorted and waved her sleeve, summoning a flying sword that sped towards the Qingxi courtyard. And I Chang's speed was remarkable. In the time it takes to brew half a cup of tea, she arrived at the Qingxi courtyard. Observing the ice-encased room, she frowned slightly and called out, "Lin Mo, the Grand Elder requests your presence." For Nangong Wan, who possessed a single fire spirit root, cultivating alongside Lin Mo, who had an ice spirit root, proved immensely beneficial. The balance of yin and yang significantly enhanced her own cultivation. Drip, drip, the icicles on the eaves melted into droplets. "I shall go and pay respects to the Grand Elder," Lin Mo said with a slight smile, then pushed open the door. "Greetings, senior sister Inai Chong." Lin Mo addressed her. Inai Chong, clad in flowing white robes adorned with rust-colored butterfly patterns, had her dark hair lightly tied in butterfly tassels. Her brows were gently arched, and her face bore no makeup. According to Nangong Wan, Inai Chong was known for her aloof demeanor and had never taken a partner since her cultivation began. Could it be that she had suffered from heartbreak? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Is she akin to Li Macho, appearing indifferent to everyone she encounters? As Lin Mo observed Inai Chong, she too scrutinized him. The last time they met, he was a peak chi refinement cultivator. Yet after a decade, he had ascended to the core formation stage. Although still at the initial stage, he had already formed his golden core and become a core disciple of the sect. Rumors of his relentless pursuit of dual cultivation spread, and it was said that upon returning to the sect, he had spent 5 days in Nangong's abode. With such thoughts, Inai Chang's gaze towards Lin Mo grew increasingly peculiar. "Prepare yourself. Let us visit the Grand Elder." Lin Mo waved his sleeve, dispersing the sweat from his brow. A divine wind boat transformed into a streak of azure light. Soaring from his storage pouch, "We can depart now." Inai Chong nodded, and the two of them flew towards the Hall of Radiant Jade. Inside, Nangong Wan rubbed her sore arms and murmured, "Should I perhaps cultivate some body refinement techniques?" In the Hall of Radiant Jade, the Grand Elder glanced at Lin Mo and stated indifferently, "What task did I assign you for this journey?" "To prevent the Yin family from joining the Ghost Spirit Gate." Lin Mo clasped his hands in respect, not denying his failure. "I, Lin Mo, have not fulfilled my sect's mission and willingly accept punishment." "Humph," the Grand Elder huffed. Scrutinizing Lin Mo, "I sentence you to the front lines of the Golden Drum Plains. Additionally, return the 10,000-year cold jade I gave you." Going to the front lines was something Lin Mo desired immensely. The journey to the spirit-controlling sect had brought him considerable gains, and he intended to gather more treasures before fleeing to the Chaotic Star Sea. Unlike Tai Nan, the Chaotic Star Sea was rich in demonic beasts but lacked materials for refining spirit stones. If possible, Lin Mo could make some adjustments there. While being sent to the Golden Drum Plains was acceptable, being compelled to return the 10,000-year cold jade was utterly absurd. With a swift motion, Lin Mo revealed the severed heads of Li Ming and Li Hao before him. He had preserved them specifically to avoid sect punishment. These are the Li brothers of the Ghost Spirit Gate, both at the core formation stage. Lin Mo's face reflected sorrow. To slay these two Li brothers, I destroyed several top-tier artifacts, including newly acquired treasures. The Grand Elder's expression faltered as he glanced at the heads on the floor and then at Lin Mo's distressed face. The Ghost Spirit Gate actually dispatched 2 core formation cultivators. With a sigh, the Grand Elder conceded, "This matter is indeed my fault. You may leave." Seeing the Grand Elder so readily dismiss him, Lin Mo could not let it go. "Elder, I unexpectedly came upon a piece of news on my way back." "What?" The Grand Elder's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the news of the collusion between Spirit Beast Mountain and the spirit-controlling sect. He was seething with rage. How dare Spirit Beast Mountain act in such a manner? Standing silently by, Lin Mo awaited the Grand Elder's outpouring of fury. "You must head to the Golden Drum Plains immediately and inform Elder Cheong there." The Grand Elder turned to Lin Mo. "As for the artifacts you damaged, you may select one from the sect's treasure pavilion." "Thank you, Grand Elder." Upon hearing about the free artifact, Lin Mo's spirits lifted, and he quickly bowed in appreciation. "And I Chong, Escort Lin Mo to select an artifact. As he spoke, the Grand Elder waved his sleeve, and a golden token flew from his storage pouch, landing before An Chong. Yes, Elder. An Chong cast a lingering glance at Lin Mo, internally musing. This lad has extraordinary luck. Within the sect's treasure pavilion, numerous artifacts awaited selection, most of which were mid to high tier. Even An Chong had only gained access once she reached the mid-core formation stage. Yet here was Lin Mo, who had been in the sect for less than 100 years, fortunate enough to enter the pavilion. It would be impossible for An Chong not to feel a pang of jealousy. With a disdainful snort, she accelerated her flying sword, transforming into a shadow as she departed the Hall of Radiant Jade. Following closely behind, they soon arrived before a pitch-black mountain peak. The mountain peaks appeared exceedingly eerie, devoid of a single green tree, enveloped in an oppressive silence. Suddenly, a sharp crack pierced the air, and several blood-red bolts of lightning struck the sky. A man clad in black with long hair emerged from the mountain, a pinnacle cultivator at the core formation stage. As Lin Mo's celestial eye technique swept through the area, he raised an eyebrow. This treasure pavilion was indeed a significant stronghold of the sect, guarded not only by formations, but also by a peak core formation cultivator. Even a nascent soul practitioner would find it challenging to breach the array without employing considerable tactics. Greetings, Brother Wu, An Chong said, flicking her wrist to send a golden token soaring through the air. Brother Wu opened his hand, catching the token effortlessly, and then turned to the two. Who are you two wishing to enter? Lin Mo understood the cue and directed his divine wind vessel forward. Come in. Brother Wu lightly waved the golden token, revealing a crimson array that opened a passage for one to enter. Without hesitation, Lin Mo slipped inside. For this selection of treasures within the pavilion, Lin Mo prioritized materials for refining weapons, especially after having slain several core formation cultivators, leaving him with a considerable number of magical artifacts. At this moment, his foremost concern was to craft his own life-bound treasure. The Yin Yang 2 instruments bottle required the cold jade of the utmost Yin and the blazing jade of the utmost Yang as primary materials, supplemented by the sun and moon stones to balance Yin and Yang. Among the remaining two materials, the blazing jade was the most precious and rare. If the pavilion lacked this, it would be quite troublesome. As the buzzing grew louder, the dark mountain behind him began to tremble, and streams of golden light emanated from the rock. A passage several zhang wide appeared within the mountain. Remember, you may only select one item, Brother Wu cautioned, pointing towards the pavilion. If you take more, you might not survive to tell the tale. Lin Mo's expression darkened, clearly realizing that there were restrictions within the pavilion. With a swift motion, he entered the treasure pavilion. Compared to Zhang Qing'er's pavilion, this one from the Moon Concealment Sect was undeniably more luxurious. Upon entry, he immediately spotted 3 commendable mid-tier magical artifacts. However, there were no golden pages. Scanning with his divine sense, he found no traces of the coveted pages within the entire pavilion. Blazing jade, Lin Mo murmured, suddenly discovering 3 pieces of blazing jade radiating intense flames in a corner. The fiery heat emanating from the jade was evidently from millennia past. Lin Mo opened his right hand and grasped the deepest colored piece of blazing jade. Satisfied with his acquisition, he stored it in his spatial bag and swiftly exited the pavilion. As a disciple with an ice spirit root, what do you need this blazing jade for? On the way back, An Chong glanced at Lin Mo, a hint of confusion in her eyes. That is of no concern to you. Lin Mo replied with a faint smile and then cupped his hands in respect towards her. Sister An Chong, I still have a sect mission, so I bid you farewell. Without waiting for her response, he activated his divine wind vessel, enveloped in a thin layer of white frost, and sped towards Qingxi Courtyard. Sect mission? An Chang's eyes widened as she watched his departing figure, exclaiming, Are you going to finish your mission in Sister Nangong's bed? Upon arriving at Qingxi Courtyard, he was met by the worried gaze of Nangong Wan. Has the Supreme Elder scolded you? Looking at the concerned Nangong Wan, Lin Mo smiled slightly. Though I have not completed my sect mission, I did manage to slay 2 core formation demonic cultivators from the Ghost Spirit sect. That is excellent. Nangong Wan nodded. Let us cultivate diligently within the sect to strive for an early breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. Master, I have a sect mission that requires me to visit the Drum and Bell Plains. Lin Mo shook his head. The Drum and Bell Plains? Nangong Wan raised an eyebrow. Speaking softly, given the current state of war, you must be cautious. Do not worry, Master. While I may lack in many skills, I am quite adept at escaping. Hearing him call her Master, Nangong Wan's cheeks flushed. We have a bond akin to husband and wife, and every time you call me Master, I feel utterly embarrassed. In front of others, I shall call you Brother Lin. When we are alone, I shall call you master. How does that sound? As they spoke, Lin Mo embraced Nangong Wan and walked into the house. You, stop talking, she exclaimed, feeling shy. In Lin Mo's presence, the usually aloof Nangong Wan revealed her softer side. Now was the time to call him master. At the drum and bell plains, Chen Xiao Qian's complexion turned pale as she faced a mid-stage foundation establishment ghost spirit cultivator. Chen Xiao Tian descended from the sky and, upon seeing his injured sister, could not help but say, "Why do you not submit to the ancestor? Even if the Qin family's young master is not impressive, you need not come to the drum and bell plains, where danger lurks at every corner." Chen Xiao Qian waved her hand, asserting, "My heart belongs to another. I will only be with him. The one you speak of, where is he now?" Chen Xiao Tian's expression was one of frustration. Moreover, he is merely a loose cultivator. How can he be worthy of you? I am the one striving to be worthy of him. Chen Xiao Qian wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. If I were to tell him, he would surely come for me without hesitation, but I do not wish to be a burden to him. Cultivating immortality is inherently against the heavens. Partners should support one another. If one solely relies on their partner for support, what difference is there between oneself and a furnace? Chen Xiao Qian was gentle yet resolute. Once she made a decision, she would not waver. In the original story, she chose to pursue the old demon Han without hesitation, only to find that he abandoned her for the sake of the great Tao. Nevertheless, she did not give up, enduring a lonely life. Sigh. Observing his sister's tenacity, Chen Xiao Tian shook his head. By the way, brother, what brings you here? Not wanting to hear Chen Xiao Tian speak ill of Lin Mo, even if he was family, she promptly shifted the topic. A core formation cultivator from the Moon Concealment Sect has come. For some reason, they specifically requested to see you. Chen Xiao Tian's face lit up with excitement. If you could catch the eye of a core formation cultivator, perhaps you could leave this drum and bell plains. A core formation cultivator? Chen Xiao Qian's eyes glimmered with confusion. I have never interacted with such a cultivator. I am not sure either. Chen Xiao Tian shook his head. Come with me, and you will find out. Nodding, Chen Xiao Qian mounted her flying sword, and the two soared towards the drum and bell plains 7 sects encampment. Senior Lin, has my sect, Chen Xiao Qian, offended you in any way? Li Huayuan's fourth disciple, Song Ming, looked at the core formation cultivator from the Moon Concealment Sect, uncertain of the reason for their specific summons.